In the twilight of her life, Miao, afflicted by terminal cancer, encountered a Taoist priest who revealed the source of her misfortunes and impending demise. Her destiny had been usurped by another. To reclaim her life and restore her fate, she must return to her hometown to inherit a haunted house. Initially perceiving it as an ordinary haunted dwelling, upon her arrival Miao was astonished to find a myriad of spectral workers, including Nie Xiaoqian, Ruhua, and Meng, alongside international entities such as Sadako, Tomie, and vampires. Even legendary figures like Daji, the Bone Spirit, the Bull Demon King, and Sun Wukong made their appearances. As the number of employees swelled, the haunted house flourished, not only filling its coffers but also astonishing the entire metaphysical community. Countless prodigies and affluent individuals flocked to the haunted house, transforming it into a global sensation. Chapter 1. The questionnaire. Should you possess a haunted house, what would you desire within it? Miao had just exited the hospital when she received a peculiar questionnaire. The proliferation of advertisements had become overwhelming. A haunted house should simply be a haunted house, devoid of such convoluted inquiries. Uninterested, she dismissed it, feeling little inclination to engage with trivialities, especially as someone grappling with stage 4 liver cancer. However, fate seemed entwined with this questionnaire, which whimsically floated through the air, eventually adhering itself to her face. Miao sighed in resignation. It appeared she had no choice but to fill it out. Frustrated, she seized the questionnaire and began to write haphazardly. The first question: if you owned a haunted house, what kind of ghostly NPCs would you like to see? She scoffed and wrote, Nie Xiaoqian, Meng. Surely, a mere haunted house could not attract such illustrious spirits. The second question: what size would you prefer your haunted house to be? Miao replied, larger than Earth, immensely so. The third question: aside from ghosts, what else would you desire in your haunted house? Feeling exasperated, she noted, I wish for Sun Wukong. If he were present, I would revel in the experience. The fourth question: how many gameplay scenarios would you want, and what would they entail? Miao replied succinctly, infinite. She yearned for an endless array of adventures. As for the specifics of each scenario, she felt too fatigued to elaborate further. Surveying her surroundings to discern the origin of the questionnaire, she found no one in sight. It seemed her efforts were in vain. With a dismissive gesture, she intended to discard the paper, but unexpectedly, a gust of wind whisked it away. Watching the questionnaire drift into the distance, she felt a flicker of longing. If only such a haunted house existed, she mused, she might find solace as an NPC after death. Ms. Li, your test results are ready, the doctor said, casting a sympathetic glance her way. His tone wavered. Where are your family members? Did they not accompany you? Miao shook her head. I have no family. My parents passed away when I was 7. Please just tell me what the results say. The doctor sighed, feeling pity for the young woman before him, orphaned at such a tender age and now faced with a terminal illness. However, years of practice had desensitized him to tragedy. He pushed a stack of reports across the table. Stage 4 liver cancer. Treatment is futile at this point. Go out, enjoy the world, and indulge in whatever pleases you. There is no need for restraint. Miao accepted the report with a calm demeanor, not a trace of surprise upon her face. She had grown accustomed to receiving disheartening news. Stage 4 cancer was merely another misfortune in her already tumultuous existence. Since the loss of her parents, she had endured a cascade of calamities. An unexpected dark birthmark had marred her formerly unblemished visage, rendering her a figure of aversion. Her once agile mind dulled, transforming her from a gifted writer into someone who struggled to articulate even the simplest thoughts. Her physical condition deteriorated, marked by inexplicable injuries. A mere shift in position could lead to fractures. She stumbled while walking, choked on water, and was assaulted without provocation. The sheer absurdity of her misfortunes was staggering. For someone as unfortunate as her, death might well be a liberation. Without even taking the report, she discarded it into a garbage bin and walked calmly out of the hospital, her steps light and her expression buoyant, betraying no hint of her dire diagnosis. Not long after exiting the hospital, the errant questionnaire reappeared in her possession. After filling it out, she noticed a beggar by the roadside and, feeling generous, placed a 100 yuan note in their hand. After all, she thought, with death approaching, it was prudent to spend her remaining wealth. To her surprise, the beggar seized her wrist. Miss, Let me read your fortune, please provide your birth date and time. I have no interest in fortune-telling, release me, she insisted, struggling against the surprisingly strong grip. You've already offered a fee, so I must fulfill my duty. You gave me 100 yuan, and thus, a reading is required. The beggar's persistence was disconcerting. Li Miao turned to scrutinize him closely, realizing he was not a beggar but a fortune-teller dressed in tattered clothing, reminiscent of the legendary Jigong, which had led to her misjudgment, and oh need for divination, keep the money. She attempted to walk away. Yet he persisted, no. It is against our code to accept unearned wealth. I only accept fees for readings. Please, allow me to read your fortune, I possess great insight. Not wishing to engage in a drawn-out dispute at the hospital entrance, she squatted before a stall and recited her birth details. Proceed with the reading. Curious to see if the charlatan could predict her impending demise, the fortune-teller began to calculate with fervor. His expression shifted from joviality to seriousness. Something is amiss, he declared, his urgency palpable. Please provide your parents' birth details. Influenced by his earnest demeanor, Li Miao instinctively recited her parents' birth information. The fortune-teller calculated repeatedly, his face paling. Your destiny has been stolen, such nonsense, Li Miao retorted, a staunch skeptic of the supernatural. How could a person's fate be stolen? Erase your payment, there's no need for further readings. It is true. Do not dismiss this, young lady. Reflect on your libido, you not find yourself plagued by bizarre misfortunes? Observe those around you, the more calamities befall you, the more fortunate they seem to be. The act of stealing one's fate is complex and invites divine retribution. Only those closely related by blood can deceive fate in such a manner. Young lady, I observe that your features are well-defined, your 3 sections and 5 eyes conforming to the standards of beauty. You are indeed a remarkable beauty, yet the dark birthmark upon your face conceals your allure. This dark blemish is not merely a birthmark, it is a malignant affliction, a curse that has stolen your visage. Consider, if you will, whether there exists anyone of similar age to you, who, in their youth, was not particularly attractive, yet as the area of your affliction has grown, their beauty has blossomed. I can also perceive that your complexion is lacking vitality, your brow darkened, suggesting a diminished lifespan. Your longevity has likewise been taken from you, despite your original auspicious fate. All your talents, your lineage, your fortune, and your prospects in marriage have been similarly usurped. Upon hearing the fortune-teller's words, Li Miao's complexion paled further. She recalled her uncle's family, who, though they were once merely comfortable, had prospered since the passing of her parents and her adoption by them. Her cousin, Li Yang, mirrored the fortune-teller's description. She was once plain, yet as Li Miao's birthmark expanded, Li Yang's beauty flourished. Scan this QR code. Download the app. It is the only thing that can save you now. Li Miao thought, is this person truly not a fraud? It felt as though he were attempting to deceive her into downloading an app. With suspicion, Li Miao gazed at the fortune-teller. He held up the QR code, his expression earnest. I understand I may resemble a charlatan, but I assure you, I am not. After a moment of hesitation, Li Miao scanned the code and clicked to download. Taking a gamble, she thought, if he is a fraud, so be it, I have nothing of value to lose. Just as the app was nearing completion, her aunt's call came through. You ungrateful wretch. After all these years of being raised, you little bastard. You are the bastard. Though she could endure the insults directed at her, why must her parents be dragged into the fray? Li Miao's expression hardened with resentment, her desire to retaliate rising. However, though the words lingered on her tongue, they would not escape her lips. Li Miao's face turned ashen with urgency. The fortune-teller, observing her distress, spoke confidently. Are you unable to retaliate? You are merely their puppet, completely under their control. Only this app can liberate you. It is a powerful app. Even if you perish, you can continue to exist within a ghostly realm. Remember to open it soon. Li Miao was left contemplating deeply. Chapter 2. Departing the Li household. Li Miao cast a lingering gaze upon the fortune-teller but said nothing, turning instead toward her uncle's abode. She felt no inclination to resist her aunt's commands. Her body seemed to move of its own accord. It was as if an invisible force weighed heavily upon her. Previously, Li Miao had never sensed anything amiss, consistently submissive, believing she was merely expressing gratitude for her uncle and aunt's upbringing. Now, Having been enlightened by the fortune-teller's revelations, she recognized the discord. The concept of fate was too intricate, she did not dare to fully trust the fortune-teller's words and resolved to seek validation. Her uncle, Li Jinghua, resided in a hillside villa within an estate that spanned several miles, all under the Li family's domain. Today marked the engagement banquet of her cousin, Li Yang, and Shi Zimo, with luxury vehicles crowding the villa and dignitaries milling about. In the hierarchy of the Li family, Li Miao was regarded as lower than the servants, thus could not enter the grand reception area for esteemed guests. She was relegated to the back entrance to mingle with the help. Li Yang, clad in a tailored gown that accentuated her curves, and her hair styled by a professional, appeared almost ethereal. Yet, she remained dissatisfied with her beauty, lamenting her skin's lack of fairness as she scrutinized the disparity between her face and neck in the mirror. Having applied foundation that lightened her complexion by a shade, the result appeared disjointed. With casual disdain, her tone implied that Li Miao was nothing more than a mere object, ready for her whims. "Speak softly, do not draw attention," her aunt, Nie Xiaoqian, admonished. "Today is your engagement day, refrain from violence, and behave decorously." "Mother," Liang whined, "it is precisely because of the engagement that I wish to appear more beautiful. Zimo is the heir to a vast fortune, and I cannot afford to bring him shame." Upon hearing this, Yi Tsuyin contemplated before conceding. "Very well, but the act of skinning is too gruesome, perhaps merely mar her face after all. She is your cousin, and we should show some mercy in light of her deceased father's memory." "Too lenient," Liang pouted. "Mother, you are far too kind to her. Li Miao is nothing but an ungrateful wretch living off our generosity. What harm is there in taking something from her? She is already ugly. With that large birthmark on her face, she cannot possibly be rendered any less beautiful. Better to utilize her as a resource." "Enough," Yi Tsueyun interjected, silencing Li Yang's tirade, wary of eavesdroppers. She furrowed her brow, about to speak when suddenly, a fierce punch hurtled towards her temple. The assailant was Li Si, the fourth son of the Li family, a race car driver with a reputation for bravado, yet, beneath the surface, he harbored a violent streak, having bullied Li Miao in their youth, and her childhood. Li Si lacked the strength to truly harm anyone. However, now he stood over 6 feet tall and practiced boxing. His fists were like boulders, and a strike to Li Miao's head could lead to a concussion. Li Miao swiftly sidestepped to avoid him. Yet, as she evaded, Li Si, the second son, Lian, charged at her with a kick aimed directly at her nose. "No!" A shadow fell over Li Miao's eyes as she realized that this kick would surely fracture her nasal bone. In a moment of desperation, she dropped to her knees, lunging forward. Just as she knelt, the eldest son, Li De, swung a baseball bat at her knee with tremendous force. With a sharp crack, the bat splintered. Li Miao trembled in pain, unable to rise from her position on the ground. "Ha ha ha, I have won," Li De declared triumphantly, tossing aside the broken bat. Li Si, displeased, kicked a chair. "You win every time, this cannot stand. I demand a rematch." Lian echoed his sentiment, again. This was a game the Li brothers frequently played, attempting to hit the ball, while Li Miao was merely the ball in their game. "Enough of this nonsense. Today is my engagement day, and you are not permitted to create chaos." Liang approached and kicked Li Miao. "Stop playing dead, and get up." Li Miao pushed herself off the ground, slowly rising. Yet, as she lifted her head, a dagger sliced across her face, leaving a deep gash. Li Yang, grasping the dagger, exclaimed in delight, "I have won. Ha ha ha, I have marred the ball." Indeed, the younger sister triumphs. The crowd cheered for Li Yang. Li Miao touched her face, feeling the warm blood trickling down her hand. She had long since grown accustomed to such treatment, feeling no emotion stirring within her heart. Only a sense of absurdity remained. Was it truly possible that her fate had been stolen? Was she now merely a puppet for her uncle's family, subjected to their torment? Li Miao disregarded the onlookers and turned to exit. The crowd was taken aback by her reaction. This was the first instance of Li Miao's defiance. Li Yang, incredulous, instinctively glanced toward her mother, Yi Tsueyun. Li Miao continued her exit. She found it hard to believe that Li Miao would dare to leave, as she was thought to be entirely dependent on them. With Li Miao's unfortunate disposition, misfortune seemed to follow her wherever she went. She struggled at every endeavor, and without their support, she would lack even the means to eat. Unable to survive independently, Yang assumed that Li Miao was merely throwing a tantrum, much like before, expecting a charade that would culminate in their collective happiness. Yet, to her disappointment, Li Miao persisted in her departure. Uncle Li has immersed himself in wealth for many years, no longer resembling the simple and honest man of his earlier days. Dressed in a bespoke suit, he furrows his brow, exuding a formidable presence. With a stern countenance, he coldly admonishes Li Miao, "Cease this nonsense. Is this yet again about Zimo? Zimo is your brother-in-law. When you impersonated someone else to meet him, Liang did not hold it against you. Why do you stir trouble once more? Zimo has no affection for you." Zimo lazily interjects, "You mimic Dong Shi's charm, believing that donning Li Yang's pseudonym would lead me to mistake you for someone else? A hideous creature, lost in delusion, under the guise of Li." Chapter 3. The Fengdu Haunted House app under the pseudonym of Li Yang, often referred to as the Ugly One or Foolish Dreamer, Li Miao chuckled coldly. She had met Zimo online, using the username Longing for Mountains and Seas. Their virtual companionship had flourished from their first year of high school to their senior year, spanning 7 years of unfiltered conversations. Despite her repeated admissions of her less-than-attractive appearance, marred by a birthmark, she had resisted meeting in person. It was Zimo who insisted that he cared not for beauty and urged her to meet. Yet upon their first encounter, he accused her of impersonating someone else, claiming that his acquaintance Longing for Mountains and Seas was actually his cousin Li Yang. If he found her unattractive, why not express it plainly instead of tarnishing her reputation? In the past, Li Miao had been foolishly invested in the bond they shared over those 7 years, tirelessly attempting to explain herself. Now, however, she felt indifferent. He was merely a superficial scoundrel. If Li Yang desired him, she was welcome to him. As she walked away with steadfast determination, Zimo felt a pang in his chest, as though a part of his heart had been wrenched away. He instinctively opened his mouth to call out to Li Miao. But before he could utter a word, Li Yang seized his hand, tilting her head playfully and shaking his arm. The confusion and heartache that once enveloped Zimo vanished in an instant at the sight of Li Yang. He could not have mistaken her. Longing for Mountains and Seas was indeed Li Yang. How could the awkward and unappealing Li Miao possibly be the insightful and perceptive Longing for Mountains and Seas? Outside, Li Miao stepped away from the Li household, drenched in sweat, her complexion as pale as a ghost, devoid of color. Merely defying her uncle's family and stepping out had drained her of all her strength. It felt as if she bore heavy chains, each step tightening painfully around her bones. She recalled the QR code she had obtained from the fortune teller and promptly pulled out her phone. The app was already installed, a dark, unassuming icon nestled in the corner of her screen, appearing somewhat endearing. Without hesitation, she tapped the app. The moment she did so, a page sprang to life, displaying the message, "Welcome to the Fengdu Haunted House app. Please proceed to a location 80 kilometers outside of Fengdu City to inherit the Fengdu Haunted House amusement park." Instantly, the invisible shackles that bound her seemed to dissolve. Li Miao's eyes brightened. She had not anticipated the app's genuine utility. Without a moment's delay, she purchased a train ticket to Fengdu. She had endured enough of her uncle's family, being bullied, insulted, and constrained. An escape seemed impossible, but this time, she intended to venture far away. Fengdu was her mother's hometown, a second-tier provincial capital. While it could not compare to metropolises like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, it was still a provincial capital and had seen decent development. The distance to Ningqiang was considerable, and with limited funds and uncertainty about what awaited her, she settled for a train ticket that would take 7 to 8 hours. Over the years, Li Miao had toiled diligently, but her luck had been perpetually dismal, frequently making mistakes and suffering inexplicable injuries, necessitating job changes that left her with little savings. She had no intention of retrieving her belongings from her uncle's house, as they were nothing but worthless junk. She kept her identification and important documents close at hand. After a day of turmoil, Li Miao finally arrived at the outskirts of Fengdu City by nightfall. The map on her phone did not reveal the location of the Fengdu haunted house. After considerable effort, she found the place, a vast, dilapidated amusement park with a weathered sign barely legible, displaying the words Fengdu Haunted House. The high walls were shrouded in mist, obscuring the interior from view. With nightfall, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the area. As she reached the entrance, contemplating how to inherit the haunted house, her phone screen illuminated suddenly. The once innocuous app emitted a glow, followed by a prominent message. Miss Li Miao, do you wish to inherit this haunted house? Below were two options. Yes, and certainly. Li Miao pondered. Was there truly a distinction between these options? She selected yes. Upon doing so, she gained access to the app. The interface was remarkably straightforward, predominantly black in color, mirroring the exterior. At the bottom were three main menus: Haunted House Management, My Tasks, and My Profile. She first clicked on My Profile, which displayed name, Li Miao, age, 20, gender, suspected female, Li Miao. What does suspected female mean? Is my appearance not sufficiently clear? Continuing to scroll down, she saw assets, 350 yuan pauper, Li Miao. I can endure this. Points, 0, destitute pauper. Talent, none, a simpleton. Collection, none, bankrupt. Skills, none, barely surviving. Did this app also indulge in mockery? Li Miao pursed her lips. Resigning herself to her situation, and considering the late hour, she decided to enter and settle in. Thus, she approached the entrance, placing her hand on the doorknob. Just as she was about to turn it, the app lit up once more. Glancing down, she noticed the My Tasks section flashing. Upon clicking it, she saw the display. The haunted house owner has arrived at the haunted house. Main quest: manage Fengdu haunted house and make it world famous has commenced. Main quest activated. Rewards include 3 blind boxes. Blind boxes. Li Miao adored unboxing them. Tentatively, she tapped on the blind box icon, and a flash of white light enveloped her as a square, dark box appeared in her arms. The count of blind boxes in the app decreased from 3 to 2. Setting the blind box on the ground, she uncovered the topmost layer, resembling a yellow talisman. As soon as she peeled it away, a chilling breeze swept through, and a beautiful woman in a qipao materialized before her. Li Miao jumped back in shock. How had a living person suddenly appeared? Instinctively, she retreated, her expression wary. Who are you? The qipao beauty was extraordinarily lovely, her hair styled in the classic curls reminiscent of the Republican era. She bowed gracefully to Li Miao, her voice soft and gentle. This humble lady is Ruhua, honored to meet the owner of the haunted house. Ruhua? The name struck a familiar chord. Li Miao recalled 2 figures associated with it. One, a character from Stephen Chow's film, a man disguised as a woman. The other, the ghost Ruhua, who awaited the return of her beloved. It was evident that the enchanting figure before her could not be a man in disguise, which meant she was. Are you alive or a ghost? Li Miao inquired. Unable to be together in life, we made a pact to meet in death. Alas, I have waited below for decades, yet he has not come. Thus, I ventured forth to see if I might find him. Chapter 4. Unveiling the blind box. As the first blind box was opened, a stunning figure emerged, and Li Miao felt an eager curiosity to discover what lay within the second box. Upon opening it, a wisp of green smoke billowed forth, revealing a remarkably beautiful young girl clad in ancient attire, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Just as Li Miao was about to inquire about her identity, the girl swiftly tore off her own face, transforming into a ghastly figure with a green visage and serrated jaws, lunging towards Li Miao with malevolent intent. Goodness, this demon intends to devour me, Li Miao exclaimed, turning on her heels to flee. Beside her, Ruhua dashed away even faster, exclaiming, "Oh no, it's a skinning demon. This creature feasts upon human hearts." Watching Ruhua outpace her, Li Miao was at a loss for words. Why are you running? Aren't you a spirit? Do you not possess any powers? Ruhua shouted back as she ran. I cannot contend with the skinning demon. It not only consumes hearts but also torments lesser spirits. Should it capture me, it would be disastrous. Thus, 1 girl and 1 demon raced ahead, while the ghastly figure pursued closely behind. Li Miao, already in poor health, began to slow down, realizing that the demon was closing in. Suddenly, Ruhua sprang forward, grasped her hand, and propelled them both towards the entrance of the haunted house. Li Miao crashed through the door, landing heavily on the ground. This is it, my life is forfeit, she thought, squeezing her eyes shut in anticipation of the pain of having her heart extracted. Yet, to her astonishment, the agony never came. Cautiously, she opened her eyes. You may rise. All is well, Ruhua said, having reverted to her previous elegant demeanor, casually smoothing her hair as though the frantic escape had never occurred. We are all spirits bound to this haunted house, and you are the master here. Within these walls, no spirit may harm you. Miao sat up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Why did you not mention this sooner? I ran in vain, she lamented. Had I known, I would have simply opened the blind boxes here. Ruhua, covering her mouth with a handkerchief, smiled shyly. I forgot. How utterly unreliable, Miao retorted. Although it was true that the skinning demon could not harm her within the haunted house, its menacing demeanor persisted, drooling hungrily, as if ready to strike. Terrified, Miao hesitated to open a third blind box. Who knew what it might contain? The two demons, one on each side, resembled the fearsome guardians of folklore, relentlessly drooling over her. She feared not only being bitten but also succumbing to terror itself. Her head throbbed with anxiety. The skinning demon was clearly unruly. With such behavior, it would be impossible to manage a haunted house, as any guest would be frightened away upon entering. Moreover, Miao was concerned that the demon might escape and harm someone. Fear not, Ruhua reassured her. It cannot leave the haunted house. Miao raised her gaze, feigning interest. Ruhua elaborated. As soon as I entered, I felt a binding force, a connection to the haunted house. Once inside, I am unable to leave. And I suspect the skinning demon is likewise confined. If it could, it would have fled by now. Furthermore, the haunted house not only restrains us from departing, but also ensures we cannot inflict harm. Upon hearing the latter, Miao's eyes brightened. Excellent, as long as it does not harm anyone. However, her expression soon dimmed again. But these are merely the most basic stipulations. With the skinning demon behaving so wildly, it is impossible for it to follow my commands and frighten customers effectively. Currently, I only have you and the skinning demon. Together, we cannot sustain a haunted house. Miao retrieved her phone and opened the Fengdu Haunted House app, searching for methods to tame the skinning demon. Unfortunately, after extensive searching, she found nothing useful. Ultimately, she discovered a help option within her profile. Tentatively, she clicked it, revealing a page that read, "In case of danger, please call out Meng, save me." Meng, save me? Miao shouted. In an instant, a tall figure clad in black materialized beside her. It was a man, strikingly handsome, with chiseled features and an expressionless visage. Who is this? Miao wondered, glancing at the defiant skinning demon. Skinning demon, behave. Go deal with him. As the words left her lips, the man in black suddenly lunged forward, wielding a whip that he lashed at the skinning demon with ferocity. One strike reduced the demon to a mere shadow. Emitting a whimper, with a second blow, the dark mist surrounding it dissipated by half, and by the third strike, the skinning demon could no longer utter a sound, collapsing motionless, leaving only a faint wisp of black vapor. Ruhua was horrified, unable to meet the gaze of the man in black, feeling overwhelmed by the oppressive aura he exuded, as if he could crush her with a mere flick of his eyelid. She dared only to plead softly with Miao. Master, please cease. The skinning demon is on the verge of annihilation. Upon hearing this, Miao approached the fallen demon and kicked it lightly. Do you wish to live? If so, obey me from now on, and do not defy my commands. The skinning demon quickly bowed and nodded in a pitiful manner, entirely stripped of its previous arrogance. Satisfied, Miao turned to Meng. That will suffice. You need not continue. Upon her command, Meng retracted his whip and vanished instantly. How splendid! With Meng as her formidable ally, she could tame the spirits and manage the haunted house. Elated by this thought, Miao promptly checked her tasks to see if any new assignments had appeared. There were 2 side tasks listed, one to create a dwelling for Ruhua and the other for the skinning demon. Ruhua could wait, as she was content to remain with Miao for the time being. Miao resolved to focus on constructing a habitat for the skinning demon first. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for a suitable area to establish the scene. Having been in the haunted house for a while, it was her first opportunity to truly observe her environment. The initial impression of the haunted house was one of vastness, It seemed endlessly expansive, with no visible boundaries. Additionally, it bore an air of desolation, with only a few dilapidated structures scattered about. Approaching the nearest building, she entered a spacious hall featuring a reception desk near the entrance, opposite which were sofas and tables presumably intended for visitors to rest. To the left stood an elevator. As she stepped inside, she counted the floors, 16 above ground and 2 below, totaling 18 stories. This place is quite tall, she mused. Miao decided upon the second floor for the skinning demon as habitat, which would require elaborate settings, a dilapidated temple, a residence belonging to a man named Wang Sheng, complete with a hidden chamber. Constructing these scenes would demand considerable resources, and upon counting the meager coins in her pocket, she realized she was financially constrained. It seemed a credit card was in order. Feeling the day's fatigue, she resolved to rest for the night, opting to sleep on the sofa in the hall without any blankets, simply draping a coat over herself. Despite the rudimentary conditions, Miao felt an extraordinary sense of peace. How wonderful it was to finally distance herself from the Li family. Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, the Li family was engaged in a discussion about her whereabouts. Ning Qingli. Chapter 5. Scene construction in Ning City, Li family. Li Yang was somewhat impatient. Among the 5 children in the Li family, she was the youngest and the only daughter, having been pampered since childhood, which cultivated her haughty and willful demeanor. Today was her engagement ceremony, and she was supposed to be with Shi Zimo that evening. However, her father insisted that she stay home to wait for Miao. Annoyed, she kicked the table and exclaimed, "Dad, why must we wait for her? What does it matter where she goes? It would be better if she died outside." "Enough nonsense," Uncle Li admonished. "She is your sister." Yi Tsuayin patted her daughter's shoulder, urging her not to provoke Uncle Li's anger. Leaning against her mother's shoulder, Li Yang pouted. Despite her displeasure, she refrained from further remarks. She was merely throwing a small tantrum. She could not escape from our grasp. After all these years, her fate was nearing its conclusion. What could possibly happen? Perhaps she was merely hiding in a corner, weeping. Uncle Li nodded in agreement with Uncle Li Si's words, yet maintained a stern expression, pointing at his children. "You all need to tone it down and not bully her too much. And no more playing that ball game in the future. Li Yang, do not use a knife on her. It is far too dangerous." Li Yang pouted.
"I didn't want to use a knife.
Today, her blood splattered on my hands. It was absolutely disgusting. I just wanted to look a little prettier. Women love beauty. After all." Seeing her daughter sulking, Uncle Li's attitude softened immediately. All right, I understand. It is not our precious Yang's fault.
Next time,
you can feed her some disfiguring medicine. It's safe and 1 tea splatter blood." "Dad, you are too biased." Li Lao rolled his eyes. "Miao's beauty has all been taken by my sister. I need it too. Do not forget, I am the top influencer. Looks are everything. Get lost. Men should not concern themselves with beauty. It is all your fault for wanting to take away some of Miao's beauty. If it were all given to Yang, she wouldn't have to wield a knife herself today." Uncle Li justifiably defended his bias. "Once her fate is completely altered, will she not perish?"
Li Lao inquired curiously.
"Yes," Li Yang nodded. "I heard it from third brother." "Alas, that is indeed a pity," Li Lao lamented. "It is hard to find someone to bully, a punching bag so obedient. All right, I will devise a few more games and subject her to the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty." Laughter filled the room. Feng Cheng. Miao awoke early, washed her face, and began sketching design plans. She was always meticulous in her work, striving for perfection. She aimed to create a complete scene for her ghostly design despite limited funds. During the sketching process, she consulted the opinions of the skin-changing spirit. The spirit, now clad in a beautiful woman's guise, had transformed into a delicate ancient beauty of about 15 or 16, gently seated beside Miao. Upon seeing Miao inquire, it extended its slender finger and pointed to the study's location. Wang Sheng's study is in the backyard, a bit distant from the front yard.
Miao nudda.
Continuing to refine her design. However, the skin-changing spirit did not leave, remaining beside her. Miao looked up, inquiringly gazing at it. The spirit chuckled. "Master, may I eat a human heart?" Miao's expression hardened. "No, you must behave. If you do not listen, I will let Meng deal with you." At the mention of Ming, the spirit shivered in fear, quickly covering its face. I won't dare. I won't dare. After scolding, Li Miao offered a sweet reward. If you obediently work hard, once we open for business, I will burn incense for you to enjoy every day. If you receive good reviews from customers, I will prepare grand meals with fish and meat, allowing you to savor the essence of food. The prospect of daily incense made the skin-changing spirit very happy, and upon hearing about the meat, it nearly drooled. All right, wipe off the drool, Li Miao said disdainfully. The spirit, draped in a woman's guise, hardly resembled a beauty, appearing rather shabby. Once the design was completed, Li Miao headed to the building materials market, selecting the cheapest materials and hiring 2 masons from the roadside. Nowadays, masons were particularly expensive, costing 450 a day. Li Miao felt a pang in her heart as she squeezed her phone. She had already spent over 10,000 in just one morning. She needed to open for business and earn money quickly, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to afford food next month. As Li Miao, a young girl, approached to select workers, one man with a pockmarked face harbored ulterior motives. He dismissed the 2 honest-looking masons she had chosen and approached her with money. Boss, are you renovating your own place? Where is it? In the western suburbs. I'm opening a haunted house that needs some work. The western suburbs? The pockmarked man's eyes darted. That place is quite remote and desolate, but since you are opening a haunted house, the more desolate the better. I see this as a great business opportunity. We should have a long-term partnership. Boss, hire me and my brother. We are cheap, just 300 a day. After speaking, he gestured for the 2 masons he had previously dismissed to join him. Have you found someone? The pockmarked man grinned. Boss, they can't go anymore. The 2 honest masons, not daring to cause trouble, smiled apologetically at Li Miao. Sorry, boss. We just remembered we have other work to do. We can't go. Can't go? Li Miao put down her phone and glanced at the pockmarked man. It seemed trouble was brewing. Seeing that Li Miao was alone and a young girl, someone softened and subtly advised, Boss, if you are not in a hurry, you can come back tomorrow. The pockmarked man and his crew were certainly not good people. Shut your mouth. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. The pockmarked man turned around and punched the speaker. Witnessing this scene, Li Miao frowned and remarked, Fine, I will hire you and your brother. Li Miao agreed. Chapter 6. Side quest rewards. After Li Miao departed with the pockmarked face and his brother, the workers by the roadside expressed their concerns for her. The pockmarked face was known to be unscrupulous, harboring ill intentions and bullying those he perceived as vulnerable, particularly a young girl like her. Despite his initially low demands, once they reached their destination, he would surely inflate his price, demanding no less than 1,000 or 1,800. If the employer refused to pay, he would create disturbances. The pockmarked face and his brother, De Zhuang, had conned a considerable amount of money together. The locals were well aware of their reputation, yet they dared not provoke them, as the workers were merely trying to make a living and could only swallow their grievances. One worker sighed, Alas, that girl is in for trouble. Another remarked coldly, It's hard to counsel the damned. We've hinted enough, yet she remains oblivious. She deserves her misfortune. With her limited funds, Li Miao took the subway with a pockmarked face and a zhuang. She sat alone on a seat while they huddled in a corner, whispering, Brother, that girl doesn't seem wealthy, riding the subway and too stingy to hail a cab. She's practically destitute, De Zhuang scoffed at Li Miao. The pockmarked face turned his head, scrutinizing her discreetly. The young woman wore a hat and sunglasses, her face partially obscured by bandages, and her attire was unremarkable and inexpensive, giving the impression of someone without money. The pockmarked face frowned. Even the poorest must have 1,000 or 1,800 tucked away. Especially since she runs a haunted house, a lucrative business with expenses for rent, props, and staff. Plenty of places to spend money. De Zhuang nodded in agreement. When we arrive, we'll extort her. By the way, isn't the western suburbs a graveyard? Who would visit a haunted house there? He had checked his phone's map earlier and noted there was nothing there. Why bother with that? We just need to con her and leave. Her business is none of our concern. The pockmarked face was disinterested in overthinking, believing that today's youth craved thrills. Imagine the excitement of a haunted house in a graveyard. The subway was remarkably efficient, and within half an hour, they arrived. Li Miao led the way, with a pockmarked face and a zhuang trailing behind. Initially, they assumed her haunted house would be a small establishment, but upon arrival, they were awestruck by the massive walls of the property.
Wow.
This place is enormous. How much must the rent be? We're going to strike it rich. They exchanged glances, preparing for a big con. Entering the haunted house, they reached the main building. Miao guided them to the second floor and handed them the blueprints, asking, "Can you read this?" The pockmarked face glanced at the blueprints, feigning confusion. "Oh dear. It's quite complicated. This. Just as he was about to demand more money, two stunning beauties approached, one in a qipao and the other in traditional attire, both more beautiful than any television star. The pockmarked face was taken aback, and a zhuang stood dumbfounded. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, the pockmarked face asked, "Boss, who are these two?" Miao replied coolly, "They are the staff here." Such beautiful staff. The pockmarked face's interest was piqued. He surveyed the surroundings and realized there were only 5 of them, with 3 vulnerable women present, and the area was desolate for miles around. What a golden opportunity! Dying under the peony makes for a flamboyant ghost. The pockmarked face and his brother exchanged knowing glances, then nodded at Miao. "We understand. We're experienced hands. Don't worry, we'll ensure the renovations are completed." "Very well." Then Miao nodded, pointing to the 2 beauties. "They will supervise. If you have any questions, ask them." After Miao left, the pockmarked face immediately approached the beauty in traditional attire. She was extraordinarily beautiful, youthful and refreshing, igniting his desires. "Miss, there is something I don't quite understand. Could you teach me?" he said, presenting the blueprints while casually grasping her hand. To his surprise, she did not pull away, but instead leaned her head against his chest. "How about we discuss this in the room?" The prospect of retreating to a room with such a charming girl was too tempting for the pockmarked face. Ecstatic, he hurriedly pulled her towards the room. "What is your name?" he inquired.
"Everyone calls me Huapai," she replied.
"Huapai?" A fleeting clarity crossed the pockmarked face's mind. Why did that name sound so familiar? "I wish to have your heart. Will you give it to me?" she said, pointing at his chest. "Oh my, she wants his heart." The pockmarked face was utterly enchanted, grinning widely. Yes, you can have my heart." Hearing this, Huapai's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wonderful. I shall go dig it out." In an instant, she swiftly tore off her human skin, revealing her true form. Fingers outstretched toward his chest. "Monster!" The pockmarked face was struck dumb, letting out a piercing scream as he turned to flee. "Help! Help! There's a ghost! De Zhuang! Save me!" Simultaneously, from another room, De Zhuang's terrified scream echoed. "A ghost! Pockmarked face, save me!" The 2 men, paralyzed with fear, ran in all directions while Huapai and Ruhua leisurely pursued them. Their shrieks filled the air, terror causing them to lose control. When Miao arrived, the 2 were huddled in a corner, trembling. "All right, calm down. Don't scare them. They still have work to do." Miao kicked the pockmarked face, urging him to get back to work. Tears streamed down his face. His former bravado vanished. Trembling, he stammered, "Boss, are they really ghosts?" This inspiration had come from Miao's encounter with Meng. The sight of her fiercely whipping the ghostly figure had been striking. The pockmarked face and De Zhuang dared not resist, meekly getting back to work. With her funds already insufficient, Miao seized the opportunity to utilize the willing labor of the pockmarked face and De Zhuang. She confined them to work for 3 days, completing the scenes with Huapai before releasing them. Upon learning they could finally leave, the 2 were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces, abandoning their pay and scrambling to escape. "Finally, we can leave this haunted place." They vowed never to return even a single step. After their departure, Miao inspected the constructed scenes, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, the app flickered to life, and she opened My Tasks. The side quest regarding the construction of the scene for Huapai was complete, and she received a reward. Reward. Scene materialization. What could this mean? Curiosity piqued. Miao accepted the reward and clicked to use it. At the moment she clicked, the scene before her suddenly transformed. Just as she marveled at the change, the app flickered again. Chapter 7. The opening of the haunted house. What is this again? Curious, Miao opened the app and clicked in. revealing a pop-up window that read, "Congratulations to the haunted house owner Li Miao for acquiring the first instance. The main quest, the initial construction of the haunted houses now in progress. Reward, permanent increase in mental strength." Below, a small note added, "Beware the mesmerizing spirits. Once your mental strength is enhanced, you will no longer be susceptible to their enchantments, and your body will not be tainted by malevolent energies." Li Miao claimed her reward, feeling a surge of radiant energy envelop her, followed by a shiver, as a warm sensation began to rise from her feet. She felt invigorated, her spirit lifted. Ever since being adopted by Uncle Li, her health had been frail, and she lacked vitality. People often labeled her as lazy, but only Li Miao understood that it was not laziness, but rather her weakened constitution. Now, liberated from that debilitating feeling, she brimmed with energy. Meanwhile, far away in Ning City, Li Yang suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose. Beside him, Shizi Mo expressed concern. "Caught a cold? Did you get chilled?" Li Yang flashed a confident smile, asserting, "I never catch colds. My health is exceptional." In another location abroad, Li Laosi unexpectedly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He was exhausted and longed to sleep. His friend, taken aback, remarked, "Old C, aren't you famously resilient? You can stay up for 72 hours and still be full of life. What is wrong with you tonight? It's only midnight. Haha. Are you feeling weak? Get lost." Li Laosi kicked his joking friend, yawning, "I'm done for today. I have an esports competition in a couple of days. I need to rest and recharge." Unbeknownst to Li Miao, the happenings concerning Li Yang and Li Laosi were distant from her thoughts. As she focused on exploring her newfound mental strength, she glanced at Ruhua and Huapai, realizing that her perception of them had shifted post-enhancement. Previously, upon first encountering Ruhua, she was utterly captivated by her beauty, drawn into her aura, sensing a profound sorrow emanating from her, which invoked genuine compassion.
Now,
Ruhua appeared simply as an ordinary female ghost, devoid of any influence over her. As for Huapai, even if it were to peel off a human skin mask, Li Miao would feel no fear, merely finding it repulsive. Ruhua approached Li Miao, circling around her. "You seem different. I can sense that I can no longer confuse you. You are quite formidable." Huapai chimed in, "Your life force was once feeble, easily tainted by ghostly energy. But now your yang energy is robust. I hardly dare come close." Delighted by their words, Li Miao realized the app was indeed beneficial. In the haunted house, she celebrated her improved health. However, the workers nearby were engrossed in discussions about Ma Zilian and Zhuang. Some suggested reporting to the authorities. Just as the debate about whether to call the police ensued, a taxi pulled over and Ma Zilian and De Zhuang tumbled out. Immediately, they clung to the leg of the nearest person, wailing, "Help us, please. That woman is a ghost. She is a demon." After only 3 days apart, the two had been tormented to the brink of exhaustion, their faces pale and their steps shaky, as if drained of their life force. Others mocked them. "You two are quite cowardly. That girl runs a haunted house, of course. She has scary props. You're just scared." Ma Zilian and Zhuang, once arrogant, now bowed their heads in defeat, feeling humiliated. With the haunted house now possessing an instance, Li Miao contemplated selling tickets for its opening. Financially constrained, she could not afford to create Ruhua's brothel scene until she earned enough to build a second setting. Without hesitation, she straightened the sign at the entrance and began selling tickets on a group buying app. After researching the prices of other horror escape rooms, which ranged from 100 to 200, with some extravagant ones priced at 300, she decided to set her ticket price at 88, given the lack of initial popularity. After crafting a compelling description and uploading photos, she anxiously awaited sales. Unfortunately, after a night of anticipation, no tickets were sold. Realizing that relying solely on the group buying app was insufficient, she resolved to print flyers at a nearby print shop and distribute them at the nearby university. At the Finance University, 4 male students in a dormitory were discussing their weekend plans. The dorm leader had recently started dating and proposed an outing with his 3 friends and their girlfriends, totaling 8 individuals. They needed a venue that could accommodate them. "How about the amusement park?" suggested the dorm leader. "No, that's a bad idea. The crowds on weekends make everything a hassle," countered the second dorm mate. Then how about a picnic? Proposed the third, adjusting his glasses. Boring, the second dismissed again. We can't cook in our dorm. We can't just bring snacks, can we? As they pondered where to go, the youngest and most robust member, Wang Jian, suddenly suggested, "Let us go to the haunted house." Wang Jian adored escape rooms and horror experiences, having nearly exhausted all the haunted houses in Fengdu. This time, the second dorm mate did not object. A haunted house sounds good, but we've nearly tried all the indoor ones. Wang Jian took out his phone and opened the group buying app. Let me see if any new places have opened.
Oh.
Fengdu Haunted House? That's quite a name. Let us check it out. The others gathered around him to see. Indeed, it was a newly opened establishment, featuring only one theme, Hua Pai, which seemed rather outdated. The second dorm mate expressed disdain. What era is this? Who plays with Hua Pai anymore? Other places have Japanese horror, zombie survival, and midnight scares. Just hearing the names makes your heart race. The third dorm mate, ever meticulous, had read through the description, noting that while the theme was old-fashioned, the decor looked appealing. The ticket price was reasonable, and it was conveniently close to their school, making it worth a visit. Upon hearing about the proximity, they instinctively checked the address. 18 Huangquan Road, West Suburb. It was indeed quite near their school, which was also located in the western outskirts. Wait a minute. The dorm leader suddenly exclaimed, ISNT 18, Huangquan Road the cemetery? When did it turn into a haunted house? Chapter 8. Opening Rewards. Dormitory leader Zhao Daping, a native of Fengdu, grew up in the city and is well acquainted with the area. He clearly remembers that number 18, Huangquan Road, was once a cemetery. How has it transformed into a haunted house? It must be so. Zhao Daping, with his simple and honest demeanor, nodded in agreement to Wang Jian's suggestion without further thought. This will do, he declared. The second dormitory member made a decisive choice, noting the proximity and affordability of the location, mentioning that the duration was approximately an hour and a half. This arrangement was met with unanimous approval. Zhao Daping took out his phone to consult his girlfriend for her opinion. After a brief wait, he received feedback that the girls' dormitory agreed. Miao had just finished printing flyers when she noticed the order, a total of 8, instantly earning 704 yuan. Although a percentage would be deducted by the group purchase software, a considerable sum remained. With only 3 staff members, including herself, they barely managed and needed to streamline the process. As it was an immersive experience, Miao purchased 10 sets of ancient costumes. She had a dark birthmark on her face and a scar from Li Yang's scratch, fearing that she might frighten people. Thus, she bought a mask, a grotesque smiling face that covered her entire face, albeit with a pallid complexion and an unnaturally wide grin, perfectly aligning with the haunted house's atmosphere. Was there a new task? A reward. Complete collection of talismans. Miao clicked to receive the reward, and the talisman collection automatically entered her belongings. Though she could not physically hold it, she could view it on her phone. The complete collection of talismans. Miao felt a surge of excitement, eager to explore its contents. However, upon opening it, she discovered only one exorcism talisman was available, while the others remained locked, requiring visitor popularity to unlock. One talisman would be unlocked for every 100 popularity points. With nothing else visible, Miao focused on studying the exorcism talisman, which served 2 primary purposes: to dispel evil spirits and to prevent malevolent entities from approaching when worn. This talisman seemed quite beneficial, especially since the haunted house housed genuine spirits, and visitors would inevitably absorb some negative energy. Previously, Miao had considered instructing guests to stay in sunlight for 2 hours after leaving the haunted house. Now, with the exorcism talisman, it would be much easier. She could simply give it to the visitors, allowing them to wear it for a while to cleanse themselves of the negative energy. As Ruhua mentioned, successful talismans would exhibit a subtle glow, while the ones Miao drew were mere scraps, posing no threat to her. Determined and resilient, Miao refused to give up easily. If she failed to draw successfully today, she would continue tomorrow, believing that persistence would eventually lead to success. While others might learn something in a day, Miao required 10 days or even longer. Despite her struggles, her unwavering spirit allowed her to gain admission to university. Zhao Daping, Wang Jian, and the others rose early, dressed neatly, and even made slight embellishments to their appearance. After breakfast, they gathered with the girls' dormitory at the school gate. Zhao Dapeng's girlfriend, the head of the girls' dormitory, Qin Dan, was a shrewd and generous girl who appreciated Zhao Dapeng's honest and simple nature. Once both groups assembled, they proceeded to the subway station together. The fourth girl from the girls' dormitory, who was 2 years younger than her companions and appeared small and timid, was apprehensive as it was her first visit to a haunted house. Clinging to the arm of the third girl, she murmured, "Will it be scary?" The pictures looked terrifying. The third girl shared her apprehension. "You guys are too timid. This level of horror frightens you?" Wang Jian exclaimed, "The theme of painted skin is so old. It has been portrayed in movies and dramas multiple times. It's quite cliché. Have you been there?" inquired the third girl, intrigued. Wang Jian scoffed. "I wouldn't bother with such a simple theme." Unbeknownst to them, Wang Jian possessed an impressive fearlessness, having explored every haunted house and escape room in Fengdu. Zhao Dapeng added, "He even sang in a cemetery."
Wow.
"That's remarkable," the girls gasped, astonished at Wang Jian's audacity. Reveling in their admiration, Wang Jian tossed his hair back and boasted, "This time, I'm mainly here to accompany you. With me around, you needn't be afraid. I could easily take down an NPC with a single punch." He flexed his biceps for emphasis. "Listen, don't let the pictures scare you. They're all edited. The actual venue is sure to be quite rudimentary. Authentic ancient settings are expensive, and most of it is just for show. The walls and windows are painted. When you get there, you'll see it's all a facade." To Wang Jian, the story of painted skin was stale and barely worthy of a 1-star rating. "Only 1 star?" Qin Dan exclaimed in disbelief. "What would 5 stars entail?" Wang Jian proudly replied, "You'll see for yourselves during your first visit. If you enjoy it, I can take you to even scarier places. This painted skin is merely an introductory level." Reassured by Wang Jian's words, the group relaxed, expecting their haunted house visit to be less terrifying than anticipated. They took the subway and, after walking an additional 400 to 500 meters from the station, arrived at their destination. The location was conveniently accessible, yet somewhat desolate, with few buildings in sight. The group expressed their astonishment. Zhao Dapeng, spinning around to survey the area, grew increasingly perplexed. When did so many buildings appear here? This vast expanse must cover hundreds of thousands of square meters. It's almost like a large development area. Indeed, Qin Dan noted, sensing something amiss. This space would be ideal for a factory. Establishing a haunted house here seems wasteful. Don't overthink it. Who knows how this area is planned? Wang Jian led the way forward, urging, "Let us hurry inside." Following Wang Jian, they entered through the main gate, immediately spotting a large building directly ahead. Surrounding it were several dilapidated structures that appeared abandoned, with only the front building illuminated. "Come on, let us head over there." Wang Jian pointed toward the building. As Qin Dan trailed behind, she found it increasingly strange that such a large area lacked even a security guard. Perhaps it's deliberately crafted to create an atmosphere. After all, it is a haunted house, she mused. Zhao Dapeng, with his girlfriend in tow, jogged ahead. To the building. Chapter 9. The theme of painted skin. The entrance of the building appeared dilapidated and heavy, requiring considerable effort to push open, even for someone as strong as Wang Jian. "Hurry inside, I will hold the door," he called out. One by one, the group rushed in, only to find that the interior was even more worn down than the exterior. The floor was bare cement, devoid of tiles, and tattered. Dark curtains hung around, while the overhead chandelier flickered dimly, creaking ominously as if it might fall at any moment. The hall was utterly deserted, an eerie silence enveloping the space. The youngest among them was on the verge of tears, clinging tightly to the arm of the third girl from the girls' dormitory. "There's nothing to fear," Wang Jian boomed reassuringly. "This is all part of the design, intended to spook you." After comforting the youngest, he shouted into the depths of the building, "Is anyone here?" "Yes," a raspy female voice responded from behind them. A scream escaped the youngest's lips, while the others felt their legs weaken in fright. Only Wang Jian frowned, clearly displeased with the frightful introduction. Miao had not intended to scare them. She was simply unaware of their arrival and had gone to the lounge to rest. Upon hearing the commotion, she had come to investigate. The mask she wore was merely to conceal her scars and birthmarks. However, she couldn't reveal that and instead smiled, explaining, We are creating an immersive experience, establishing the atmosphere from the moment you step through the door. Wang Jian nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the ambience is quite effective. It feels chilling, he remarked, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. Li Miao then retrieved her phone to validate their tickets and led them to the changing room for costumes. After everyone had changed, she guided them to the elevator for the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Miao gestured ahead. You may enter. The theme of painted skin lasts approximately an hour and a half. I hope you enjoy. With that, she departed through another exit. Once Li Miao had left, the group curiously surveyed the scene before them. From their perspective, a straight, ancient street lined with various shops unfolded, steeped in a rich historical ambience. However, since it was night, the shops were closed, lending an air of desolation. Qin Dan approached one of the storefronts, scrutinizing it closely. It's incredibly lifelike. Come and see. These buildings are authentic. The others gathered around the window, poking a hole in the paper to peer inside. It was an inn, entirely resembling a genuine ancient establishment, just like those depicted on television. The second girl from the dormitory exclaimed, "The street set is nearly on par with a film studio. This must have cost a fortune." The third girl nodded in agreement. With such a set design, it's worth the ticket price. While the group was engrossed in examining the buildings, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them, fortune-telling, predicting heaven and earth, predicting life, satisfaction guaranteed, no fee if inaccurate. They exchanged glances. Was this the NPC? However, they found the simplicity of the haunted house amusing, with the owner personally playing the part. Wang Jian, unimpressed, stepped forward impatiently. Hey, fortune-teller, tell me my fortune.
Li Miao,
portraying the fortune-teller, scrutinized Wang Jian briefly before calculating with her fingers. Head east. A benefactor awaits you there. Are we following the plot? Qin Dan asked excitedly, gripping Zhao Daping's hand. This was her first experience with such a horror escape room, and she found it thrilling.
presumably, something would trigger in the east.
Zhao Daping nodded. Let us head east. Wait, Wang Jian interjected. Let's go west instead. This theme is plainly uninteresting. We might as well look for their weaknesses and defy the NPC. Among the group of 8, Wang Jian had visited the most haunted houses and was the most adept at navigating them. Everyone regarded him as their leader, following his lead without question. They chose not to heed the fortune-teller's advice and instead ventured westward. After walking for several minutes, they stumbled upon a decrepit temple. The temple lacked a main entrance, yet a shadowy figure was faintly visible within. It's an NPC, they exclaimed, rushing inside to discover what this character was about, only to find themselves momentarily speechless at the sight.
Wow.
She is stunning, one of them gasped. The actress in ancient attire was breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a star. It seemed a waste for her to be performing as an NPC in a haunted house. The young woman was wiping her eyes with a handkerchief, seemingly in tears. What troubles you? They inquired. The painted-skinned spirit wiped her tears and spoke sorrowfully. My parents, driven by greed, wished to arrange a ghost marriage for me, forcing me to wed a corpse. I fled my home, yet have nowhere to go, and so I weep in this forsaken temple. How outrageous! What kind of parents would sell their daughter? Someone exclaimed. Indeed, compelling their daughter to marry a dead man. Another added. As the group seethed with indignation on behalf of the painted skin spirit, Wang Jian suddenly declared, Since you have nowhere to go, why not come home with me? I reside at the Wang mansion in the east. You may call me Wang Sheng. What has come over him? The others wondered, bewildered by his words. When did he become Wang Sheng? Thank you, kind sir, the painted skin spirit replied, joyfully linking her arm with Wang Jian's. I have no way to repay you. I am willing to offer myself in return. With that, the two departed towards the east, leaving the others stunned in their wake. The bespectacled third boy from the dormitory was the first to regain his composure, rushing to intercept Wang Jian. Wang Jian, what is wrong with you? Wang Sheng. Wang Jian replied, seemingly transformed. I wish to marry the painted skin spirit and invite you all to my wedding. The painted skin spirit? The third boy was utterly confounded, pointing at the spirit in disbelief. Is she truly the painted skin spirit? Wang Jian nodded, gazing adoringly at her. This is the painted skin spirit, my beloved. We are to wed. His expression was peculiarly unsettling, resembling a soulless puppet. The third boy stepped back in fear. Zhao Dapeng approached, attempting to pull Wang Jian back, only to be thrust away as Wang Jian coldly retorted, "Leave. No one can separate me from the painted skin spirit." The youngest among them began to cry, unable to comprehend how Wang Jian, who had seemed normal just moments ago, had suddenly become so entranced. "What's wrong with him? Is he acting?" she murmured weakly. The second boy from the dormitory shook his head gravely. "I don't know. Let us follow them." The group made their way to the Wang mansion in the east, which was adorned festively, exuding a celebratory atmosphere. Wang Sheng and the painted skin spirit donned wedding attire and proceeded to bow in marriage. There were no other guests, only the 7 of them. After the ceremony, Wang Sheng led the painted skin spirit to toast their guests. "Dear friends, thank you for attending the banquet celebrating my union with the painted skin spirit. I would like to propose a toast." With that, he produced a bottle of wine to fill their glasses, revealing a crimson liquid pouring into the cups. Blood. Chapter 10. Wedding Ceremony Blood. Qin Dan covered her mouth. The youngest member had already bent over and retched. The second in the boys' dormitory quickly reassured everyone, "Fear not, it's fake. The blood in the haunted house is all a ruse." Fake? Qin Dan lifted her wine glass and inhaled deeply. A strong scent of rust assaulted her nostrils.
No.
"This is not fake. It is real." Qin Dan's complexion turned pale as she began to feel nauseous. The others also looked unwell, clearly having sensed the metallic odor of blood. At that moment, Wang Jian surprisingly raised his glass and drank it down in one gulp, exclaiming, "Good wine." The crowd collectively gasped. At this juncture, Huapi approached with a tray bearing 4 dishes, one of live spiders, one of live centipedes, one of human entrails, and one of maggots. Upon seeing these grotesque offerings, the youngest member trembled in fear.
Wah-ah.
"Those worms are alive and wriggling. Come on, taste Huanyang's culinary skills. They're all delicacies." Wang Jian waved his chopsticks, urging everyone to eat. Huapi sat down and picked up a live spider, slowly bringing it to her mouth as the onlookers watched in shock. Then, with a crunch, the spider's inside splattered, leaving a viscous liquid on her lips. "A bit salty," Huapi remarked. "Huanyang's cooking is the finest. How could it be salty?" Wang Jian said, picking up a maggot and slowly placing it in his mouth. "Don't!" Zhao Dapeng cried out in alarm, sweat beading on his forehead. "What's wrong with you, fourth? That's a maggot. How could you eat that?" He stood up, pulling Wang Jian towards the exit. Wang Jian shrugged him off. "What are you doing? Huanyang kindly prepared this for you. If you want to eat it, that's one thing, but to complain is simply excessive. Fourth, stop acting. You're scaring everyone," the third in the boys' dormitory advised. The second added, "Fourth, if this continues, it will be too much. The girls are already in tears. Come with me." "Get lost." Wang Jian glared at everyone fiercely. "Today is a joyous occasion for me and Huanyang. I'm not going anywhere. If anyone should leave, it's you." He then forcibly expelled everyone. The boys in the dormitory looked equally troubled. What has happened to Wang Jian? Is he pretending or genuinely bewitched? Damn it. The second in the boys' dormitory stomped in frustration. "It's no use panicking now. We need to find a way to save Wang Jian." Qin Dan calmed herself and suggested, "Do you all remember the fortune teller we encountered earlier? Let us go find him." Her suggestion received unanimous agreement from the group. However, as they walked, the youngest suddenly burst into tears. "I'm so scared. I don't want to play anymore. I want to leave here." Seeing her pale and frightened face, the others decided to have the third girl from the girls' dormitory accompany her to find the exit, while the rest continued searching for the fortune teller. The group split into 2. Zhao Dapeng and Qin Dan moved quickly and soon found the fortune teller at the end of the street, explaining Wang Jian's predicament. The fortune teller calculated with his fingers and declared, "This is bad, that Huanyang is a malevolent spirit. Spirits can bewitch people. Wang Jian has fallen under her spell. Alas, I warned you to head east. Why did you go west instead?" The group's expressions darkened. They hadn't anticipated that contradicting the fortune teller would lead to such peril. "That evil spirit is formidable. I cannot subdue her. You must go to the back of the dilapidated temple. There is a Taoist priest there with great powers who can assist you." With that, The fortune teller departed. The group set off toward the dilapidated temple and unexpectedly encountered the third girl from the girls' dormitory and the youngest. Qin Dan was astonished. Didn't he leave? Sister Danhua. Even the third girl from the girls' dormitory could no longer hold her composure and cried as she rushed towards Qin Dan. The door has vanished. We cannot find it anywhere. The youngest was so frightened she could barely speak. Qin Dan frowned. How could you not find the door? Are you sure you remember the way? We do, the third girl from the girls' dormitory insisted, shaking her head. I remember clearly. The door was right across from the inn. We saw it when we entered, but when we went to look, there was nothing there, no door at all. Perhaps there are 2 inns. Such places often have repeated scenery. Don't be afraid. Let us head to the dilapidated temple first, and we can look for the door later. Upon returning to the main group, the third girl and the youngest had calmed down a bit, but their fear lingered, holding hands as they walked at the back. The group reached the dilapidated temple and encountered a Taoist priest dressed in floral attire. At this point, everyone was already terrified and under Huapi's enchantment. Immersed in a chilling atmosphere, losing interest in how the floral-attired priest was cross-dressing or whether he was handsome. One by one, they surrounded the priest, pleading for his help. Nervously, Qin Dan asked, Aren't you coming with us, Taoist? Flying away. The second in the boys' dormitory widened his eyes. Could there be wires? Zhao Dapeng proposed. Let us quietly hide outside and spy on Huanyang. Our theme this time is Huapi. She must be Huapi, and when no one is around, she will surely remove her skin. This idea was excellent. It would allow Wang Jian to witness Huapi firsthand. The group cautiously approached the room and opened a small gap in the window to peer inside. They were all psychologically prepared, expecting Huanyang to be wearing a terrifying ghostly makeup. However, upon opening the window, they were astonished to see Huanyang still looking like a beautiful woman, unchanged into a malevolent spirit. Just as they were puzzled, Huanyang inside the room suddenly grabbed at her own face, peeling it down bit by bit, removing her entire skin. The sight was too horrific. Zhao Dapeng was so shocked that he bit down on his wrist to suppress a scream. Wang Jian was nearly scared into submission. What the hell? How is this even possible? The others behind them missed this shocking scene. Noticing something was off with the 2 in front, the second and third from the dormitory turned to look, only to see a ghastly blue-faced demon. How terrifying. This makeup is too realistic. Their faces turned pale. The girls behind them, eager to see, were stopped by the 2. Don't look. The 4 boys took a deep breath, closed the window, and leaned against the wall, gasping for air. The 4 of them, terrified, took a long time to find their voices. Fourth, did you see that? Huanyang is indeed a skin-wearing demon. Wang Jian now regained his senses and nodded repeatedly. I will go with you. As the group stood up, preparing to leave, the door suddenly swung open, and Huapi emerged.
Ah.
Chapter 11. The first glowing review. The crowd felt their hearts constrict with fear. It is indeed peculiar. The theme of this haunted house, based on the tale of painted skin, was hardly thrilling, devoid of any gruesome violence or bloody decor, yet they were gripped by an overwhelming dread. That visceral terror nearly suffocated them, leading many to believe they were on the brink of death. As the figure of the painted skin emerged from the chamber, she appeared as a stunning beauty, not a malevolent spirit, which brought a collective sigh of relief. My beloved, the painted skin addressed Wang Jian, who trembled in fear, exclaiming, Stay away from me. The painted skin had bowed, feigned sadness. What troubles you, my dear? Wang Jian brandished a talisman, warning her not to advance, threatening. If you come closer, I will slowly. The painted skin approached, asking softly, How will you harm me? We have only just wed. Your treatment of me is causing me great sorrow. As she drew near, Wang Jian, terrified, flung the talisman at her. It landed on her without any effect. Picking it up, she inquired curiously, What is this? The crowd was astonished. How could this spirit be impervious to the talisman? With a dismissive shake of the talisman, the painted skin remarked, Did the priest from the dilapidated temple give this to you? He deceived you into believing I am a malevolent spirit.
No.
I am not the monster, he is. This talisman merely induces confusion and hallucinations. The crowd, bewildered by her words, felt a wave of doubt wash over them.
Ah.
It seems you do not trust me. she sighed. Very well, I shall accompany you to the temple. Skeptical, the crowd kept a safe distance, trailing behind her as they made their way to the ruin. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of the priest grooming his hair. Youngest among them gasped, collapsing in fright. The grooming itself was not terrifying. What horrified them was the sight of the priest holding his own head in his arms while combing his hair. The priest is the true monster, cried the painted skin. Painted skin, the priest bellowed. The painted skin crushed the talisman in her hand, sneering. You are the malevolent spirit here. Casting a glance at the crowd, the priest shouted, Hurry, this painted skin intends to extract your hearts. The painted skin countered. Do not approach. That priest is a monster who will sever your heads. Caught in a dilemma, the crowd wept in desperation, unsure of whom to believe.
This is too terrifying.
Why make a haunted house based on an ancient tale so dreadfully horrifying? Couldn't it be simpler, more rudimentary? Wang Jian, once brimming with bravado, now cowered on the ground, crying out for help. Let me out. I no longer wish to play. He realized his arrogance had been misplaced. He should never have underestimated the painted skin theme. It was indeed frightful. He began to question whether he was truly in a haunted house, as the two figures before him felt more like specters than mere actors. The crowd huddled together, hands clasped tightly. Ahead, the painted skin and the priest engaged in a fierce battle, reminiscent of a grand cinematic spectacle. Before long, both were gravely wounded, collapsing to the ground, breath shallow. Moments later, they dissipated into wisps of blue smoke, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The special effects were astounding, akin to the legendary multi-million-dollar productions. They had never witnessed such in a haunted house. Once the painted skin and the priest vanished, a fortune teller appeared. The fortune teller has arrived. The second girl from the female dorm exclaimed joyfully. The crowd exhaled in relief, believing the ordeal had finally come to an end. The fortune teller approached, explaining, Both were malevolent spirits, and my powers are not as strong as theirs. I orchestrated their conflict, leading to their mutual demise. Now that they are gone, you are safe. Wonderful. The crowd murmured, hands pressed together in gratitude. However, in the next breath, the fortune teller erupted in laughter.
Ha!
No one will compete with me for you this time. With that, he removed his mask, revealing a grotesque and terrifying visage. The crowd screamed in horror. Just when they thought the nightmare had concluded, this shocking twist sent them into panic. The youngest fainted, while Wang Jian felt utterly limp. The others turned pale as well. Fear not. Fear not. It is I, the owner of the haunted house, Li Miaoqian reassured them, hastily adding, I did not wish to frighten you so terribly. Li Miaoqian switched on the lights, gesturing for the group to assist the youngest in exiting.
Wait.
The third boy from the male dorm eyed Li Miaoqian warily. You're not going to scare us again, are you? Li Miaoqian despaired. Oh no, I've given them PTSD. It was her fault for prioritizing an engaging narrative, aiming to provide an extraordinary experience, yet it had turned out far too terrifying. Rest assured, it is over. Do not be afraid, she soothed, attempting to keep her voice gentle as she led them a few meters away. Emerging from the second floor to the lounge on the first, Li Miaoqian noticed the youngest still unconscious and grew concerned. Should I call an ambulance? Just as she spoke, the youngest began to stir. You're awake. Qin Dan exclaimed in relief. Li Miaoqian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that an ambulance was unnecessary. I studied psychology, so I have a better understanding of fear, she explained. The group nodded in understanding. After enjoying some warm water provided by Li Miaoqian, they prepared to depart, all feeling famished and eager to find food. As they waved goodbye, they were acutely aware of the chill lingering on their backs. The experience had left a profound impact. Wang Jian was astonished. Don't you feel pity for her? Don't you wish to protect her? The crowd stared at him, speechless. His empathy seemed overly abundant. Eating maggots? Wang Jian frowned. I didn't eat maggots. That was fish. Those dishes were splendid, with crabs and lobsters, all delicacies. Why didn't you eat? The group, at a loss for words, contemplated why Wang Jian's perception differed so drastically from theirs. What had gone awry? Moreover, the makeup was so realistic, particularly the scene where the painted skin peeled her own skin away. How was it achieved? Unable to fathom it, Zhao Duping, with his simple nature, mused. That must be their trade secret. Why would they share it with us? Regardless, it's all fake. There can't possibly be real ghosts, right? Indeed, Qin Dan agreed. The Fengdu haunted house was quite intriguing. I plan to return when they launch a new theme. Sister Dan is quite brave, the youngest remarked. She nearly died of fright. Enough of this, let us go eat. During the meal, Wang Jian composed a glowing review and posted it on the group buying app. Simultaneously, Li Miao's phone lit up with notifications. Congratulations! The haunted house has received its first positive review, advancing the main quest and earning accolades. Reward: skillful mastery. Mastery achieved. Chapter 12. Mastery at your fingertips. What is this mastery at your fingertips? Li Miao scrutinized the reward description. Congratulations, haunted house owner. You will possess a pair of exceptionally dexterous hands, enabling you to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Your thoughts will seamlessly translate into action, ensuring everything proceeds smoothly. This reward sounded rather appealing, so Li Miao clicked to claim it. She felt a flash of white light emanate from her hands, yet there was no remarkable change. She wiggled her fingers, finding them as ordinary as before. Ruhua approached. Master, could you light a stick of incense for me? Understanding its intent, Li Miao decided to experiment herself. She fetched the incense burner and ignited a stick. The crimson flame flickered to life, and Ruhua closed its eyes, inhaling deeply, exclaiming, delicious. Ruhua leaned in to take a sniff, delighting in the discovery that it tasted even better than before. Ruhua nodded in agreement. Not only does it taste better, but my injured soul has also solidified somewhat. Previously, Ruhua had been struck thrice by Meng, leaving its soul injured and in need of recovery. Li Miao flexed her fingers, carefully attuning to her newfound dexterity, and indeed, she found her hands remarkably more skillful than before. In the past, she had often been clumsy, even dropping a plate, her hands uncooperative, making intricate needlework nearly impossible. Her handwriting had been quite unsightly as well. Suddenly, an idea struck her. This time, as she began to write, the ink flowed effortlessly, without a hint of hesitation. With the final stroke, a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a talisman.
Done.
Ruhua exclaimed in amazement, standing back to watch the talisman on the table. Ruhua edged closer, eager to feel it, but as it approached, a sudden searing pain coursed through its body, prompting a gasp. Incredible. This exorcism talisman is exponentially more powerful than any I have encountered before. Typically, it could not approach an ordinary exorcism talisman within 3 steps. Yet Li Miao's creation repelled it from 10 steps away. Meanwhile, abroad, Li Laosi, participating in an esports competition, suddenly realized his hands were unresponsive. Previously, he had been a standout player, renowned for his lightning-fast reflexes, dubbed the shadow hand of the esports realm. However, now his speed faltered, his reactions sluggish and disorganized. What is happening? His teammates cried out in alarm. Ah, see, what is wrong?
Move.
Attack them. Despite their frantic calls, Li Laosi remained motionless. Inevitably, they lost the match. As favorites to win the championship, they failed to even reach the finals. The audience erupted in disbelief, as viewers worldwide found it hard to fathom that Li Laosi, a top-tier player, had not made it to the finals. Public discourse was rife with speculation. Some argued that Li Laosi was simply having an off day, a single mistake being human, while others suggested he had lost his edge, no longer qualifying as a top player. At the center of this whirlwind, Li Laosi, facing his first defeat, was utterly disheartened. Why had his hands suddenly become so uncooperative? As a dual threat in esports and racing, he was accustomed to adoration and admiration from fans worldwide.
Now,
faced with such a downfall, he found it impossible to accept the reality of his situation. Li Miao, engrossed in her haunted house business, remained oblivious to the turmoil surrounding Li Laosi. Thanks to previous positive reviews from Wang Jian and the promotional efforts of her group, her haunted house had gained a modest following. Wang Jian, an enthusiast of adventure and horror, had drawn in many curious visitors eager to experience the frightful Hua Pai theme. Following their visit, numerous patrons left 5-star reviews, praising the thrilling atmosphere and deeming the experience worthwhile. The only 3-star review came from a patron who had been frightened, lamenting the lack of a warning about the intensity of the haunted house, claiming it had left them sleepless for days, requiring a visit to a temple for incense to alleviate their nightmares. Ironically, this review only attracted more visitors who called in to inquire and make reservations. With only one scenario available, accommodating just a handful of patrons at a time, Miao felt a surge of urgency. She contemplated opening a second scenario, but was hindered by both a lack of funds and personnel. Unlike the Hua Pai scenario, which required merely a ghost and a couple of NPCs, the new scenario would necessitate a larger ensemble. It was impractical to have only Hua as the sole courtesan. Just as she was feeling anxious, her app flickered to life. Upon inspection, she discovered rewards. Congratulations, the number of visitors to the Hua Pai scenario has reached 100. The scene upgrades from beginner to intermediate. Congratulations, the Fengdu haunted house has reached 100 visitors. Reward, Yangqi Chamber. Unlocking the wealth-attracting talisman. A wealth-attracting talisman? How fortuitous. Miao hurriedly claimed her rewards. Although she was eager to create the talisman, she first needed to practice. She then turned her attention to the scene upgrade. What did it mean for the beginner scene to evolve into an intermediate one? Accompanied by Hua and Hua Pai, she ascended to the second floor. Upon arrival, she was met with a dense fog that seemed poised to engulf the entire level. Venturing inside, she beheld a sun shining amidst dark clouds, as if she had entered a realm apart from the confines of the building. Wow, this is astonishing, she marveled, directing Hua to ascend and touch the sun to discern its authenticity. Hua glanced briefly, replying, "It is an illusion." However, despite being an illusion, it still holds a formidable presence over us spirits. As Miao explored the second floor with her two companions, she discovered the vastness of the space, teeming with lifelike structures, flora and fauna, with even the pebbles underfoot appearing remarkably realistic. It felt as though she had truly stepped into an ancient world. If the intermediate scene was this impressive, what grandeur awaited in the advanced scene? Among the trio, Hua Pai was the most elated. It darted about joyfully, declaring, "This place is my home. I adore it. I feel as though I can control everything here." With the upgrade, the Hua Pai scenario had become expansive and immersive, leading Miao to believe it could accommodate hundreds of visitors at once. Alas, she lacked sufficient NPCs. The thought of the third blind box crossed her mind. Chapter 13. The third blind box. Miao, having opened 2 blind boxes before, possessed a wealth of experience. She chose to unveil the blind box in the lounge on the first floor, well prepared with numerous talismans for warding off evil, and was ever ready to exclaim, "Save me, Meng." With everything in place, Miao placed the blind box on the table and cautiously removed the seal on top. She anticipated that, as before, a ghost would suddenly appear before her. However, to her astonishment, a brilliant green light erupted from within the box, dazzling in its intensity. Simultaneously, her mobile app began to flicker. Upon opening it, she read, "Congratulations, owner of the haunted house. You have acquired a 4-star ghost." 4 stars? Did the previous ghosts, Hua Pai and Ruhua, possess a star rating? How had she overlooked that? "They do have stars," Ruhua chimed in. "If you examine closely, there should be an introduction." The Fengdu haunted house app, it seemed, was poorly designed, lacking in user-friendliness. Many features appeared unexpectedly and were hidden in obscure corners. Eventually, Miao found the section on ghosts under haunted house management. Number of ghosts, 2, Hua Pai, 3 stars, Ruhua, 3 stars. The ratings are based on popularity, magical prowess, and the difficulty of the associated scenarios. So, do not hold high expectations. Although I am rated 3 stars, I am merely an inferior ghost, incapable of defeating anyone. Miao. She lifted her gaze to Ruhua. "Did you write that phrase in parentheses yourself?" Ruhua shook her head. "How could I ever refer to myself as an inferior ghost? That must have been written by the app, imitating my tone." Miao nodded, her attention shifting back to the blind box. If Ruhua and Hua Pai were rated 3 stars, then surely the 4-star ghost must be even more formidable. She felt a surge of excitement. Yet, why was this ghost not emerging? Both Ruhua and Hua Pai had flown out the moment the talisman was unveiled, but this ghost remained utterly still. Unable to contain her impatience, Li Miao approached and lifted the lid of the blind box, revealing a small girl curled up inside, exquisitely beautiful like a delicate figurine. "Come out." Upon hearing Li Miao's call, the girl instantly soared out and transformed into a striking lady standing before her. Her figure graceful and her flowing ancient garments failing to conceal her ample bosom, which must have been at least a size E. The woman wore a white silk dress embroidered with orchid patterns, adorned with a jade hairpin, and cradled an ancient zither in her arms. "Master sister," the lady spoke. Her appearance stunning, yet her voice was soft and endearing. "My name is Nie Xiaoqian. May I hold on to the hem of your garment?" How could Li Miao refuse such a charming request? She nodded eagerly. "Of course, go ahead." With permission granted, Xiaoqian beamed, grasping Li Miao's garment like a playful puppy, exuding a sense of dependence. Xiaoqian's beauty captivated not only Li Miao but also left Ruhua and Hua Pai momentarily speechless. Li Miao turned her gaze back to Xiaoqian. Her curiosity piqued as to why Xiaoqian was rated 4 stars. Was it due to her high notoriety? Just then, the mobile app flickered once more. "Congratulations, owner of the haunted house. You have acquired the 4-star ghost, Nie Xiaoqian. 4-star ghosts possess innate skills. Please explore and utilize them to your heart's content." "Congratulations, owner of the haunted house. Your number of ghosts has reached 3, granting you the title of Junior Collector, along with the reward of Yinyang Eyes." Yinyang Eyes. The Fengdu haunted house exudes a unique aura, allowing all who enter to see the ghosts within. With the Yinyang Eyes, you will also see ghosts outside the haunted house. Are you curious about what rests upon your shoulder? Do you wish to know if graves truly harbor spirits? Night is not merely the realm of humanity, but also the dominion of ghosts. With these eyes, you shall never be lonely, for there will always be a companion in your bed. Li Miao, she had no desire to know, not in the slightest. The thought of something crawling into her bed was terrifying. She chose not to claim this reward for now. She turned her attention to Nie Xiaoqian's profile to investigate her innate skills. Nie Xiaoqian, heartstrings of the zither. The music can evoke the deepest emotions within the listener. Sad melodies can stir profound sorrow. Sweet tunes can unveil inner thoughts and memories of loved ones. Chilling harmonies can conjure the most terrifying memories. Other musical themes await your exploration. Li Miao marveled at this remarkable skill and understood why Nie Xiaoqian was rated 4 stars. With Nie Xiaoqian on her side, she opened the My Tasks section and discovered a newly released task. Please create a dwelling scene for Nie Xiaoqian. What could serve as a scene for Xiaoqian? Lan Ruhua Temple, the Tree Demon Grandmother, Black Mountain Old Demon, and their minions. All these spirits would require a valley to accommodate them. Lacking the funds to construct such a scene, Li Miao had to set it aside for the time being, almost forgetting about the Yangqi House reward, which she had received after reaching 100 visitors. She wondered what purpose it might serve. Upon claiming the reward, she clicked on the description. Li Miao. How cunning! To prevent visitors from being frightened away, they have deluded their deep-seated fears, tricking them time and again. The designer of this reward exhibits a remarkable talent for commerce. Upon clicking on Yangqi House, a translucent object materialized in her palm. It possessed no definitive shape or form. How was she to utilize this? After some contemplation, Li Miao realized that although named a house, the Yangqi House did not resemble a building but referred to an area the size of one. It needed to be affixed to a similarly sized object. After calculating, she determined that placing it at the entrance would be most fitting, allowing it to perfectly align with the doorway. Moreover, everyone entering and exiting would pass through this entrance, making it an ideal means to dispel any lingering negative energy. Having positioned the Yangqi House, Li Miao stood at the entrance, gazing inward at her Fengdu haunted house. It was becoming increasingly perfect, offering visitors an unforgettable horror experience while alleviating their deep-seated fears, ensuring they left without psychological scars, and effectively purging any lingering negative energy. It was nothing short of magnificent. The only drawback was her financial situation. She was quite impoverished, and the entire haunted house was in disrepair. Unable to construct a second scenario and drowning in debt, earning money was imperative. With no means to build a second scenario at the haunted house, Li Miao resolved to expand her business by opening a Taobao store to sell haunted house merchandise. Once her haunted house gained popularity, She could sell figurines and dolls of Huapai, Ruhua, and Xiaoqian, which would surely be a hit. However, it was still too early to consider that. And producing figurines required investment. For now, she would focus on selling items that incurred no cost. The talismans for warding off evil and attracting wealth she had on hand were both valuable and could be sold for 100 yuan each. Once she gained prominence, she could raise the prices. After all, it was essential. Chapter 14. The internet celebrity Nie, due to Wang Jian's promotion within the community. Numerous individuals flocked to experience the Huapai haunted house. Those who visited described it as terrifying, igniting fervent discussions within the group. An influential figure, from out of town, intrigued by the buzz, reached out to Wang Jian. This individual, known as Nie, is a moderately renowned internet celebrity with millions of followers. While most influencers explore culinary establishments, Nie specializes in investigating haunted houses, eerie escape rooms, and dilapidated, ghost-infested mansions, all centered around the theme of horror. Nie enjoys a stellar reputation in the industry. Although he ventures into these establishments, he always seeks the owner's permission, capturing only exterior photographs and refraining from documenting the interiors of haunted houses. After all, the design of these haunted spaces is a closely guarded commercial secret. If disclosed, it would deter visitors. Typically, someone of Nie stature would not bother traveling to a small haunted house in a secondary city, as larger metropolises boast numerous well-decorated and reputable haunted venues. However, the fervent discussions in the group piqued his interest, with visitors raving about the immersive experience, claiming it was akin to stepping into another realm, with a remarkably strong sense of involvement. Not only was it frightening, but its meticulous design evoked ancient architecture, achieving a one-to-one replication of historical structures. The mechanisms were expertly crafted, with apparitions that could fly and materialize unexpectedly. The accolades for this haunted house were boundless. Intrigued, Nie decided to visit, as his hometown is also Fengdu, making it a convenient detour. Wang Jian was thrilled at the prospect of Nie visit and eagerly arrived to greet him. "Are you a bit timid?" Nie jested. He dismissed Wang Jian's concerns, believing that an ancient-themed haunted house could not possibly be that intimidating. The tale of Huapai has been adapted countless times in films and television series, rendering it rather cliché. The essence of visiting haunted houses lies in their novelty, and given that Huapai is a well-worn story, it seemed unlikely to offer anything fresh. Having visited hundreds of haunted houses, including some decrepit temples deep in the mountains, he felt confident that this Huapai-themed attraction would be a mere trifle. During a live broadcast that evening, he mentioned the haunted house, noting that his circle of friends had recommended it, and he felt compelled to see it for himself. In the comments section, intrigued followers expressed their interest in the haunted house. The haunted house in Fengcheng? Another Huapai? How kitsch. I wouldn't even watch the drama adaptations anymore. Could Nie be falling for a promotional gimmick? Nie shook his head, confident in his friend's recommendations. "I'm going to. Count me in." Others eagerly chimed in. A wave of enthusiasm swept through the group, all of whom were drawn to the thrill of the eerie and were curious about this new, intriguing haunted house. Rather than proceeding directly with Wang Jian, Nie invited two old friends from Fengcheng, one fascinated by mechanisms and the other with a keen interest in history. Upon learning about the haunted house, Old Li, the history enthusiast, frowned. "I've heard this haunted house's architecture is quite unique, built in an antique style, exuding a sense of age." Nie elaborated, glancing at Old Guan, who was intrigued by the mechanisms. "I heard the mechanisms are impressive, the ghosts can fly, and there's no visible evidence of wires." Both friends were unimpressed by Nie description of the haunted house. "It's just a haunted house. How could there be anything historical or mechanical? It's all child's play." Nonetheless, the reunion with old friends brought joy, and the destination mattered little as long as they were together. Thus, Old Li and Old Guan heartily agreed. "Let us go take a look." "By the way, where's this place?" Old Li inquired. Nie turned to Wang Jian for clarification. Wang Jian promptly responded, 18, Huangquan Road. "It's quite accessible, with direct subway connections."
"Ah,"
Old Guan remarked, the name sounding familiar. As locals, both he and Old Li exchanged glances. "Have you heard of it? This address rings a bell." Old Li furrowed his brow, recalling, it seems to be near the West Suburban Cemetery. A few years back, the city planned to develop that area, but after several accidents, it was shelved in favor of Eastern developments. Oh, I remember now. Old Guan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Yes, it's the West Suburban Cemetery. That's why it sounded so familiar. That place is quite eerie. How could they open a haunted house there? I recall it being undeveloped, just a vast expanse of graves. It was unsettling even just to drive past. There are buildings there now. The haunted house is quite large, with a notably tall structure. Wang Jian interjected, having previously visited the haunted house. Is that so? Old Guan scratched the back of his head, realizing it must have been developed recently, as his last visit was several years prior. I'm quite the homebody. Rarely venture outside. All right, enough chatter. Let's get moving. Old Li urged. The journey was indeed convenient. The four opted to drive rather than take the subway. They were pleasantly surprised by the well-constructed roads, which were wide and minimally trafficked, allowing them to arrive in no time. There it is. Wang Jian pointed to the dilapidated wooden gate ahead. The four alighted from the vehicle and approached the entrance of Fengdu Haunted House. Nyogu eagerly snapped a few photographs of the gate, nodding in approval. It's quite run down, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Suddenly, a terrifying visage loomed before them, causing Old Li to jump back in fright. What on earth? He gasped, startled by the grotesque face carved into the door knocker. To his astonishment, the knocker was a remarkably lifelike representation of Zhong Kuei. Old Li could hardly believe that anyone could craft such a realistic door knocker, particularly using Zhong Kuei instead of the usual motifs. As he moved closer for a better look, Nyogu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Not scared, are you? Old Li shook his head. No, just caught off guard. I didn't expect the door knocker to be Zhong Kuei, and it looked so real that it startled me. He lifted his hand to knock on the door, which was made of a distinctive, dark, and polished wood that resembled sinister timber. Of course. Chapter 15. The transformation of the haunted house. Seeing the change in the haunted house was astonishing. Of course, it merely resembled the prized and rare sinkwood. Such a substantial piece of it could hardly be found in a mere ghost house. Nyogu shook his head, realizing he was overthinking. Pushing open the grand door, the crowd was once again awestruck. It was vast, immensely so, stretching into infinity. Nyogu was astonished. Was this truly a haunted house? This resembled more of a ghost town. Wang Jian shook his head, pointing towards the imposing structure across from them. This is the main building. The other areas seem rather desolate and likely undeveloped. Nyogu sighed in relief, patting his chest. You nearly scared me to death. I thought this entire expanse was a haunted house. But how did they manage to enclose such a large area? The surrounding walls are exceedingly tall. Constructing them must have been quite costly. Not to mention the building before us, which stands at least 16 or 17 stories high. Surely, not all those floors are dedicated to haunted attractions? Nyogu looked towards Wang Jian, who quickly shook his head. I am unsure. All I know is that the painted skin scenario is on the second floor. I have not explored the other levels. This place feels rather peculiar, Nyogu mused, struggling to find the right words to describe a haunted house he had never encountered before. He had not held high expectations before arriving, but after witnessing the grand entrance, the door knocker, and the towering edifice, a flicker of anticipation ignited within him. Even if the storyline was cliché with a dedicated proprietor, there could still be innovation. Let us proceed, Wang Jian said, leading the way. Upon entering the lobby, Wang Jian called out, Boss, I'm back. Li Miao, recalling Wang Jian as one of her first customers, greeted him with a smile. Please take a seat. Haven't you had enough fun? Want to play a second time? Wang Jian gestured towards Nyogu, introducing him. This is my friend Nyogu, a prominent figure in the horror community with over 1 million followers on Douyin, specializing in haunted house reviews. Li Miao's eyes lit up, recognizing a splendid opportunity for publicity. Please come to the lounge. We can discuss further. Nyogu politely declined, stating, No need. We do not charge anything and focus on authenticity. To gain your approval, we only wish to take some photographs, but rest assured, we shall not disclose any of your business secrets. We will only share the pictures with your consent. That is fine. Feel free to take as many as you wish. Li Miao had no secrets to guard, Authenticity was her main selling point. Besides, with the painted skin scenario, the experience was constantly evolving, changing with each performance. Wang Jian surveyed the surroundings, noting little had changed since his last visit. It still bore a rustic charm, albeit with an increase in patrons.
Boss.
Is it still just the painted skin theme? Li Miao chuckled awkwardly. Funds are tight. Once we have more, we shall develop additional scenarios. Just one theme? Nyogu was taken aback. He had seen 2 groups enter the elevator, totaling around 30 people. Were they all here to experience painted skin? With so many participants, how could they enjoy the experience? Are we to wait for the next group?
How long will that take?
He inquired. Typically, horror escape rooms limit their numbers to enhance the experience, usually accommodating between 6 to 20 individuals. Having witnessed 2 groups ascend, Nyogu assumed he would have to wait for an hour to partake. However, the proprietor, adorned with a peculiar smiley mask, chuckled. There are only 4 of you. You may enter directly. The painted skin scenario has now evolved into an intermediate level, where the ghostly mist is manipulated by the painted skin, creating significant illusions for the customers. With the assistance of Ruhua and Xiaoqian, the number of participants does not pose a concern. Enter directly? Nyogu frowned, apprehensive that it might detract from the experience. Do not worry. It will not affect your enjoyment. However, if you prefer, you can wait for the next wave, Li Miao assured them with a warm smile. Nyogu decided against waiting and entered immediately. The 4 of them proceeded to the changing room to don ancient attire. Li Miao escorted them to the elevator, instructing them to ascend to the 2nd floor. As soon as you exit, you'll be right there. In the elevator, Nyogu pondered the implications of so many people participating simultaneously. The experience would surely suffer, especially in a confined space where everyone would be crowded together. He asked Wang Jian how large the painted skin scenario was. Approximately 500 square meters, quite spacious, Wang Jian estimated. Nyogu nodded. Indeed. The area seemed ample enough for an engaging experience. When the elevator doors opened on the 2nd floor, they were greeted by an exquisitely adorned ancient door. Surely, the proprietor isn't a specialist in door making? Once Nyogu finished taking photographs, Wang Jian pushed the door open, and the 4 were left stunned by the sight within. Goodness! This is not merely 500 square meters. This place must span thousands. It was vast beyond measure. Who would construct a building of such magnitude? Have they lost their minds? A sprawling expanse of antiquated architecture stretched before them, as if they had been transported back in time. The immersion was unparalleled. What astonished them further was the sun and clouds suspended above, appearing utterly authentic. Wang Jian tilted his head, gazing for an extended period, even leaping to touch them. But he could not reach. The ceiling is astonishingly high. Nyogu was equally taken aback. No wonder the proprietor lacked the funds for a second scenario. Such lavish expenditure on decoration must have cost a fortune. However, the essence of a haunted house lies not solely in its decor but also in its narrative and atmosphere. The proprietor's investment seemed rather misplaced. With such a vast space and considerable funds, a zombie escape scenario would have been far more engaging. What was entertaining about painted skin? It was merely a malevolent spirit cloaked in a beautiful woman's guise, at best rendered slightly terrifying. Wang Jian remained transfixed by the clouds, exclaiming, "The last time I visited, I thought the space was large, but this time I realized just how elevated the ceiling is. I can't even reach it when I jump." The history enthusiast among them, Old Li, pointed towards a 3-story ancient building ahead. As the others followed his gaze, they beheld a magnificent 3-story structure. Incredible. It can actually accommodate a 3-story building. And there is still a considerable distance between it and the sun and clouds above. The ceiling must be at least 10 meters high. The 4 of them were utterly astonished. Chapter 16. The opening of the Taoist door as the 4 individuals stepped through the entrance. They were immediately struck by the grandiosity of the painted skin scene. Nyogu, having traversed numerous haunted houses and escape rooms, found this to be the most expansive replica he had ever encountered. "What's the matter?" Nyogu inquired, noticing Wang Jian, who was scratching his head and surveying the surroundings. "It feels different from my last visit. It seems the owner has upgraded," Wang Jian replied. "Last time, there were no sun or clouds. Nor was there a 3-story building, just a row of ancient structures." Although I thought it was large then, now it feels like an entirely self-contained ancient world. Listening to Wang Jian, Nyogu also surveyed the area, nodding in agreement. It indeed resembled a genuine ancient realm. Let's proceed further, Nyogu suggested, moving ahead. However, after taking just a few steps, they encountered a group huddled in a corner, trembling visibly. Several girls were crying, their makeup smeared, faces darkened, while a few boys appeared pale, their lips quivering. They were evidently frightened. Wang Jian approached them, intending to offer assistance, but before he could get close, a tall individual in the front screamed, "Ah! Don't come any closer! Help! For ghosts!"
Run.
They mistook the four of them for ghosts. Nyogu found it amusing. Such timidness, yet they dared to visit a haunted house. If such mild horror could terrify them, their psychological resilience was truly lacking. Unlike him, who had been fearless since childhood, unafraid of anything, he mused that even if ghosts existed, he would challenge them without hesitation. "I can't run anymore," a timid boy exclaimed, seemingly about to kneel and plead with Wang Jian. Wang Jian, startled, rushed to support him, reassuring, "Don't be afraid. I am human, and we are also players." "Really?" The group responded, half in disbelief. "Indeed," Wang Jian insisted, striving to clarify, "we just entered." After an extended explanation, the group reluctantly began to trust them. Although they were no longer as terrified as before, they remained skittish, flinching at the slightest noise. One person started to cry, prompting others to join in. "Is it really that terrifying? Could it be an exaggeration?" Nyogu couldn't help but interject. "How long have you been here?" A sobbing girl replied between sniffles. "A whole day. We've been trapped here for an entire day, unable to find a Taoist priest, exhausted and hungry. We can't take it anymore." "An entire day?" Nyogu frowned, recalling they had entered at 10 in the morning. The establishment opened at 8, meaning only 2 hours had passed. It was impossible they had been there since the previous night. As he pondered, the door swung open, revealing Miao. "Woohoo, the owner is here," they exclaimed, relieved. "It's been so tough. We thought we were going to die of fright." The leading man glanced at the time and gasped, "It's only 10:10. How can it be just half an hour? We've been here a whole day. The sun is practically setting." The others echoed his disbelief, insisting they had been trapped for ages. "So terrifying. We've been so scared that we've lost track of time," they lamented, marveling at how frightening the painted skin scene truly was. "I'm done. I want to play again, never again," they declared in unison. After changing clothes and exiting, they felt rejuvenated after experiencing the cleansing energy of the Yangqi room. Suddenly, they halted.
"Hey!"
Something feels different. The chill that had enveloped them vanished, replaced by a surge of vitality and energy. Regret began to seep in. They wished they had fully participated in the experience, curious about the unfolding narrative.
No.
A timid girl shook her head. "Maybe next time." Then it settled for next time. The group agreed, planning to bring more friends along for support in the future. Once they departed, the venue fell silent, and Miao turned her attention to her computer to set up her Taobao store. She had long envisioned opening a Taobao shop but had put it off due to time constraints. Now, she finally had the opportunity to launch it. She swiftly completed the necessary steps and established her store, naming it Fengdu Haunted House. Next, she pondered what products to sell. After reviewing her inventory, she discovered that only the wealth-attracting and exorcism talismans were available. She decided to initially offer these 2 items, planning to add more products as her finances allowed. Miao snapped photos of the wealth-attracting and exorcism talismans, uploaded them, crafted product descriptions, and finally faced the challenge of pricing. What would be a suitable price? Too high, and no one would buy. Too low, and it wouldn't be worth it, especially since her talismans were genuinely effective. After much contemplation, she settled on a price of 1,000 yuan. Each talisman would be priced at 1,000 yuan, but as part of the grand opening, they would be sold at a 90 discount for just 100 yuan. Just as she finalized everything, one of each talisman was purchased. "That was quick," Miao exclaimed, glancing at the customer order and discovering it was the same individual. What a discerning eye. She packaged the talismans, intending to visit the nearby courier service during her lunch break. Meanwhile, Wei Qi, the buyer of the two talismans, was purely motivated by curiosity. In his fourth year of college, he was interning in the industrial district of K City. Due to the distance between his internship and school, he and 3 roommates rented a large 4-bedroom apartment in the industrial area. The rental was remarkably affordable. Typically, such a spacious apartment would cost around 4,000 yuan per month. But they secured it for just 2,000 yuan, splitting the cost among 4, resulting in only 500 yuan each, a fantastic deal. Initially brimming with enthusiasm for his internship, Weiqi was constantly contemplating promotions and salary increases. He stumbled upon Li Miao's wealth-attracting talisman and decided to purchase one, finding it appealing. Upon completing that purchase, he then noticed the exorcism talisman. It intrigued him as it resembled the talismans used by Taoist priests in zombie films to subdue the undead. Having recently moved into the new apartment, Weiqi struggled with sleep, feeling a chilling sensation on his back, as though someone were blowing cold air on his neck. He understood this was merely a figment of his imagination. Ghosts could not possibly exist. Nevertheless, when he encountered the exorcism talisman, he found himself inexplicably drawn to it and impulsively ordered one. Why not? Consider it a form of psychological comfort. Chapter 17. Attending the wedding feast on the other side, Niugu and his companions continued to wander. Lao Li was utterly captivated by the surroundings, marveling at the magnificent architecture lining the streets, exclaiming in disbelief. This place was indeed enchanting. Niugu observed Lao Li, who clung to a pillar as if it were a lifeline, and sighed, "We've been in this shop for nearly half an hour, and there's south an entire street ahead. If you examine each store like this, we'll be trapped here until nightfall." Night had indeed fallen. Lao Guan stood by the window, pointing at the sun dipping below the horizon.
What?
"It's dark?" Niugu exclaimed, rushing to the window. Indeed, the sun had set, and a luminous moon was rising gracefully. The sky had dimmed considerably.
Wow.
This is astonishingly realistic. It's like the day transitions are seamless. Since arriving here, Niugu had uttered wow countless times, overwhelmed by the experience. Lao Guan leaned on the windowsill, gazing upward, trying to decipher how this illusion of the moonrise and sunset was achieved, so lifelike, with no discernible mechanisms. At that moment, a man dressed in a brown cloth garment entered the shop, looking astonished at the 4 of them. "What are you still doing here? Today is the wedding at the Wang Mansion. Everyone is out to witness the ceremony." "The Wang Mansion wedding?" Niugu glanced at Wang Jian, nudging him. "Is this part of the storyline? Did it go like this last time?" Recalling the previous visit, Wang Jian's face paled as he instinctively shook his head. "No. Last time there was a fortune teller." Niugu nodded, intrigued that this narrative had taken an unexpected turn. The man in the brown garment pointed outside. "Do you see that grand mansion? The most impressive one? That's the Wang residence. You should hurry. You'll miss the feast if you linger." As he spoke, the man licked his lips, visibly eager. Wang family wedding feasts were renowned for their exquisite dishes. "You must hurry. You don't want to be late. Let us go," Niugu affirmed, rallying the others to join him for the wedding feast. "You all go ahead," Lao Li protested, reluctant to leave, wishing he could remain there indefinitely. "That's not for you to decide," the brown-clad man interjected, his irritation evident as he glared at Lao Li. "If you want to go to the feast, I must. Move along, I need to close the shop," he muttered under his breath, disgruntled that someone would linger without purchasing anything. The realization struck the 4, this man was the shopkeeper. They exchanged astonished glances. Lao Guan couldn't help but chuckle, nudging Lao Li. "Come on, the story's about to unfold. Can't you see the NPCs are starting to shoo us away?" While Lao Guan assumed the man was simply an NPC within this narrative, Niugu noticed the sneakers on the man's feet and the cap perched askew on his head, revealing the short hair beneath. Niugu frowned. This NPC was riddled with flaws. He should be wearing traditional footwear and styled in ancient fashion. Hearing Niugu's mumbling, Lao Guan laughed at him. "Come on. It's not a film shoot. It's just a haunted house. Why go to such lengths? If it were like you suggested, the owner would need to hire a stylist." Niugu remained unconvinced, still feeling something was amiss. How could such glaring discrepancies exist in an NPC? Surely, with all the money spent, they could afford a stylist. As they prepared to head towards the Wang mansion, Lao Li lingered, reluctant to depart from the shop. All right, let us hurry. He finally relented. Like Nyogu, he was bold, unafraid of ghosts, immune to fear. To be honest, Laoli couldn't he comprehend what was frightening about a haunted house. It was all staged, just employees with grotesque makeup and a bit of ketchup smeared on their faces. It hardly seemed terrifying. As the four made their way to the Wang mansion, they found a considerable number of guests already gathered for the feast. The attire of these individuals mirrored that of the brown-clad man, filled with flaws yet exuding an eerie aura, making them appear less than human. Nyogu nodded, impressed by the NPC's makeup. Though their footwear and hairstyles were lacking, their ghostly makeup created a chilling atmosphere, resembling true spirits. Their faces were pale, not from mere powder, but that of the deceased, a ghastly hue reminiscent of someone who had been dead for days, with veins showing a bluish tint. It was as if they might transform into corpses at any moment. Their nails, too, were sharp, suggesting they could leap forward and pierce the skin in an instant. Nyogu, seasoned and accustomed to seeing various horror special effects, felt goosebumps rise at the sight of these ghoulish visages. He rated the NPCs' costumes an 8, deducting 2 points for the footwear and hairstyles. None wore traditional shoes or had their hair styled in an ancient manner. They were all in sneakers. And one female NPC was even in high heels. Nyogu sighed. How could an NPC chase players in heels? He deducted another point, settling on a score of 7. As Nyogu scrutinized the NPC's attire, he was oblivious to Wang Jian, whose face had turned ashen, nearly paralyzed by fear. It was peculiar, despite having visited before. He was still terrified, his lips trembling. So many ghosts, he whimpered, filled with regret for attending. He shakily pointed at a group across the way. They don't walk on their heels. Nyogu's face turned pale as he stepped forward for a closer look, only to lock eyes with a ghastly, pale face. Hello there, the NPC greeted him, revealing a mouthful of blood-red teeth. Nyogu's mind went blank, a chill coursing through him. Just as he felt rooted to the spot, paralyzed with fear, a sudden gong resonated.
Dong.
The ceremony commenced. The sound of the gong echoed. Chapter 18. Terrifying revelations. As the sound of the gong echoed, everyone instinctively settled into their seats. The banquet was sparsely attended. With the addition of their quartet, there were approximately 30 individuals seated across 4 tables. At Nyogu's table, besides the 4 of them, 3 other individuals were present. These 3 appeared ethereal, almost boneless, and exuded an unsettling aura. Strangely enough, although these NPCs bore no horrific makeup nor made any attempt to frighten them, an inexplicable dread settled in Nyogu's heart. He leaned toward Wang Jian and whispered, "Were there this many NPCs when you were here last time?" The sheer number of NPCs seemed excessive, even exceeding that of the players. Wang Jian shook his head. No, last time it was just our group of players, with only 3 NPCs including the proprietor. He too was baffled by the sudden influx of NPCs. If they were to swarm them, escape would be impossible. Once everyone was seated, a ghostly woman began serving the dishes. She glided towards them, her tray seemingly floating in midair. Upon reaching their table, she presented 4 dishes, a fist-sized black spider, dozens of vividly colored venomous snakes, and a plate of meat teeming with maggots. The sight of these culinary horrors churned Nyogu's stomach, nearly prompting him to vomit. He quickly averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Just as he shifted his focus, he heard a startled exclamation from Wang Jian. Nyogu turned to see him staring in horror at the table. Following Wang Jian's gaze, Nyogu's eyes widened at the sight of the 4th dish, a plate of human eyeballs.
Ugh.
Nyogu could no longer contain himself and promptly retched. How disgusting. Where did the proprietor source these props? They're far too lifelike. Opposite him, Oldley had been preoccupied with thoughts of ancient architecture, eager for the plot to conclude swiftly. Instead, the narrative dragged on interminably. Growing impatient, he reached for the black spider on the plate. This is fake. I'm not afraid. I'm leaving now. Old Guan, you can entertain Nyogu. But before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream erupted. The spider was alive, soft and warm, squirming in his grip. Old Lee's mind went blank. He hastily tried to fling the spider away, but it nimbly scurried up his arm and vanished into his clothing. Witnessing this, Nyogu's scalp prickled, and he let out a shriek.
Ah!
It's inside. Quickly, take off your clothes. Hurry. The three of them surrounded Old Li, frantically urging him to remove his jacket. Silence. A chilling voice resonated from all directions, followed by the creaking of the door as a blood-red bridal palanquin appeared, carried by 4 paper figures. Old Guan's eyes widened at the sight. Paper figures carrying a bridal palanquin? This haunted house is truly something. The 4 figures floated gracefully, appearing as though a mere gust of wind could topple them, yet they effortlessly bore the palanquin. Old Guan's curiosity piqued, and he felt an urge to approach. However, as he moved, the 4 paper figures turned in unison, their hollow, pupilless eyes fixating on him, sending shivers down his spine. How eerie! He dared not move, obediently sitting back down. Once the palanquin touched the ground, the bride emerged. Nyogu held his breath, eager to see her appearance as typically. Such significant NPCs bore distinctive makeup. He braced himself for a terrifying visage, perhaps with a ghastly face and sharp fangs. However, as the bride descended, they were met with an exquisitely beautiful countenance. How stunning! Nyogu gasped. The actress portraying the NPC was breathtaking, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. Her every gesture imbued with an air of antiquity. All were mesmerized by the bride's beauty, but in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The lovely bride suddenly split her mouth wide, revealing 108 teeth, for layers densely packed, inciting Nyogu's trypophobia. His scalp tingled, and he scratched his head, contemplating how adeptly the haunted house's proprietor created such a terrifying ambience. The juxtaposition of the breathtaking beauty and the grotesque set of teeth was unsettling. The bride, with her mouth full of teeth, scanned the crowd and grinned. "Where's my groom? Is it you?" She pointed at an unfortunate soul who, petrified, screamed, "Not me.
Not me."
Please don't look at me." This individual seemed to collapse under the pressure, crouching and trembling with his head clutched in his hands. Nyogu furrowed his brow, exchanging a puzzled glance with Old Guan, a question rising within him. Isn't this person an NPC? How could he be so terrified by the ghostly bride? He whispered to Wang Jian, "What about the groom? Was there none during your previous visit?" Wang Jian's face drained of color, nearly in tears. "Last time, I was the groom." Nyogu was speechless. "You certainly have guts." To be frank, even he felt a chill at the sight of the ghostly bride, goosebumps erupting all over him. He couldn't fathom how Wang Jian dared to play the groom. Wang Jian shook his head. "It wasn't like this. The bride before was beautiful and not frightening." "You actually referred to her as the bride? Have you lost your mind?" Nyogu exclaimed incredulously. At that moment, the bride slowly turned her head, her gaze locking onto Wang Jian as she reached out. "Wang Lang, have you come to take me away? I've missed you so much." She glided toward him. Wang Jian, overwhelmed, realized that the spectral figure remembered him. And in a fit of panic, he lost control of his emotions, shrieking and bolting for the exit. "Wang Jian." Nyogu, taken aback by Wang Jian's reaction, feared for his safety and hurried to pursue him. Initially believing the space was small enough to catch up quickly, he soon found himself running for nearly half an hour. His legs trembling, yet he still hadn't caught up to Wang Jian. Leaning against his knees, panting heavily, Nyogu mused, "This little brat can really run. Where has he gone?" As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had exited the city and arrived at a desolate burial ground. The night had fallen completely, and a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down his spine. This place is vast, and it's a burial ground. Although he reminded himself it was merely a game, a haunted house devoid of real spirits, fear still crept into his heart. It was truly terrifying. Cautiously, he moved forward and spotted someone lying on the ground, clad in sportswear. It appeared to be Wang Jian. Why is he lying there? Has he fainted? Nyogu rushed over, crouching to attempt reviving Wang Jian, only to discover that the figure lacked a head. It was merely a corpse.
Ah!
Nyogu was so startled that he fell backward, his heart racing uncontrollably. He patted his chest, reassuring himself, "Do not be afraid. It's all fake. Everything is a ruse." Just as he began to regain his composure, he suddenly spotted Wang Jian's head bouncing on the ground. "Nyogu, were you looking for me?"
Ah!
Nyogu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. How could this be? Chapter 19. Worth the journey. How could they frighten someone to the point of fainting again? Upon hearing the commotion, Ruhua rushed in to find 4 individuals unconscious. Miao quickly entered to render assistance. The spirit's lack of restraint was alarming. Despite her repeated cautions to take it easy and not terrify anyone, it had nonetheless caused 4 individuals to lose consciousness all at once. She instructed Nie Xiaoqian to don modern attire and attend to the remaining guests who had not fainted, while she herself ventured into the scene to check on the 4 fallen. The spirit had already moved the 4 individuals to the entrance of the 2nd floor, lying side by side on the ground, resembling 4 lifeless bodies from a distance. Witnessing this sight, Miao couldn't help but twitch her lips. To be frank, had her mental fortitude not been fortified, she might have succumbed to fear at the sight before her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as Nyogu, Wang Jian, and their companions. What a surprise! She had expected to encounter timid souls, only to find that these daring ones had succumbed to fright. Wasn't Nyogu a horror blogger? He must have visited numerous haunted houses, yet here he was, fainted. Clearly, the spirit's capacity for fright was substantial this time. Spirit, do exercise caution in the future. Not everyone possesses a strong constitution. What if someone were to be truly terrified? The spirit nodded in compliance. Rest assured, I am mindful.
Miao sighed.
If only I had installed cameras for real-time monitoring. I could have whisked anyone away who couldn't endure the fright. Although she had earned some money, she was still repaying the credit card debt incurred from creating the haunted house, leaving her finances quite tight. The scale of the spirit's domain was immense, akin to a village, and she had no idea how vast it truly was. Installing cameras would have required at least 100, an expense she could not afford. Hence, she had repeatedly instructed the spirit to temper its efforts and avoid terrifying guests. Noticing Miao's lingering doubts, Ruhua gently reassured her. Do not fret, master. We indeed exercise discretion. In fact, the spirit is even more judicious, for this is its domain, and it can manipulate the ghostly mist at will. What you may not realize is that those with greater courage and stronger life force are less susceptible to the mist's allure. Conversely, those who are timid, with weaker life forces, easily succumb to the illusions upon entering the realm. We need not actively frighten them. They will terrify themselves. For such players, we merely guide them through the narrative without deliberate scares. Should they become excessively frightened, the spirit will sense it through the mist and escort them to the exit, notifying you in the process. Ruhua pointed to the 4 individuals lying on the ground, remarking, their life forces are robust. They have been in the realm for a considerable time without being ensnared by the mist and maintain their lucidity. Particularly this one, Nyogu, though clearly terrified. His life force burns brightly, disbelieving in the existence of ghosts. When encountering such players, we certainly endeavor to provide them with a thrilling experience. Miao nodded, realizing that they tailor the experience according to the guest's courage, less frightening for the timid, more for the bold. However, she gazed at the 4 sprawled on the ground and remarked, do you think you might have overdone it a bit? The spirit scoffed, who told them to underestimate me. From the moment they entered, they insisted on no scares. No horror. They needed to see my true prowess. Miao was taken aback by the spirit's sensitivity. Once the guests downstairs had departed, she instructed the spirit and Ruhua to carry the 4 to their resting area, applying exorcism talismans to their foreheads. Before long, the 4 awakened, bewildered.
Who am I?
Where am I? Who are you? They mumbled in confusion. Miao waved her fingers in front of them. Do you not recognize this place? Welcome to Fengdu Haunted House. Do you remember coming here to have fun? Nyogu suddenly recalled, jumping up to scan his surroundings, exclaiming, where's Wang Jian? Is he alive? His mind was consumed with the image of Wang Jian's head bouncing on the ground. Though he had been nearly frightened to death, his primary concern was Wang Jian's safety. I'm right here, Wang Jian feebly replied, utterly drained and unable to rise. I thought I was going to die from fright. How could I have been so foolish? Last time, I was haunted by nightmares for days, and here I am again. How could I forget the terror? Wang Jian lamented. Boss, why does your narrative have to change? If it were the same as last time, I wouldn't have been so afraid. He had envisioned himself as a hero, guiding his companions through the haunted house with calmness, while others panicked. Instead, he was now left in a state of utter disarray. Miao chuckled, explaining, "Each narrative has several versions. Last time, there were fewer of you, and you all knew one another, so that storyline was more entertaining. Today, with a larger group, we opted for a different version. There's even a third version for your next visit. You can experience that as well." Wang Jian trembled in fright, shaking his head vigorously. "Forget it. I'm not coming back. It's too terrifying." Niogu stared blankly at Wang Jian for a while, until Wang Jian queried, "Niogu, why are you staring at me?" Only then did Niogu snap back to reality, hastily shaking his head. "It's nothing. He had finally realized that the head he saw was merely a prop, yet it was so lifelike that it bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Jian, even down to the birthmark on his nose. Unable to contain his curiosity, Niogu turned to Miao. "Boss, was that head you made? It looked incredibly realistic." Miao nodded. "Indeed, it's a prop." Niogu inquired, "How did you manage to make it look so authentic and so quickly?" "We just arrived." At this, he glanced at the wall clock, noting it was only 11:30. They had entered at 10, meaning they had been there for just an hour and a half. The fact that Miao could create such a convincing prop in such a short time was remarkable. "It's quite simple," Miao replied nonchalantly. "The head was 3D printed. We print several heads in advance and then make adjustments based on the player's appearances." "Did you do it all yourself?" Niogu asked. Miao affirmed, "Yes, it was all my handiwork." Niogu gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. You truly have a deft hand, boss." Miao smiled and turned to the others. "How do you all feel? Have you recovered?" Lao Guan and Lao Li remained in a daze, nodding absently, still in shock. Their spirits had fled in fright and had yet to return. "Boss, your haunted house is incredible," Niogu exclaimed again, giving another thumbs up. "I've explored so many haunted houses, but this is the first time I've been scared to the point of fainting. I still feel a shiver down my spine just thinking about it." With that, Niogu stood up and helped the others to their feet, declaring, "Let us go. This journey has truly been worthwhile." Chapter 20. The Haunted House Experience. 4 individuals trembled as they made their way outside. Wang Jian thought to himself, "I shall never return here. While this place is entertaining, it is far too frightening. How terrifying. Who would create such a nightmarish haunted house? I nearly soiled myself." The group stumbled clumsily toward the exit, and after experiencing the rejuvenating warmth of the Yangqi room, they felt a comforting warmth enveloping them, invigorating their spirits. Wang Jian pondered whether he was unwell. Could a mere haunted house truly induce such a state of faintness? After all, this was his second visit. Surely, he must possess a rather timid disposition. It seemed he ought to return a few more times to bolster his courage. Old Li and Old Guan, on the other hand, lamented, "Oh dear, we exited too soon. We ought to have lingered longer inside to study the mechanisms and architecture." As for Niogu, he was smacking his forehead, regretting that their adventure had been so lackluster, as the plot had not been fully explored. He yearned to uncover what transpired next. "Perhaps we shall return tomorrow." By now, it was midday, and their stomachs were grumbling. They decided to find a meal. Miao remarked, "The Yangqi room is indeed a miraculous place. Even after being terrified out of our wits, I find myself eager to return." The group, all famished, presumably due to the exertion spent in the haunted house, exited the entrance, their hunger palpable. Wang Jian suggested, "There is a university town nearby, not far from here, where the cuisine is delightful. Shall we dine there?" "Agreed," the others replied, too weary and distracted by their hunger to be selective about their dining location. They simply wished to satiate their appetites. Upon arriving at a restaurant in the university town, they ordered a banquet of dishes. The group commenced a voracious onslaught, devouring the food with an insatiable hunger. With 10 dishes consumed entirely, they still found themselves unsated and each ordered an additional 2 bowls of rice. Niogu reclined in his chair, rubbing his belly, exclaiming, "I am utterly stuffed." Old Li echoed, "I feel the same. It has been years since I have eaten to such excess." Engaging in a haunted house truly depletes one's energy. If only participating in a haunted house could aid in weight loss, I wonder how many would be eager to join. In the midst of their banter, Niogu suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was the man in the brown robe. Wasn't he an NPC from the haunted house? What was he doing here dining?
Hey there.
Nyogu waved, greeting him. Doesn't the haunted house provide meals? The man in the brown robe appeared bewildered.
What did you say?
I don't understand. Aren't you an employee of the haunted house? Nyogu inquired with curiosity. The man shook his head. No, I am a player. The friends at the same table nodded in agreement. We are all players. We visited the haunted house today, not NPCs. Not NPCs? Nyogu could hardly conceal his astonishment. Then why did you claim to be the owner of the establishment? He had always believed the man in the brown robe to be a non-playable character, having seen him lingering in the shop, seemingly urging others to progress through the narrative. He never anticipated that the man was also a player. If he was indeed a player, what was his motive for urging them to leave? Their pace through the narrative had no bearing on him. The man in the brown robe tilted his head, contemplating for a moment. After much thought, he hesitantly replied, Isn't role-playing essential to the haunted house experience? When I noticed no one was in the shop, I wanted to experience the feeling of being a shop owner. Nyogu was left speechless. This individual was merely a player impersonating an NPC. It made sense now. The meticulous nature of the haunted house owner could not possibly result in any oversight regarding NPC appearances. Thus, it seemed those donning sports shoes and high heels were players, not non-playable characters. Nyogu found himself puzzled. Players entering the haunted house would not take the time to apply makeup. At most, they might change their attire to enhance immersion, as makeup would consume too much time. Old One pondered, could it be the lighting? I noticed the ambience within the instance was quite dim, shrouded in mist. That is indeed plausible. Nyogu marveled. This owner is remarkably skilled, utilizing light and shadow to craft an atmosphere of terror, truly masterful. The more he reflected upon it, the more impressed he became. The Huapai instance was extraordinary. He eagerly anticipated the next installment from the haunted house proprietor. That evening, Nyogu hosted a live stream from his hotel, where viewers inquired about the Fengdu haunted house. What was it like? How did the Huapai instance compare? Had he experienced anything else besides that? Enormous? The viewers were left astounded. It was well known that Nyogu had visited numerous haunted houses both domestically and abroad, particularly the renowned ones. Some haunted houses were even as large as an entire building. Could it be that the Fengdu haunted house surpassed the size of a building? Surely not. The Fengdu haunted house was not merely a building, it was an entire city. My heavens, an entire city? The viewers were incredulous, flooding the comments with disbelief. Nyoda, are you pulling our leg? How could it be an entire city? Impossible. Laughter erupted as viewers teased him. Honestly, Nyoda, did you receive payment for this? Unperturbed, Nyogu presented several photographs, methodically displaying them to his audience. This is the entrance to the Fengdu haunted house. Quite impressive, isn't it? The gate is tall and grand, with the characters for Fengdu haunted house inscribed in a vigorous calligraphy, surely crafted by a skilled calligrapher. Viewers commented, noting that the Fade alone exuded a formidable presence. Nyogu displayed the second photograph. This was captured just after I entered the gate. As the image appeared, the chat erupted with astonished cries.
What?
Is this really a haunted house? This must be photoshopped. I can't see any walls. I refuse to believe a haunted house could be this expansive. Nyogu clarified, the haunted house indeed covers a vast area, though many sections remain undeveloped. Currently, only one large building is open to the public. Upon hearing this, viewers collectively scoffed. Come on, Yoda, are you resorting to gimmicks now?
Get to the point.
I knew it. There's no way a haunted house could be this extensive. The third photograph showcased the ominous building. Nyogu explained, here lies that very structure. Quite tall, isn't it? Let me count. How many floors are there? 16 floors. Are they all haunted house attractions? Such a significant investment. Viewers exclaimed. Surely, it cannot be solely a haunted house. It appears more like a shopping mall. Does the haunted house only occupy one floor? Skepticism lingered as they questioned. How could a mere haunted house claim an entire building? Such a phenomenon is virtually unheard of.
Nyoda.
Chapter 21. The haunted house mall opens. Don't keep us in suspense. Nyoda, just tell us. Urged the viewers in the live stream. Yes, share the storyline. Is the painted skin dungeon really enjoyable? Nyogu put down the photograph and replied, "This building is indeed a haunted house. And the painted skin dungeon occupies an entire floor on the second level." He continued, "When we entered, there were already many players inside, around 30 or 40, but it was far from crowded. It was quite spacious. An entire floor? That is quite impressive." The viewers expressed their curiosity. "Nyoda, did you manage to take any photos of the painted skin dungeon?" Nyogu nodded. "I only have one, taken at the entrance. I didn't take any more inside. That information is a commercial secret. Please show us," they urged. Nyogu located the photograph and displayed it on the camera. The image revealed a long, ancient street that seemed endless, lined with shops and featuring three-story buildings. In the distance, faint mountain peaks could be seen.
Wow, Nyoda.
Are you truly not pulling our leg? This set design rivals that of a film studio. It's a grand endeavor to have constructed a movie set on the second floor. It's real, Nyogu affirmed. I was startled when I first entered. While many viewers remained skeptical, believing Nyogu was exaggerating, his reputation was stellar. Any haunted house he recommended was invariably commendable. Some viewers commented, "I trust Nyoda. I'm from Fengdu, and will take friends to see it this weekend. I'll go too. I'm from out of town, but not far from Fengdu. I want to check it out." "Nyoda, you'd better be telling the truth. If you're deceiving us, I'll expose you. I've taken a screenshot. I'll compare Nyoda's photo with the real thing. If they don't match, I'll demand a refund." To verify the authenticity, many viewers immediately booked tickets. Miao, resting in the lounge, noticed orders rolling in one after another. Within half an hour, 500 tickets had already been sold.
Wow.
This is going to be a windfall. Miao quickly sat up, checking the group buying app, and discovered a surge of reservations. The Painted Skin Dungeon had a maximum capacity of 50 players per session, and with hourly operations for 10 hours, that amounted to 500 visitors daily. After the weekend tickets were fully booked, people began reserving for Monday. For an entire week, from Monday to Sunday, all tickets were sold out. This was truly going to be a lucrative venture. Once this significant sum of money was deposited, she could finally construct a dwelling for Ruhua and Nie Xiaoqian. Just as Miao was reveling in her excitement, a notification from the Haunted House app chimed. "Congratulations! Fengdu Haunted House has leveled up to a newly established. And the Haunted House Mall is now open."
What?
The Haunted House Mall is open? This app has a mall? Miao quickly opened the app and saw a new section labeled Haunted House Mall at the bottom of the menu. Previously, the menu only had 3 sections: My Profile, Haunted House Management, and My Tasks. Now there was an additional Haunted House Mall. Upon entering, Miao discovered that the Haunted House Mall resembled a large-scale online marketplace, selling everything imaginable. In addition to furniture, clothing, and food, they even sold houses. There were high-rise buildings, villas, and quaint cottages, everything one could desire. Among the offerings, Miao's favorite was a small structure called Rui Cottage. This Rui Cottage functioned like a portable space. Although it was only 100 square meters, it included a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and kitchen. The Rui Cottage could be carried around and stored when not in use. To reside in it, one simply had to place the Rui Cottage on the ground, and it would automatically adapt to the surrounding environment, transforming into whatever was suitable. In other words, if placed in a lounge, it would merge with the building. If positioned in a forest, it would morph into a cave or a treehouse. Much like a chameleon, it would alter its external form. Miao yearned for this cottage. Currently, she had no room of her own, sleeping on a wooden bed in the lounge, which left her back aching. However, the Rui Cottage was prohibitively expensive, priced at 1 million. Even if she sold herself, she couldn't afford it. After searching thoroughly, she discovered that only a century-old peach wood could be purchased, priced at 1,000 yuan. It seemed quite reasonable. So Miao planned to buy a piece to fashion into a peachwood sword. She would eventually receive the Yin Yang Eye, which might allow her to see spirits. While she felt safe in the haunted house, surrounded by powerful beings like Painted Skin, Ruhua, and Xiaoqian, she knew they couldn't accompany her outside. Miao could not avoid the outside world forever, so she contemplated crafting a peachwood sword for protection. Determined to buy the century-old peachwood, she attempted to place her order. only to find that the haunted house mall accepted only ghost coins, not earthly currency. Where could she acquire ghost coins? After some investigation, she realized that the points in my profile represented ghost coins. She learned that every penny earned by the Fengdu haunted house also accumulated points, which could be converted into ghost coins at a 1-to-1 ratio. Calculating her earnings since opening the haunted house, Miao found that they had amassed 30,000 yuan, equating to 30,000 points. Converting the points into ghost coins, she successfully purchased the century-old peachwood. How delightful! I initially feared I would have to spend earthly money, but it turns out I didn't need to. This is like earning a fortune without spending a dime. How blissful! Previously, Miao had been frugal, saving money to construct a dwelling for Ruhua and Xiaoqian. Now that she discovered the haunted house mall accepted points, her financial situation improved dramatically. As she prepared to indulge in shopping, a pop-up window suddenly appeared. The impoverished haunted house owner is shopping for the first time in the mall. To encourage the haunted house owner to earn and spend, the mall rewards a lottery draw. The page transitioned to a large spinning wheel for the lottery. Miao, who had never had luck in the past and had never won even a 5 yuan lottery ticket, felt little interest in the draw. She casually clicked the wheel, which spun dramatically, complete with dazzling special effects. After about 10 seconds, fireworks erupted on the page. Haunted house owner Miao, your fortunes have turned. You've won an SSS grade item. Haunted house owner Miao, luck is on your side. A rare blind box of SSS grade quality has been revealed.
Wow.
Haunted house owner, you've struck it rich. You've hit the jackpot. It was truly an extraordinary prize, so much so that even the app couldn't resist teasing her. Miao could hardly believe her good fortune in winning an SSS grade item and quickly clicked on the blind box. A brilliant golden light flashed, and a square golden box appeared before her. Previously, the blind boxes for painted skin, Nie Xiaoqian and their companions were black, but this one was golden. Miao was filled with excitement. What treasures might this golden rare blind box contain? Chapter 22. The Golden Blind Box. The rare blind box is exceedingly precious. Miao searched within the ghost house mall and found that blind boxes were also available for sale. The ordinary black blind box was priced at 1 million points, while the rare golden blind box commanded a staggering price of 1 billion. 1 billion. Though the black blind box is costly, with effort it is attainable, however. The golden blind box seems beyond her reach for a lifetime. Even if Miao were to transform the ghost house into a publicly traded company, earning 1 billion would still be a daunting task. It is likely that she may never accumulate such wealth in her lifetime. The golden blind box before her could very well be her sole opportunity to possess a rare blind box. Thus, she must approach the opening of this box with utmost caution. Miao proceeded to the restroom to wash her hands, dispensing soap and lathering it thoroughly, ensuring every inch, even between her nails, was scrupulously cleaned. The three companions, Huapai, Nie Xiaoqian and Ruhua, were equally intrigued by their rare blind box, gathering around to gaze at it. What could be inside? Is it another ghost?
Huapai pondered.
It should not be, Ruhua responded. Given its rarity, it must possess a higher quality. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? Nie Xiaoqian, with her striking mature visage yet possessing a curious and gossipy nature, could hardly contain her excitement. After washing her hands, Miao approached, nervously fidgeting with her fingers, inhaling deeply before finally opening the blind box. A brilliant golden light burst forth, revealing a small pink pig before her. It was delightfully rosy, with a body resembling that of a pig, yet its snout bore a resemblance to an elephant's, adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns. This resembles the Dream Eater from the game Yin Yang X. Miao exclaimed, "What is this? Is it a pig?" She looked towards her three companions, who simultaneously shook their heads, indicating they were equally baffled and unfamiliar with the creature. Intrigued by the mystery, Miao opened her app and clicked on Ghost House Management, discovering a new entry under Monsters, Exotic Beasts. She tapped on Exotic Beasts to find Exotic Beast Count: 1 Dream Eater, Elephant Trunk, Rhinoceros Eyes, Cow Tail, Tiger Feet, inhabiting the southern mountain valleys, feeding on dreams and devouring nightmares, capable of making consumed dreams reappear. So, it is an exotic beast. But what purpose does it serve? Beyond consuming dreams. What else can it do? Perhaps fattening it up for meat?
Samingli sansingli miaus murderous intent.
The dream eater squeaked a couple of times and scampered over to nuzzle against her feet. Simultaneously, a sweet, childish voice echoed in her mind. Master, please don't kill me. I am useful, truly. Li Miao was taken aback, staring incredulously at the dream eater at her feet. You can speak in my mind? Nie Xiaoqian, witnessing the dream eater's affectionate demeanor, felt a twinge of jealousy. She nestled against Li Miao's shoulder, resting her head against her, and softly said, Sister Master, I can also speak in your mind. As she finished her sentence, Li Miao heard Nie Xiaoqian's gentle voice in her head. Sister Master, can you hear me?
Wow.
Li Miao gasped in surprise, quickly covering her mouth, her gaze shifting to Hua Pai and Ruhua. Can you both also communicate in my mind? Ruhua nodded. We can now, but not until the ghost house officially opens. Once the ghost house is operational, you will become its true master. It seems we have established a connection, and we are entirely at your service. Everything in the ghost house belongs to you. As long as you desire, you can control everything within it. Li Miao could hardly contain her astonishment. Could she truly wield such power over the ghost house? Yet, she felt no such influence at present. How could she possibly assert control? Noticing Li Miao's confusion, Ruhua clarified, You are still an ordinary person without any magical abilities. Hence you cannot do so yet. Once your powers deepen, you'll be able to command everything here. Magic? The more they spoke, the more perplexed she became. Glancing at her own palm, she reflected on her condition as a terminally ill patient, struggling to survive. How could she possibly wield magic? Where could she learn it? Do you possess magical abilities? How do you cultivate them? Can you teach me? Li Miao inquired eagerly, looking at the three spirits. The trio shook their heads in unison. We are spirits. You are human. It is different. Hearing this, Li Miao searched through the ghost house mall for any texts on cultivation but found none. It seemed that her hopes for cultivation were dashed. Never mind, she thought, lowering her gaze to the dream eater at her feet. What exactly is your function? The dream eater strained its mind. Master, I can consume your nightmares, ensuring that you will not suffer from them. Li Miao shook her head. I rarely dream, and I have never experienced nightmares. That utility seems limited. Please, tell me something else. Something else? The dream eater was nearly in tears, feeling inadequate as an exotic beast. If not for the constraints of the ghost house, it would have devoured her in one gulp. Humph, a frail mortal lacking any strength. One flick of its trunk could send her flying. Li Miao furrowed her brow and asked the dream eater, Are you speaking ill of me in your mind? The dream eater, terrified, shook its head vigorously. No, no. You are the best, kindest, and most esteemed master in the world. Li Miao scrutinized the dream eater, but chose not to press further. The sensation she had just experienced was peculiar. It seemed she could perceive the creature's thoughts, even sense its very existence. However, that feeling was fleeting, quickly dissipating.
Speak.
What other abilities do you possess? Li Miao pressed. Seeing that Li Miao was not pursuing the matter any further, the dream eater let out a sigh of relief. Oh dear, that was terrifying. I must be more careful not to speak ill of you in the future. The dream eater twirled its long trunk into a heart shape, playfully appealing to Li Miao. Master, I can also recreate dreams. Do you have someone you wish to see but cannot? If you can dream of them, I can consume that dream and regurgitate it. I am quite remarkable. The dream I produce can last for a significant time. Recreate dreams? Someone I want to see? Li Miao paused, her eyes glistening with tears as she murmured, Mom, Dad. She longed for them dearly, more than anything. Due to the severance of her fate, her memories had begun to fade. She was on the verge of forgetting her parents' faces, only vaguely recalling their love and kindness towards her. Her parents had passed away when she was just 7 years old, and it had been 13 years since she last saw them. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She crouched down to look at the dream eater. Must I dream for you to consume it in order to recreate it? I'm not certain I can dream of them. Yes, yes, yes. You can. The dream eater exclaimed excitedly. Li Miao, filled with anticipation, quickly retrieved a necklace from around her neck. The pendant was heart-shaped, containing a photograph of her parents. She held the picture up to the Dream Eater. The Dream Eater squeaked a couple of times, its body expanding as if filled with air, lifting into the air. Then, like a pea shooter, it began to spray bubbles throughout the room. Instantly, the space was filled with dreamlike bubbles. Chapter 23. The copy of Ruhua. These bubbles, reminiscent of those crafted from soap, floated gracefully throughout the room, shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors. Miao raised her finger and tapped one. Instantly, the bubble expanded, revealing a screen akin to that of a television. On the display, a young couple, her parents, gently pushed a cradle, their faces brimming with joy as they whispered softly. "Let us name our daughter Miao Miao," the father said, a name he had pondered deeply. "Show." The mother placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to lower his voice so as not to disturb the baby. The father quickly hushed his tone, whispering, "Baby, I'm sorry, my voice was too loud." "Dear, shall we name our daughter Li Miao?" "Li Miao?" The mother echoed, then nodded. "That sounds lovely. Let us call her Little Miao Miao." Li Miao crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Woo-woo. Nie Xiaoqian also began to cry, coming over to embrace Li Miao. "Sister Master, please don't cry. You are now the master of the haunted house. Perhaps you can find your parents and bring them here." Li Miao abruptly lifted her gaze, tears glistening on her nose, and stared blankly at Nie Xiaoqian. "Xiaoqian, what did you just say?"
Please repeat that.
It was Ruhua who spoke next. "Master, Xiaoqian makes a valid point. Any soul can exist within the haunted house. However, we must first ascertain whether your parents have been reincarnated." Li Miao wiped her tears and stood up. "Yes, you are right. I can find my parents and bring them to the haunted house. Dream Demon, gather all these dreams." Li Miao sniffed, realizing she could not continue watching. Further contemplation would unleash her emotions uncontrollably. The Dream Demon, with a fawning expression, said, "Master, I can weave these dreams together into a grand tapestry, transforming it into a reality where you can step inside and converse with those within." This sounded remarkably akin to the reward for the copy's scene materialization. Suddenly, a thought illuminated Li Miao's mind. She wanted to conduct an experiment. "Dream Demon, are these dreams authentic? How long can they persist?" she inquired. It replied that the dreams it produced were ephemeral, mere illusions that could not endure in the tangible world. Li Miao nodded, contemplating the copy. Could she leverage the scene materialization from the copy to make dreams tangible? Previously, she had constructed a rudimentary version of the skin copy using inexpensive materials. The reward of scene materialization could transform these simple structures into something real. If basic materials could become real through scene materialization, then why not dreams? If that were possible, the Dream Demon would prove invaluable. Li Miao turned to Ruhua. "Ruhua, can you dream?" Ruhua hesitated. "I am a ghost. I do not need to sleep, nor have I ever dreamed." She then looked back at the Dream Demon. "Have you consumed Ruhua's dreams?" The Dream Demon shook its nose. Meng doesn't he know? Meng has to devour countless dreams every day, too many to remember. It intentionally referred to itself as Meng, speaking in a childish tone to endear itself to Li Miao. Nie Xiaoqian turned and glared at the Dream Demon. Scheming beast, pretending to be young despite being ancient. She refused to feign youth, opting instead to be a warm little angel by her sister master's side, obedient, understanding, and capable of offering suggestions. "Sister Master," Nie Xiaoqian began, "are you thinking of building a home for Ruhua? You could find some photographs of Shitangju from the 1920s and 30s to show the Dream Demon, allowing it to conjure those dreams." "Intelligent," Li Miao praised, pulling out her phone to search for old photographs. Being complimented by her sister master thrilled Nie Xiaoqian, and she proudly raised her chin towards the Dream Demon. The Dream Demon snorted softly, thinking it was the one who ultimately produced the dreams. After all, it was the most useful. Ruhua observed their interaction, shaking her head in resignation. It truly was childish. Nie Xiaoqian had died in her teens, and the Dream Demon seldom communicated with others, so despite their longevity, their mentalities remained quite juvenile. Having grown up in a brothel, Ruhua had encountered various people and was a top-tier courtesan, possessing a high emotional intelligence. In their presence, she exuded a big sister aura. Li Miao found several photographs of Shitangju from the 1920s and 30s and presented them to the Dream Demon, urging it to find similar dreams. Soon, the Dream Demon released a flurry of bubbles. Li Miao pieced them together, ultimately forming one large bubble.
Done.
This is Ruhua's habitat scene. Take it to the 3rd floor and try it out. Do not be sad, Li Miao reassured her. I will quickly construct your habitat. With that, she led Ruhua to the elevator, deciding to place Ruhua's scene on the 3rd floor. Upon reaching their destination, Li Miao instructed the Dream Demon to enlarge the dream, making it the same size as real buildings. Soon, the dream bubbles enveloped the entire 3rd floor.
Wow.
This is astonishing. As Li Miao beheld the scene, she felt as if she had stepped into the 1930s Hong Kong, surrounded by the unique retro architecture of the era. It was indistinguishable from reality, as though she had entered a film. Li Miao opened the app to check if this counted as constructing a habitat for Ruhua. My task was flashing. Upon entering, she discovered that the side quest to build Ruhua's habitat had been completed. Wonderful. This is useful. Li Miao claimed her task reward, materializing the dream scene from the copy. A gentle white light flickered, and the scene before her gradually transformed, shifting from the ethereal to the concrete. The once fragile dream bubbles now solidified into the real world. It was truly marvelous. Just as Li Miao was about to marvel at the brilliance of scene materialization, her eyes widened in surprise. Why are there people here? Since the Dream Demon had released a dream amalgamation, it contained many individuals. Li Miao had assumed that after scene materialization, these people would vanish, but they remained present. Covering her mouth in astonishment, Li Miao wondered, are these people real or illusions? Are they also ghosts? Before her stood a stall selling rice rolls, where the proprietor was busy preparing the dish. Li Miao approached. Hello, how much are the rice rolls? The owner ignored her, continuing his work as if Li Miao were invisible. She stepped closer, waving her hand in front of the rice roll vendor's face. But he remained unresponsive, like a programmed robot or an NPC from a game. They were neither truly existent individuals nor ghosts. They lacked consciousness. Chapter 24. Recovery. Li Miao lifted her gaze to the bustling street before her, the lively crowd rendering the word shock inadequate to convey her current feelings. It was simply astonishing, truly remarkable. Even as the proprietor of a haunted house, she could not help but marvel at the scene before her. What difference was there between this and time travel? It was evidently a form of transcendence. With 500 tickets sold for tomorrow, she pondered how many would actually arrive. Surely at least half. There was no need to orchestrate any elaborate plot. Simply allowing the patrons to wander through would suffice. It felt akin to an adventure through time, where mere novelty could enchant one for an entire day. As Li Miao glanced at the clock, she realized it was already 11 at night. She needed to rest, for the opening was scheduled for 8 in the morning. She stretched her neck, surprised to find she felt no trace of fatigue. Having spent the day attending to customers, tirelessly from dawn till dusk, and now so late into the night, she was astonished to find herself invigorated. In the past, she would be utterly exhausted by 9 in the evening, unable to endure the night. Pulling an all-nighter felt like a death sentence, requiring at least 3 days to recuperate. Yet now, there was no dread of sleeplessness. Her health was evidently improving. Li Miao observed that as the fame of the haunted house grew, so too did the number of visitors, leading to its flourishing development, which in turn seemed to enhance her vitality. Previously, she had felt perpetually unwell and devoid of spirit, but now she brimmed with energy. It appeared that the oracle had not deceived her. As long as she diligently managed the haunted house, she could thrive. Early the next morning, before Li Miao had even opened her eyes, she heard the gentle voice of Ruhua calling her. Mistress, awaken. There are guests at the door. It was only 7 o'clock. Why were they arriving so early? Li Miao quickly got out of bed, donned her eerie smiling mask, and went to open the door. Standing at the entrance were 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, all ardent fans of Niao. They were taking pictures in front of the grand entrance. Goodness! This door is enormous, just as Niao described, exclaimed the chubby one. He was a seasoned horror enthusiast, often exploring haunted houses with his friend, the slender one. who had captured screenshots during Nyogu's live streams. Though he had visited numerous haunted houses, he had not ventured into social media, thus lacking an online presence. He was skeptical of Nyogu's claims, convinced that the seemingly modest haunted house could not possibly resemble a film set without a hefty investment. He doubted anyone would pour such vast sums into a haunted house. His purpose for visiting was to expose what he perceived as Nyogu's deception, preventing others from being misled. The Slender One had deliberately arrived early, as fewer people meant more time to explore the haunted house. "Please come in," Miao gestured, allowing the four to enter. They had purchased tickets through a group buying website, and after checking their tickets on her phone, she directed them to the second floor. The chubby one inquired, "Do your employees come in this early as well?" "They reside here and can open at any time," Miao replied.
Wow.
"You're quite the capitalist. Making your employees work around the clock," he exclaimed, eyes wide. Miao smiled. "I pay well. Now hurry along, the elevator has arrived." The four ascended to the second floor. "This entrance has an impressive aura," the chubby one remarked excitedly. "Let's see what's inside," the slender one responded coolly, eager to discover if it was as magnificent as Nyogu had claimed. As they pushed open the door, their jaws dropped in unison.
Wow. 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 Ah.
They exclaimed. "This is beyond spectacular. It's not just a haunted house, it's a haunted city." Nyogu had spoken the truth. The photos were not altered. Before them stood an ancient, charming little town. The chubby one was rendered speechless, utterly captivated. The four exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Finally, Wanling broke the silence. "Have you noticed? It's quite chilly here. It's rather eerie." Zhang Chong nodded in agreement. In such a vast ghost town, not a soul in sight. It's unsettling. "Let us go in and see the plot and how frightening it is," the slender one suggested, leading the way. Meanwhile, Miao was washing her face and brushing her teeth, hurrying to prepare in case more guests arrived early. Xiaoqian floated nearby, watching as Miao completed her routine. As soon as she finished, Xiaoqian promptly handed her a dry towel and a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied. Ruhua was in the lounge preparing breakfast for Miao, while Hua Pai was stationed on the second floor to scare visitors. Only Meng was idly waiting, fearing her lack of contribution might lead to her being discarded by her master. Master, may I show you a dream?" she eagerly proposed. Miao spat out the foam from her mouth and replied, "You needn't do anything. Quickly find a place to hide so the guests won't see you." While Xiaoqian and Ruhua could pass for employees, Meng Mo's appearance was less easily explained. She resembled neither a pig nor an elephant, making her presence potentially problematic. "All right, master, I'll hide right away," Meng exclaimed before vanishing in a flash, her whereabouts unknown. Miao, though uncertain of her exact hiding spot, sensed that she had likely gone to the top floor. Once she finished washing up, Ruhua had prepared a meal, a bowl of fish fillet congee, a steamer of crystal dumplings, and a dish of stir-fried greens. Delicious, this fish fillet congee is exquisite. Miao relished the meal, feeling truly content. "Ruhua, your culinary skills are remarkable." Since taking on the management of the haunted house, Miao felt as though she was finally living a fulfilling life, having previously resided in a storage room at Uncle Lee's, subsisting on their leftovers. She often felt akin to a stray dog. "Master enjoys it, so I shall continue to prepare it daily," Ruhua replied, adept at crafting Hong Kong-style breakfasts. "Stop calling me master, just call me Miao Miao," Miao suggested, turning to Xiaoqian. "You can call me Miao Miao too," Xiaoqian softly replied. "I prefer to call you Sister Master." It was a term of respect mingled with warmth, uniquely hers. Xiaoqian. Chapter 25. Guests like clouds. Nie Xiaoqian was deeply enamored with Miao from the very first glance. Her high charisma and vibrant spirit drew Nie Xiaoqian in, and she instinctively felt that Miao was extraordinary, radiating warmth and strength. Although her master was still quite weak, Nie Xiaoqian sensed that she would soon grow, capable of protecting them and easily commanding their fates. "Call her whatever you wish." Miao was indifferent. After finishing breakfast, guests began to arrive in succession, including those who had made prior reservations, as well as walk-in customers. The lobby on the first floor gradually filled with people, with even the lounge becoming crowded. Impatiently, One guest raised his voice. Boss, is there only the painted skin experience here? Can't we play something else? It's so boring just sitting here. I see there are still 20 or 30 people ahead of me. When will it be my turn? It won't be long, Miao reassured the guests. A maximum of 50 can enter at a time. As soon as someone exits, you'll be allowed in. 50, the guest exclaimed. Won't that affect the experience? Not at all, Miao assured. The space is quite large and engaging. The more, the merrier. Having more guests means we can have NPCs otherwise. It would just be painted skin and Nie Xiaoqian managing everything. Ruhua now had her own dedicated experience and was busy crafting the storyline on the third floor, leaving no time to assist on the second. By the way, Ruhua's experience has just opened. Would you like to give it a try?
Miao inquired.
A new experience has opened? The crowd was taken aback, eagerly asking for details about the new storyline. Miao had yet to create promotional materials or posters. So she replied, it just opened and is still in testing. The original ticket price is 200, but it's currently at a discount of 160. 200? That's exorbitant. Are you trying to rob us? The guests were displeased, noting that painted skin was only 88. Why is Ruhua so expensive? It's worth every penny. Once you experience it, you'll understand. And I stand by my policy. If you're not satisfied, you can get a refund. Miao had conducted market research, and the current prices for large haunted houses were indeed around that range, with some tickets even exceeding 300. She didn't want to undervalue Ruhua's experience. Moreover, she knew that the NPCs inside were more lifelike than most. While she was aware they weren't real, the guests would be none the wiser, believing them to be genuine. Forget it, we're not going, the crowd unanimously decided, unwilling to be taken advantage of. They resolved to try the painted skin experience first and, if enjoyable, perhaps visit Ruhua later. Just then, a group of players emerged from the experience. It was a quartet, with Zhang Chong and Wan Ling clinging to each other, tears streaming down their faces.
It was terrifying.
I thought I would die. The others, including the stout and the thin one, wore blank expressions. When Miao approached to inquire, they jumped back in fright.
Ah!
Don't come closer. Clearly, they had been thoroughly spooked. Miao quickly adjusted the lighting to its brightest setting and pointed to the guests peering curiously from the lounge. This is the first floor. Look, everyone here is human. We're alive. One of them sobbed, truly believing he would perish within the haunted house. The thin one, once arrogant and aloof, now crouched on the floor, weeping uncontrollably.
It was horrifying.
Who has NPCs that can shapeshift? That was absolutely terrifying. I saw that beautiful woman peel off her own skin and transform into a ghastly creature. The special effects were indeed top-notch, even by international standards. Curious guests gathered around the floor, asking if it was really that frightening. Could it truly make someone cry? The stout one nodded vigorously. It can scare you to death. I advise you to prepare yourselves. Upon hearing this, the bushy-browed guest grew even more excited and quickly turned to Miao, since 4 of you just came out. Can we go in with 4 people now? The group was eager. They had changed clothes and were ready to enter. Miao nodded. Go ahead. But if you feel scared, just shout, I want to go out. This was the agreed-upon phrase with painted skin. If someone shouted it, they would be escorted to the entrance. With more guests arriving, both floors were bustling with people, and Miao, unable to attend to both levels, reminded painted skin to take care and not scare anyone into fainting. It would be quite a hassle to carry someone down if they collapsed. Alas, we are short-staffed. Heh, no haunted house has managed to scare me yet, the bushy-browed guest scoffed. Don't worry, we will definitely not shout that phrase. We'll play until the end. Maybe even scare your NPCs. He cast a disdainful glance at the thin ones. Miao urged them to head upstairs and then took the 4 shaken individuals to the lounge for water. In the corner of the lounge, she had placed numerous protective talismans. While they didn't possess the same potency as the Yang energy room, they could still dispel some of the guests' lingering fears. The 4 sat on the lounge sofa, sipping hot water to warm themselves, unable to suppress satisfied burps. Ah, that feels good. Hearing that Miao was introducing other guests to Ruhua's experience, the thin one asked curiously, Boss, you've opened a second experience? Miao nodded. It just opened today, and is still in a trial phase. Full-price tickets are 200, but now it's 160. Would you like to give it a try? Before the thin one could respond, Zhang Chong and Wanling shook their heads vehemently, insisting, no, no, no. I want to go shopping in a bustling area. I'm done with haunted houses. Never again. Li Hua's experience wasn't too scary like painted skin. Sensing the thin one's interest, Li Miao aimed to persuade them further. We're not going if it's not scary, we want to go. Wanling's tone was resolute. Li Miao felt a twinge of disappointment. All right then. Once the four had recovered, they headed towards the exit. As they passed by the Yang energy room, Wanling felt her fear dissipate in an instant. Suddenly, she was curious about trying another experience. Although painted skin was terrifying, it must be admitted that the architecture within was steeped in ancient charm, and the storyline was intriguing, creating a strong sense of immersion. Not only Wanling thought so, the other three also paused. How about we give it a try? They had come from another city, and since they were here, they wanted to experience everything they could. Since we've come all this way. Fantastic. Finally, someone is willing to try Li Hua's experience. Li Miao exclaimed, eagerly collecting the payment and directing them to the third floor. Wanling asked with curiosity, Boss, do we need to change clothes for this experience? We had to wear ancient costumes for the painted skin experience. Li Miao shook her head. No need for that. Li Hua's experience is set in the 1930s in a coastal city. The clothing is somewhat different but not significantly, so you can go in as you are. The four nodded in agreement and headed towards the elevator. As they reached the entrance, they encountered four tear-streaked faces emerging from the elevator, the very customers who had earlier mocked them.
Oh my, it was terrifying.
The bushy-browed guest cried, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 26. A visit to the Hua replica. Wanling could not suppress a chuckle. The man, who had previously boasted with bravado, was now reduced to a quivering mess just moments after entering. At least they had managed to endure nearly an hour inside. The lanky friend found it amusing as well, remarking, Come on, weren't you just saying how fearless you are? You swore you'd never utter the words, I want to leave. The heavy-browed customer looked utterly defeated, shaking his head weakly. I fear no ghosts, but there are real ones in there. Li Miao, who had been standing nearby, immediately sensed the gravity of the situation upon hearing his words and hurried over. She instructed the others to proceed ahead and, once they entered the elevator, turned to the heavy-browed man and asked, Are you all right? Would you like to sit in the lounge for a moment? The man, trembling, replied, Boss, there are indeed ghosts in your haunted house. With a light-hearted laugh, Li Miao responded, Surely, the fright must have muddled your mind. There are no ghosts here. If there were, I'd be the first to fall victim. She made a jest, assuring him, You must have been scared into hallucination. Our mechanisms here are exceptionally sophisticated, akin to cinematic special effects. You must be mistaken. The heavy-browed man shook his head, insisting it had nothing to do with special effects. He pulled out a charred talisman from his chest. Look, he exclaimed, holding it aloft. This is a protective charm my grandfather bestowed upon me. And now it's burned to a crisp. The haunted experience was indeed terrifying. Upon entering, he had quaked with fear, his spine chilled. Yet, it was unthinkable that he would be scared out so soon. It was the talisman that had terrified him. His name was Zhuangzi. His grandfather, a Taoist priest, had led a diligent life until, at the age of 40, he suddenly decided to renounce worldly life. Despite his family's pleas, he would not be swayed. Fortunately, he left behind his wealth and property for his wife and departed alone. Zhuangzi had never met his grandfather and had not heard of him from family members. His grandmother always claimed he had passed away, leading Zhuangzi to believe his grandfather had died long ago. It was not until he turned 18 and entered university that a mysterious old Taoist confronted him at the school gate, claiming to be his grandfather. He presented Zhuangzi with a protective charm, assuring him it would keep him safe. He also left behind a phone number and a bank card. When Zhuangzi checked the card at an ATM, he was astounded to find it contained 10 million. His father, a successful manager with connections, investigated and discovered that Zhuangzi's grandfather was a renowned master of metaphysics, Xuanqu Taoist. The Zhuang family did not believe in ghosts or spirits, and regardless of his grandfather's status, they had no intention of reaching out. However, since the money was a gift from grandfather to grandson, Zhuangzi's grandmother insisted he accept it. After that incident, Zhuangzi continued his normal life without encountering any supernatural beings. He did not believe the talisman was effective. He wore it simply because it was a gift from his grandfather, harboring a sense of affection for the old man. It was only when he entered the haunted house and felt the talisman grow hot and charred as the painted-skinned ghost approached him that he realized something was amiss. There were indeed ghosts in the haunted house. The talisman was useful. His grandfather truly was a master of metaphysics. Holding the charred talisman high, Zhuangzi desperately sought to convince Li Miao of the presence of real ghosts and urged her to summon a ghost-catching master. Li Miao took the talisman from his hands, examining it closely. This charm is merely a psychological crutch. I can draw them too. I've made plenty. If you want one, I can gift you a drawing. There are no ghosts here. Truly, where do ghosts exist in the world? This is all in your head. Your charm has likely burned because you've worn it for too long, and the cinnabar inside has ignited spontaneously. Is that true? Zhuangzi was momentarily bewildered.
Indeed.
Li Miao replied, producing a collection of charms from her pocket. Look, I have many here. If there were real ghosts, wouldn't they all be charred? Zhuangzi scrutinized the charms at her hand. They were identical to the one his grandfather had given him. He scratched his head, growing more perplexed. But just moments ago, the talisman had indeed felt scorching in the haunted replica. Hallucination. Li Miao insisted, firmly attributing it to Zhuangzi's fear-induced illusions. She then led him and the others to the Yang Energy Room at the entrance. After experiencing the rejuvenating atmosphere of the Yang Energy Room, Zhuangzi felt invigorated, his fear dissipating. He lamented to Li Miao, I truly have no courage. I ran out as soon as I entered, without even having a proper experience. Li Miao offered to refund their tickets, but Zhuangzi quickly shook his head. That won't do. It's my own fault. How could I ask for a refund? My state of mind was poor today. I will return next time. Very well, you're welcome to come back, Li Miao responded, adding Zhuangzi on WeChat to notify him of future new replicas. After Zhuangzi departed, Li Miao examined the talisman in her hand. That Xuanqiu Taoist must be quite a figure. The charms he crafted resembled those in the compendium of talismans. She needed to find a way to obtain a photograph of the master. In the future, if such an esteemed practitioner visited the haunted house, she would have the painted-skinned ghosts hidden away. There was a risk in using real ghosts to frighten people. She needed a strategy to mitigate that risk. While Li Miao conversed with Zhuangzi, the lanky friends were ascending to the third floor in the elevator. What story is being told in the Hua replica? Wanling inquired, curious if it involved Hua and 12 young masters. It should be, Zhang Chong nodded. We'll know once we arrive. I hope this replica isn't too frightening. Who knows? The owner of this haunted house is quite imaginative. It might be even scarier than the painted skin. The ticket for painted skin is only 88, while Hua's is 200. And after discounts, it's still 160. You get what you pay for. Hua should be more terrifying. The lanky friend expressed his anticipation for the Hua replica. Having explored numerous haunted houses before and found the painted skin replica to be the best in terms of scenery, atmosphere, and narrative, truly exceptional. He recalled entering and being astonished by the sun suspended in the sky, nearly stumbling in disbelief. The stout friend also looked forward to it, having not experienced such an impressive haunted house in a long time. Upon reaching the third floor, they were greeted by a large door, distinctly different from the antique charm of the painted skin. This door was of iron, reminiscent of the gates of small Western-style buildings seen in Hong Kong films, a true sign of the times. His anticipation for the interior grew. What awaited them? Perhaps a beautiful ghost in a qipao holding an umbrella? Or retro Hong Kong-style architecture? Surely, it could not surpass the painted skin's design. The painted skin replica was less a mere replica and more akin to a spectral town, vast, desolate, eerie, and terrifying, reminiscent of the haunted towns depicted in endless flow novels. The Hua replica likely mirrored this, showcasing dilapidated retro Hong Kong architecture, forsaken and deserted. Let us go, the lanky friend urged, pushing open the grand door. Guess what it is? Chapter 27. As if transcending time, the slender man envisioned numerous scenarios, some eerie, some desolate, even some darkly sinister. Yet, he could never have fathomed such a bustling atmosphere. The four stood in astonishment. Was this truly a haunted house? It felt more akin to a commercial street, teeming with life. Everywhere he looked, there were throngs of people, as if they were immersed in a vibrant harbor city. Wanling murmured, "Have we truly transcended time?" She stepped forward, surveying her surroundings, where people indulged in rice rolls, others were selling wares, and some hurried by, laden with bags, seemingly on their way to work. One individual even rode a bicycle.
Goodness.
Surely, these people cannot all be NPCs. The proprietor must be exceedingly generous. Such a multitude of extras would be unimaginable even in a television drama. No wonder the ticket price is 200. It's utterly worth it. As they ambled through the streets, the four became entirely absorbed in the ambience of the 1930s harbor city, forgetting their original intent to explore the haunted house's storyline. The experience felt overwhelmingly authentic, more genuine than any film. Was this a one-to-one recreation? They wandered about, engaging in dialogue with NPCs who, although unresponsive, added to the charm of the experience. The streets were lined with three-story buildings, adorned with plaques that exuded the essence of the harbor city. The passers-by were clad in a variety of attire. Some wore traditional long gowns, others donned suits with top hats, while some sported casual shorts. Wanling was particularly captivated by the women, many of whom wore kipeos and sported trendy, curled hairstyles. After a thorough exploration, she still found it hard to believe and quietly asked the other three, "Could we have truly transcended time? This feels so real, unlike a mere constructed set." Even in a film studio, modern conveniences like electric lights, surveillance cameras, and charging outlets are visible. Yet here, there is not a hint of contemporary amenities. The others shared her skepticism, for the scene before them was astonishingly lifelike. The slender man suggested, "Let's seek out Ruhua. She should be in the brothel. Perhaps we can follow the storyline." The group began their search for the brothel. Due to the vastness of Ruhua's instance and its status as a beginner's scene, she was unable to control it and had to disguise herself to guide them. "Are you all here to see the headliner? I've heard that Ruhua will perform tonight." A young man, a disguise of Ruhua, approached them. The slender man exchanged glances with his companions, recognizing the NPC, and nodded in affirmation. Ruhua replied, "Me too. The sun is setting. I must depart ahead." "Hurry, the small building up ahead is the one." With that, she swiftly moved ahead and vanished. Once Ruhua disappeared, the slender man and his companions quickened their pace. Wanling inquired, "Is Ruhua truly beautiful? She must be stunning in the book." The slender man replied, "After all, she is the headliner, but I cannot guarantee her beauty in the haunted house. Finding an attractive female employee is no easy feat nowadays. Beautiful young women pursue careers as internet celebrities or stars. How could they possibly work in a haunted house?" "That painting of the skin was indeed beautiful," Wanling exclaimed, recalling her encounter with the enchanting actress. "She looked just like someone from a television drama." "True," the slender man acknowledged, "but she was frightening when transformed into a ghost. It would be a rare occurrence to find another beauty like her in this haunted house. I estimate that, at best, they will have an average appearance. With a bit of makeup and atmosphere, they might barely qualify as an atmospheric beauty." As they conversed, they made their way toward the brothel. The establishment was adorned with red lanterns, bustling with a lively crowd, and beautiful women were seen at the windows applying makeup. "Look!" Wanling pointed at a woman by the window, exclaiming, "She is so beautiful. And over there, and here, everywhere I look, there are beauties." Her eyes widened in astonishment. The slender man felt a sting of embarrassment. Before their arrival, he had claimed the women were unattractive, only to find himself surrounded by a plethora of lovely young ladies. Given Ruhua's status as the headliner, she must be even more breathtaking. Wanling, filled with curiosity, said, "I can hardly imagine how beautiful she is. Hurry, hurry. I can hardly wait." The four hastily entered the brothel. Inside, it was equally vibrant with people coming and going. The first-floor hall was filled with tables laden with nuts and drinks, where patrons could sit and enjoy the performances. On the stage ahead, dancers entertained the guests. Once seated, Wanling noticed the nuts on the table and curiously picked up a peanut. "Can we eat these?" she wondered. After taking a bite, she realized it was fake. Yuck. It's not real. She examined the peanut in her hand, marveling at its lifelike appearance. As the performance concluded, the doors to the second floor slowly opened, revealing a woman clad in a deep green qipao. Upon seeing her, the four collectively gasped. So beautiful. So charming. They were utterly entranced by Ruhua's exquisite beauty. Such beauty was beyond comprehension. Surely, if she ventured into the entertainment industry, she would rise to stardom. To think such a stunning woman would perform in a haunted house seemed a tragic waste of talent. After her performance, Ruhua gazed sorrowfully at the audience, imploring them to assist her in locating the 12th young master. The plot had begun. The slender man, ever perceptive, quickly interjected, Ruhua. What are the 12th young master's features? Where does he reside? When did he go missing? Can you help me find the 12th young master? She asked, her voice filled with hope. Rest assured, the slender man replied, calling on his three companions, let us seek the 12th young master. We are here to unravel the mystery. Once they entered, more individuals ventured into Ruhua's instance, resulting in a substantial crowd within the brothel. Yet no one stirred. Not a single person sought the 12th young master. Even the trio of portly men remained still. I won't go. Wanling shook her head. I want to watch Ruhua. What fun is there in solving mysteries? Don't forget, this instance has a time limit. We must exit in an hour. I haven't had enough fun. This place is too extraordinary. The portly men, too, were disinclined to move, preferring to remain and watch the beauties. Frustrated by their inactivity, the slender man declared, if you will not go, I shall venture alone. With that, he rose and departed. As a seasoned player, he adeptly followed the clues provided by Ruhua and located the 12th young master in less than half an hour. He brought the 12th young master before Ruhua, who expressed her gratitude and offered him a gift. However, lacking material wealth, she could only offer her makeup skills and inquired whether he would like to be made up. As a man, the slender man was disinclined to undergo makeup. Just as he was about to refuse, Wanling stood up, exclaiming, I want to. If you want tea, let me do it. The slender man shrugged. Very well, go ahead. Wanling excitedly followed Ruhua upstairs to her room. Ruhua, a professional in the art of makeup, had honed her skills since childhood. Having spent her leisure hours watching videos and learning from beauty bloggers, she had attained a mastery of the craft, tailoring a look to Wanling's face shape, features, and complexion. Ruhua applied a delicate makeup style, subtle yet perfectly suited to Wanling. Before long, the mirror reflected a charming young beauty. Is this really me? Wanling gasped in disbelief, hardly recognizing herself. If she had previously been an ordinary 5 out of 10, Ruhua's skilled hands had transformed her into a dazzling 7 out of 10 beauty. So beautiful, Wanling never anticipated she could be this exquisite. Gazing into the mirror. Chapter 28. The flourishing transformation. Gazing into the mirror. A captivating beauty stared back at Wanling, rendering her utterly entranced. The more she observed, the more exquisite the reflection appeared, making it increasingly difficult to divert her gaze. How could one be so stunning? Surely, it must be the work of a master makeup artist. In the entertainment industry, there exists a renowned actress celebrated for her impeccable makeup skills, whose every new look provokes a flurry of analysis and imitation from beauty bloggers, gaining immense popularity. Wanling also admired the actress's makeup. However, she understood that makeup should not be monotonous. Their styles differed significantly. The actress radiated allure, while Wanling exuded a lively charm. Despite attempting to replicate the actress's makeup, it never quite suited her visage. The makeup applied by Ruhua was meticulously tailored to accentuate Wanling's inherent features, highlighting her eyes, which sparkled like those of a playful kitten. Wanling yearned to cradle her face in her hands, though she hesitated, fearful of smudging the artistry. Ruhua, your makeup skills are truly remarkable, she mused, as she prepared for her wedding to Zhang Chang. She wished fervently for Ruhua to be her makeup artist on that special day. Do you take on freelance work? Wanling inquired. I am willing to pay. How much do you require? Would 5,000 be sufficient? A skilled makeup artist typically charges between 2,000 to 3,000, while someone of Ruhua's caliber would undoubtedly command a base fee of 5,000. Ruhua shook her head gently. I do not work externally. Wanling's heart sank as she glanced at the time. Nearly an hour had slipped away, and she needed to exit. Thank you for making me look so beautiful. I must be going now.
Goodbye.
With that, Wanling rose from her seat. Outside, a group of slim individuals awaited impatiently. Why is she taking so long? Could there be a hidden plot? One of them frowned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong became concerned. Xiaoling is timid. She cannot navigate a storyline alone. It would frighten her. I must check on her. He promptly stood and hurried to the second floor. Just as he reached the door, it swung open from within, revealing Wanling.
Who are you?
Zhang Chong stammered in disbelief, unable to recognize her. Wanling, initially shy, felt a surge of indignation upon witnessing her boyfriend's bewilderment. Zhang Chong, you don't recognize me anymore, do you? Am I beautiful? Zhang Chong stood mesmerized, his gaze glued to his girlfriend, utterly captivated. Yes, you look stunning. Taking his hand, Wanling descended the stairs alongside him. Onlookers observed them, male players admiring Wanling's beauty, while female players could not contain their curiosity. Directly approaching to inquire, "Did Ruhua do your makeup?" Wanling nodded enthusiastically. "She is incredibly talented. The makeup was customized to suit my facial structure and features." Upon hearing this, the female players sighed with envy, wishing to experience Ruhua's artistry themselves. They had heard that in the neighboring H country, establishments existed that assist clients in selecting suitable colors and styles, including brow shapes, eyeshadow hues, and lip colors. Such services could easily cost several thousand. Yet at the haunted house, the price was under 200 yuan, allowing for both enjoyment and transformation, an absolute bargain. One female player turned to Ruhua, anxiously requesting, "Could you do my makeup as well?" Ruhua graciously declined. "I apologize, but I have an appointment with 12 Xiao." The players sighed, realizing that only those who found 12 Xiao could benefit from Ruhua's talents. As they checked the time, they realized they were running short. They would soon have to leave. "If only we had sought out 12 Xiao sooner," remarked the others. The slim and plump individuals drew closer. Albeit lacking an understanding of feminine makeup, they could still discern that Wanling appeared significantly more beautiful than before. "This haunted house is extraordinary," the slim one marveled. "I initially thought the Ruhua scenario was merely a puzzle, but it seems to encompass entertainment, mystery solving, and makeup artistry. How unique." Ruhua's stunning makeup left the female players entranced, compelling them to repeatedly engage with the Ruhua scenario in hopes of gaining her rewards. However, they soon discovered that 12 Xiao was always hidden in different locations within the expansive Ruhua scenario, which was almost as vast as a small town. Exhausted from their efforts, the players found themselves unable to locate 12 Xiao's whereabouts. Only seasoned players, like the slim one, could decipher the mysteries within a brief time frame. Miao had risen at 7 in the morning and worked tirelessly until 7 in the evening, collapsing onto her bed in sheer exhaustion. What a tiring day, 12 hours of work. She lamented. This was only possible because she had been resolute in ushering customers out, allowing her a moment to rest. Otherwise, they would have lingered for the night session. The group buying site had brought in 500 attendees, with over 100 walk-ins. Fortunately, the rotation of actors was swift. Due to the frightfulness of the experience, some customers exited within mere minutes, allowing for such a capacity. The Ruhua scenario had also attracted considerable attention, having sold 200 tickets. However, Miao suddenly sat upright, perplexed. Wait a moment. The Ruhua scenario has already reached 100 visitors. Why hasn't it upgraded to an intermediate scene? She opened the app and discovered that the recorded visitor count was only 99, not 200. How could this be? Is it that the count is based on individual players rather than ticket sales? Many players had purchased tickets multiple times, with a few determined female players returning 3 times, still eager to continue despite their hunger. How could we be just one person short? She pondered. Tomorrow is likely to draw even more visitors. And if the scene doesn't upgrade, Ruhua will be overwhelmed. The differences between the primary and intermediate scenes were subtle at first glance, yet they were fundamentally disparate. The intermediate scene represented an independent microcosm. For instance, once the skin painting scenario upgraded, this small world would be complete with celestial bodies and picturesque landscapes. The skin painting scenario would reign supreme within this realm, able to manipulate all aspects at will, from the transition of day to night, to altering terrains, down to the movement of a single pebble or a grand structure. It could even exert control over players with weaker mental fortitude. For example, during the last visit from Miao and his friends, the brown-clad proprietor, who had come to hasten their departure, was under the skin painting's influence. The skin painting sensed that Miao and his companions were slow to act, and thus dispatched the brown-clad figure to guide them. Ruhua, however, had to personally lead the slim group. While she could confuse players with weaker mental fortitude, her abilities were limited to altering her own appearance and intensifying fear. She could not control players at will. A solution was necessary to elevate the Ruhua scenario to an intermediate level. Ruhua could not comprehend Li Miao's urgency. Miao, as long as one player comes tomorrow, the scenario will upgrade. Why the rush for tonight? Li Miao shook her head. Her anxiety was indeed justified. Unlike the skin painting scenario, the Ruhua scenario was populated with numerous robotic NPCs. An audacious idea began to form in Li Miao's mind, one that required immediate execution. Chapter 29. Li Miao's thoughts before putting this idea into practice. It was imperative to upgrade the flower replica. Where could she find the necessary individuals? Li Miao took out her phone and perused her contacts, pondering whom to summon. However, after scanning through, she found no suitable candidates. The haunted house had recently opened, and there were no regular patrons. She had just arrived in the city and knew not a single soul. Ultimately, with a sense of helplessness, she shut her phone. In the moment the screen darkened, Li Miao's visage unexpectedly reflected back at her, a face unmasked. After the customers departed, she would secure the haunted house's entrance, ensuring no one could enter. Inside the haunted house, when there were no outsiders, Li Miao refrained from wearing the mask, having donned it throughout the day. Wearing it again at night would suffocate her. Upon seeing her own face on the screen, an epiphany struck. Was she not human? She was indeed a person. If she were to visit the flower replica, would that count as a visitor? With this thought igniting her excitement, Li Miao dashed to the 3rd floor, instructing the flower to proceed with the storyline. Inside, she explored every nook and cranny, gathering a sufficient number of visitors, and upon emerging, she immediately checked the app. Indeed, the visitor count for the flower replica had soared to 100, accompanied by a notification. Congratulations! The visitor count for the flower replica has reached 100. The scene has been upgraded from a basic to an intermediate level. Upon witnessing the upgrade, Li Miao lifted her gaze towards the flower replica. The scene before her suddenly shimmered and trembled, transforming into a vivid reality, reminiscent of the upgrade process for the painted skin replica. The sun appeared in the sky, and the ocean emerged in the distance. The scenery began to expand infinitely. Wonderful! I have established a connection with the replica scene. I can now control this space, exclaimed the flower. Li Miao was even more elated and promptly inquired, "Can you control the NPCs?" The flower attempted a brief test and nodded, "Yes. I can command all NPCs to perform the same action and utter the same phrase. But I cannot simultaneously manage their interactions with different individuals or have them perform varied actions. It must be done one at a time." Li Miao understood. Indeed, one's focus cannot be split. A tinge of disappointment washed over her as she had initially anticipated that, following the upgrade, the flower could command all NPCs, allowing numerous visitors to come in and enjoy both the attractions and shopping, thereby transforming the area into a trendy commercial street. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly yield greater profits than mere ticket sales. Li Miao harbored grand ambitions, yet the constraints of reality dictated a more gradual approach to improvement. She resolved to sell food within the flower replica, recalling a customer from earlier who had mentioned that, had they not been exceedingly famished, they could have continued exploring. Thus, Li Miao contemplated opening a restaurant adjacent to the brothel. Originally a restaurant, the space housed chefs and waitstaff, as well as patrons dining, albeit all were mere illusions. Li Miao instructed the flower to clear the NPCs inside, freeing up the tables. She then inspected the kitchen and the 2nd and 3rd floors, nodding in approval. The space was ample and ready for use. The flower, proficient in Cantonese cuisine, could simultaneously direct several NPCs to cook, ensuring a swift service. Li Miao shared her vision with the flower, who brightened with enthusiasm. "I can prepare a variety of dishes: white-cut chicken, sweet and sour ribs, roasted goose, honey-glazed char siu. But you are but one person. Having a multitude of dishes is futile. Li Miao interjected. Indeed, the flower can only manage one task at a time. Unable to divide her efforts, she conceded. Li Miao articulated her plan. I propose that the restaurant offer only 2 types of food, roasted goose and pineapple buns. Both can be pre-prepared, allowing for immediate service when customers arrive. By the way, flower, can you program the NPCs with simple instructions?
Li Miao inquirat.
The flower appeared perplexed. Li Miao elaborated, I mean to have the NPCs stand like automatons within the restaurant. If a customer enters and inquires about the price of roasted goose, they should respond accordingly. Once the customer places an order and completes payment, the NPCs can serve the dishes directly to them, resembling intelligent robots. The flower comprehended, nodding. That is feasible. Excellent, Li Miao affirmed. Let us conduct a trial tomorrow. As Li Miao busied herself with preparations, Nyogu was engaged in a live broadcast. He had initially intended to revisit the haunted house that day, but unforeseen circumstances had hindered his plans. During the evening broadcast, a surge of viewers entered the live chat, fervently discussing the Fengdu haunted house, creating a lively atmosphere. Oh my! The Fengdu haunted house and its painted skin replica are absolutely remarkable. I have never experienced such an extraordinary haunted house. Me too. This is no mere haunted house. It is a veritable ghost town, sprawling and vast. I have arranged with friends to return next weekend for a thorough exploration of the painted skin replica. I barely traversed a quarter of it today. Indeed, it is immense. I noticed mountains in the distance. I wonder if they are real. I saw the mountains too. I even ventured towards them. But the fog was so dense that I could no longer see the path. I was genuinely frightened and had to give up. Everyone who had visited the haunted house extolled its virtues, unable to forget the experience. Meanwhile, those who had yet to visit were curious. Is the haunted house truly that impressive? Absolutely. Those who have visited vehemently endorse it. Stunning scenery, remarkable architecture, an incredible atmosphere, and a gripping narrative. The painted skin ghost is utterly terrifying. Speaking of which, this owner has a remarkable talent for crafting a chilling ambience. I recall a beautiful author, Li Yang, who excels at creating a haunting atmosphere. I still feel chills thinking about her book, Bridge of Helplessness. Let us protect our Li Yang. We refuse to let anyone exploit her name. Li Yang's fans were incensed. Our Li Yang is a renowned beauty and extraordinarily talented. She is not someone a mere haunted house owner can exploit. Indeed, praise the haunted house. But do not invoke Li Yang's name to gain attention. If this continues, we shall boycott the Fengdu haunted house. Boycott the Fengdu haunted house. Boycott the Fengdu haunted house. Li Yang's fanbase was formidable. Her book, Bridge of Helplessness, was particularly famous, and her beauty coupled with her numerous romantic novels had garnered her a substantial following. These fans would not tolerate any attempts to exploit Li Yang, promptly rallying to oppose the Fengdu haunted house. In Nyogu's live stream, thousands of viewers participated, while only 500 had actually visited the Fengdu haunted house. The overwhelming support for Li Yang's fans effectively extinguished the enthusiasm for the haunted house. Chapter 30. The beautiful writer Li Yang. As the situation escalated and tensions flared between the two parties, Nyogu swiftly intervened, urging, all right, let us not quarrel. Let us engage in a friendly discussion, devoid of personal attacks and malicious spamming. With Nyogu's interjection, silence fell upon the crowd. Earlier, a netizen who had mentioned Li Yang expressed regret. He had no intention of provoking her, merely noting their shared talent for creating a chilling atmosphere. He was taken aback by the fierce reaction from Li Yang's fans and feared it might adversely affect Nyogu and the Fengdu haunted house. He quickly offered an apology. I sincerely apologize. I did not mean to provoke. I will refrain from mentioning Li Yang in the future. Humph, at least he understands. The fans retorted, but do not provoke our esteemed Li Yang again. She is incomparable to your petty haunted house. Take away our goddess Li Yang. We shall not engage. She is a deity, while the owner of the Fengdu haunted house, hidden behind a mask, surely lacks beauty. It was astonishing that despite the initial apology from the netizen, Li Yang's fans escalated their criticisms, resorting to personal attacks. This infuriated those who had previously visited the haunted house. When did we ever provoke Li Yang? Is she even worthy of such attention? She has merely penned a ghost story, far from the realm of the supernatural masters. both domestically and internationally. You fans of Li Yang are merely elevating her to heights she does not deserve. She hasn't published in 2 years. Perhaps her inspiration has run dry.
Li Yang,
With her constant self-promotion as a beauty writer, should consider becoming a star if she is indeed so beautiful, rather than feigning grandeur among the common folk. The supporters of the haunted house were equally formidable, and soon, neutral observers, disillusioned by the arrogance of Li Yang's fans, sided with the haunted house, joining them in their scorn. With the addition of these neutral voices, the haunted house's side gained substantial strength, resulting in a fairly matched confrontation with Li Yang's fans. As the argument intensified, both sides began issuing challenges. Haunted house fans, do you dare to visit the haunted house and provide an objective review? Li Yang's fans, do you dare to read our esteemed Li Yang's work and offer a fair assessment? After the challenge was issued, Li Yang's fans proclaimed they would indeed visit the haunted house. If it proved enjoyable, they would apologize. If not, they would not hesitate to leave scathing reviews on critique platforms. The haunted house fans countered, "We have no interest in romance novels. The Bridge of Sighs is a relic from 7 or 8 years ago. We have long since read it. We demand Li Yang create something new." Confident, Li Yang's fans asserted, "Our Li Yang is a prodigious talent. When she writes, it becomes a bestseller." Nyogu observed the heated exchanges in the live stream, shaking his head in amusement. Did Li Yang's fans not realize they were being manipulated? Their tickets to the Fengdu haunted house were genuine contributions, while the other side merely demanded Li Yang's new book, which had yet to be written. By the time it was completed, who would even remember today's wager? Many were aware of the underlying motives but chose to remain silent, as Li Yang's fans were excessively domineering and their remarks rather harsh. Nyogu remained discreetly uninvolved. After the broadcast concluded, Li Yang's fans flocked to her social media account, leaving messages urging her to write a new book, particularly in the supernatural genre. The sudden influx of requests left Li Yang somewhat bewildered. Were not her fans primarily young readers who adored romance novels? Why the sudden shift to supernatural themes? She had no expertise in the genre. Her previous work, The Bridge of Sighs, was inspired by Li Miao's ideas. Transforming one's fate is a gradual process, particularly when it comes to talent and aptitude, which are challenging to alter. Physical attributes are relatively easier to modify. The pursuit of talent had taken years, yielding only slight improvements. Since Li Miao began altering her fate at the age of 7, a total of 13 years had elapsed. Yet the transformation was still incomplete. The Bridge of Sighs, created 7 years prior, had emerged when Li Miao was just 13 years old, exuding brilliance. Though her mental acuity and writing quality had declined, her innate talent and vivid imagination remained intact. She had envisioned the plot of The Bridge of Sighs, but due to dissatisfaction with her writing, she merely recorded the story's outline, intending to refine it gradually. When Li Yang discovered the manuscript, she stealthily appropriated the outline and reimagined it, utilizing the talent she had pilfered from Li Miao to craft a dazzling narrative. Once published online, the book rapidly gained popularity. With her parents facilitating media relations and publication, within a year, Li Yang had risen to prominence as a celebrated beauty writer. Subsequently, Li Yang wished to continue writing supernatural novels, yet found herself at a loss for inspiration, forcing her to pivot towards romance, the genre she adored the most. Romance novels attracted more readers and helped her amass a significant following. Eventually, her novels were adapted into television dramas, propelling her further into stardom.
now.
She was entirely a romance novelist, and any mention of The Bridge of Sighs had faded into obscurity. Why were so many fans suddenly urging her to explore the supernatural genre? Her fans recounted the events of Nyogu's live stream, expressing outrage at the lack of discernment displayed by others, who dared to compare a mere haunted house to their idol. Li Yang remained unfazed. It is simply a matter of provocation. Such incidents were not unfamiliar. Ever since her rise to fame, numerous individuals had attempted to draw comparisons, claiming their work mirrored hers or that they were the next Li Yang. Li Yang scoffed at these assertions, utterly indifferent. With her beauty and talent, no one could rival her. Those who sought to provoke her would inevitably face disappointment. I recognize their attempts at provocation. It irks me that they refer to her as goddess. Her fans, brimming with enthusiasm, encouraged, "Goddess, please write a supernatural novel. If not that, at least start a new book. I adore your work." The fans were ecstatic at the prospect of their beloved goddess embarking on a new literary venture. Li Yang logged off from her social media platform, opened her writing software, and began to brainstorm ideas for her new book. However, after an extended period of contemplation, she found herself devoid of inspiration.
Ashu.
She unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing her nose in disbelief, she pondered how it was possible. Ever since she had assumed Li Miao's fate, she had not fallen ill. What could have triggered a sneeze today? Furrowing her brow, she speculated that perhaps her brothers had siphoned off some of her health, leaving her with a diminished share. How outrageous! Li Yang felt a surge of irritation towards her brothers, particularly her second brother, Li En, who seemed intent on competing with her for beauty. As a result, her own appearance had diminished to a mere 7 or 8 out of 10. Had she claimed all of Li Miao's beauty, she would undoubtedly have been a top-tier beauty. Requiring no literary pretense as a beauty writer, a mere glance at her face would suffice to capture the world's attention. Li Yang felt a surge of ambition. Chapter 31. Li Yang's fans. Li Yang's frustration mounted as she hurled her mouse against the wall. Why was Li Miao still alive? Once Li Miao was gone, she intended to approach third brother and request a greater share of beauty. Recently, she felt increasingly haggard. Upon closer inspection, she could even see her pores, and blackheads adorned the tip of her nose. Her skin used to be as flawless as a delicate egg, devoid of any imperfections. After staring blankly at the computer for an eternity without penning a single word, Li Yang decided to shut it down. She would wait until Li Miao's demise to act. Third brother had mentioned that their current share of fate was merely 1% of Li Miao's. Once Li Miao perished, they would inherit her entire fortune. At that moment, she was certain she would be able to write an even more splendid book, perhaps even garner a literary award. With this thought, Li Yang clasped her hands in prayer, fervently wishing, Li Miao, may you meet your end swiftly. In Fengdu's haunted house, Li Miao anticipated a visitor turnout similar to the previous day. Around 500 online ticket holders and over 100 walk-ins. To her surprise, as soon as the doors opened, a throng of people surged in, including several high school students. Observing the youthful faces before her, Li Miao firmly declared, the painted skin experience is exceedingly terrifying. Those under 18 are not permitted entry. Why not? The high school students protested, discontent evident on their faces. They had skipped class to be here. If denied entry, their efforts would be in vain. They were all ardent fans of Li Yang, and after placing a bet in Nyogu's live stream the previous night, they had been discussing this very matter in Li Yang's fan group. Li Yang's fanbase was vast and fiercely protective. They were known for their unwavering loyalty. Hearing that someone had insulted Li Yang, they would spring into action. Thus, the local fans had come to investigate. A total of 100 individuals arrived, comprising middle and high school students as well as university attendees, with minors making up half of the group. Li Miao had opened the haunted house to ensure her survival and earn a living, not to incite trouble. The painted skin experience was so terrifying that even the seasoned player Nyogu had been left faint-hearted. How could she allow Na'vi minors to enter? With unwavering resolve, Li Miao insisted on the presentation of identification. Only adults would be allowed inside, and minors would be turned away. A particularly fiery 14 or 15-year-old girl charged forward, shouting, "Why can't we go in? Aren't you in business?" She continued, "If you don't let us in, I'll report you for discrimination." What could she report? That she was denied entry for being underage? Li Miao regarded them coolly. "I see you're wearing uniforms from number 7 high school. Today is Wednesday, and you are clearly skipping class. I have surveillance footage. I will send the video to your school. I won't get involved. Let your parents and teachers handle it." Upon hearing this, the students fell silent, dejected, and unable to respond. The underage crowd was thwarted, and a university student stepped forward, presenting her identification. "We are all adults. Please let us enter." Li Miao nodded, accepted their payment, and allowed the university students inside. The minors watched enviously as the university students gained entry, their frustration palpable. One observant child pointed at the flower experience poster, asking, "Can we participate in that?" The poster had just been created and was yet to be displayed, but they had spotted it. Li Miao replied, "This experience is available for 160 per ticket. Do you have the funds?" Who did she look down upon? Initially, Few had intended to participate, but upon hearing Li Miao's words, a surge of rebellious spirit ignited among them, and soon, many clamored to enter. Hurry, sell us tickets. One for me. And for me too. Li Miao was taken aback. She had no intention of inciting them. She genuinely believed the students lacked funds. During her school years, Uncle Li had covered her tuition to display his benevolence, but she received not a penny for living expenses. She had to juggle work and study, striving hard just to complete high school. To her, 160 was a substantial amount. Unexpectedly, the current generation of students seemed affluent, casually spending hundreds. Observing their clothing and footwear, Li Miao realized they came from comfortable backgrounds and eventually sold them tickets to enter. This owner was truly exasperating, always with so many demands. The students chattered animatedly, lamenting that they were barred from the painted skin experience while being deemed unworthy for the flower experience. With her opening a shop, it will surely fail soon. Enough chatter. Let us not forget our purpose for coming here. The speaker was one of the leaders of the group, named Nie Xiaoqian, a tall and slender girl. Once inside, observe closely. It would be ideal to identify any flaws so we can confront those people during tonight's live stream. A chubby girl hesitated. They praised the painted skin experience. But we are here for the flower experience. They are not the same. It's all one haunted house. What difference could there be? Chen Xiaoyi replied confidently. If the flower experience is not enjoyable, the painted skin experience will undoubtedly be lackluster as well. Let's move quickly and take note. She pressed the button for the elevator to the 3rd floor. We have 50 people. Will the flower experience accommodate us? The chubby girl recalled her previous visit to a haunted house, which had a strict limit of 20 guests, even though it was quite spacious. Someone scoffed, it will definitely ruin the experience. The owner is greedy for profit and disregards player experience. Make a note of this. It will serve as a counterpoint tonight. Noted, noted, came the chorus. As the elevator reached the 3rd floor, the group disembarked. Before entering the flower experience, Chen Xiaoyi felt the need to organize them. We must maintain order and discipline. She stood before the group and called out, Do you remember our motto? Protect Liyang and take down the fraudulent haunted house. The crowd echoed, Our goal is to find flaws. Find flaws. Find flaws. Among them was a younger girl, no more than 12 or 13, her face brimming with innocence and excitement, displaying the most fervor. She had entered with a half-price ticket, as she was too young, and Li Miao had not charged her full fare. All right, let us go. Chen Xiaoyi was pleased with the response and punched the air triumphantly, pushing open the door to the flower experience. Haunted house, here we come. Prepare to face our storm of scrutiny. As the door swung open, the scene inside elicited a collective gasp from the children. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they beheld the towering 3-story structures, the bustling crowd, and an array of costumes, styles, and hairstyles. The children stood transfixed, their eyes round with shock, grappling with the surreal nature of their surroundings. Where were they? What was this place? Had they traversed through time? Chapter 32. The fan group, is this Hong City? A child exclaimed, recalling her visit there with her parents, yet this place felt distinct, aged, antiquated, and steeped in nostalgia. I understand now. This is Hong City from the 1930s. The crowd was vast. Minors expressed their emotions more openly than adults, easily swept up in excitement. They darted about like little birds, exploring every corner. Hello, how much are these garments? She inquired of the female NPC clad in a blue qipao. The child, slightly displeased, gestured to her own height. I'm already 1.60 meters. The NPC glanced at her flat physique, chuckling but remaining silent. Chen Xiaoyi entered, intrigued by the NPC, mistaking her for a real person. Are you working here? The NPC shook her head. I am not a real person. I am a robot. Chen Xiaoyi was not easily deceived. She scrutinized the NPC, frowning. You look exactly like a real person. I truly am a robot, the NPC responded, as if on cue, leaping gracefully and scaling the wall with agility.
Wow.
She can fly. The students gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. A little girl marveled, is this cyberpunk? So high-tech. So much fun. Everyone was captivated, their previous intentions forgotten. The thoughts of finding flaws or challenges vanished from their minds. In pairs, they began to wander through the instance, gasping in awe at every turn, seemingly glued to the sights before them. The NPC, Ruhua, found the students' reactions amusing and entertaining. Eventually, the students were at a loss for words. Even the most rational among them, Nie Xiaoqian, succumbed to excitement, shouting joyfully. They reveled in the experience until the NPC gently reminded them that their time was up, reluctantly departing. This place is so much fun. When the miners emerged from Ruhua's instance, the college students had already exited the painted skin instance some time ago. Trembling with fright, huddled on the sofa waiting for others. Observing the miners, brimming with energy and elation, the college students were astonished. "Aren't you scared?" The miners, nearly bursting with enthusiasm, shook their heads vigorously. "Not at all. The Ruhua instance is so cool. It's cyberpunk, filled with robots that can fly and parkour. It's incredibly amazing." They chattered excitedly about the wonders within, lamenting that they had not had enough playtime. Lost in their exuberance, they had completely forgotten the storyline, oblivious to Ruhua's presence. The college students, upon hearing the miners' chatter, were left speechless, contemplating the quirky nature of the haunted house's owner. With two instances, one terrifying and the other delightfully entertaining, it was regrettable that they hadn't chosen to visit Ruhua's instance instead, having nearly been frightened to death in the painted skin one. Due to the early arrival of the students, Miao allowed them entry. However, as pre-reserved customers began to arrive, she had to turn the miners away. Miao thought to herself, "You have money, but I cannot let you exhaust your funds. What if a parent comes looking for you?" Firmly, she decided, "No tickets, no play. You must return with a guardian next time." After ushering the chattering students away, she sighed in relief, finally enjoying the peace. Once the students departed, they gathered to share their experiences. One group recounted how frightful the painted skin instance was, while another praised the coolness of Ruhua's instance. Each group envied the other's experience, eager to try both. Just as their conversation reached a fervent pitch, Nie Xiaoqian suddenly remarked, "Weren't we here to find flaws?" At her words, silence fell. They exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had completely forgotten their purpose. Someone spoke up. "I think the haunted house is quite entertaining." Another agreed, "I also find it fascinating. I want to play again." But then, uncertainty crept in. What about Liang? Aren't we supposed to protect him? The group fell into a dilemma, nodding in agreement that they could only proceed in this manner. With only 100 fans present, Liang's following was vast. There were dozens of QQ fan groups alone. This did not count the followers on Weibo and Douyin. The organizers of this haunted house exploration managed 3 large groups, each with 2,000 members, totaling 6,000 individuals. Others chimed in, painting the haunted house in glowing terms. Seeing their effusive praise, fans who had not attended grew irate, accusing them. "Have you betrayed us? You are unworthy of being Liang's fans, unworthy of protecting him. Yes, you are traitors. Traitors. Group leader, kick them out." The group erupted into chaos, with incessant disputes. Nie Xiaoqian was nearly in tears from frustration. "Why am I labeled a traitor? Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding. They never intended to undermine Liang. We strive to protect him, but we cannot make enemies everywhere." Nie Xiaoqian's reasoning struck a chord with some rational fans, who nodded in agreement and suggested, "How about we send another group in? It would be best to take some photos to discern what magic the Fengdu haunted house truly holds." "I will go," declared the extreme fan, Zhai Bingyan, coldly. "I will prove to you that even if I visit the haunted house, I will not betray him. No matter how enjoyable it is, I will never become a traitor. My heart belongs solely to Lord Liang." Zhai Bingyan had been a fan for 7 years, one of the earliest supporters since the days of Bridge of Sighs. She had watched as Liang's writing flourished, each book more stunning than the last. He was her idol, a beacon of light in her dim high school life. Those exquisite, romantic words sparkled in the night, guiding her forward. After entering university, Zhai Bingyan had attempted to write novels herself, but soon realized the depth of Liang's talent. She found it impossible to create. Even writing 3,000 words left her mentally exhausted. Yet Liang effortlessly penned 10, 000 words daily, each word so beautifully crafted.
And me.
Count me in. A flurry of voices echoed in response to Zhai Bingyan, their spirits high as if they were marching toward a grand battlefield. Chapter 33. Exquisite roast goose. Although many responded to Zhai Bingyan's call, she selectively chose a few older, worldly, and resolute fans to accompany her. The previous group of fans was too young, mostly minors, lacking perseverance, and easily swayed by fleeting interests. Zhai Bingyan sought individuals with steadfast minds who would ardently protect Li Yang. Moreover, they could not embark on this venture recklessly. They needed to first learn from other haunted houses and escape rooms to gain experience, making it easier to draw comparisons and identify flaws. Zhai Bingyan aimed to select 100 individuals, instructing them to visit local haunted houses, ensuring they had experienced at least 3 before proceeding to the Fengdu haunted house. While Zhai Bingyan organized everything methodically, Li Miao was overwhelmed. Oh my heavens, so many people. The crowd today is double that of yesterday. The influx included not only pre-booked customers, but also enthusiastic fans of Li Yang, who had come to stir trouble, and those who had visited the day before and returned with friends, unable to quench their thirst for excitement. Thankfully, the upgraded like a flower scenario alleviated half the pressure. Otherwise, they would have been unable to accommodate everyone. The first floor was bustling, and Li Miao wished she could clone herself to manage the chaos. One moment someone cried out for water, the next another complained about dirty costumes, and yet another was sobbing at the elevator entrance. Li Miao darted left and right, up and down, racking up over 20,000 steps without even exiting the building. We are severely understaffed. I must recruit more help. The pressure on the second and third floors in like a flower scenario was immense, and they needed to work swiftly. Just as Li Miao finally settled down for a moment to sip water, a complaint reached her ears. A female player had just exited the like a flower scenario and was distraught to discover that tickets were sold out for the day. How can this be?
Boss.
Why are your tickets selling out so quickly? It's not even noon yet. Are there any tickets available for the afternoon? None. Li Miao waved her hand apologetically. They were all booked. Please, can you add 2 more tickets? I'm begging you. My friend and I traveled from afar and will be leaving tomorrow. I'm truly sorry. Li Miao shook her head. There are genuinely no tickets left. Please, just 2 more tickets. I see there are plenty of spots available inside. The girl looked bewildered.
Boss.
If you're making money, why not let more people in? It seems empty inside. Li Miao wished she could accommodate them, but if too many entered, like a flower would be overwhelmed. With a group of 50, she could barely keep up, but any more would be unmanageable. I really can't, she insisted. We don't have enough NPCs to handle the crowd, and it would diminish the experience. What am I supposed to do then? The girl was on the verge of tears, having already bought her plane ticket for departure the next day. She hadn't had enough fun yet. Li Miao hesitated before suggesting, if you have time, you could come for the night session. The like a flower scenario runs from 8 p.m. to midnight. You're so kind, boss. The 2 girls were ecstatic and quickly purchased tickets. Afterward, they inquired if the Hua Pai scenario would have a night session. Li Miao shook her head, no.
It won't be open at night.
I fear it might frighten people. All right then. Though the girls were a bit disappointed, they felt satisfied with the like a flower scenario, reminding themselves not to be overly greedy. Inside the like a flower scenario, players wandered through the eerie setting. When they approached a brothel, someone suddenly sniffed the air. Do you smell that? Ruhua asked his companion. His friend shook his head. Smell what? The aroma, the scent of roast goose. Can't you smell it? Ruhua had a particularly keen sense of smell, known among his friends. But in a haunted house, how could there possibly be the scent of roast goose? His companions dismissed his claims as mere hunger-induced hallucinations. All right, once we're out, let us go eat roast goose. Ruhua ignored their teasing and followed the enticing scent, ultimately arriving at a restaurant's entrance. The restaurant was bustling with patrons, many entering and exiting with pineapple buns in hand, nodding in approval as they savored their meals. His friends, catching up with him, were astonished. There's really a restaurant here. Incredible. The first restaurant ever in a haunted house. Let us go inside. Ruhua could hardly contain his excitement, his nose leading him to the particularly fragrant roast goose. Once inside, they discovered the menu featured only 2 items, roast goose and pineapple buns. One of them suggested, "Let us order 1 serving of roast goose and 5 pineapple buns to sample. We can have a big meal later." The others agreed, except for Ruhua, who frowned. "1 serving of roast goose, 1 tea suffice. I can eat a whole serving by myself. Let us order 2. The roast goose was priced at 80 yuan per serving. Clearly not a whole goose, as an authentic roast goose weighed several kilograms. A serving likely consisted of only a few pieces.
Come on.
There are plenty of delicious foods in Fengcheng. After this, I'll take you for seafood. If you fill up on roast goose now, you won't have room for it." Luha shook his head. "I have a feeling this roast goose is exceptional. If we miss this opportunity, we won't find it again." Without further delay, he approached the nearest waiter to place his order. "Hello. I'd like 2 servings of roast goose and 6 pineapple buns." "You ordered an extra pineapple bun?" His friends were left speechless. "Can you save some room for seafood?" Luha remained silent. Moments later, the roast goose and pineapple buns arrived. Luha immediately placed a platter of roast goose in front of himself. His friends chuckled. "Look at him, so greedy." "Haha, don't worry. No one will steal it from you." As they laughed, one friend picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in sour plum sauce, and took a bite. What was meant to be a casual taste turned into an explosion of flavor on his palate. The skin was crispy, the meat tender, rich yet not greasy, perfectly complemented by the sweet and sour sauce. "Oh my goodness! What kind of divine roast goose is this? It's too delicious." The initial thought was not to share, but to indulge further. Taking advantage of the distraction, the first to savor the roast goose eagerly grabbed more pieces, his chopsticks flying with speed as he devoured several servings. "Hey, old Zhang, you're insane. Leave some for us." One friend noticed old Zhang's frenzy and quickly snatched a piece, dipping it in sauce before tasting it. With each bite, the juicy meat and crispy skin burst with flavor, leaving him astonished. At that moment, nothing else mattered. He joined old Zhang in the mad dash for roast goose. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 friends realized something was amiss, exchanging glances before swiftly reaching for a piece from Lu Ha's plate. Upon tasting it, their eyes widened in disbelief. "This is absolutely incredible." Chapter 34. Shopping Addiction. "Oh my goodness, old Zhang and old Qian, you rascals. How could you not inform us about this delectable roast goose? Yet indulge in it yourselves? This is simply too much." The remaining 2 friends managed to snag just a piece from Luha, and they were infuriated. Luha, while savoring his meal, suggested they buy some more. Yes, indeed," they echoed. "I apologize, dear guests, but our establishment does not offer takeout," the polite NPC server declined. "Then let us order 5 portions to enjoy here," they insisted. With each bite, they extolled, "This is utterly divine. The roast goose and pineapple buns are exquisite. What a celestial establishment this is. If it were to open to the outside world, it would undoubtedly become a sensation." However, the owners have a curious policy against takeout, seemingly to preserve their limited stock, fearing that delivery would deprive the players of this culinary delight. The proprietor of this haunted house is truly a genius. Feeling thirsty? "I'll fetch a drink. Would you like anything?" she inquired. The beverage selection was ample along with instant noodles and sausages, as she feared some might not relish the roast goose and pineapple buns. Yet, this concern was unfounded. No one could resist such delights, and they were all quite enamored. Before the afternoon had even arrived, the roast goose had sold out. Countless patrons, unable to partake, stood outside, entranced by the tantalizing aroma, nearly drooling. Upon exiting, guests expressed their frustrations to Miao, urging her to prepare more. "You made only a meager amount. How could that suffice? It barely fills the gaps between our teeth," they complained. Moreover, solely consuming roast goose was rather monotonous. They requested some rice and greens as well. Some even asked if the restaurant could be relocated, as players from the Painted Skin dungeon also wished to indulge. "The disparity is too great," they lamented, as those enjoying the flower dungeon relished roast goose and pineapple buns, while they were left with spiders and eyeballs. Miao diligently recorded the customers' feedback, assuring them that the haunted house would improve. After a long day, not only was Miao exhausted, but the trio of Painted Skin and flower players were equally worn out. Li Miao hurriedly offered them snacks, while she herself prepared a packet of instant noodles for dinner. This lacks nutrition, Ruhua objected. Let me make you some soup. Li Miao waved her hand, urging, you should eat. We have a night session coming up. The night session, which Li Miao did not widely advertise, was open only to a few out-of-town guests who would not have the time to return the next day, yet were eager to play. Consequently, the crowd was not overwhelming. Li Miao mused that the night session would conclude in just an hour or two. After finishing her noodles, she strolled through the haunted house mall, reflecting on the successful opening day. With ample points at her disposal, she contemplated purchasing a few items. After browsing for a while, she acquired a pair of paper figures representing a boy and a girl. They were reasonably priced, and the description indicated they could transform into humans to perform simple tasks. In the dungeon world, Li Miao need not intervene. Ruhua and Painted Skin could manage themselves. However, the first-floor lobby required cleaning. Previously, with fewer patrons, Li Miao could manage. But now, with many guests, the lobby quickly became dirty, and the trash bins filled up rapidly. She had no time to address these trifles. Hiring cleaners posed its own challenges. Generally, they were older individuals, and spending all day in the haunted house, filled with negative energy, could potentially affect their health. Without the assurance of fully controlling the house's spirits, Li Miao was reluctant to involve others, especially since cleaners would need to remain there all day. After acquiring the boy and girl paper figures, they promptly transformed into two individuals in their 20s, their appearances unremarkable and easily forgettable. Following the incantation from the product description, Li Miao commanded them to clean the first-floor lobby. The paper figures functioned akin to smart home devices, devoid of independent thought or speech. They could only execute simple commands, much like robotic vacuums. Nevertheless, this sufficed for Li Miao. To enhance their appearance, Li Miao purchased them uniforms. Shopping can indeed be addictive. After acquiring the paper figures, she set her sights on curtains. The first floor had numerous windows, shrouded in dark curtains that rendered the space rather eerie, yet unappealing. Li Miao selected a black curtain adorned with golden patterns, crafted from plush fabric, depicting bamboo leaves. It exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. Furthermore, it was fully automated, able to open and close at her command, boasting complete light-blocking capabilities, ideal for the spirits. Upon installing the curtains, the lobby's ambience transformed dramatically. Such beautiful curtains contrasted starkly with the muddy floor, which was incongruous. Li Miao then sought floor tiles, discovering that those with any functionality were exorbitantly priced, particularly those with self-cleaning features, completely beyond her budget. Thus, she settled for standard glazed tiles, which were an improvement over the dirt floor. Items purchased from the Haunted House Mall required no manual installation, as they would be automatically set up. Thus, the tiles were laid down seamlessly. With the curtains hung and the tiles laid, the lobby was revitalized, no longer resembling the shabby hall it once was. Li Miao felt immense satisfaction. She would tackle the remaining fixtures, such as chandeliers and tables, gradually over time. By the time all was arranged, it was nearly 8 p.m. Li Miao hurriedly instructed the Dream Demon and others to hide, as guests were about to arrive. She strolled leisurely toward the main entrance, anticipating a modest turnout of perhaps 20 or 30 guests. After attending to them, she planned to retire for the night. However, upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find over 100 people waiting outside. Li Miao was stunned. How had so many arrived? Among the crowd, a girl named Tao Jejia spotted Li Miao and rushed over, her face brimming with anticipation for praise. Aren't I amazing for bringing you so many customers? Hurry and commend me. A friend of mine works in a travel agency, and she brought quite a few people to Fengcheng for tourism. While everyone was discussing where to go at night, I recommended your haunted house. Initially, they were hesitant, fearing it would be too frightening at night. However, through my enthusiastic promotion, they were captivated by the retro, lively, and magical allure of the Flower Dungeon, and all wished to come see it. And this is merely the first batch. There are 2 or 3 more groups behind, likely totaling 500 or 600 people. Oh, if I weren't returning to Haicheng tomorrow, I would love to stay on as your promoter. Li Miao could only think. Thank goodness. Chapter 35. A shortage of hands. Fortunately, Li Miao wore a mask that concealed her rigid expression from the crowd. She forced a smile to welcome everyone's arrival. It seemed that her hopes for an early night were dashed. Tao Jejia leaned closer to Li Miao and remarked, "Boss, your promotion is lacking. How could such an entertaining haunted house fail to gain more publicity? Good wine fears no deep alley. It appears that many locals in Fengcheng remain unaware of it." Tao Jejia, a lively and gregarious individual, ran her own small media company and was quite capable. She fervently wished for the survival of this delightful haunted house.
Boss.
"You should create a Douyin account. I can help manage it and ensure you gain popularity," she suggested as they stepped into the building. Upon entering, Tao Jejia sensed something was amiss.
Huh?
"Did I come to the wrong place? It didn't look like this when I visited in the morning." "Boss, have you renovated?" Li Miao nodded. "We laid new tiles and changed the curtains." Tao Jejia gave a thumbs up. "Wow, your actions are swift. Where did you find the construction team? The work is both quick and well done."
Oh.
"Did you hire cleaning staff too?" Li Miao, feeling exasperated by Tao Jejia's incessant chatter, interjected, "Save your breath. Let us go enjoy ourselves." Tao Jejia shook her head. "I'm waiting for the next batch. There are about 100 people coming, and we can only accommodate 50 at a time, so we need to split into 2 groups. Everyone can enter together. The Ruhua scenario isn't open at night, and the staff are all assisting with it, so accommodating 100 people is no issue," Li Miao explained.
Wow.
Tao Jejia exclaimed, thrilled. She had anticipated a wait, but was pleasantly surprised to learn she wouldn't have to wait after all. However, before they proceeded, she had a small request. Leaning closer to Li Miao, she asked, "Boss, since I've brought you so many customers, could you perhaps grant me a favor?" "What kind of favor?" Li Miao raised her eyes, thinking Tao Jejia sought a commission for sales, which seemed reasonable given her effort in bringing customers. Yet, without any specific rules in place, Li Miao was uncertain about how much would be appropriate. "Could you let Ruhua do my makeup?" Tao Jejia clasped her hands together, her eyes filled with pleading. "Please, dear sister boss, fulfill this small wish of mine." So, she merely desired a makeup session. "That's fine," Li Miao nodded, "but Ruhua is currently occupied with work. She will assist you once she is finished." "That's perfectly fine. Any time works for me." Tao Jejia's eyes sparkled with delight. She had long admired Ruhua's makeup skills. A beauty enthusiast, Tao Jejia had traveled to H country multiple times for aesthetic procedures, hairstyle designs, and makeup artistry. Although the makeup techniques in H country were quite impressive, she felt they didn't suit her. Too Korean, lacking a natural essence. The makeup styles crafted by Ruhua were closer to her natural features, akin to achieving the pinnacle of beauty, where seemingly nothing had changed, yet her allure was elevated by 1 or 2 degrees. Instead of rushing inside, Tao Jejia chose to sit in the lounge and chat with Li Miao. "Boss, where did you find your staff? Ruhua is not only beautiful, but also skilled in makeup. Why doesn't she become a beauty influencer?" Inwardly, Tao Jejia harbored a strong desire to recruit Ruhua for herself. "Ruhua is a partner in the haunted house and does not draw a salary," Li Miao casually replied while calculating the day's revenue. Tao Jejia was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't realized Ruhua was a shareholder, making her recruitment impossible. "What a pity," she sighed, noticing that Li Miao was preoccupied and uninterested in further conversation. She decided to head into the scenario. Inside the Ruhua scenario, darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet the shops lining the streets were illuminated, resembling a fiery dragon winding into the depths. The customers, witnessing such a spectacle, were wide-eyed and mesmerized. "Goodness, this is simply breathtaking," they gasped. "Is this not more cost-effective than visiting the port city?" Before their arrival, they had thought Tao Jejia was exaggerating, but upon experiencing it, they found reality even more astonishing. Not only the first-time visitors were captivated, but even Tao Jejia, who had previously visited, was awestruck. The evening scenario was a stark contrast to the daytime's appearance. The winding lights, the shimmering sea, the bustling crowd, and the tantalizing aroma of roast goose in the air left her utterly enchanted. "Oh my, it's too beautiful. Reaching the pinnacle of splendor, I don't even want to leave." Every customer entering the scenario felt it was worth every penny, and upon exiting, they all gave Li Miao a thumbs up, expressing their intent to return the next day to experience the Ruhua scenario. Li Miao was taken aback and quickly responded, "The tickets for the Ruhua scenario are fully booked for the upcoming week." Fully booked? Is there not a single ticket available? The guests expressed their disappointment, eager to experience the Ruhua scenario. Li Miao nodded. "There are truly no tickets left. Boss, you should consider opening a few more scenarios. Having only 2 themes feels insufficient." "Indeed, I long to explore other options as well," they lamented. The evening visitors were all tourists in Fengcheng, soon to depart, which made the thought of not being able to return frequently quite regrettable. Li Miao also wished to open another scenario. The tasks for the Nie Xiaoqian scenario had been released for quite some time, yet it had not been executed due to a lack of manpower. Xiaoqian assisted in both the Ruhua and the Peking opera scenarios, barely keeping them operational. If Xiaoqian were reassigned, neither the Ruhua nor the Peking opera scenarios could function, forcing a reduction in guest capacity. Consequently, the total number of visitors across 3 scenarios would be fewer than those across 2, rendering it uneconomical. Li Miao had also contemplated purchasing spirits from the haunted house mall, but the mall only offered black mystery boxes and paper dolls, with no spirits for sale. The black mystery boxes were exorbitantly priced at 1 million each, which Li Miao could not afford. The paper dolls lacked sentience, only responding to basic commands, rendering them unsuitable for employment. Without sufficient staff, opening more scenarios would be futile. For now, she could only sustain the operation of 2 scenarios. After bidding farewell to the customers, Li Miao collapsed onto her bed, too exhausted to utter a word. The moment her eyes closed, she fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, before dawn, Li Miao was awakened by the incessant buzzing of her phone. Assuming it was a customer arriving, she hurriedly got out of bed. Upon rising, she realized it was only 6 o'clock, well before operating hours. Who could be messaging her so early in the morning? Li Miao opened her phone to find messages from a customer in her Taobao store, the very same who had previously purchased the wealth-attracting and evil-repelling talismans. The customer had sent several urgent messages, appearing on the verge of a breakdown. "Is the boss there? Boss, do you know how to exorcise spirits? Your evil-repelling talisman saved my life. Boss, are you awake? Please, hurry and wake up. I'm about to die. Boss, help." Xiao City. Chapter 36. Who is sleepwalking? Wei Qi huddled under the covers, trembling in terror, tears streaming down his face. He felt on the brink of collapse, fearing he might not survive the night. As a senior at Sparrow City University, he was nearing graduation, and the school mandated that students complete internships. Initially, the 4 of them contemplated renting a modest place with less than ideal living conditions until the internship period concluded. However, fortune smiled upon them when they discovered a spacious 200-square-meter apartment with 4 rooms and a living room available for a mere 2,000 yuan a month, half the usual price. Elated, they quickly signed the contract and paid 3 months' rent. Upon moving in, however, they sensed something amiss. At night, Wei Qi felt an unsettling chill around his neck, as if someone were blowing a cold breeze on him. Being the youngest in the dormitory, he was 2 years younger than his roommates, who teased him for his fears and even suggested accompanying him while he slept. "Get lost," he retorted, shooing away the jesters and sinking into a stupor on the sofa. At that moment, the second oldest roommate approached him, inquiring if he had been sleepwalking the previous night. Wei Qi, startled by the question, instinctively shook his head, asserting, "I wasn't sleepwalking." The second roommate scoffed, asserting with unwavering certainty, "You were definitely sleepwalking. I clearly saw you last night, wandering into the living room to look in the mirror and even peeling an apple. It was unsettling. You should call your parents and ask if you have a history of sleepwalking. If you do, get it treated quickly." A chill ran down Wei Qi's spine at the thought. Could it be that he truly had a sleepwalking condition? He called his mother to inquire. She expressed concern. "Qi, you've been sleepwalking? Is it due to academic pressure?" Wei Qi explained that his roommate had witnessed him sleepwalking, but he had no recollection of ever having such a condition, thus seeking clarification from his mother. She reassured him, "No, you've never sleepwalked before." Relieved, Wei Qi concluded that perhaps his roommate had simply mistaken him for someone else in the dark. His mother cautioned him, "Lock the door at night. Sleepwalkers are unaware and can do anything." He dismissed her worries, assuring her that he was strong enough to defend himself, even against a sleepwalker. After hanging up, he prepared for work, initially dismissing the incident. Later, while idly browsing Taobao after lunch, he stumbled upon a store named Fengdu Ghost House, which sold talismans for warding off evil spirits. Upon viewing a close-up image of the talismans, he felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling his roommate's remarks about sleepwalking. The fear mounted, and almost instinctively, he ordered 2 talismans, one for warding off evil and another for attracting wealth. Whether it was merely psychological or not, he felt the eerie chill dissipate after placing the order, and he approached the afternoon with renewed vigor. His mentor praised him multiple times for his intelligence and quick learning. As the workday drew to a close, Wei Qi messaged his roommates to discuss dinner plans. Although all 4 were interning in the industrial district, they were at different companies. He intended to find the oldest roommate, who was interning with the second oldest, and then together they would seek out the third. Just as he was about to rise, a message from the eldest roommate arrived. The second roommate had a medical emergency. Come quickly. The message included a hospital address. Wei Qi's mind went blank, and without a second thought, he rushed to the hospital. By the time he arrived, the second roommate was already gone. The 3 of them sat in the corridor, pallid and dazed. It was all too sudden. Just that morning, they had shared breakfast, and the second roommate had even taken his egg, promising to treat him later that night. How could a day have passed, and he was now gone? The eldest roommate, maintaining his composure, stood up and said, "I'll go check on the second roommate. You 2 should go pick up his parents. They should be arriving at the train station soon." The eldest had already called them when the second roommate fell ill. By now, they should be nearly there. Wei Qi and the third roommate set off to meet the second roommate's parents. Seeing the elderly, grief-stricken parents, with their hair graying and their sobs heaving, filled Wei Qi with profound sorrow. The pain of sending a parent's child away is truly unbearable. After attending to the second roommate's affairs, the clock edged towards midnight. Wei Qi's heart ached, and it took him a long time to finally fall asleep. The following morning, while brushing his teeth, he encountered the eldest roommate, who bore heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Did you not sleep last night?" Wei Qi gasped, startled by the severity of his fatigue. The eldest grumbled, "Well, it's your fault for sleepwalking in the middle of the night, scaring everyone while peeling apples in front of the mirror." A sense of disbelief washed over Wei Qi. Had the eldest roommate seen him sleepwalking too? Could it be that he truly had a sleepwalking disorder? Just then, the third roommate rose and urged them, "Hurry up. We need to attend the second roommate's funeral today." Upon hearing this, Wei Qi felt a lump in his throat, unable to think of anything else, consumed by the loss of his dear friend. After nearly 4 years of living together, the shock was immense. At the funeral home, the second roommate's parents had set up a simple altar to bid farewell. Teachers, classmates, and colleagues from his internship company gathered, their eyes red and voices choked with emotion. Wei Qi placed a white flower on the altar, stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. The atmosphere was suffocating, and his heart ached. Just then, the third roommate suddenly asked, "Hey, have you seen the eldest roommate? It feels like I haven't seen him all day." Wei Qi realized he hadn't seen him either. As he was about to call him, a loud thud echoed. Someone had jumped from the 3rd floor of the funeral home, their head striking the hard ground, resulting in instant death. It was the eldest roommate. The third roommate, a witness to the horrific event, gasped in shock. Chaos erupted within the funeral home. Wei Qi stood frozen, his mind blank. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. No one is sleepwalking. Sleepwalkers are not human. Wei Qi was desperate. Chapter 37. The death of 3. Wei Qi was on the brink of collapse, recounting to the third roommate the strange episode of sleepwalking. The third roommate, skeptical, instinctively inquired, "Are you sure it wasn't you sleepwalking?" Wei Qi vehemently shook his head, declaring, "It wasn't he me." The previous night he had tossed and turned, finally succumbing to sleep around 2 in the morning. Yet, the eldest roommate had ventured out to the restroom around 1, only to find Wei Qi peeling an apple.
How could that be?
Wei Qi had clearly been in his room. Upon hearing Wei Qi's words, the third roommate's legs grew weak, nearly giving way beneath him. He was of a more straightforward disposition, lacking Wei Qi's sensitivity. Even while sleeping, he had felt a chill at his back, attributing it to a draft from the window, contemplating the purchase of thick curtains to remedy the situation. However, now, after listening to Wei Qi, he recognized that it was not merely a draft. There was a ghost lying behind him, breathing down his neck. His bed was far from the window, and he typically faced the window while sleeping, meaning a draft could not reach his back. The more he pondered, the weaker his legs became, and an unsettling fear gripped his heart. We must flee. This house is cursed. Wei Qi wished to accompany him to the hospital to check on the eldest roommate, but the third roommate firmly grasped his arm, insisting, "Forget about him. Prioritize your own safety. Otherwise, we may both end up like him by tomorrow." As they reached the door, they encountered a delivery person. "Wei Qi, you have a package. Please sign here." Upon opening the package, Wei Qi discovered it contained talismans for warding off evil and attracting wealth. It was precisely what he needed. He promptly folded the two talismans into a triangular shape, bound them with red thread, and hung them around his neck. Due to the delay in securing the talismans, he was a step behind, and by the time he finished, the third roommate had already descended the stairs with his luggage. Standing outside, the third roommate waved through the window. "Wei Qi, I'm leaving. The train will depart soon, and I can't afford to miss it."
Take your time.
This fellow didn't even suggest waiting for him, and left alone. The house was left desolate, with only Wei Qi remaining, his heart pounding as he hurriedly gathered his belongings. Just as he finished packing and was about to leave, a tremendous crash echoed from across the street. A car, out of control, careened towards the third roommate, striking him and sending him soaring into the air before he came crashing down to the ground. Blood pooled around him. Witnessing this horrific scene, Wei Qi's knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. The third roommate was dead. Just moments ago, he had been alive, greeting him. Tears streamed down Wei Qi's face as he struggled to rise, his legs trembling and weak. He fell several times before gripping the windowsill for support and laboriously standing. As he stumbled towards the stairs, a burning sensation enveloped his chest. It was the talisman hanging around his neck. His acute sixth sense warned him. He could not leave. If he did, he would meet the same fate as the third roommate. Overwhelmed, Wei Qi sank to the floor, biting his wrist as he wept uncontrollably. This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon in his life. He had always believed there were no ghosts in the world, yet now, the eerie reality unfolded before him, claiming 3 lives. Perhaps he was next. He called his parents, exclaiming that their house was haunted. "Dad, 3 have died. There are only 4 of us, and 3 are already gone." In the presence of his loving parents, Wei Qi could no longer suppress his feelings of injustice. He broke down, sobbing loudly. In that moment, Wei Qi's father and mother finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wei Qi's father tightened his grip on the phone. Steadying his voice, "Wei Qi, Wei Qi," he shouted, urging his son to remain calm. Wei Qi took a shuddering breath, intermittently recounting the events of the past few days. When his mother heard that all 3 of Wei Qi's roommates had perished, darkness clouded her vision, and she nearly collapsed. Wei Qi's father was equally frantic. He pinched his thigh hard, reminding himself that his son was counting on him and that he must remain composed. "Stay in the house and do not move. Your mother and I will summon a master of the occult. We'll be there by tomorrow at the latest." "Tomorrow?" Wei Qi exclaimed in desperation. "If I wait until tomorrow, I'll be dead." "Son, stay calm. 2 people have died today. There will not be a third. You have not encountered anyone sleepwalking, which means it's not your turn yet." His father endeavored to reassure him. "You must hold on. Do not go anywhere. Just stay in your room until your mother and I arrive to rescue you." With that, he hung up the phone. He and his wife began their frantic search for any available masters of metaphysics. Alone in his room, Wei Qi dared not venture out. He curled up on his bed, cocooned in his blanket, the only source of comfort he could find. As he lay there, a sudden urge to relieve himself overtook him. He attempted to suppress it, but the urgency was overwhelming, and he could not bring himself to soil the bed. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly rose. It was still light outside. Perhaps he would be safe. He threw off the covers and was startled to find darkness enveloping the outside world. How did it become dark so quickly? Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 11 at night. He had inadvertently dozed off, sleeping soundly from the afternoon until midnight without using the restroom. Hence the overwhelming urge. Turning on the bedroom light, he approached the door. After considerable mental preparation, he shut his eyes and resolutely pushed the door open. Fortunately, the living room appeared empty. There was no sign of anyone sleepwalking. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, a jolt of fear coursed through him. That intense sixth sense returned. Forget it, I want to go out. I'll just endure the night in the bathroom. As he prepared to sit on the floor, a series of knocks echoed from the bathroom door.
Ah!
Wei Qi gasped, tears springing to his eyes. There was no one else in the house. Who could be knocking at this hour? He clamped his mouth shut, trembling in terror. The bathroom door was frosted glass. He could not discern the figure outside, but he could see a dark silhouette standing at the threshold. It continued to knock, persistently and unrelentingly. Wei Qi locked the door, pressing his body against the wall to avoid being seen. After a time, the shadow outside, realizing no one was responding, leaned closer, pressing its face against the glass. It was peering inside. Oh, heavens! Chapter 38. Contacting Li Miao. Heavens! Who will come to my rescue? Wei Qi's emotions shattered as he bit his lip, stifling any sound that might escape. The shadow glanced inside momentarily before retreating. Just as Wei Qi exhaled in relief, a hand emerged through the glass, slowly extending from outside the door.
Ah!
Wei Qi silently screamed, tightly shutting his eyes. Though his eyes were closed, his other senses heightened, and he distinctly felt that hand curving towards him, reaching out. Sobbing, Wei Qi's heart sank into despair. Just as he believed that hand would seize him, a sudden warmth enveloped his chest, followed by a flash of fire. He thought he heard a scream. Then, all the oppressive fear receded like a tide. Wei Qi hesitated to open his eyes directly, waiting a moment before slowly revealing them. The outside world was now bright, and through the bathroom's glass door, he could see light streaming in. The shadow had vanished. Wei Qi slumped to the ground, releasing a long sigh. After a brief pause, he recalled the warmth he felt in his chest and quickly pulled aside his clothing to find the talismans. There were two in total. The wealth-attracting talisman was intact, while the evil-warding talisman was charred. It must have been the latter that frightened away the ghostly hand. Who would have thought that a common talisman sold at a Taoist store could prove effective? The shopkeeper must be quite an adept. Wei Qi was acutely aware that his parents were staunch materialists, dismissing the existence of spirits, and he had no acquaintances among metaphysical masters. Seeking help carelessly could lead them to con artists, and he could not afford to endanger his parents as well. Shopkeeper, please help. Is there something wrong? This shop does not accept returns. Li Miao, still groggy from sleep, had just opened her eyes to find a flurry of messages from Wei Qi, mistakenly believing he wanted to return an item. How could one return a talisman? Once obtained, it was theirs. Returning it would invite misfortune. Not returning. Shopkeeper, I encountered a ghost. Your talisman saved my life. Could you provide me with a contact number? Either phone or WeChat will do, I implore you. Li Miao sent him a QR code to add her on WeChat. Once connected, Wei Qi immediately initiated a voice call. Upon answering, Li Miao heard a male voice. Quivering with tears, Shopkeeper, please save me. I encountered a ghost last night and nearly perished. My roommates are all dead. I am the only one left.
Today,
it is likely my turn. I beg you, please help me. Wei Qi licked his lips and recounted the harrowing events of the past few days in a breathless rush. Li Miao, still somewhat disoriented, handed her phone to Nie Xiaoqian to hold while she splashed her face with water. She had stayed up too late the previous night and awoke too early, leaving her mind foggy. Once Li Miao finished freshening up, Wei Qi's tale concluded. Tears streamed down Wei Qi's face as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. You are truly a good person. However, Li Miao reminded him gently. It would be wise to seek assistance from others as well. I cannot guarantee I can help you. Matters of life and death require caution. Li Miao could not make any promises. At most, she could send some evil-warding talismans, but she was uncertain of their efficacy. Wei Qi sniffled. My parents have also consulted a master. That is reassuring, Li Miao nodded. Let us end the call. I have much to prepare. To be honest, she was not much stronger than Wei Qi. Before becoming the master of the haunted house, she had been merely an ordinary, frail person. The first thing Li Miao did after ending the call was to contact Zhuangzi, the man who had been terrified out of the haunted house within minutes. claiming there were real ghosts inside. Li Miao did not seek him out specifically, but rather hoped to obtain contact information for Master Ling Su through him. Hello, Zhuangzi. I am the owner of the Fengdu haunted house. I need your assistance. A friend of mine has encountered malevolent spirits and is in grave danger. Could you help me connect with your grandfather? Li Miao worried that if she approached Master Ling Su directly, he might be unwilling to intervene. Thus, she elaborated on Wei Qi's predicament in hopes of eliciting Zhuangzi's sympathy and persuading his grandfather to assist. What? Zhuangzi was taken aback. What did you say his name was? Wei Qi. Zhuangzi exclaimed in surprise. I have a high school classmate named Wei Qi who is studying at Ju City. Li Miao thought it quite a coincidence that this Wei Qi was indeed in Ju City. Zhuangzi shouted, Ah, he is my classmate. I'll contact my grandfather right away. As Ruhua and others stood nearby, they overheard Li Miao's phone conversation. Ruhua realized that Li Miao intended to go to Ju City to rescue Wei Qi. The haunted house was in dire need of personnel. After confiding her plans to Ruhua and the others, she instructed them to keep watch over the house.
Nie Xiaoqian.
Reluctant to part from Li Miao, tugged at her sleeve. Sister Master, may I accompany you? Meng Mo, initially pleased at the thought of Li Miao's departure granting it freedom, soon witnessed Nie Xiaoqian's distress. Humph, that wretched girl truly knows how to make a scene. Fuming, Meng Mo mimicked Nie Xiaoqian's gesture, approaching Li Miao's legs. Master, Meng wishes to accompany you. I cannot bear to part with you. You all cannot go outside. Li Miao had studied this matter thoroughly. She had previously contemplated taking the powerful beings from the haunted house to capture ghosts. Both Ruhua and Nie Xiaoqian possessed abilities. And even Ruhua was more formidable than an ordinary spirit. Taking them out would mean overwhelming power, sweeping everything aside. However, the haunted house app had warned that they could not be taken out without specific conditions, the details of which were undisclosed. Concerned about the implications of taking out the likes of Ruhua, Li Miao worried about Meng. She feared that if she called for Meng's help outside, he might not come to her aid. Upon examining the haunted house app, she discovered that he would only appear in times of danger. At other times, he could not be summoned. Whether he could manifest outside the haunted house remained unclear, as the app provided no information on that. Thus, Li Miao could not ascertain the situation, nor could she conduct any experiments since there was no danger present, whether inside or outside the haunted house. She could not call for assistance. Due to her uncertainty regarding Meng's reliability, Li Miao refrained from venturing out to capture ghosts. Yet, with the haunted house's staff in such short supply, Wei Qi's predicament was rather fortuitous. With Master Ling Su present, she felt relatively safe. Although the risk was minimal, Li Miao resolved to prepare adequately before departing. She began by crafting several breath-concealing talismans for Ruhua and the others. By affixing these talismans onto themselves, they would blend in with ordinary people, even if a master were to pass by, rendering them undetectable as spirits. Next, she would prepare her own gear. First and foremost, Chapter 39, Preparations First, there is the peachwood sword. Over the past century, the peachwood has been skillfully carved by Li Miao into a sword, leaving behind numerous scraps which have been fashioned into dozens of peachwood nails, both large and small, suitable for pinning spirits. Next comes the drawing of talismans. Due to the increased popularity of the haunted house, the comprehensive guide to talismans has unlocked many new talismans, many of which Li Miao has not had the time to examine closely. Upon careful inspection, she discovers that the spiritual talismans can be categorized into 5 types: suppression, exorcism, summoning, healing, and a category for special purposes. The exorcism talismans are currently of little use to Li Miao, as they pertain to blessings for favorable weather and success in examinations. The summoning talismans are also not particularly beneficial, as she has no intention of invoking deities. The most useful for her are the suppression talismans. The exorcism talisman falls within this category, and Li Miao has already drawn several hundred of them. So there is no need to create more, she can simply take these along. She needs to draw more of the thunder talismans, as they can summon lightning to strike at malevolent spirits. She has prepared 100 of these. The breath-concealing talisman is also invaluable, as it can disguise spirits as ordinary people and vice versa. This is extremely useful, and she has drawn 100 of them as well. The protective and fortune-enhancing talismans, along with the Vajra talismans, also require some attention. Fortunately, she has a considerable stockpile from before, or she would find herself short on talismans. After categorizing and organizing the talismans, Li Miao prepares to undertake a crucial task, purchasing equipment from the haunted house mall. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. And Li Miao intends to present herself in a striking manner, exuding an air of mystery and depth. She does not wish to appear ordinary like a typical college student. While hunting spirits, at the tender age of 20, she fears that others might question her competence. Li Miao does not want to waste her breath explaining herself amidst such skepticism. Ghost hunting is inherently perilous, and should her authority be doubted, it could heighten the dangers involved. Thus, she is determined to cultivate an aura of expertise. Upon her entrance, she aims to command the attention of all, leaving no room for dissent. Opening the haunted house mall, Li Miao selects a long black robe, deep and dark. Nie Xiaoqian leans closer, her eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Li Miao's choice. Sister Master, that black robe is so ugly. You should buy that silver dress instead. It's beautiful and heroic. Just like the heroines in dramas, surely it would leave everyone in awe. Li Miao responds, Are you foolish? Spirits roam in the shadows. Wearing white during the day would be akin to broadcasting my location, as though beckoning them. Here I am. Come and take me. A dress is even less suitable. She is here to hunt ghosts, not to vie for beauty, and a dress would hinder her performance. Nie Xiaoqian blinks her large, watery eyes. Puzzled, but didn't Sister Master say she wanted to make a dazzling entrance and appear as an expert? Li Miao nods. Indeed. A dazzling entrance is necessary to strategically belittle the enemy, instilling fear and dread. However, tactically, one must respect the adversary, avoiding arrogance and carelessness. The choice of battle attire must be both stylish and practical. A black robe is perfect. It conveys an air of mystery and intimidation, and being purely black. Should she encounter formidable spirits, she can don the breath-concealing talisman, hide in the shadows, and meld with the night, rendering herself invisible to the spirits. Ruhua interjects, Sister Master is so impressive. The flower of skin is at a loss for words. Meng Mo flatters. Meng always knew Sister Master was the most formidable, and there must be a reason for her choice of the black robe. The black robe chosen by Li Miao possesses a self-cleaning function, remaining pristine and dry, even made from fire-resistant material, unable to be ignited by mere flames. Even more remarkably, it allows for instantaneous wearing. Whenever Li Miao desires, the robe envelopes her like a superhero, transforming an incredibly cool spectacle. Of course, the mall offers even finer robes with defensive capabilities. Regrettably, they are far too expensive for Li Miao's budget. After selecting the robe, Li Miao purchases a pure black Taoist hat. Nie Xiaoqian hesitates. Sister Master, the hat is so ugly. Can't you do without it? Li Miao shakes her head. She must conceal her hair. What if a spirit grabs her hair? There can be no vulnerabilities. Regarding her hairstyle, Li Miao does not intend to experiment. The longer her hair, the greater the chance of it being seized. A simple bun beneath the Taoist hat will suffice, hiding her hair entirely. The hat Li Miao buys, unlike the robe, does not allow for instantaneous wearing but has a transformation function. Although it can only change into one form, it is still adequate. During the day, it appears as a standard black baseball cap, but when needed, it instantly transforms into a Taoist hat. Next, Li Miao purchases a black mask that can transform into a face mask, a pair of black leather boots that can convert into sport shoes, and a black backpack. One could say she is armed to the teeth. Just as Li Miao finishes her preparations, she receives a call from Zhuangzi, informing her that his grandfather, Taoist Lingxiu, has arrived and is waiting for her at the entrance of the haunted house. Li Miao quickly instructs Ruhua and the others to exercise caution, only admitting customers with appointments and turning away walk-ins by stating there are no tickets available. After relaying her instructions, she waves goodbye to the three spirits and heads outside. Outside, an elderly man and a young boy stand at the entrance. The Taoist Xuanqiu, dressed in traditional Tang attire, with a long white beard, frowns as he gazes at the haunted house, intently calculating. The atmosphere around the haunted house is thick with yin energy, yet strangely devoid of malice, and does not erode the yang energy. It is indeed peculiar. Beside the Taoist stands a boy with a buzz cut. Although his hair is cropped close to the scalp, it does nothing to diminish his handsomeness. He possesses not the conventional type of good looks, but rather a charm tinged with an edge. The boy squints his fierce eyes and tilts his head towards the old Taoist. Old man, something feels off about this place. The Taoist furrows his brow and shoots an annoyed glance at his young disciple. I am your master. Humph. The buzz-cut boy scoffs in response. You force me into this. He is Shizijuan, the young master of the Shi family in Kyoto, who once lived a carefree, extravagant life. Suddenly, an old Taoist appeared, insisting he must become a Taoist, or he would not survive past 18. Shizijuan was skeptical and dismissed the old man until, on his 18th birthday, a chandelier fell from the ceiling, nearly crushing him. Had Taoist Xuanqiu not intervened to save him, he would have perished on the spot. After that, his grandparents became firm believers in the old Taoist's words, insisting on sending Shizijuan to become his disciple. As they converse, they see the haunted house door swing open, revealing a girl clad in sportswear and wearing a baseball cap. The girl is tall and appears quite youthful, yet she is masked and wears sunglasses, concealing her identity entirely. Shizijuan raises an eyebrow, a sly grin playing on his lips as he surveys Li Miao from head to toe. Dressed so covertly. Are you hiding something? I can see. Chapter 40. The master comes to the rescue. I can see people, but I have no desire to see dogs, Li Miao remarked casually, tossing a glance at Shizijuan before turning to greet Taoist Lingxiu with polite deference. Shizijuan thought to himself, is this girl mocking me? She looks barely over 20. What pretense of a master is she putting on? Just as he was about to unleash a scornful retort, Li Miao, discerning his intent, took the initiative. Taoist. If a child is not taught, it is the father's fault. If a teacher is lax, it reflects poorly on the master. Please take better care of your disciple. Being young, she often faced condescension, and engaging in a verbal spar with a mere apprentice would paint her as a child. Yet, she could not allow others to trample over her dignity. By asserting herself first, she aimed to cultivate an air of superiority, thus dissuading others from looking down upon her. Shizijuan was on the brink of fury. It was the first time he had been so blatantly disregarded. Handsome, well-born, and exceptionally intelligent, he had always been surrounded by adoring girls. Even in his studies of Taoism, it was his master who had sought him out. No one had ever dared ignore him in such a manner. If previously he had merely been playful in his provocations, he was now genuinely incensed. He scoffed, ready to question Li Miao's audacity, but she boldly strode past him to discuss matters with Taoist Lingxiu, treating him as if he were nothing more than air. Shizijuan clenched his fists in frustration. Taoist Lingxiu observed with amusement, secretly delighted to see his unruly disciple finally confronted. Shizijuan was too clever and too gifted, having enjoyed a charmed life, always pampered and indulged, which had fostered his arrogant demeanor. This young man even lacked respect for his own master. At last, he was witnessing Shizijuan face a setback. Li Xiaoqian. Taoist Lingxiu addressed her with utmost courtesy, devoid of any superiority or condescension, engaging her as an equal while inquiring about the situation in K City. He had only heard from his disciple Zhuangzi that a classmate had encountered a ghost and was in grave danger, urging him to come to the rescue. Li Miao appreciated Taoist Lingxiu's demeanor, gentle and egalitarian. He did not belittle her for her gender or dismiss her due to her youth. What a venerable and respectful elder. If only everyone were like Taoist Lingxiu, she would not need to mask her true self. In this world, there are always those who judge by appearances, such as Shizijuan. Would he dare provoke her if she were a towering figure of a man? It was merely a matter of exploiting her youth and her status as a seemingly weaker woman.
Li Miao hældte sten for Shizijuan.
No matter how handsome or talented he may be, she regarded him as nothing more than a pretender. When Shizijuan scoffed, "Aren't you so capable? Why seek help? Surely you can save him yourself?" She chose to ignore him, dismissing his words as mere nonsense, and continued her conversation with Taoist Lingxiu about K City. Shizijuan gritted his teeth. You really can put on a show, can't you? If you truly possessed any skill, you would confront the evil spirit alone. Enough. Li Miao interjected, her brow furrowing as she glared at Shizi Jun. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? 3 lives have already been lost. Do you truly regard those lives as insignificant? All you do is provoke me. I am indifferent to your mockery, and I care not for the opinions of others regarding my abilities, as long as I can save lives. With a sense of righteous indignation, she elevated herself, as though a sage had descended upon the earth, leaving Shizi Jun momentarily speechless. Taoist Lingshu frowned, sensing his disciple had crossed a line. While he did not wish to suppress Shizi Jun too harshly, he believed there must be reverence for life. He admonished, Zijun, tread carefully. What have I taught you? Life is paramount above all else. Apologize to Li Xiaoyu at once. Li Miao turned her gaze toward Shizi Jun, waiting patiently for his apology. To deal with such a boastful youth, she intended to belittle him in attitude, while utilizing the righteousness of the situation and the authority of Taoist Lingshu to put him in his place. She made it clear that she was not of the same rank as him, that she was not someone to be trifled with. Li Miao had no desire for their journey to K City to be marred by Shizi Jun's provocations. Who had the time for a verbal duel? She had important matters at hand. Reluctantly, Shizi Jun lowered his head and offered an insincere apology to Li Miao. He realized that, before her, he had continuously faced setbacks. This woman was formidable. He had underestimated her. Calming himself, he resolved to closely observe Li Miao, convinced he would uncover her flaws and expose her pretense as a master. He held little faith in her purported powers, dismissing her as a mere university student putting on airs. The 3 boarded the high-speed train to K City, with Li Miao covering the fare. After agreeing to rescue Wei Qi, he had transferred 30,000 yuan to her as a deposit, depleting his savings accumulated over the years. K City was quite close to Feng City, and the train ride lasted merely an hour. Upon arriving at the train station, the trio took a taxi to Wei Qi's rented apartment. Wei Qi's residence was on the 3rd floor. At the door, Li Miao knocked. As her voice echoed, the door swung open. Wei Qi stood at the threshold, eyes brimming with tears, as if he were seeing a long-lost family member. The ghost house owner has come to save me, he exclaimed. Believing only one person would arrive, he was about to rush forward when he noticed 3 figures outside. An elder and 2 youngsters, one a rebellious young man and the other a girl shrouded in mystery, clearly a subordinate. Although the voice on the phone had belonged to a woman, it sounded quite youthful, suggesting she lacked sufficient experience. Wei Qi's gaze shifted to Taoist Lingshu, who he presumed was the master of the ghost house owner. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice. Wait.
It was Li Miao.
She gestured for Wei Qi to remain still and stepped forward. All eyes were fixed upon her, curious about her intentions. What could Li Miao do? Naturally, she was preparing for a transformation. Since there were ghosts in the house, she needed to don protective gear first. Li Miao closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and thought to herself, transform. In an instant, a dark robe enveloped her. A black Taoist hat replaced her cap, her mask morphed into a face shield, and her sneakers turned into black leather boots, like a scene from a superhero film. In a flash, the seemingly ordinary girl transformed into a mysterious master. Witnessing this, Taoist Lingshu and the others were left in stunned silence. He had always perceived Li Miao as a girl with superficial knowledge, only to discover she possessed genuine abilities, including the art of transformation. Shizi Jun was equally dumbfounded, his heart racing in astonishment. Could it be that she truly was a master? Unlike the surprise of Taoist Lingshu and his disciple, Wei Qi's only thought was, this person is incredible. There is hope. Master, save me. Wei Qi exclaimed, exhilarated. Chapter 41 Arrival at K City. Wei Qi excitedly rushed towards Li Miao. She waved her hand, signaling him to halt, then calmly turned to introduce Ling Su. This is Taoist Ling Su, a master of formidable abilities. I am but a junior, and in this matter, we shall defer to Senior Ling Su. Wei Qi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, he was an extraordinary figure, both impressive and modest. She could transform, a remarkable feat, yet she still showed such reverence towards an elder. It seemed that salvation was within reach. As they stepped into the rented apartment, Ling Su immediately sensed something amiss. His brows furrowed as he raised his right hand to perform calculations. The presence of yin energy is quite significant, mingled with a strong aura of resentment. At least 10 souls have perished in this room. After speaking, Ling Su turned to Li Miao and inquired, "What do you think, young friend?"
Li Miao.
What could she possibly think? She could only see with her eyes. She felt no yin energy and even found the atmosphere quite warm. However, she presumed her perception might be inaccurate, so she echoed Taoist Ling Su's observation. Senior Ling Su is indeed correct. Shi Jijun, unimpressed, thought to himself, this person is undoubtedly putting on an act. She cannot exorcise spirits at all. She's a fraud. He smirked, a half-smile playing on his lips. Miss Li, why not share your impressions? My master is advanced in years. His senses may be dulled, and we must be cautious of any miscalculations. Li Miao replied nonchalantly. Before entering, the yin energy was indeed heavy, yet for some reason, once inside, it suddenly dissipated. Not only do I not feel cold, but rather it feels quite warm. Li Miao intentionally stated this to create a contrast. She first claimed to feel nothing, then shifted her narrative, suggesting that perhaps the numerous talismans she bore had dispelled the yin energy, thus explaining her warmth. She aimed to cultivate an image of herself as a talisman expert. However, before she could finish, Ling Su suddenly exclaimed, "Your perception is remarkable, young friend. The yin energy is indeed dissipating. The earlier retreat was slow, and I failed to notice it. Upon closer inspection, I can now ascertain that the yin energy has receded. Young friendly, your innate talent is astonishing. Your sensitivity is truly impressive. Even I failed to detect it." Li Miao. Taoist, you seem to be playing the role of a supportive character here. Is it really necessary for you to cooperate so fully? Could her drawn talismans be so potent as to dispel the entire room's yin energy? Wei Qi gazed at Li Miao with starry eyes, filled with admiration. The master was truly formidable. Only Shi Jijun furrowed his brows. Could it be that Li Miao was not a charlatan after all? Shi Jijun decided to make one last attempt. Miss Li, where do you think the ghost might be hiding? Li Miao had no idea. She pondered softly. It's hard to say. Just pick a random spot. Shi Jijun urged her, insisting that without identifying the ghost's hiding place, there would be danger that night. This annoying brat was truly bothersome. Why did he persistently pester her? It was infuriating. Li Miao chose to ignore Shi Jijun and instead turned to Ling Su. Taoist, what do you think? I am still young, lacking in skill, and I rely on the guidance of seniors. Shi Jijun snorted coldly. Li Miao pretended not to hear. Ling Su closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, then calculated again, shaking his head. Earlier, the yin energy was so dense that it obscured everything, making it impossible to discern anything. Now that the yin energy has dissipated, I find myself even less able to sense anything. What insights do you possess, young friend? At such a young age, you exhibit such remarkable skill and perceptiveness. Where do you feel something is amiss? Li Miao. Must she be the one to speak up? Fine, she would just point at something randomly. Li Miao scanned the room, glancing into other areas, and finally settled on the rice cooker in the kitchen, which appeared conspicuously out of place. She pointed. Something is amiss here. Upon hearing this, Ling Su approached, intending to open the rice cooker. However, as his hand rested upon it, he sensed something was off and immediately performed a hand gesture, placing a talisman on it. Indeed, it is hidden here. Young Friendly truly possesses extraordinary talent. Shi Jijun turned in disbelief, astonished at Li Miao's abilities. She truly had merit. Li Miao's eyes widened, more surprised than Shi Jijun. She had actually guessed correctly. After discovering the ghost's hiding place, Ling Su arranged a confinement array in the living room, then opened the rice cooker, releasing the spirit within. A misty shadow appeared, struggling in the center of the confinement array. Li Miao opened her mouth, eager to claim the ghost, but before she could speak, she saw a flame igniting at Ling Su's fingertips as he calculated for a moment. He declared that this ghost was consumed by resentment, having caused many deaths and could not remain in the world. It must be swiftly eliminated. Upon hearing that it was a malevolent spirit, Li Miao hesitated. Initially, she had not considered the implications, merely intent on capturing a ghost. Now, upon hearing the Taoist's words, She no longer wished to keep the spirit. Would it not be unjust to bring a malevolent ghost into the haunted house, thereby exposing those who had perished to further harm? Forget it. Let it be obliterated. Though she had not captured a ghost, at least she had saved a life. After resolving the matter of the malevolent spirit, there was nothing more to be done. Ling Su and his disciples intended to remain to perform rites for the 3 deceased students, planning to stay the night. Miao, having no further business, decided to leave. Having spent the day enjoying 2 ordinary haunted houses and an escape room, Miao felt that none were as frightening as the painted skin. Though the escape room's puzzles were quite interesting and innovative, worthy of emulation. Miao diligently took notes, analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of others' haunted houses and escape rooms while carefully observing user preferences and conducting inquiries into what they enjoyed. After a refreshing shower, she lay in bed and checked the haunted house app, noting a significant increase in popularity today. It seemed there were plenty of customers. She then browsed the review site for Fengdu Haunted House, discovering that the reviews were predominantly positive. It appeared that everything was proceeding smoothly, and it seemed that Hua and the others had not encountered any trouble. Miao felt reassured. After a while, her eyelids grew heavy. Having had a poor night's sleep previously and a long day today, she was utterly exhausted. Time to turn off the lights and sleep. In the middle of the night, in a state of drowsiness, she was abruptly awakened by a sharp ringtone.
Who could it be?
Miao turned on the light, picked up her phone, and glanced at the incoming call, noting it was from an unfamiliar number. She pressed the answer button and brought the phone to her ear, only to hear Shi Zijun's anxious voice. "Miss Li, where are you? Hurry, we need help." Miao immediately snapped to attention. Something had happened with Taoist Ling Su. Chapter 42. Trouble arises again. Hadn't the matter been resolved? Wasn't Master Ling Xiu performing a rite for the 3 afflicted students? Miao, her mind in a haze, rose and inquired, what exactly has happened? Through Shi Zijun's narration, she learned that the ghost they had captured was merely a henchman, while a formidable red-clad malevolent spirit lurked nearby. Master Ling Xiu, being immensely powerful, was unperturbed by this vengeful specter. However, there was a sinister force manipulating the spirit, whose powers rivaled those of Master Ling Xiu. The 2 engaged in a battle of wits from afar, requiring absolute concentration, leaving Master Ling Xiu unable to tend to Shi Zijun and Wei Qi, who were fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the red-clad ghost. Shi Zijun, having only recently embarked on his path, possessed limited abilities and could barely protect himself, let alone Wei Qi. Presently, they clutched talismans, sheltering within the protective circle drawn by Master Ling Xiu. Outside, the red spirit launched its attacks, threatening to shatter the circle, which would spell doom for both. In desperation, Shi Zijun pleaded with Miao for assistance. Miao remained silent. Seeing her lack of response, Shi Zijun grew anxious and took a deep breath, offering an apology. "Master Li, I beg your pardon. I misjudged you based on your youth, thinking you lacked power. I have offended you repeatedly, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and save us." Yet Miao remained mute. Shi Zijun's face turned pale as he forced himself to remain composed. Glancing at the faltering protective circle, he bit his lip and said, "Master Li, I am truly sorry. I accept my responsibilities. You need not save me. Just save Wei Qi." With resolve, Shi Zijun contemplated rushing out of the protective circle to buy time for Wei Qi, but was halted by Wei Qi's firm grip, urging him to stay put. Wei Qi leaned towards the phone, pleading, "Boss, please, we need your help." Miao hesitated. "Do you not know any other masters of metaphysics? Master Ling Xiu should have many allies." Shi Zijun shook his head. "They are too far away, and none can contend with the red spirit. Only you, Master Li, can subdue her. Are you out of your mind? It's the spirit that subdues, not the other way around." Miao exclaimed. At this juncture, she could only speak the truth. "Honestly, you are correct to doubt me. I am merely a fraud. Aside from drawing talismans, I possess no other skills. I cannot exorcise ghosts. If I were to intervene, it would only result in another life lost." Shi Zijun could hardly believe his ears. "What did you just say?" "I said I am a charlatan," Miao replied, her tone apologetic. Shi Zijun felt darkness engulf him, nearly fainting with frustration. He had suspected this girl was a fraud. How could a true master of metaphysics be so ostentatious? Real masters, like his own mentor Ling Xiu, were humble and possessed an air of quiet dignity. I apologize. Li Miao continued. If I were truly powerful, I wouldn't have sought Master Ling Xiu's assistance. I thought he had resolved the ghost issue, only to discover there was someone manipulating the spirit. I regret disappointing you. I still have some talismans. I will send them to you shortly. I will leave them outside the door for you to collect. Li Miao did not wish to enter the fray. She could only assist from the periphery. It was not that she lacked compassion. She genuinely could not save them. If Master Ling Xiu was unable to do so, what chance did she have? She possessed no power whatsoever, rendering her less capable than Shizi Jun. Boss, please don't hang up. At a critical moment, Wei Qi seized the phone, crying out, Boss, save us. I don't want to die. The specter was set to claim their lives that very night. He was the sole heir in his family. And if he were to perish, how devastated would his parents be? Li Miao responded, I am truly sorry. I am just an ordinary person like you, incapable of confronting a malevolent spirit. You can do it. Your talismans are effective, far more so than those given to me by Master Ling Xiu, Wei Qi insisted. Your talisman can incinerate the ghost, while Master Ling Xiu's merely singes it. Indeed, Li Miao possessed talismans that could potentially aid them, perhaps allowing them to endure until Master Ling Xiu's duel concluded. However, she hesitated to venture forth. As she pondered, Shizi Jun's voice suddenly emerged from the phone. You've been to the rental house. The malevolent spirit has already marked you. Once we perish, she will seek you out. With that revelation, Li Miao jumped from her bed, no longer hesitating. Wait for me. I am on my way. After hanging up, she swiftly dressed and hailed a cab. At the rental house, Wei Qi turned to Shizi Jun. Can spirits really mark people? Is my roommate's death connected to this? No, Shizi Jun interrupted. You are here long enough to be tainted by the spirit's aura. Li Miao has only stayed briefly and will not be marked. Wei Qi was taken aback. Then why did you say? Shizi Jun narrowed his eyes. If I hadn't said it, would she have come? He was determined to survive. The talismans in his possession were dwindling, and he could not withstand the red spirit's onslaught for much longer. He needed more talismans. Even just 4 or 5 would provide a temporary reprieve. Not everyone could draw talismans. They required a certain level of power. Although Shizi Jun could draw them, his creations were far inferior to those of his master and lacked efficacy. Since Li Miao's talismans proved effective, it indicated she possessed some power, albeit reluctant to confront danger. Shizi Jun had to compel her to come. He dared not leave the protective circle, nor could he retrieve the talismans outside. The hotel where Li Miao resided was not far from the rental house, and with little traffic at night, she arrived in under 15 minutes. Transforming into a figure clad in black robes, she retrieved a large handful of talismans from her bag, affixing them to various parts of her body, ensuring every pocket was filled, even tucking 5 into her hat. With her preparations complete, Li Miao inhaled deeply and stepped into the apartment building. Upon entering the corridor, she sensed something was amiss. The building seemed distorted, shrouded in a fog of black energy. Clutching the talismans like a flashlight, she ascended the stairs cautiously. Upon reaching the 3rd-floor rental unit, she found the door ajar and pushed it open. Inside, chaos reigned. Master Ling Xiu sat cross-legged on a mat in the center of the living room, eyes closed in concentration. The bedroom door to the left stood wide open, with Shizi Jun and Wei Qi struggling within the protective circle. Outside stood a woman in red, her long black hair cascading down her back. Sensing Li Miao's presence, the red-clad spirit lifted her gaze, revealing a pallid and sinister visage, with milky white pupils devoid of irises. Upon spotting Li Miao, the malevolent spirit suddenly grinned, lunging towards her with alarming speed. Chapter 43. I will draw some more. The spirit talismans had vanished, and the yang energy circle was on the verge of collapse, about to be shattered by the malevolent ghost clad in red. Were it not for Master Ling Xiu, who had tossed over a compass to counter the ghost's assault, the yang energy circle would have long since been breached. However, even the compass could not withstand the onslaught for long. Just as it teetered on the brink of being shattered, Li Miao arrived. The moment she appeared, Shizi Jun felt a surge of excitement mixed with regret. He was thrilled to have assistance, for Li Miao possessed spirit talismans and could potentially hold off the ghost for a while longer, yet he regretted summoning her. This ghost was formidable, far more powerful than any he had encountered before. The Qianquan compass he wielded, a relic passed down through his lineage, was centuries old and bolstered by numerous high-ranking sorcerers, granting it immense power. Yet, even such a potent artifact was being cracked under the relentless assault of the ghost. The ghost was too strong. Even with Li Miao's arrival, it would likely prove futile, ultimately costing yet another life. "Get away!" Shi Zijuan shouted as he saw the red-clad ghost lunge towards Li Miao. But there was no escape for her. She was merely an ordinary person, untrained in martial arts, lacking the agility to evade, and, to make matters worse, she was a terminal cancer patient. Although managing the haunted house had restored her condition somewhat, it had not cured her entirely, and she remained weaker than the average person. The ghost's speed was blinding, and she could not hope to dodge its advance. As the ghost neared her, she stood frozen in place. Shi Zijuan thought it was over. Li Miao would surely perish at the ghost's hands. Wei Qi, terrified, shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight. "I'm sorry, boss. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. I've doomed you." Both believed that Li Miao would meet a grisly end, for this ghost was no ordinary foe. It could easily decapitate her with a single hand. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed as the human and ghost collided. Wei Qi, stifling his fear, opened his eyes to witness Li Miao rising from the ground, flinging the red-clad ghost aside as she rushed towards him. Li Miao's heart raced. Although she managed the haunted house, the spirits within posed no threat to her.
Yet,
this ghost sought her very life. For the first time, she felt the chilling proximity of death and found herself momentarily paralyzed with fear. Seeing her alive, Wei Qi was overjoyed. "Thank goodness. The boss is safe." He grasped her sleeve, laughing and crying simultaneously. "You scared me to death. I thought you were gone." Shi Zijuan, however, could hardly express himself, pointing at the charred ghost lying on the ground. "It is not Li Miao who is dead. It is the ghost."
what?
"The ghost is dead?" Both Li Miao and Wei Qi turned to gaze at the ghost, which lay twitching on the ground, its tattered red garments smoldering, as if it were on the brink of demise. Yet Li Miao was unharmed. Not a single hair was singed.
Huh?
How could this be? Li Miao was equally astonished. The ghost had charged at her so suddenly that she had instinctively thrown out a myriad of spirit talismans, hoping to repel it as she retreated into the yang energy circle. She hadn't anticipated that the ghost would collide with her, nor that it would end up so burnt. Examining herself, she found her clothes intact, completely unscathed. Strange, how did that ghost get burnt? Li Miao furrowed her brow and suddenly recalled the exorcism talismans on her person. Hastily, she began to pull them from her pocket. Sure enough, all the talismans were charred. One by one, she retrieved over 50 talismans, all ruined. Seeing Li Miao produce such an astonishing number of talismans, Shi Zijuan was taken aback. "You possess so many talismans?" He had noticed that the talismans in her possession were of the highest quality, exceedingly rare. Even his master, Lingshu Daoren, had only a limited supply. While his master could draw talismans daily, the chances of producing high-quality ones were slim, with perhaps one emerging in a month, while the majority were of medium quality. His master had accumulated over several years only about 30 high-grade talismans, which he was reluctant to use except in dire situations. Yet here was Li Miao, pulling out 50 at once. Shi Zijuan stepped forward and carefully took a burnt high-grade exorcism talisman from Li Miao's hand, feeling an acute sense of loss. It was a tremendous waste, an utter squandering of resources. In truth, 5 of these should have sufficed to repel the red-clad ghost. The remaining talismans could have been arranged in a circle alongside the yang energy circle, thereby preventing the ghost from entering. "What did you say?" Li Miao leaned closer, intrigued. "The exorcism talismans can be arranged in a circle?" "Indeed," Shi Zijuan nodded, though his expression turned somber. "Had I known you possessed so many high-grade talismans, I would have advised you accordingly. Now that they're all ruined, we cannot reinforce the yang energy circle. Ruined talismans are of no use. We need the good ones." Li Miao began rummaging through her bag, pulling out a stack of talismans and placing them in Shi Zijuan's hands. Hurry, reinforce the yang energy circle. I see the ghost stirring again. What is this? Shi Zijuan gasped, astonished by the stack of high-grade exorcism talismans. Quickly, seeing him hesitate, Li Miao urged, "Is it not enough?" As she spoke, she pulled out another stack of talismans and handed them to him. When he saw her continue to retrieve more, Shi Zijuan hastily replied, "That's enough, enough. This is already 100. It can reinforce several circles." My heavens! How are high-grade talismans as common as cabbages in Li Miao's hands? She pulling them out by the stacks. Shi Zijuan suppressed his astonishment and set about reinforcing the yang energy circle. Meanwhile, Li Miao observed the red-clad ghost, which, despite being charred and tattered, continued to writhe. And the intensity of its movements was increasing. This one do. It's not dead yet. Li Miao drew out her peachwood sword, intending to strike it. Don't move. Shi Zijuan intercepted her. This red-clad ghost is under the control of malevolent forces. It lacks consciousness and only possesses ferocity. It won't fear you. It will only attack. If you approach now, you will be harmed. What should we do? Li Miao asked, her expression clouded with worry. The ghost's movements were becoming increasingly vigorous, and the blood-red hue upon it was intensifying, suggesting it was on the verge of recovery. There is no choice but to wait. To await Master S victory over the malevolent forces. Shi Zijuan had already reinforced the yang energy circle with the talismans. It should hold for some time. Noticing Li Miao's troubled demeanor, he reassured her, "Do not worry. The talismans you provided are plentiful. They can reinforce several times and sustain us for hours." Only for few hours? Li Miao, still unconvinced, began to rummage through her pockets again, pulling out handfuls of high-grade exorcism talismans. By now, Shi Zijuan had become somewhat numb to the situation. Li Miao first handed several stacks of talismans to Shi Zijuan for him to use in reinforcing the yang energy circle, and then passed 2 stacks to Wei Qi for him to apply on himself. Upon receiving the talismans, Wei Qi noticed that Li Miao had none left and expressed concern. "Boss, what about you? Aren't you keeping any for yourself?" "It's fine," Li Miao replied as she retrieved talisman paper, a brush, and a large jar of cinnabar from her bag. "I will draw some more. After all, this is something that can be created as needed." "You're insane." Chapter 44. Li Miao's new skill. You've lost your mind. Shi Zijuan exclaimed, utterly astonished to see Li Miao preparing to kneel on the ground to draw talismans. Crafting talismans is no trivial matter. It requires hand-washing, incense burning, and a tranquil state of mind to produce high-quality spiritual symbols. At present, with no table in sight and malevolent spirits lurking outside, focusing was nearly impossible. Even if she managed to draw something, it would be of inferior quality and utterly useless. Li Miao, stop fooling around, Shi Zijuan frowned. We have enough top-tier spiritual symbols at our disposal. There's no need to draw more. You won't be able to create anything exceptional now. Inferior talismans are ineffective against these spirits, not even the superior ones. What do you mean by superior and inferior? Li Miao, not comprehending, handed Shi Zijuan a talisman she had just completed. Is this one useless? Shi Zijuan stared in disbelief at the exquisite talisman before him. She had actually managed to produce it. Such exquisite symbols are not easily created. It must be a fluke. It is exceedingly rare to produce a top-tier talisman. Even for those with great talent, to draw one in a single day is already impressive. Moreover, creating such talismans requires immense physical and magical energy. Just as Shi Zijuan was about to suggest that Li Miao take a break, he saw her bowing her head, drawing yet another exquisite talisman. Shi Zijuan. This girl is not human. Li Miao continued to kneel on the ground, producing talisman after talisman, each one of exceptional quality. Shi Zijuan was at a loss for words, regretting his previous narrow-mindedness. As Li Miao drew, she lost track of time, her hands growing sore. She paused to massage her wrist, only to discover that Ling Su and the malevolent entity were engaged in a critical battle. Ling Su's face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "This is bad," Shi Zijuan exclaimed, his expression filled with concern. The malevolent spirit was using dark energy to erode his master. Just as he spoke, a loud explosion echoed, and Ling Su was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Simultaneously, The crimson-clad spirit surged forward, her power amplified, her hair flowing wildly, breaking through the protective barrier and lunging toward the three.
Run.
Split up, Shi Zijuan shouted, hurling 5 talismans at the red spirit, forcing her back a few steps before rushing toward his master Ling Su. Li Miao also turned and fled toward the exit. Wei Qi, paralyzed with fear, could only cower in place, hands raised with 2 stacks of talismans. The crimson spirit's gaze fell upon Wei Qi, and upon seeing him trembling in terror, she seemed to express disdain before turning her pursuit toward Li Miao. Just as Shi Zijuan helped his master sit up, he noticed the spirit charging after Li Miao. This is not good, Shi Zijuan thought anxiously. The spirit's power had surged, rendering their exquisite talismans ineffective. Li Miao was in grave danger. With his master injured, he realized they were no match for the crimson spirit, which was why he had shouted for them to split up, assuming the spirit would remain to confront them. He never anticipated she would pursue Li Miao instead. Ling Su witnessed the scene as well. He handed the Sanqing bell to his disciple, instructing him to save Li Miao. The spirit's newfound power meant that ordinary talismans would no longer restrain her. Only the Sanqing bell could hold her for a moment. With the bell as protection, they should be able to survive until dawn. But what about you? Shi Zijuan asked, looking at his master. The Sanqing bell was the last magical artifact in Ling Su's possession. The others had been destroyed by the dark forces. Don't worry about me, go, Ling Su urged. Shi Zijuan hesitated, but seeing his master's resolute expression, he took the Sanqing bell and dashed after Li Miao. At that moment, Li Miao was racing down the stairs. It felt as if the staircase was endless, an unyielding trap. She realized she was caught in a ghostly barrier, trapped by the malevolent spirit. After a seemingly eternal run, her body could no longer endure, and she stopped to rest. Just as she did, a chilling presence loomed behind her. Oh no, the spirit is coming. She gritted her teeth and continued to run, but as she took a step forward, a mass of hair lunged at her, ensnaring her tightly. The hair constricted more and more, threatening to crush her. It was over. Li Miao despaired, feeling her life slipping away. The tightening grip caused her body to ache, and her head grew increasingly heavy. In a last-ditch effort to stay conscious, she bit her lip and cried out, "Meng Yi, save me." Nothing happened. Meng Yi did not appear. It seemed he only manifested within the haunted house. The thought of the haunted house reminded her of the skin-peeling technique. If only she could shed her skin like that, she could escape the entanglement of the hair. As this thought crossed her mind, her phone in her pocket suddenly illuminated. A transparent screen appeared before her, resembling a projection from the haunted house app. Congratulations, the haunted house owner has created the skill Rapid Undressing. Would you like to use this skill? What on earth is Rapid Undressing? Li Miao was bewildered. How had she conjured such a bizarre skill? What purpose could it serve? Would it merely speed up her undressing? She considered it a rather useless ability. Yet, facing imminent death, she decided to gamble on it. I'll use it, Li Miao declared. The moment she spoke, she whooshed out from the spirit's suffocating hair. It actually worked. Li Miao's eyes widened, only to realize that she was now bare, her clothes and shoes gone. Where were her clothes? With no time to dwell on her attire, she swiftly noticed that the crimson spirit had suddenly frozen in place. A golden opportunity. Li Miao quickly retrieved the peachwood nails from her bag and plunged them into the spirit's body, arms, legs, head, shoulders, until dozens were embedded. Not yet satisfied, she produced an exorcism talisman and plastered it all over the crimson spirit. After completing this task, she felt a chill wash over her.
Right.
She was still unclothed. She hurriedly searched through the hair to find her clothes and put them on, finally having the chance to check her phone. At that moment, her personal profile within the Haunted House app revealed a previously empty skill section now adorned with a skill Rapid Undressing. Description: undress in 1 second? How shameless. But don't underestimate it. If you desire, you can remove your clothes at lightning speed, faster than the speed of light. If you are currently bound by an enemy, consider yourself fortunate. While undressing, you can also escape from their grasp. Bonus: 1 minute of fear effect on the enemy. What does the fear effect mean? Li Miao clicked to investigate. Fear. Remain motionless. Colloquially known as being scared silly. Who wouldn't be terrified upon witnessing the skin peeling process? Although you, the haunted house owner, cannot shed your skin, suddenly appearing naked is equally frightening.
Li Miao.
This haunted house app has quite the sharp tongue. It could simply explain things without the snark. Did she want to be naked? Not even leaving behind a pair of socks? However, setting aside these bothersome thoughts, she now possessed a skill. Although it was a bit embarrassing to undress, it could potentially save her life in critical moments. The crimson spirit on the ground was thoroughly pinned down. Li Miao took the black blind box, which she had previously used to store the skin, and placed the crimson spirit inside, then stored it within the app. The rewards from the haunted house could be conveniently collected in the app, akin to having a portable space. Indeed, she has finally caught the ghost. Shizi County. Chapter 45. The ghost has finally appeared in the vicinity of Shizi County. Frantic searches for Li Miao were underway. It seemed as though she and Li Miao existed in two separate realms, rendering her elusive. Shizi's eyes were reddened with distress. He feared Li Miao had fallen victim to a malevolent spirit. Though she possessed a talent for drawing talismans, her meager powers were no match for the ferocity of the red-clad ghost. Surely, she had perished. The red-clad ghost was known for its brutality, and having been severely wounded by Li Miao previously, it would undoubtedly seek revenge, draining her of both vitality and magical energy, leaving her body in tatters without a semblance of a whole corpse. With each grim thought, Shizi's eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, burdened by guilt. He regretted dragging an innocent person into danger for the sake of his own survival. Overcome by remorse and self-reproach, he struck the wall with a clenched fist, pounding it repeatedly until his hand was bloodied and bruised, finally collapsing against the wall in a fit of sobs. "I'm sorry, Li Miao. I'm so sorry. It's my fault you're gone." At that moment, Li Miao ascended the stairs and was taken aback to find Shizi weeping against the wall, repeatedly uttering apologies. Intrigued, she approached him and inquired, "What have you to apologize for?" Startled, Shizi jumped, pressing himself against the wall as he warily regarded her. "Are you human or ghost?"
"Do you resemble a ghost?"
Li Miao touched her face, and it dawned on Shizi that Li Miao was indeed alive. But what of the red-clad ghost? He raised the Sanqing bell, scanning the area with vigilance. "Do not be anxious. I have already subdued the ghost," Li Miao assured him. Shizi looked at her skeptically, doubting her claim. If even his master could not contend with the red-clad ghost, how could she? He perceived her as vain and pretentious. "There's no need to put on airs before me. There are no outsiders here," he began, but before he could finish, Li Miao had already walked away, disregarding his words. "Wait," he called, but she had vanished. He hurried after her. "It's fine," Li Miao replied, shaking her head. "I have captured the ghost." With that, she released the red-clad spirit for Ling Su to assess whether it bore the weight of human lives. Ling Su stood astonished before the ghost, its body riddled with peachwood nails, rendered speechless. You actually caught her," Shizi exclaimed, equally astonished. He turned to Li Miao. "When did you capture the ghost? Why didn't you inform me?" Li Miao shot him a sidelong glance. "Didn't I already tell you?" Shizi faltered. Indeed, she had informed him, yet he had chosen to disbelieve her. But, he argued, you could have explained it properly. "I did not mean to doubt you. The red-clad ghost is so formidable. You were trembling in fear moments ago, and now you claim to have subdued it. How can I believe you? You could simply release the ghost as you have now, and I would believe you." Li Miao remained silent, casting him an enigmatic look. Though she said nothing, her meaning was abundantly clear. "Who are you? What gives you the right to demand an explanation?" Believe it or not, it matters not to her. To Li Miao, Shizi was neither a Wei Qi, someone who might engage her services for ghost hunting, nor a master like Ling Su with genuine skills. He was simply an inconsequential person, and whether he believed her was of little concern. Shizi stood stunned, suddenly realizing that Li Miao looked down upon him, not merely dismissive, but seemingly uninterested in his presence. A wave of indignation surged within him. He was rendered speechless. Throughout his life, he had never been so ignored, particularly by a young woman. How could Li Miao? How dare she? Enough of this. Though he had always been brash and headstrong, raised in a prominent family, he was typically courteous and gentlemanly towards women. Why, then, did he treat Li Miao with such disdain, constantly seeking confrontation? Ling Su, not grasping the complexities of youthful emotions, deemed it unwise to argue at this moment. After all, the red-clad ghost lay before them. He pulled out a talisman, waved it before the ghost, and affixed it to her forehead, calculating for a moment before declaring, "This female ghost met her demise unjustly, controlled by malevolent forces. Although she bears the weight of numerous lives, the karmic burden does not rest upon her. She is a pitiable soul. We must grant her liberation." Wait. Li Miao's eyes sparkled as she quickly interjected, "Do not liberate her. I have use for her." Ling Su frowned. "You wish to keep a malevolent spirit? They are exceedingly dangerous and difficult to manage. They may turn on their master. Moreover, what purpose do you have in nurturing a ghost? Are you intent on emulating those who practice malevolence?" As he uttered the last words, Ling Su's gaze sharpened, fixing intently upon Li Miao. "Senior, you misunderstand," she explained. "I harbor no intentions of harm. My ancestors have left behind a substantial plot of land, saturated with yin energy, detrimental to ordinary people. Thus, I wish to employ the ghost to assist in labor. Are you seeking to utilize a genuine ghost to frighten others?" Shizi pondered, recalling that Li Miao operated a haunted house, assuming she intended to terrify patrons with a real ghost. Ling Su, too, grasped this notion and was taken aback, hastily intervening. No, absolutely not. Malevolent spirits can easily spiral out of control and cause harm. Fear not, senior. I do not intend to use the ghost for fright." Li Miao reassured him, knowing that unless she clarified her intentions, Ling Su would not readily permit her to take the red-clad ghost. She merely sought assistance. Ling Su remained unconvinced. "Can you truly control the red-clad ghost?" "Indeed," Li Miao affirmed, nodding. "If I cannot manage her, I have others, such as Hua Pai, and the others. If they cannot contend with the red-clad ghost, then there is still Meng. Ling Su still harbored reservations, but chose not to voice them further. This young woman had evidently devised a means to subdue the red-clad ghost. She should be capable of controlling it. "Senior," Li Miao leaned closer. "Do you possess any other spirits? I wish to purchase some. My haunted house is vast, and many areas lie fallow. I seek to acquire more spirits for cultivation." Ling Su cleared his throat, retrieving a wooden box made of locust wood from his satchel, releasing its frail trio of spirits. Eldest, second, third. In the corner, Wei Qi rushed forward, excited by the sight. Shizi intercepted him, reminding him, "Humans and ghosts are on different paths." With red-rimmed eyes, Wei Qi implored Ling Su, "Taoist, can they be revived?" Ling Su shook his head. "Reincarnation is a challenge. Most of their yin energy has been consumed by the red-clad ghost, and they can barely maintain their ghostly forms. They require gradual nurturing of their souls. Otherwise, they will dissipate." Ling Su, gravely injured, coughed lightly, needing to pause to regain his breath. Afterward, he turned his attention to Li Miao. "The black box in your possession is quite extraordinary. It possesses the ability to nourish souls. You may place these 3 spirits within it, nurturing them for a few years, and they will be able to assist you. I want them." Chapter 46. The black blind box is a treasure, but how many years must it be nurtured? Li Miao was taken aback. How could she possibly have the time to nurture a spirit? Ling Su glanced at her and noticed something peculiar about this young girl. Despite her remarkable talent for crafting exquisite spiritual talismans and her ability to unexpectedly subdue a vengeful spirit in red, she seemed utterly ignorant of metaphysical knowledge. To be able to nurture a soul that was on the brink of dissipating in just a few years was indeed a treasure. Having mingled in the metaphysical world for many years, Ling Su had never encountered any artifact capable of nurturing souls. He had only heard of such things. With a gentle demeanor and a sense of propriety, he refrained from prying into others' affairs. Thus, when he witnessed Li Miao effortlessly sketching exquisite talismans and producing the soul-nurturing black box, he did not inquire further. He assumed she had her own lineage and secrets. Now it appeared that this young girl was merely a child holding a precious treasure, recklessly navigating her path due to her innate gifts, without any formal guidance or systematic learning. Ling Su sighed lightly and pointed to the black blind box in Li Miao's hand. "Do you know what this is?" A black blind box, Li Miao replied, glancing down at it. Wasn't it just an ordinary blind box? Ling Su sighed again. This is a rare treasure capable of nurturing souls. Not only I, but even my sect does not possess such a precious item. Li, my young friend, he continued, I am significantly older than you, so I will take the liberty of offering you a word of advice. In the future, do not casually reveal this item. Be cautious of envy, for others may covet it and resort to violence to seize it. Li Miao was stunned. The black blind box was indeed so potent? Ling Su went on, artifacts that can nurture souls are exceedingly rare. Not only do spirits require nurturing, but the living can also benefit from them. Carrying such an item enhances one's soul, leading to a vibrant spirit, robust health, and an abundance of yang energy, making one less susceptible to malevolent influences. The benefits are manifold. At this point, Ling Su could not help but ask, May I inquire where you learned your craft, young friend? Was there no instruction from your sect? I am self-taught, Li Miao replied. And what of the exorcism talismans? Did you also learn those on your own? Ling Su recalled witnessing her produce exquisite exorcism talismans, each one splendid, and without a single failure. Li Miao nodded. I followed the images to draw them. Ling Su was astonished. What an incredible talent! While entering the field of talismans is relatively easy, mastering it is profoundly difficult. Even the most skilled practitioners from the Hazong mountain lineage, including the highly gifted Xian Qingzhenren, could not consistently produce perfect talismans. Only someone of Li Miao's exceptional talent could rival the likes of Sanrangzhenren from Hemming Mountain. What a pity, he lamented. If this young friend had embarked on her journey in metaphysics at a young age and received systematic training, she would undoubtedly surpass even Sanrangzhenren. Shi Jijun was astonished that his master would compare Li Miao to Sanrangzhenren, the recognized leader of the younger generation in the metaphysical world. Who is Sanrangzhenren? Li Miao inquired, completely unaware of the metaphysical community. Ling Su shook his head. This girl was indeed wild and untamed, with no sect or school. Entirely oblivious to the affairs of metaphysics. Sanrangzhenren was the chief disciple of the Ziyang Temple at Hemming Mountain, known for his unparalleled talent and formidable powers among the younger generation. Is he that impressive? Li Miao asked curiously. Is he more powerful than you? Ling Su chuckled. I do not even rank in the metaphysical world. How could I dare to compare myself to Sanrangzhenren? I entered the path too late. Though my talent is decent, I can never match those with child prodigy skills. Oh, by the way, Ling Su recalled, Sanrangzhenren's secular name seems to be Li as well. The surname Li is rare. Perhaps there is a familial connection with young Li Miao. Upon hearing that Sanrang also bore the surname Li, a pang of anxiety struck Li Miao. Could Sanrangzhenren be the third son, Li San, from her uncle's family? Surely, it could not be that coincidental. Was Li San truly that formidable? A sense of urgency arose within her, and she addressed Ling Su and Shi Jijun. I noticed that those in the metaphysical community have titles or aliases. You should refer to me by my alias as well. Do not use my name. I have heard that secular names are quite significant in metaphysics and are rarely mentioned. Ling Su nodded in agreement. Indeed, secular names are often entangled with worldly families, which can bring trouble to their kin. Shi Jijun stared at Li Miao in disbelief. But you have no sect. How can you have an alias? Why can't I establish my own sect? Li Miao declared. Ling Su initially intended to take Li Miao under his wing, but upon hearing her ambition to establish a sect, he swallowed his words. He nodded to her. Young friend, your talent is astonishing. You indeed have the potential to establish your own sect. However, it would be wise to remain humble and pursue systematic study of Taoist theories. I possess several books. If you do not mind, I shall offer them to you. Li Miao's eyes lit up, and she quickly shook her head. I do not mind at all. By the way, my alias is the Master of the Ghost House. From now on, you shall refer to me as the Master of the Ghost House, or the owner of the Ghost House. Do not call me by my name. Very well.
Ling Su note that.
Shi Jijun smirked. He had no intention of calling her the Master of the Ghost House, or the owner of the Ghost House. Such a young girl, yet with such grand ambitions. I shall call you Mask Girl. Li Miao ignored him, indifferent to how he chose to address her. As long as he did not use her name, Li Miao gathered the 3 feeble spirits and the red-clad vengeful spirit from the ground into the blind box. Ling Su had by now recovered somewhat, and Shi Jijun helped him sit on the sofa. The old Taoist's complexion was pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, appearing quite weak. Li Miao felt a twinge of concern. The old Taoist was a good person. He had shown no greed for her treasures and even guided her on how to conceal her abilities. "Senior, are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital? What about that evil practitioner?" Wei Qi also expressed his worries, fearing that another ghost might come after him. Ling Su, still weak, took a breath before speaking. "No need to worry. I will be fine after a few days' rest. As for that evil practitioner, you need not be concerned. I have severely injured him. He is likely in no better condition than I am at this moment." With that, Ling Su turned to Wei Qi. "I have broken his feng shui arrangement. The negative energy surrounding you has been dispelled. Rest assured, no more spirits will pursue you." Hearing this, Wei Qi felt completely relieved and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Ling Su, Shi Jijun, and Li Miao. Without their assistance, he would undoubtedly have met his end. "By the way," he said, pulling out 2 bank cards from his pocket, "these are for my parents, meant for you, Taoist and owner." As he spoke, Wei Qi felt somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. The money had been prepared earlier in the day, long before the incident with the evil practitioner occurred. His parents had not set aside much. One card contained only 100,000 yuan. Now, given that Taoist Ling Su was injured and the owner of the ghost house had risked her life to save him, this sum seemed utterly insufficient. Flushing, Wei Qi stammered, "I truly apologize. I had no idea the adversary would be so formidable, especially with a vengeful spirit involved, which caused you, Taoist, to sustain injuries. I will speak to my parents and ask them to." Ling Su raised his hand to interrupt Wei Qi. "Do not blame yourself. It was my oversight for not recognizing the hidden hand behind the scenes. This amount is sufficient." With that, Shi Jijun stepped forward and took one of the bank cards while Li Miao accepted the other. "Hey, we're making money," she exclaimed. "I wonder if this money will convert into points?" As dawn approached, the night began to fade. Chapter 47. The dark path approaches Li Miao. After bidding farewell to Ling Su and a few others, Li Miao hurriedly departed. Not long after her exit, a capable woman donned in a light gray suit approached and knocked on the door. Senior Sister Qingqi. Upon seeing the woman, Shi Zijuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tone unusually animated. "You've finally come. Quickly come see Master. He's been injured." "What? Master has been hurt?" Chu Qingqi's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed forward, first assessing Ling Su's complexion and then taking his pulse. Realizing that his internal organs were unharmed and the injury was not severe, she let out a sigh of relief. Wei Qi, standing in the corner, dared not approach. This woman exuded an overwhelming and intimidating aura. In front of Master Ling Su, Shi Zijuan might be nonchalant and even bold enough to retort, but before Senior Sister Chu Qingqi, he did not dare show any sign of disrespect. His arms hung at his sides as he stood obediently, recounting the events of the evening in detail. Chu Qingqi frowned upon hearing his account, realizing they had encountered the dark path and a vengeful spirit in red. "Where is the vengeful spirit?" she inquired. Shi Zijuan replied, "It was taken away by the owner of the haunted house. She wants to raise the spirit to assist her." "Nonsense." Chu Qingqi suddenly stood up, her tone sharp. She did not look at her junior, Shi Zijuan, but directed her gaze at Master Ling Su. "Master, Zijuan is still young and does not understand these matters. How could you also indulge in such folly? A vengeful spirit in red cannot simply be taken away, especially by someone who runs a haunted house. Do you think I cannot see through her nefarious intentions?" Chu Qingqi had initially held a favorable impression of Li Miao, admiring her talent and capabilities. However, upon learning of her intent to raise a spirit, her demeanor transformed, and she felt extreme aversion towards her. Another one straying down the wrong path, she thought. Her words may deceive this naive old fool, but she surely aims to exploit the vengeful spirit to instill fear. Vengeful spirits are rare and possess formidable powers. They can traverse the skies and the earth, even alter their forms, making them the perfect NPCs to scare people in a haunted house. Utilizing a vengeful spirit for fright not only saves on mechanical props but also eliminates the need for wages. It's an utterly profitable endeavor. It is truly a waste of her considerable talent to stray from the righteous path of metaphysics and resort to such underhanded means to earn money. Chu Qingqi's eyes brimmed with disdain. Shi Zijuan attempted to defend Li Miao, senior sister. She is not that kind of person. Shi Wun Ti. Silence. Chu Qingqi admonished. How long have you known her? How can you be so certain of her character? And you? She turned her attention to Ling Su. Just because someone possesses talent, do not let that spark feelings of affection. Talent is unimportant. What matters is a righteous heart. Those who stray into the dark path. Which of them does not possess exceptional talent? Ultimately, it is their addiction to shortcuts that leads to their downfall. Ling Su lowered his head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. He had a gentle disposition and seldom took on the authoritative role of a master before his disciples. His eldest disciple had been taken under his wing since childhood. In her youth, he could still manage her, but as Chu Qingqi grew older and her capabilities increased, the roles had reversed. Ling Su lifted his gaze and offered a conciliatory smile to his eldest disciple, speaking, the vengeful spirit in red was captured by that young girl. I have no right to claim it for myself. Both Zijuan's and my lives were saved by her. Humph. Chu Qingqi scoffed, that little girl lacks any formal training. How could she possibly subdue a vengeful spirit? You must have injured the dark practitioner controlling it, weakening the vengeful spirit's strength, allowing her to swoop in for the kill. As this thought crossed her mind, Chu Qingqi's dislike for Li Miao intensified. The girl was dishonest. It was clear that she merely capitalized on an opportunity created by Master S' prior actions. How could she take such credit for herself? Hearing senior sister's perspective, Shi Zijuan suddenly understood, realizing that it was impossible for Li Miao to have subdued the spirit without Master having weakened it first. Only Ling Su frowned. That is not the case, he began, although the vengeful spirit is under the control of the dark practitioner. The distance between them is too great for the practitioner to absorb the spirit's power to replenish themselves. Moreover, from my observations, this vengeful spirit possesses a strong sense of independence. Even if the practitioner is injured, it may not necessarily impact her. Ling Su opened his mouth, intending to speak in defense of Li Miao, but was interrupted by Chu Qingqi's impatience. Enough. Do not make excuses for her. Humph. This girl is far too reckless, thinking she can raise a vengeful spirit without considering her own abilities. I fear she will eventually play herself into a corner and be backfired upon by the spirit. What? She could be backfired upon by the spirit? Shi Zijuan exclaimed, startled, and quickly pleaded. What should we do? Senior sister, please help her. Chu Qingqi raised her gaze, her expression astonished as she regarded the anxious Shi Zijuan. There is no need to concern ourselves. She must be taught a lesson and endure some hardship. I find girls who rely on a modicum of talent to act fearlessly to be the most insufferable. They believe themselves to be invincible, daring to do anything. If she does not face some trials, she will never learn. With that thought, Chu Qingqi sighed internally, reflecting that individuals like the extraordinary Sanrang Jinren, who are both immensely talented and humble, are far too rare in this world. Unbeknownst to Li Miao, who was oblivious to the discussions about her, she was hurrying to catch a train with her backpack slung over her shoulders. It was only 5 a.m., and the train station was not crowded. With half an hour until departure, Li Miao decided to grab breakfast. She ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and 6 large steamed buns, bringing them to a table. Just as she was about to eat, a kindly-looking elderly man approached. Little girl, may I share this table with you? The old man smiled and sat down opposite her with his breakfast. Li Miao was indifferent, carefully adjusting her mask to reveal only her mouth as she began to eat. The elderly man took a bite of his bun and curiously observed her. Little girl, do you eat while wearing a mask? He asked, noticing a dark spot on her face. Li Miao preferred to keep her appearance hidden, not out of fear of judgment, but to avoid drawing attention. Wary of being found by Uncle Li and the others, she detested feeling powerless, unable to retaliate when reprimanded. You are quite an interesting girl. What is your name? Where are you from? Traveling by train? The old man inquired. Li Miao glanced at him, thinking to herself that this old man was quite chatty. Why would he ask for her name upon their first meeting? She quickly finished her buns and tofu pudding, eager to leave. The old man remained seated, leisurely enjoying his bun while his gaze remained fixed on Li Miao. This little girl has quite the audacity, daring to take the vengeful spirit I raised. My possessions are not easily obtained, and taking them comes at a cost. Chapter 48. Li Miao. Do I appear foolish? The old man before her was none other than the practitioner of the dark arts who had contended with Ling Su. The red-clad malevolent spirit was a creature he had painstakingly nurtured, possessing a connection with her. Upon realizing the spirit was spiraling out of control, he promptly descended to the ground floor of Wei Qi's rented apartment, utilizing the subtle bond he shared with the spirit to locate Li Miao. The old man lifted his bowl and drained the congee, his gaze leisurely following Li Miao. He was puzzled as to what means the girl had employed to bind the red-clad spirit, although he could sense its presence. He was oblivious to its condition and could not exert control over it. Nevertheless, the old man was unconcerned. During the ritual to cultivate this red-clad spirit, he had invested considerable effort and employed a unique secret technique to firmly bind it, ensuring that no one could break the master-servant contract between them. It was utterly impossible for this girl to seize the spirit and have it acknowledge her as its master. With merely a thought, the old man could command the red-clad spirit to unleash havoc. Thus, he followed Li Miao at a leisurely pace. The red-clad spirit was a paragon among malevolent spirits. Endowed with formidable powers and exceedingly rare, it had taken him immense effort to rear such a creature. Who would not be tempted by a spirit of this caliber? It seemed that this girl had also set her sights on the red-clad spirit, which was why she had not shattered its soul but kept it close. The old man surmised that Li Miao intended to transport the spirit to a safe location and then devise a means to have it acknowledge her as its master. Once Li Miao released the red-clad spirit, he would reclaim control. This spirit would recognize him as its sole master in this lifetime, and it was unfathomable for it to acknowledge another. The old man was confident. Upon boarding the train, Li Miao discovered that the old man who had shared her table at breakfast had also taken a seat beside her. Intrigued, she inquired, "Old man, are you also headed to Fengcheng?" The old man smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am going to Fengcheng. My surname is Zhou. You can call me Old Zhou." "Greetings, Old Zhou," Li Miao replied politely. "My surname is Li. You may call me Little Li." Realizing that Li San possessed considerable prowess, Li Miao resolved to conceal her identity and refrain from revealing too much. "How old are you, Little Li? What do you do for a living?" Old Zhou inquired. Exuding the warmth of a kindly neighbor, Li Miao smiled innocently. "I run a haunted house. It's quite popular. Would you care to visit?" Old Zhou laughed heartily. "Certainly. Provide me with the address, and I shall drop by once I arrive in Fengcheng. Then let us go together." Li Miao eagerly promoted her haunted house. The two exchanged jovial conversation, embodying a sense of camaraderie as if they had known each other for ages. However, fatigue soon overcame Li Miao, who had not rested well the night before. Old Zhou's gaze turned cold, and he cast a mocking glance at Li Miao. Truly, she was a naive girl, devoid of guile. Once they reached the haunted house, he would transform her into a malevolent spirit. It appeared she possessed some knowledge of mystical arts. A spirit created by a practitioner of esoteric arts would be more powerful and easier to manipulate. The more Old Zhou contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Unable to suppress his fantasies about how he would torment Li Miao, he intended to make her suffer unbearably, to the point of despair, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. The more brutal and horrific her death, the deeper her resentment would be, and the more formidable her powers would become as a spirit. When the train arrived at the station, Li Miao disembarked, only to find Old Zhou following her. She was taken aback. "You truly are coming to the haunted house?" Old Zhou nodded. "Did you not say you would bring me along?" Li Miao was speechless. "I thought you were jesting." "Old man, my haunted house can be quite terrifying. At your age, can you endure it? Do you have any heart conditions or high blood pressure?" Old Zhou laughed boisterously, his demeanor brazen. "I am in excellent health. Who knows? I might even outlive you, Little Li." Li Miao. What a peculiar old man. Did he just insinuate that she would have a short life? In that case, she might as well make some profit from him. "Old man," Li Miao began, "the tickets for my haunted house are not inexpensive. The painted skin theme is 88 yuan per ticket, while the like flower theme is 200 yuan. Are you certain you wish to partake?" "Of course," Old Zhou replied. Li Miao nodded. "Then I suggest you choose the like flower theme. It is less frightening, more nostalgic and lively." I will give you a 20 discount, making it 160 yuan. Will you pay in cash or via QR code? As she spoke, she produced the QR code. Old Zhou observed her keenly, thinking to himself that this girl was rather money-minded. Once she was dead, the entire haunted house would belong to him. He decided to indulge her for now. Old Zhou retrieved his phone and sent the 160 yuan. The train station was not far from the haunted house, and when they arrived, it was still not yet 7 o'clock, well before business hours. Old man, there is no one here yet. We have not opened for business. Please wait a moment while I tidy up, Li Miao informed him at the entrance of the haunted house. It's better with no one around, Old Zhou replied with a sinister smile. He surveyed the desolate surroundings of the haunted house, realizing it was located in the outskirts, far from human habitation, a perfect spot for nefarious deeds. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He could hardly contain his desire to eliminate Li Miao and seize the place for himself. Li Miao pushed open the door and gestured for Old Zhou to enter first. However, Old Zhou remained outside, asking, "Are there any staff members here? Is anyone else around?" Of course not. Only ghosts and otherworldly beasts, she thought, but could not say it aloud. Instead, she replied, "It's still not time for the staff to arrive. It's just me for now." "That is splendid," Old Zhou exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with a predatory excitement as he fixated on Li Miao. Seeing that Old Zhou had not moved for a while, Li Miao stepped inside first, turning her back to him, appearing utterly defenseless. Seizing the opportunity, Old Zhou produced a wooden stick from his person, bursting through the door to strike Li Miao. He believed a single blow would render her unconscious. However, the scene he had envisioned did not unfold as expected. Out of nowhere, a beautiful woman in ancient attire appeared, effortlessly grasping the stick with her right hand. Following her were two other exquisite women. One donned an ethereal ancient garb, tall and graceful, exuding an air of dominance, while the other wore a qipao, holding an umbrella, her expression hauntingly melancholic. Almost forgotten was a peculiar pink creature, resembling a pig, that wobbled behind them. Old Zhou's expression shifted dramatically as he shed his benevolent facade, glaring at Li Miao with malevolence. "Are you pretending?" Li Miao tilted her head, perplexed. "Do I look foolish? I saw you trailing me near the rental apartment, peering with ill intentions. Moreover, I would appreciate it if you respected my identity. I am, after all, a practitioner of the mystical arts. Your overwhelming aura of dark energy is impossible to ignore." "A clever girl indeed," Old Zhou cackled ominously. "Too bad you won't see the dawn of tomorrow." With that, Old Zhou suddenly leaped into the air, chanting a spell, forming hand gestures, and drawing out a straw figure from his waist. It was a substitute. Chapter 49, Li Miao's Sudden Wealth. The dummy is a stand-in. He had long prepared a backup plan, utilizing the chopsticks Li Miao had previously employed to craft a stand-in dummy through sorcery. Old Zhou, with a sinister chuckle, brandished the dummy in his left hand and a bamboo arrow in his right, thrusting it viciously into the dummy's abdomen. Li Miao stood there, bewildered. What was he doing? The umbrella she held, as if blossoming, furrowed its brow. "I have no idea." Nie Xiaoqian was equally perplexed. What does stabbing the dummy entail?
Can it feel pain?
Observing Li Miao's lack of reaction, Old Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. He swiftly drew 7 bamboo arrows, stabbing them into the dummy's belly with fervor. However, to execute this technique, one must know the victim's name, birth date, or possess an item they have used. Li Miao comprehended that the chopsticks bound to the dummy's back were likely the ones she had used that morning. She glanced down at herself and touched her abdomen. Puzzled, "I don't feel any pain." "Of course not," as Ruhua mused. "This is a haunted house, your domain. No one can harm you here." How could it be? Old Zhou was struck with panic, scrutinizing the dummy and the incantation process, finding no errors. Resolute, he ripped off one arm of the dummy and quickly lifted his gaze to Li Miao. She remained unfazed, with no sign of reaction. Old Zhou's complexion turned a ghastly hue. This little girl has some tricks, managing to counter his 7-arrow technique, but... He sneered coldly, discarding the stand-in dummy, chanting incantations, as if a bow materialized in his hands. He drew back the shadowy bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Li Miao. Dozens of shadowy arrows flew towards her. Li Miao frowned. What now? She pointed decisively and shouted. Stop. The arrows halted abruptly in midair. Li Miao was astonished, realizing her newfound power was indeed effective. Ever since she had created her own skill, she had sensed a faint connection to the haunted house. Her mastery over it was akin to Ruhua's control over her dungeon, albeit she could only command a portion of it due to its lack of upgrades. Akin to a beginner stage. Yet, controlling a small part was certainly within her grasp. As her command echoed, the arrows swiftly changed direction, hurtling towards old Zhou. Stunned, he barely evaded. Realizing the girl's formidable capabilities, old Zhou gritted his teeth, determined, produced a dagger, and stabbed it into his chest, drawing forth his heart's blood. He dipped his finger into the blood and inscribed talismans on paper. After completing the drawings, he burned the talismans, using his heart's blood to summon a vengeful spirit clad in red. 1 talisman burned, 2, 3, 5 talismans later, his heart's blood was nearly depleted, yet the red-clad ghost did not respond. Old Zhou was on the verge of despair, shouting, "Impossible!" In a fit of rage, he punched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, commencing the summoning of 100 ghosts. A fierce wind swept through, dark clouds gathering ominously above. Spirits from 100-mile radius were summoned by old Zhou. The ghosts slowly approached, some newly deceased, confused and disoriented, while others, wronged souls shrouded in shadows, floated with a malevolent aura. There were also vengeful spirits, strong yet not matching the red-clad ghost, with a faint aura of blood surrounding them. As the multitude of spirits gathered outside the haunted house, Li Miao's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing this, old Zhou cackled. Are you afraid now? Though these spirits are inferior to the red-clad ghost, their sheer number and heavy malevolence could surely taint the girl with dark energy. You should surrender now, and I might spare your life, old Zhou proclaimed with arrogance. Li Miao, filled with excitement, this is wonderful. This old man summoned over 100 ghosts in an instant.
Ah!
Li Miao was overjoyed, recognizing the opportunity. Old Zhou, bewildered by her exuberance, wondered why she was so thrilled. Hurry! Li Miao urged him, gesturing for old Zhou to usher the ghosts in. Ruhua reminded her, Miao Miao, they won't dare enter the haunted house. As the master, you must allow them in. Understanding at last, Li Miao clapped her hands in welcome. Come in, everyone. This will be your home from now on. Welcome to the Fengdu haunted house family. She encouraged Ruhua and Nie Xiaoqian to join in welcoming the spirits. Old Zhou's expression twisted. What is this girl doing? Is she not afraid? With Li Miao's permission, the spirits surged through the door, some proud, vengeful spirits attempting to teleport in, only to be thwarted by the barrier, forced to enter through the entrance instead. As all the spirits entered, old Zhou began chanting incantations to command them to attack Li Miao. However, the spirits disobeyed. Upon entering the haunted house, they regained their consciousness, behaving like living beings, engaging in hushed conversations. Where is this? How did I end up here?
Who are you?
With so many spirits arriving, Li Miao found herself suddenly wealthy, having no time to deal with old Zhou. Previously bored, she intended to observe his tricks. But now something far more significant demanded her attention, leaving it to her alter ego to handle him. Before old Zhou could comprehend the situation, he was seized by the alter ego, akin to an eagle catching a chick, effortlessly subdued. In the grip of the alter ego, he felt utterly powerless to resist. As he drew closer, old Zhou belatedly realized that this ancient garbed woman was a seizing spirit. The seizing spirit is an existence even more powerful than the red-clad ghost, wielding extraordinary magical abilities capable of siphoning life energy, shortening lifespans, and transforming forms, as well as traversing walls. Figures like Sadako and Chu Renmei from films are seizing spirits, rare and formidable. Old Zhou finally felt fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Who on earth is this little girl capable of commanding a seizing spirit, and not just one, but 3? My heavens! Chapter 50. Another reward awaits. Oh my. So many ghosts have arrived. Li Miao was so elated that she nearly twirled in delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Over 100 ghosts. Wasn't this akin to sudden wealth? It was already 7 o'clock. The haunted house would open in an hour. and it was rather inappropriate for these spirits to be loitering at the entrance. Thus, Li Miao ushered them all down to the first basement level, while the second basement level remained sealed off with old Zhou inside. Upon death, not all spirits retain memories of their past lives. Some are even devoid of consciousness, dazed and wooden in demeanor. The heavy aura within the haunted house serves to nurture these souls, allowing them to regain their senses. Some ghosts, upon realizing they are in an unfamiliar place, panic and tremble, while others, with fiery tempers, curse and protest. With the opening hour fast approaching, Li Miao had no patience for idle chatter. She released the painted skin to frighten them, establishing who the true authority was in this domain. Half an hour later, Li Miao descended to the first basement level. The once boisterous spirits now appeared listless, their heads drooping in fear, akin to startled chicks. Most of these ghosts were destined for the Ruhua scenario. Therefore, Li Miao summoned Ruhua to select spirits, preferably those with low magical prowess and gentle temperaments, ideally with skills such as cooking, sewing, or making sugar figurines. Ruhua chose 53 souls. Li Miao instructed her to take them to the third-floor scenario for training, hoping they could integrate smoothly into the setup. After Ruhua departed, Li Miao called upon the painted skin once more, requesting her to select spirits that appeared fearsome and had volatile personalities. She decided to reserve the more malevolent spirits for Nie Xiaoqian. The painted skin picked 20. Just as Li Miao was about to signal for the painted skin to take the ghosts away, an inexplicable sensation washed over her. She promptly opened the haunted house app. And indeed, there was an update on the main quest. Congratulations, the haunted house has acquired its first batch of ghost employees. Reward. Word spirit. Hatred? Well, that made sense. Having captured them to work, how could they not harbor resentment? And what was this word spirit? Word spirit. Do you feel that your utterances lack authority? That no one pays heed to your commands? With the word spirit, your words shall possess power. No incantations or mediums are required. Merely speak, and your desires shall be fulfilled. Incantations are for the foolish who must recite spells and pray to coax the elements. With the word spirit, simply utter wind come or rain come to directly invoke the elements. Summon forth. For as long as you wish and as long as you speak, you can effortlessly call forth spirits from miles around. Isn't that impressive? No need for blood offerings, no need for talismans, and no harm to your body. Just a single utterance, and you can summon them, easily surpassing old Zhou. Li Miao was left speechless. If it weren't for the comparison to old Zhou, she would have found this reward quite grand. She suspected the haunted house app was a tad petty, subtly pitting her against others. Nevertheless, the word spirit was indeed remarkable. Just as she was about to claim her reward, another line appeared.
Who is Xiao Shay?
Li Miao thought this app truly had an irritating quality. However, you can impose negative effects on your enemies, known as debuffs. Debuffs? The haunted house app even understood English. Li Miao was utterly astounded. She continued to peruse further, curious about the negative effects the word spirit could wield. It struck her that this word spirit bore resemblance to a jinx, both capable of bringing misfortune upon foes. List of negative effects. Sluggishness. Upon application, the target will move as slowly as a tortoise, whether walking or attacking, for 1 minute. Silence. Upon application, the target cannot cast spells for 1 minute. Madness. Upon application, the target will descend into a frenzy, attacking indiscriminately, including their allies, for 1 minute. Fecal urge. Upon application, the target will uncontrollably desire to consume excrement, for 1 minute. Li Miao was taken aback. The initial effect seemed rather reasonable, but what was this fecal urge? She widened her eyes in disbelief. The haunted house app seemed to read her thoughts and provided an explanation. The negative effect of fecal urge is derived from the haunted house owner's unique traits, encouraging the owner to fully embrace their characteristics and create additional negative effects. Li Miao was indignant. How could her personal traits be associated with such a thing? She chose to ignore the app and claimed a reward. With the word spirit now in her possession, Li Miao was eager to test its capabilities. Surrounded by familiar spirits, it was not the ideal environment to experiment with negative effects, so she decided to try something else. Li Miao beckoned a fierce ghost with a simple gesture. Come here. The ghost paused, then, as if compelled, approached her. How useful. Li Miao was thrilled. Previously, although she could also control and drive away these spirits, it required considerable effort and focus to establish a connection with the haunted house and gradually usher them to the basement. Now, a mere spoken command sufficed. Meanwhile, in the recording studio, Li En suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat, as though someone were forcefully extracting his vocal cords. The agony was unbearable, causing him to collapse to the floor, curling up as veins bulged on his forehead. Teacher Li, the assistant, witnessing this, rushed in, supporting Li En. Teacher Li, what happened? Shall I take you to the hospital? Li En, drenched in cold sweat, gradually shook his head. The pain in his throat had subsided, but the intensity of the earlier agony left him weak and powerless. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to stand and said to the assistant, "Get me a glass of water." Li En dared not raise his voice. The sudden pain had truly startled him. With a new album set to release soon and several songs yet to be completed, any mishap with his vocal cords at this juncture would render all prior promotions futile. After sipping some water and resting for a while, Li En coughed a couple of times, noticing that his throat felt fine. He stood up, ready to return to the studio to continue recording. Clutching the microphone, he sang a note but realized something was amiss.
He was off-key.
He was actually off-key. Li En was taken aback, while the assistant and recording engineer outside were equally incredulous. It was simply inconceivable that Li En, renowned for his crystal-clear voice and ethereal sound, could falter. Chapter 51. The Li family seeks Li Miao. Li En, celebrated as a once-in-a-century musical prodigy, is endowed with a voice akin to celestial melodies, possessing an enchanting power that effortlessly draws listeners into the depths of his songs. His melodies evoke tears and laughter, guiding the emotions of his audience with unparalleled finesse. No one has succeeded in replicating his songs. Many tracks, when performed by other artists, seem mundane and lack allure, yet when sung by Li En, they transcend into classics. Moreover, he has never faltered in pitch, consistently demonstrating remarkable vocal stability. While other singers meticulously safeguard their vocal cords, abstaining from spicy foods and prioritizing rest to avoid overstrain, Li En remains untroubled by such concerns. He once set a record by holding 10 concerts within a single month, performing every 3 days, an intensity that would have left most singers voiceless. Yet, his voice remains steadfast, capable of live performances that ignite the audience with soaring high notes. Due to his formidable prowess, the moment he sings off-key, both his assistant and the recording engineer are taken aback, unable to comprehend the occurrence. With a furrowed brow, Li En readjusts and resumes singing. This time, he remains in tune, yet the song emerges as utterly unremarkable, devoid of any captivating essence. Even those with a modest background in music could easily reach such a level. Singers of this caliber abound in the entertainment industry, rendering it unremarkable. This is disastrous. Li En's vocal cords must be damaged. The assistant, quick to react, immediately contacts Li En's manager and opens the recording studio door, suggesting, "Teacher Li, perhaps you should take a break." Li En, in a state of despondency, struggles to accept that his voice has become so ordinary. No, this cannot be. He shakes his head, pondering how he could have usurped Li Miao's fate, yet still find himself off-key. Surely, he should possess a voice of divine quality. After a moment of bewilderment, he suddenly raises his gaze, a look of alarm crossing his features. There must have been an incident concerning Li Miao. Upon arriving at the Li family estate, Li En is astonished to find his fourth brother, Li Si, at home. "Aren't you abroad for an esports competition? Have you finished?" Li En inquires, recalling that Li Si was also involved in racing. Li Si, known for his rebellious nature, is rarely at home, preferring to roam the world. He reclines on the sofa, his expression dark. "I lost. All of it." "What?" Li En gasps in disbelief. "You lost?" Li Si is a dual champion in both esports and racing. Whenever he participates, others have no chance of winning. Having secured multiple championships without error, Li Si raises his hands, revealing their condition. "My hands are ruined." He then picks up a pair of scissors and clumsily cuts out a paper figure, which turns out to be a crude and misshapen creation. Known for his dexterity, Li Si excels not only in gaming and racing but also in paper cutting and embroidery. A master of Su embroidery once desired to take him on as an apprentice, but Li Si declined, preferring not to engage in such meticulous tasks. Though he never formally studied, his innate skill allowed him to create exquisite works, rivaling those of seasoned artisans. Yet now he struggles even with paper cutting. Before arriving, Lian had questioned whether he was overthinking things. After all, Li Miao's fate had been altered over a decade ago, and a complete transformation was imminent. Surely, no unexpected incidents could arise. What could a mere girl like Li Miao possibly achieve to escape their control? He assumed his vocal distress was merely temporary and would soon resolve. However, witnessing Li Si's condition made Lian realize that something truly catastrophic had befallen Li Miao. Uncle Li, Aunt Li, and older brother Li Da are also present. Uncle Li, seated at the head of the table, wears a grim expression. Both the second and fourth sons are in trouble, and several projects at the family business are faltering. I wonder how the fifth is faring? Lida speaks up. I called my sister. She hasn't encountered any major issues, just caught a cold from the sea breeze. She complained that her brothers have taken all the health, leaving her feeling weak. Aunt Li, anxious for her daughter, interjects. How is Yang now? Is she feeling better? Lida reassures her. Don't worry, mother. She has recovered from the minor cold. Upon hearing that her daughter's cold has improved, Aunt Li finally relaxes, only to become enraged at Li Miao. It's all that wretched girl's fault. We should have confined her at home and punished her daily until we injected her with a virus to ruin her health completely. That despicable girl has caused Yang to fall ill. The more she speaks, the angrier she becomes. Enough. Uncle Li interrupts impatiently. Aunt Li, her eyes red, accuses her husband. It's your fault for trying to play the good guy, trying to appear benevolent in front of Li Miao instead of being strict. Now look where we are. She's escaped. The Li family has been searching for Li Miao for days, but she has seemingly evaporated, eluding all efforts to locate her. Uncle Li, displeased, retorts, Why are you blaming me? This was all the third brother's directive. Do not push Li Miao too hard. If she cannot bear it and takes her own life, the fate exchange cannot occur. Aunt Li understands that her husband is not to blame. Her frustration stems from concern for their children, and she inadvertently vents her anger on him. Lian's expression darkens. My vocal cords are damaged. Although it cannot be said they are ruined, they have merely reverted to their original state. In his youth, Li En's singing was unremarkable. Only after taking Li Miao's fate and vocal cords did his talent flourish. He has grown accustomed to Li Miao's vocal cords as his own over the past decade. The thought of any issues with them is unbearable. After all, he is a top-tier artist, a multifaceted star renowned for his singing and acting. Beyond his vocal prowess, his enunciation is also celebrated. Fans often remark that listening to him speak is a delight. Losing his voice would be more painful than death itself. Father, contact the third brother, Li En urges, looking to Uncle Li. Uncle Li hesitates. The third brother is currently vying for the position of the next head of Xiang Temple. This is a critical time, and I fear interrupting him. What then? Li Si's impatience grows. He has now completely fallen from grace, with netizens discussing his decline, proclaiming that his time has ended. His competitors are reveling in his misfortune, and Li Si cannot bear the disparity. Uncle Li's brow furrows. First, we must locate Li Miao. The third brother once mentioned that a fate exchange cannot occur if the distance is too great. Li Miao must have fled too far, disrupting the exchange, which is why we are experiencing these problems. Our immediate priority is to find her. Li Si clenches his fists, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. Memories of the mockery he faced on the competition stage and the disappointment of his fans fuel his anger. Li Miao, you better be prepared. Li Da, Li En, and Li Si all leverage their resources and connections to search for Li Miao. The entire Li family mobilizes, weaving an intricate net to capture her. This time, once she is caught, they will ensure she is kept under strict watch, never allowing her to escape again. Chapter 52. The haunted house is teeming with talent within the haunted house. Ruhua was busy assigning positions to the newly arrived spirits. Initially, these souls were filled with trepidation towards Ruhua and her fellow specters, hesitant to utter a sound. Some astute ones discreetly surveyed their surroundings, contemplating an escape. However, once Ruhua guided them into her realm and established their positions, they suddenly felt a profound connection to the place, as if it were their home. instilling a sense of security within them. The bond they felt with Ruhua was equally compelling. She appeared to them as their master, their mother, the arbiter of their existence. Upon seeing her, they instinctively yielded. Among them was a plump spirit, once the wealthiest man in Fengcheng, Qi Hongwei. He had risen from humble beginnings, starting as a street vendor and gradually becoming a food magnate. Qi Hongwei was notably astute, and upon realizing his inability to leave this place easily, he promptly spoke up, "Mistress, I have an idea." Ruhua lifted her gaze, casting a casual glance at him, and replied, "There is only one master here, the Lord of the Haunted House, whom you have already met. Do not call me mistress, refer to me as Ruhua." Qi Hongwei quickly adjusted his address, grinning sheepishly. "Lady Ruhua." Ruhua raised her brows in surprise at the unexpected title. Although he did not call her master, he chose to call her lady, distinguishing her from Miao, the true master of the haunted house, while simultaneously emphasizing her unique status. Intrigued, Ruhua decided to hear out his proposal. "Speak," she urged. Qi Hongwei appeared somewhat foolish, bowing and scraping, yet when he spoke, his thoughts were articulate. "Lady Ruhua, as I understand it, this is a haunted house, and this area is your domain. I propose that since this is a game setting, we should disperse the sentient spirits among the soulless ones, allowing incoming players to seek us out, thereby enhancing the gameplay experience." Ruhua arched her brow, encouraging him to continue. These sentient spirits would act as special NPCs, capable of assigning quests and rewards to players, while also managing shops. Furthermore, with our presence, we can assist the soulless NPCs. He then added, "I would like to volunteer myself. In my previous life, I was a businessman with a sharp mind. Lady Ruhua, you can entrust the business matters to me, and I assure you that I will make it prosper, ensuring your satisfaction." It appeared that among these spirits, there were hidden talents. Miao approached from another direction, intending to assess Ruhua's arrangements and the operational readiness of the establishment. To her surprise, she overheard Qi Hongwei's words upon entering. This plump spirit indeed possessed considerable talent. To encourage everyone to speak up, Miao declared, "You shall not work here for free. Each spirit will receive 3 incense sticks as a monthly salary. As for you," she turned to Qi Hongwei, "you will receive 4 sticks monthly, with the possibility of a raise for exemplary performance. Today, I will advance you 1 stick." As she spoke, she produced a stick of incense for Qi Hongwei. His expression remained neutral, devoid of any particular reaction. He thought Miao miserly, offering mere words of praise without any substantial reward, treating the advance as if it were a gift. How stingy! Did he truly need such a trivial amount of incense? Just yesterday, he had consumed a stick as thick as his arm, feeling quite satisfied. Yet here was this young girl, flaunting a thin stick before him, utterly belittling. Although Qi Hongwei felt discontent, he dared not display it. This young girl was the master here, able to manage so many spirits without issue, demonstrating her formidable capabilities. He bent down, extending his hands reverently to accept the incense. "Thank you for the reward, mistress." Miao smiled sweetly at Qi Hongwei, seemingly oblivious to his dissatisfaction, and gently inquired, "Shall I light it for you now?" Qi Hongwei continued to bow. "I would be grateful, mistress." Miao struck a match and ignited the incense in his hands. Initially, Qi Hongwei regarded it with indifference, but soon, as the fragrant smoke wafted towards him, he instinctively inhaled. A wave of indescribable bliss surged from within him. "Ah, how delightful!" he exclaimed, feeling as though he were floating on clouds. This incense possessed an enchanting quality, compelling the other spirits to gather around, drawn by an insatiable desire to partake. Dozens of them converged, quickly consuming the majority of the stick. "Ah, my incense!" Qi Hongwei cried out, and in a swift motion, he devoured the remaining portion. "Delicious! How satisfying! I feel my essence solidifying." Recognizing the extraordinary nature of this incense, Qi Hongwei understood that it was not merely ordinary. While common incense would merely satiate his hunger, Miao's offering not only provided comfort, but also augmented his strength. His eyes sparkled with newfound vigor as he gazed at Miao, "Mistress, please feel free to command me whenever you wish." Miao smiled radiantly, "Then utilize your intellect to develop the Ruhua domain. Rest assured, mistress. Qi Hongwei replied earnestly. Just as Li Miao prepared to depart, a feeble voice broke the air, mistress. The speaker was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 70s or 80s. Her hair a mottled white, her posture stooped, and her gait unsteady. Why is there such an old spirit here? Li Miao inquired of Ruhua. Can this elderly woman conduct business? Ruhua clarified, mistress, spirits differ from humans. This elderly woman appears old due to her prior life. But now she is a newly transitioned spirit. She merely retains her former appearance and will soon adapt. Moreover, her essence is remarkably pure. She is a good soul. Li Miao nodded, understanding that this seemingly elderly spirit was, in fact, a new arrival, still sprightly at heart. She turned to the elderly spirit. What would you like to say? The old woman, timid and visibly afraid of Li Miao, spoke tremulously, mistress. I possess medical skills. I can treat the ailments of visitors. I am a doctor. Li Miao nodded, contemplating the prospect of establishing a traditional Chinese medicine clinic within the Ruhua domain. Just as she was about to make arrangements, Qi Hongwei interjected, Doctor? Are you Dr. Zheng? The elderly woman scrutinized Qi Hongwei for a long moment, failing to recognize him. Who are you? He replied, You do not remember me? I am Qi Hongwei, the president of Ruhua Group. You treated my back pain last time. Chapter 53. The formal establishment of the haunted house group. The elderly lady had treated so many patients that she could barely recall Qi Hongwei, only having a vague impression of him. She smiled and asked, How is your back now? Is it better? It has healed, Qi Hongwei replied, only to realize the absurdity of his statement, for he was deceased and had no back to speak of. He turned to Li Miao and said, Master. This is Dr. Zheng Demon, a master of traditional Chinese medicine with exceptional skills. A master of traditional Chinese medicine indeed. Li Miao's eyes brightened as she stepped forward, extending her left wrist. Dr. Zheng, would you kindly examine me? Zheng Demon felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of the young girl in the peculiar smiley mask. Cautiously, he placed his hand on her wrist. Zheng Demon's expression shifted.
How is my body?
Li Miao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zheng Demon hesitated. Do not fear. Speak freely. I will not shy away from the truth, nor will I hold you accountable, Li Miao reassured him. With her encouragement, Zheng Demon felt considerably more at ease and cautiously asked, May I examine your other hand? Li Miao extended her right hand. After a moment of examination, Zheng Demon spoke. Your liver shows some serious issues. It would be best to have an imaging test. Li Miao nodded, impressed by the master's acumen. Without even conducting a full inquiry, he had discerned her liver problem simply by feeling her pulse. I have liver cancer, she stated, adding, in the advanced stage, as Zheng Demon's eyes widened in surprise. That cannot be, master. While your liver does have issues, your pulse remains strong. It does not indicate an advanced stage. It should be classified as mid to late stage. Or perhaps even mid-stage, he replied, momentarily taken aback. Li Miao's heart soared. Could it be that her condition was improving? Grabbing the old doctor's hand, she exclaimed, You truly are remarkable. I am indeed feeling better. She then turned to Qi Hongwei, instructing, Assist Dr. Zheng in establishing the traditional medicine clinic. List any equipment needed, and I shall procure it. Zheng Demon timidly suggested, Could we obtain a CT scanner? Li Miao responded, You are quite ambitious. A medical CT machine would cost at least 500,000 to 600,000, even if we sold you. Realizing Li Miao seemed displeased, the elderly lady quickly shook her head. No need to purchase. I was merely jesting. Please do not be afraid of me. Li Miao comforted the old doctor, assuring him, As long as you do not harm others or engage in wrongdoing, I will not cause you any harm.
Here it is as it was in life.
Soon, I will establish a code of conduct for the staff of the haunted house. As long as the rules are followed, all will be treated equally, both in life and in death. At that moment, an idea struck Li Miao. While they could not afford a CT machine, they could utilize a perspective talisman. The perspective talisman from the complete collection of talismans possessed the ability to see through skin and muscle, revealing the structure of the body. However, the specific thickness of the vision was difficult to control. She mused that it would be disastrous to see through clothing. Li Miao resolved to conduct further research.
For now,
A CT machine is out of reach, but I have another method that requires experimentation first, she informed Zheng Demon. She then raised his pay. Dr. Zheng, I shall increase your salary to match Qi Hongwei's to 4 incense sticks per month. The elderly lady's face lit up with joy, and she repeatedly thanked her. Thank you, master. Thank you. Though timid by nature, the elderly lady found the allure of the incense too compelling. After just a single breath, she felt her spine straighten and her essence solidify, emboldening her to volunteer. With Qi Hongwei and the elderly lady setting the precedent, others followed suit. Master, I can cook. I was a chef in life. Master, I can sew. I am particularly skilled at crafting dolls. Master, I can blow sugar figurines. Master, I am a programmer. I can code. Master, I can grow vegetables. As each spirit offered their skills, Li Miao recognized the abundance of talent available. She instructed Ruhua to summon the other spirits to inquire about their specialties, subsequently assigning roles based on their strengths. She established a finance department, staffed by an accountant and a cashier, responsible for managing the accounts of both the living and the departed. The accounts of the departed involved salary distribution, while those of the living concerned bookkeeping and taxation. Li Miao prided herself on being a timely taxpayer. Next came the Human Resources Department, tasked with personnel management, scheduling, and drafting the employee handbook. Even in death, everyone deserved the right to rest. Li Miao had no intention of becoming a capitalist. Following that, she formed the front desk department, responsible for customer service and guiding patrons to their respective experiences. A seasoned lobby manager, previously employed at a 5-star hotel, was appointed, along with a cashier and 2 receptionists. The lobby manager's extensive experience in handling disputes gave Li Miao peace of mind, knowing that a reliable spirit would oversee the front desk while she was out. The 2 receptionists were lovely young ladies with gentle demeanors and sweet smiles, perfectly suited for guiding customers. Li Miao then established a marketing department, responsible for formulating and executing promotional strategies, as well as managing social media operations. They were, after all, ancient spirits, having passed away long ago, and thus were out of touch with contemporary trends and storytelling. Almost forgetting the internet department, she realized that in this digital age, she needed to develop a WeChat mini-program to enable online bookings. Unfortunately, there was only one programmer among the spirits, which would slow the development process. Li Miao frowned, pondering why there were so few programmers among the spirits. Wasn't it said that programmers were prone to untimely deaths? Surely, there should be more than one.
Ah well, she would seek more talent in due time.
Within the haunted house, spirits, like the living, could utilize these resources. The Ruhua experience and the painted skin experience each required a dedicated manager to oversee their operations. Qi Hongwei was appointed to lead the Ruhua experience, while Liao Qing, a remarkably capable woman, was chosen for the painted skin experience. Thus, the Fengdu Haunted House Group was officially established. Having arranged everything, Li Miao glanced at her phone. It was already past 8, and guests were beginning to arrive. Let the work commence. Chapter 54. Funds required. The lobby manager, Bai Ling, quickly immersed herself in her duties, warmly greeting customers and assigning 2 receptionists to guide them upstairs. Li Miao observed from the first-floor lobby for a while, noting that Bai Ling was performing splendidly, requiring no assistance. Subsequently, she ventured to the second floor to inspect the Huapi dungeon. After recruiting 20 employees into the dungeon, it was now capable of accommodating 100 individuals. In addition to the main storyline, numerous terrifying subplots enriched the experience significantly. Even Li Miao could not resist indulging in the gameplay for a while. With her heightened mental fortitude, she was not easily swayed by the supernatural entities and felt no fear. Nevertheless, the gameplay was undeniably captivating. She spent an entire hour immersed in it, feeling an insatiable desire for more. It was immensely enjoyable. It felt as though she had traversed into an infinite horror dungeon, where everything was tangible, and the sense of immersion was profound. The only drawback was the vastness of the Huapi dungeon. Aside from the main narrative, which could instantly detect player movements, the other NPCs were unable to track players effectively. Some timid players would simply hide in a corner, remaining silent and still, making them virtually undetectable. While the Huapi could sense them, with the increasing number of players, she had to focus on the main storyline, directing most of her attention there. She would only take note if a player was in danger, cried for help, or insisted on leaving. Otherwise, she remained indifferent. Miao circled around, contemplating the multitude of issues. While the Huapi dungeon was indeed enjoyable and exuded a heavy atmosphere of horror, its extensive environment and the sheer number of players hindered the overall experience, making it impossible to cater to every individual's needs. Moreover, some curious players would wander into undeveloped areas, such as the distant mountains. The Huapi dungeon was situated on the second floor, within a 3-story structure, which could be justified by high ceilings, but the presence of a mountain was unrealistic. Ideally, there should be surveillance to continuously track players, enabling the external content development team to monitor the dungeon status and adjust storylines accordingly. However, the enormity of the dungeon rendered the installation of surveillance impractical. It was not merely a question of the number of cameras needed. The dungeon lacked electricity and signal. It was absurd to consider installing power poles or signal towers within. The Huapi dungeon was a self-contained world set in ancient times, devoid of electricity and signal. In this regard, the Ruhua dungeon was superior. It was set in a 1930s port city, equipped with electric lights and telephones. Since the real world could not resolve this issue, Miao decided to browse the ghost house mall. While perusing the offerings, she stumbled upon a product called the round light mirror. This mirror, akin to Taoist round light techniques, served as a medium through which one could see what they desired. In the past, families would employ the round light technique to locate lost items or missing persons. The round light mirror was a more advanced version, requiring no incantations. Simply placing one side of the mirror at the Huapi entrance allowed the other side to track players' movements as long as they were illuminated by it. Miao glanced at the price, which was quite reasonable at just 100 points. What a bargain! She proceeded to make the purchase, only to discover that the round light mirror required a pair. One alone was ineffective. Thus, she opted for a pair for a total of 200 points. However, upon selecting the quantity, she noticed the mirrors came in various sizes. The 100-point option was the smallest, with a diameter of 10 centimeters, capable of reflecting only one individual at a time. Miao frowned. This would not suffice, as the Huapi dungeon could accommodate 100 players at once. After examining the size specifications, she realized that to reflect all 100 players simultaneously, she would need a mirror with a diameter of 10 meters, priced at 10,000 points. Miao. What a shrewd merchant. How is this any different from certain online platforms? Calculating the costs, she realized she would need to purchase 2 such mirrors. 2 10-meter round light mirrors would amount to 20,000 points. Fortunately, she could afford it, having previously earned 100,000 from rescuing Wei Qi in K City. As long as the money was acquired through metaphysical means, it could be converted into points. Thus, Miao found herself in a relatively comfortable financial position. She could easily purchase 10 mirrors if she wished. However, a 10-meter diameter mirror was excessively large. She had initially planned to place 1 mirror above the entrance of the Huapi dungeon, but that seemed unfeasible now. The sheer size, covering approximately 78.5 square meters, was akin to a room. Where would she even put it? Just as she was pondering this dilemma, a line of text appeared on the product page for the round light mirror, stating that its dimensions could be compressed and its shape altered, albeit for an additional fee. Miao. This ghost house mall is relentless in its pursuit of her coins. To transform a 10-meter diameter mirror into a 2-meter square would cost an additional 10,000 points. If she wished to reduce it further, more funds would be required. Miao hesitated, opting instead to place an order for 2 mirrors, one to be resized to a square with a side length of 2 meters, and the other to remain unchanged. The resized mirror would be affixed to the wall beside the dungeon's entrance, ensuring players could see it regardless of whether they took the elevator or stairs. The larger mirror would be situated in the office of the content development team on the 18th floor, allowing them to monitor the dungeon and adjust subplots as needed. Speaking of the ability to formulate subplots on the fly, another question arose. How would the content development staff communicate the dungeon's story to the employees within the Huapi dungeon? Moreover, with a larger mirror located on the 18th floor, the employees within the Huapi dungeon could not observe all players' movements. Would they need to purchase a mirror for each employee within the dungeon? And modify them as well? What an exorbitant cost. Li Miao quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion. Too expensive. She continued to browse the Ghost House Mall, relieved that this time it did not attempt to extract more of her funds. Instead, it offered a special mobile phone, exclusively for internal communication within the Ghost House, rendered unusable outside. As long as one remained within the Ghost House, the phone could be utilized freely, disregarding the boundaries of the dungeons, enabling communication even between the Huapi and Ruhua dungeons, which belonged to different eras. The phones were reasonably priced at 100 points each, as they were specially supplied for internal use. Li Miao recognized a pattern within the Ghost House Mall. Items designated for internal use were affordable, while those that could be used externally were exorbitantly priced. She calculated the number of individuals requiring phones, which included herself, the Meng, Huapi, Ruhua, Xiaoqian, and 105 newly arrived spirits, totaling 110. She placed an order for a mobile phone for each individual. The Ghost House special phones were strictly for communication, lacking any additional functions such as gaming or video playback. Having concluded her business with the Huapi dungeon, Li Miao proceeded to the Ruhua dungeon to assess its needs and potential improvements. Chapter 55. Endless business. The Huahua copy is significantly more complex than the Huapi copy. With the examples of Dr. Zheng and Qi Hongwei, who have both received pay raises, the other spirits are notably eager for their own increases. Upon entering, Li Miao is approached by an enthusiastic female ghost who exclaims, "Master, Master, I have something to discuss with you." The ghost appears to be in her 40s or 50s, yet retains a captivating charm that belies her age. She expresses her desire to open a qipao shop, having observed that many of the mindless NPCs here, despite their robotic demeanor, wear exquisite clothing. Furthermore, she notes that numerous visitors show great interest in the attire of the NPCs. Coincidentally, the ghost is a fashion designer skilled in creating beautiful qipaos and adept in sewing and embroidery, capable of crafting custom garments. Then let us proceed, Li Miao replies, unwilling to dampen her employees' enthusiasm. However, the feasibility of this venture must be determined by Qi Hongwei. Please discuss the specifics with Qi Hongwei, she instructs, as she does not intend to interfere in the commercial operations of the Huahua copy. Firstly, she is far too busy. Huahua is merely one of many copies, and she cannot devote all her energy to it. Secondly, she lacks expertise in this area and wishes to avoid causing complications. She prefers to maintain oversight, akin to a company chairperson, setting the strategic direction while delegating execution to her subordinates. After locating Qi Hongwei, he leads Li Miao to his office. Surprised, she exclaims, "You have an office already?" He has been at the haunted house for less than a day. Qi Hongwei, with a hearty smile, explains, "Well, there are numerous matters to attend to within the copy, and I required a workspace. This small third-floor office is conveniently located next to the Huahua establishment, and I spoke with the proprietor about using it." Surveying the office, Li Miao notes that it is well appointed with a desk, chair, and even a conference room. "Master, take a look," Qi Hongwei says, presenting a stack of documents. "This is my proposal for the commercial operations of the Huahua copy." He hands her another document, detailing the equipment needed for Dr. Zheng's traditional Chinese medicine clinic, as well as a menu of new dishes for the restaurant and an inventory list. "I've named the restaurant peak season, symbolizing prosperity. What do you think?" Li Miao nods. The name is quite fitting. Qi Hongwei continues, "I also plan to open a dessert shop next to the restaurant, offering sweet treats, cold drinks, and various snacks. We could relocate the pineapple buns from the restaurant to this dessert shop. By the way, should we consider selling souvenirs such as merchandise related to Huapi and Huahua?" This suggestion resonates deeply with Li Miao, as she has long harbored the same idea, but has lacked both the time and resources to pursue it. "Certainly, we should aim to expand and enhance this idea. I even have a Taobao store for selling these souvenirs. However," she pauses, furrowing her brow, "our haunted house is still relatively unknown, so I doubt many would be interested." "Let us take it step by step," Qi Hongwei assures her with confidence. He presents the inventory list, stating, "Here is the inventory list, along with the sourcing channels, all carefully selected by me. These suppliers are reputable, offering quality products at reasonable prices. As Li Miao scans the list, her interest peaks with each detail. "What a talent you are!" she exclaims. Qi Hongwei possesses not only capability and vision but also valuable connections. With his suppliers, Li Miao can save considerable effort in sourcing products, alleviating her burdens. While the haunted house currently employs numerous spirits, they are unable to venture out, leaving Li Miao to handle procurement alone. After reviewing the documents Qi Hongwei provided, she comments, "Your ambitions are commendable, yet the pace is somewhat hasty, and the direction appears misaligned." Qi Hongwei, taken aback, quickly defends his plans. "Master, I've calculated that these shops are feasible for us now. They require minimal investment and space, yet yield substantial revenue." Li Miao picks up a pen and strikes through the line regarding the snack street in his proposal. "We will not pursue this. Stinky tofu, pancake stands, skewers. These items are ubiquitous across the nation. I wish to avoid such commonplace offerings. I have indeed considered developing the Ruhua copy into a commercial street, but I refuse to follow a path of sameness. Currently, commercial streets across the country are homogeneous, offering the same fare, which lacks intrigue. I aspire to create something distinct, something unparalleled. The culinary offerings must center solely around Ruhua's expertise in Cantonese cuisine, honed over centuries. Additionally, we shall exclusively sell garments from Ruhua's era, including kipeos and traditional Chinese clothing. As for souvenirs, we will focus solely on merchandise associated with Ruhua. Everything must revolve around this central theme. Regarding the dessert shop, that can be open since it serves cold beverages, shoppers will inevitably desire refreshments. We may also consider a small supermarket, but we cannot allow our visitors to leave hungry or thirsty. However, we will not open other eateries, no snack bars, nor restaurants serving Hunan, Sichuan, or Shandong cuisines. Any establishment that does not align with the Ruhua theme will not be permitted. Qi Hongwei begins to grasp Li Miao's vision. She does not wish to create a typical commercial street, but rather a themed paradise centered on Ruhua. While this idea is commendable, he perceives it as overly idealistic. "Master, you remain youthful and perhaps do not fully comprehend the essence of commerce. A commercial street is the most lucrative venture. With such expansive territory in the Ruhua copy, it naturally ought to be filled with shops. The greater the variety of products, the more customers will linger and spend. Limiting ourselves to the Ruhua theme and only opening boutique shops will restrict our options and slow product turnover. Achieving even 1/10 of the revenue that a commercial street generates would be commendable." Although Qi Hongwei respects Li Miao, he feels compelled to present his case. While focusing on the Ruhua theme is indeed beneficial, might it not become somewhat monotonous? For instance, what if a customer craves fried skewers? Then they can dine at the restaurant, Li Miao replies. "I plan to open a restaurant that serves a variety of dishes." "Master," Qi Hongwei implores, "the most profitable aspect of our haunted house currently is the Ruhua copy. The Ruhua copy charges only 88 yuan for admission and has a horror theme. Most visitors may only experience it once or twice, and 1T contributes significantly to our profits. However, the Ruhua copy is different, featuring a dazzling array of products, a nostalgic pedestrian street, and engaging side stories. It's a large-scale commercial street that combines dining, entertainment, and leisure. Once the Ruhua copy gains popularity, we can even offer free admission, attracting even more visitors, hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. Their casual spending will far surpass the income generated from mere ticket sales." "Master, you cannot allow idealism to overshadow the realities of our situation. Our haunted house must prioritize profitability." Qi Hongwei further illustrates his point. "If the Ruhua copy exclusively sells kipeos and no other clothing, what will happen to customers seeking traditional attire? Will we not lose their business?" Li Miao glances at Qi Hongwei and responds, "They can purchase their garments at the Xiaoqian copy." Qi Hongwei is taken aback. What is the Xiaoqian copy? It is a copy themed around Nie Xiaoqian. Li Miao understood that Qi Hongwei was considering the haunted house. Yet it was unfeasible to solely develop one particular scenario. She pondered, there will be numerous scenarios constructed in the future. I cannot possibly transform each one into an identical commercial street. Should every scenario serve stinky tofu? Open the same shops. That would be utterly tedious. Qi Hongwei realized. He had been short-sighted, mistakenly believing that the owner was merely youthful and overly idealistic. However, It now appeared that the owner was exceedingly affluent, with an abundance of scenarios, hence the need for differentiation. If there were only one commercial street, a greater variety of goods would indeed be preferable. Yet, what if the owner possessed countless commercial streets? Qi Hongwei. Chapter 56. Can seafood be raised? Feeling like a frog at the bottom of a well, he realized. Even after death, he was still caught up in the affairs of the living. The owner of the haunted house could harbor spirits, and legends like Ruhua, Huahua, and Nie Xiaoqian were beyond the realm of ordinary existence. Yet, he still regarded her as just another young person. Inwardly, Qi Hongwei chastised himself and became significantly more respectful towards Li Miao. My lord, what kind of establishment shall we open for the Ruhua copy? Li Miao pondered for a moment before replying, let us primarily focus on a restaurant. After all, food is a fundamental necessity. Other shops can be opened gradually. Qi Hongwei nodded in agreement, as he shared the same sentiment. He produced a menu and presented it to Li Miao, saying, here are the newly added dishes. Please let me know if any adjustments are needed. Li Miao scanned the list with keen interest and noted the addition of numerous seafood dishes, including braised abalone, stir-fried crabs from the shelter, honey-glazed char siu, and fragrant East Star grouper, among 20 delightful offerings, many of which were seafood. However, procuring seafood posed certain complications. Noticing Li Miao's furrowed brow, Qi Hongwei quickly assured her, my lord, I know a seafood merchant whose products are both affordable and exceptionally fresh. Sourcing will not be an issue. Li Miao remained silent, her gaze drifting towards the distant expanse of the ocean. Ruhua, she called softly. Moments later, Ruhua appeared before her. Gently inquiring, Miao Miao, did you summon me? Take me to the seaside, Li Miao requested, not wishing to embark on the journey on foot. Ruhua nodded, took her hand, and in an instant, transported her to the shore. Here, in Ruhua's domain, she could go wherever her thoughts directed her. Standing at the water's edge, Li Miao observed for a moment before asking Ruhua, is this truly the ocean? Ruhua nodded affirmatively, then bent down to pick up a crab from the sand,
presenting it to Li Miao.
Look, it is still moving.
Can it be eaten?
Li Miao inquired. Ruhua shook her head. No, these seafood creatures, like the NPCs, are devoid of consciousness. They are merely manifestations conjured from dreams, not real. And the ocean? Surely the seawater cannot be false, Li Miao mused, dipping her finger into the brine and tasting it, finding it salty and fishy, akin to genuine seawater. The seawater was indeed real. Although Ruhua wielded control over this realm as the copy's master, she too had not fully grasped its nature. Many aspects remained elusive. Ruhua explained the buildings, the land, and the ocean are genuine, yet the people and the fish are mere illusions. Specifically, they are not alive but rather souls, remnants of lingering obsessions in this world. With Ruhua's explanation, Li Miao understood. The crab was not a real crab but a spirit of one. What about the sun above? Li Miao queried further. That cannot be a sun spirit, can it? And the longer I stay here, the more this place resembles the real world. I find myself increasingly confused, uncertain whether this realm is authentic or illusory. It is genuine. A thought blossomed in Li Miao's mind. She resolved to procure a batch of seafood to cultivate in the sea and see what transpired. Without hesitation, she contacted the seafood merchant recommended by Qi Hongwei, ordering 100 pounds each of abalone, lobster, prawns, crabs, oysters, and East Star grouper, along with feed and seaweed. The expense was considerable, and anxious about the seafood perishing, Li Miao inscribed numerous talismans, including purification and spiritual spring charms, the former to cleanse the water, while the latter infused the seawater with vitality and nourishment. She also prepared safety and disease-repelling charms to ensure the seafood remained healthy and unharmed. Additionally, there were charms for happiness and tranquility, designed to bring joy and peace to the creatures. Once everything was arranged, Li Miao entrusted the care of the seafood to a skilled ghost adept at aquaculture, instructing him to provide timely reports. 3 days later, Li Miao returned to inspect the seafood. In her mind, as long as the seafood survived, it would be deemed a success. To her astonishment, the outcome far exceeded her expectations. The seafood thrived, plump and vibrant, full of life and energy. They had even reproduced, laying a batch of eggs. Lin Xia, the caretaker of the seafood, greeted Li Miao with a beaming smile, reporting, "My lord, I have not failed you. Not a single creature has perished, and they've even bred." "Really?" Li Miao gasped in delight. "You truly have a talent, Brother Shrimp. From now on, please do not address me as my lord. Call me Miao Miao or boss." Lin Xia, in life, was a prominent shrimp farmer, and others refer to him as Lin Daxia. Ruhua prepared a selection of crabs, prawns, and abalone, employing no elaborate methods, merely boiling them in clear water until cooked. Li Miao sampled a prawn. Delicious. The flavor was exquisite. The flesh was firm and succulent, imbued with a sweet freshness, so delightful it compelled her to lick her fingers. She savored the crab and abalone, nearly overwhelmed by their delectable taste. Qi Hongwei, watching intently, gulped in anticipation. Li Miao glanced at him, curious. "Can you partake?" Qi Hongwei nodded.
Indeed.
"We can absorb the essence of the food." "Then please enjoy," Li Miao offered, passing the bowl. With an abundance prepared by Ruhua, she could not possibly consume it all. Having been deceased for many years, Ruhua had long since lost her appetite, focusing solely on her cultivation, leaving only Qi Hongwei and Lin Daxia to partake. Qi Hongwei inhaled deeply, instantly absorbing the essence of a crab into his being. So fresh. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Boss, when I was alive and had money, I indulged in all manner of delicacies, especially seafood. I had quite the taste for it. Forgive me for sharing, but my gal was born from my fondness for seafood. I've tasted countless varieties, both domestic and international, fresh from the ocean, yet none compare to this crab. It's simply exquisite. Is it truly that remarkable?" Li Miao mused. She had no memory of seafood from her childhood, only a vague recollection of enjoying it when her parents were alive. The taste of the boiled seafood was delightful, yet she could not ascertain its superiority over others. With Qi Hongwei and Lin Daxia's affirmations, a newfound confidence blossomed within her. "Then tomorrow, we shall officially update the menu. Bring on the seafood." Sisters. Chapter 57. Fans of Li Yang arrive. "Are you all prepared, sisters?" Zhai Bingyan inquired within the Li Yang fan group. It was nearly time to investigate the Fengdu haunted house.
All right.
Zhai Bingyan created a new group and gathered all 100 individuals, agreeing to meet at the entrance of the Fengdu haunted house at 8 a.m. the following day. To facilitate recognition, everyone would wear white hats. Unable to contain her excitement, Zhai Bingyan was determined to thoroughly scrutinize the haunted house, aiming to identify at least 10 flaws. She intended to write a negative review, leading her team of 100 to do the same, and capture short videos to obliterate the reputation of the Fengdu haunted house. How dare such a dilapidated establishment exploit the fame of the illustrious Li Yang? In the days leading up to the visit, Zhai Bingyan had made extensive preparations, not only exploring various haunted houses and escape rooms, but also sharing her experiences online. As a book recommendation blogger, she frequently posted short videos recommending novels on platforms like Douyin. Although her follower count was modest, around 200,000, her engagement was robust, with each video garnering hundreds of thousands of views. One of her most popular videos received 30,000 likes. After deciding to personally visit the Fengdu haunted house, she posted a short video asking her followers which haunted house they found most entertaining. Is the blogger no longer recommending books? A viewer questioned. "The last sweet romance novel you recommended was absolutely delightful. I couldn't help but smile in my sleep." Another wondered, has she switched to being a review blogger? Zhai Bingyan was curious to discover what made this haunted house so appealing. If it fell short of expectations, she wanted the proprietors to apologize to Li Yang. Though she was not a reader of Li Yang's works, she recognized his immense talent and reputation. How could such a haunted house dare to tarnish his name? Frustrated by such opportunistic ventures, she believed that creators should focus on producing quality content instead of resorting to underhanded tactics. If the experience was genuinely enjoyable, she would recommend it to her followers. If not, she would certainly warn them to steer clear of this haunted house. It was vital to not condone such opportunistic behavior. For fairness, she decided to visit other haunted houses first for comparison. Her followers supported her wholeheartedly. Go for it. But remember to recommend books. We are experiencing a drought in good reads. Zhai Bingyan reassured them. Don't worry, I will post a book recommendation video tomorrow. I recently discovered a hidden gem of a novel that I can't wait to share with you all. Initially, her fans were hesitant, but as they watched her engaging exploration videos, featuring her being startled by unexpected apparitions, they couldn't help but laugh. Eventually, the likes on her exploration videos surpassed those of her book recommendation videos, much to Zhai Bingyan's astonishment. However, this was fortuitous. The more viewers she attracted, the easier it became to disseminate the unfavorable reputation of the Fengdu haunted house. At last, the moment had arrived for the visit. Zhai Bingyan released a short video. Hello, friends. I'm off to explore. Remember the name Fengdu haunted house? This is the place daring to exploit my beloved Li Yang's fame. Truthfully, when she heard someone claim that the owner of this haunted house was adept at creating a terrifying atmosphere akin to Li Yang's horror novels, it distressed her profoundly. Li Yang, a prodigy, was known for his integrity, never indulging in sensationalism or messy publicity stunts, solely focusing on his writing. The thought that such a remarkable figure could be associated with a mere haunted house infuriated her. Despite her initial impulse to leave a scathing review and confront the owner, she restrained herself, recalling Li Yang's advice to avoid conflicts with other fans and that it sufficed for them to simply enjoy his books. To protect Li Yang from unnecessary negativity, she resolved to personally investigate the haunted house, seeking to discern whether it was merely a case of opportunism or if it possessed genuine merit. This time, she brought along 100 companions, making a total of 101 participants. After posting her video, Zhai Bingyan felt the need for greater visibility and invested some money to boost her reach until the views exceeded 1 million. The comment section buzzed with activity. Wait, am I mistaken? The name Fengdu Haunted House sounds familiar. I just visited last week. It was incredibly fun, exclaimed one commenter. How could it possibly be a scam? Another replied, I'm from Fengdu too, and I've never heard of it. Clearly, these are just shills, perhaps even the owner themselves. How shameless. How can a small haunted house even compare to Li Yang? Count me in, I want to go too. Me too. I live in Fengdu, so it's convenient. Add me as well. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'm looking for something to do. Don't worry, I just checked. The price for the themed escape room is only 88, not expensive at all. Exactly. Blogger, don't be concerned, we're just here for the fun. If it's not entertaining, we'll collectively leave negative reviews. We want to let the owner profit from us. Seeing that everyone was inclined to leave negative reviews, Zhai Bingyan felt reassured. This was the outcome she had hoped for. Fengdu Haunted House, brace yourself for the onslaught of criticism. Chapter 58. Terrified and the Strange Tales of Rules. Zhai Bingyan's residence is situated in Keicheng, not far from Fengcheng. She purchased a high-speed train ticket to Fengcheng for the morning. Upon disembarking, she took a taxi to the haunted house, enjoying a smooth journey, and arrived at the entrance of the Fengdu haunted house by 7 o'clock. Others had yet to arrive. Zhai Bingyan glanced at the sign at the haunted house's entrance, noting that it opened at 8 o'clock, realizing she had come too early. The spring morning was still somewhat chilly, and clad only in a jacket, she found herself shivering against the biting wind. Why was the surrounding area so desolate? There were no shops, no places to rest. Was she expected to stand at the entrance and wait? How frustrating! Just as she prepared to find a stone to sit on, the haunted house door swung open. A woman wearing a bizarre smiling mask emerged. Was this beauty here to enjoy the haunted house? Li Miao stepped forward. Zhai Bingyan nodded. Are you the owner? She recalled hearing fans mention that the owner of the haunted house was a young woman who wore a mask. Indeed, I am the owner. Please come in and wait. It is too cold outside, Li Miao invited. The service at this haunted house was commendable, allowing her to wait inside. However, Zhai Bingyan remained displeased with its past transgressions against Li Yang. With a cold expression, she nodded. Very well, I shall wait inside. Upon entering, Zhai Bingyan was struck by the vastness of the place. It was enormous. She could hardly articulate just how expansive it was. Thick fog loomed in the distance, obscuring any sense of boundaries, while a few dilapidated buildings surrounded her, appearing desolate. Shocked, she inquired, are all these buildings part of the haunted house? Li Miao shook her head and pointed to a large structure before them, saying, only this building is operational, the others have yet to be developed. Please come inside. Zhai Bingyan took out her phone. Owner, may I record a video? Li Miao nodded. Feel free to film, but please refrain from recording inside the haunted house's replicas, as it involves commercial secrets. Zhai Bingyan acknowledged this and shot a short video of her surroundings before following Li Miao inside. Li Miao led Zhai Bingyan to the lounge before leaving her in the care of the lobby manager. Holding the cup of water handed to her by the lobby manager, Bai Ling, Zhai Bingyan surveyed her surroundings. You all start work this early? Bai Ling smiled. I arrived early. The other staff members have yet to come. After sipping some water, Zhai Bingyan continued her inquiry. Are there many guests here? Quite a few, but no need to worry. The replica of the painted skin is quite spacious, accommodating up to 100 people in one batch. That many? Zhai Bingyan was astonished that the Fengdu haunted house could accommodate 100 guests. It certainly seemed vast. She discreetly scrutinized her surroundings. The lighting in the lobby was dim, disappointing. The lounge was rather rudimentary, featuring only one sofa, with the rest being plastic stools. Disappointing. The tea service was inadequate, offering only disposable cups for water, without even brewing tea. Disappointing. The more she observed, the more she felt that the place was quite low-grade, with shoddy decor. Hello, may I film a video? I am a store exploration vlogger, Zhai Bingyan said, placing her cup down. Bai Ling smiled and nodded. Aside from the replicas, you may film anywhere else. Excellent. Zhai Bingyan immediately stood up, her phone in hand, capturing footage of the shabby areas. Once she had filmed enough, others began to arrive, all wearing white hats, clearly part of the same group. Zhai Bingyan approached the lobby manager. Manager, we are together. Can we enter as one group? Just one more person. As she spoke, more customers continued to arrive. The haunted house indeed seemed to be quite popular. After conferring with the others, she decided to lead the first batch of 29 people inside, while the remainder would wait for the next group. Once finalized, Zhai Bingyan went back to Bai Ling, stating that they wished for all 30 of them to enter. Very well. Guests should purchase tickets at the front desk, then proceed to the changing room to don costumes. After changing, Zhai Bingyan and her companions took the elevator to the second floor. This place seems vast, exclaimed a girl with a bob haircut. Indeed, but also very run down. Zhai Bingyan replied. Did you notice the front desk? It's wobbling and nearly falling apart. Yes, it's quite shabby, the bob-haired girl nodded. And look at my outfit. It's made of burlap. She sighed in disbelief, noting that other haunted houses often provided beautiful traditional costumes that made one feel like an ancient noblewoman. In contrast, the attire here resembled that of a beggar. A more rational girl disagreed with the bob-haired girl, saying, we are portraying common folk, so the costumes will naturally be simpler. The bob-haired girl remained dissatisfied, preferring beautiful clothes over unattractive ones. Hearing her comments, Zhai Bingyan had a sudden realization. The unattractiveness of the costumes was indeed a point of critique. She quickly pulled out her phone, recording the group while focusing on the unappealing outfits. Upon reaching the second floor, the group exited the elevator and approached the entrance of the painted skin replica. Oh, there's a mirror here. It's so large. Someone exclaimed. Zhai Bingyan shot a glance, dismissing it with a scoff. It's probably just a gimmick. Haunted houses love to play with mirrors. By the way, once we enter, we'll split up into groups of 10. If you encounter anything, contact me by phone. Understood. Zhai Bingyan stepped forward and pushed open the door to the painted skin replica. As the door swung open, everyone was stunned by the sight before them.
Wow.
Have we just time-traveled? The bob-haired girl was the first to dash inside, gazing around in awe. It's so vast, so lifelike, so vintage, more realistic than any TV drama. The others dispersed, exploring as they went. Wow, look, there's someone over there. Is that an NPC or a player? The one in sneakers must be a player, while the old man pushing the millstone on the left is definitely an NPC. Zhai Bingyan spotted the NPC as well and curiously approached to see what the old man was grinding. To her shock, she looked down and saw a severed human head rolling on the stone mill, its eyes wide open, staring back at her. Before she could react, the old man pushed the millstone, crushing the head. In an instant, brain matter splattered, and bits of flesh flew everywhere, some even hitting her face.
Ah!
Zhai Bingyan screamed in terror, her vision blurring as she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Employees from the content department on the 18th floor witnessed the scene through a circular mirror and immediately rushed over with a stretcher to carry Zhai Bingyan away. Her companions, bewildered, exchanged glances. How can someone be so faint-hearted? She fainted right after entering. What should we do? Should we leave? The bob-haired girl asked. The rational girl shook her head. I'm not leaving. We just got here. But what about Zhai Bingyan? She'll be fine. There are people outside to accompany her. Thus, the group decided to stay. The bolder ones even ventured towards the Wang residence to explore the painted skin, while the more timid remained close, wandering the streets. Employees from the content department tailored the storyline to suit the varying psychological tolerances of the players. Those who craved thrills were treated to a series of spine-chilling encounters, while the more timid were guided through eerie nursery rhymes, with ghosts knocking at doors, ensuring that they remained outside without intruding. Bobo, the timid player, found herself engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread. Despite having encountered no apparitions since her arrival, an inexplicable fear consumed her. She had not even glanced at the disembodied heads displayed on the millstone, having only heard others speak of them. Rational Girl urged her to venture to Wang's residence, but Bobo vehemently shook her head, adamant in her refusal. No way. I would rather die than go. Rational Girl, exasperated, replied, Aren't we here to find faults? If you refuse to go, how can we critique? Bobo's eyes welled with tears as she lamented, I am truly terrified. My legs feel weak. Can I please leave?
No.
If you go out now, how will we critique? Rational Girl firmly denied her request. How about this? I shall go to Wang's residence to seek the painted skin. If you are frightened, you may wander the streets. She glanced at Bobo, who could barely stand, and added, I see an inn ahead. You can rest there. Bobo nodded vigorously. All right, I will wait for you at the inn. With that, she and a few other timid girls headed to the inn. Upon entering their room, they discovered a notice affixed to the inner side of the door. Welcome to the Huangquan Inn. Guests are required to adhere to the following rules. Rule 1. No checkouts allowed. Rule 3. The room accommodates only 4 guests. If an additional guest appears, please seek assistance from the innkeeper on the first floor promptly. Rule 4. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., it is rest time. No staff will knock during this period. If someone knocks, remember not to open the door or make a sound for it will hear you. Bobo's tears began to flow. The existence of such ominous rules was unbearable. Was the innkeeper intent on scaring guests to death? It felt as if ghosts lurked everywhere, leaving no room to breathe. She sobbed, Can I leave? I do not wish to stay at this inn. A slender girl nearby piped up, That shouldn't be possible. Rule 1 states, no checkouts. What should we do then? Bobo cried out in despair. The tall girl, growing impatient, interjected, Are you done? This is a haunted house. It's not real. Just a fictional horror tale. Why are you so affected? Unlike Bobo, the tall girl was remarkably brave. She had come to accompany her twin sister, Xiaojing. Despite their identical appearance, their personalities starkly contrasted. The tall girl was bold, brash, and hasty, while her sister Xiaojing was gentle, timid, and prone to tears. Bobo, feeling aggrieved, replied, I do not wish to cry, but I am genuinely frightened. The tall girl frowned. I have said it is fake. It is all a ruse. Just then, they encountered a pale ghostly visage, their foreheads nearly touching, noses almost colliding.
Ah!
The tall girl was horrified, her eyes rolling back in fear as she nearly fainted. However, the ghost showed no mercy and seized her by the throat, attempting to drag her away. The others stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to react. Just as it seemed the tall girl would be taken, her timid sister dashed forward, tearing down the rule paper from the door and advancing toward the ghost. The specter appeared momentarily intimidated, retreating with every step. Seeing this, Xiaojing shouted, Quick, close the door. Bobo hurried to shut the door. Once secured, the 3 collapsed onto the floor, as if reborn. Bobo looked at Xiaojing, curiosity piqued. How did you know the rule paper would repel the ghost? Xiaojing, with reddened eyes, softly replied, Rule 12. During the day, if someone violates the rules and is taken by it, the rule paper can be used to drive it away. Bobo glanced at the rule paper, confirming the inscription. She gave Xiaojing a thumbs up. You are truly remarkable. Xiaojing pinched the tall girl's face to rouse her from her stupor. Are you all right? Upon awakening, The tall girl abandoned her earlier nonchalance, now filled with panic. There is a ghost. A ghost, she exclaimed, gripping her sister's hand tightly, terror etched on her face. Xiaojing reassured her. Do not fear. The ghost is gone. Besides, this is a haunted house. It is not real. We are merely playing a game. The tall girl shook her head vigorously, tears brimming in her eyes. No, it was real. It was right up against my face. If it were fake, it could not have happened so swiftly. And it was so cold, so eerie. That chilling sensation is not something a normal person could possess. I was nearly pressed against the ghost. Xiaojing embraced her sister, saying, Do not think about it anymore. I am here. If you are truly frightened, we can leave. Held in her sister's warm embrace, the tall girl's anxiety dissipated considerably. She recognized her sister's affinity for horror tales. If they were to leave now, Xiaojing would undoubtedly be disappointed. In her heart, the tall girl repeatedly reassured herself, It is fake. It is all fake. Do not be afraid. After a lengthy moment of silent contemplation, her emotions began to stabilize. Just as she sighed in relief, a knock resonated from outside. Dear guest, open the door. We bring water. The slender girl, her face innocent, remarked, This inn even delivers water to its guests? How delightful. She reached for the doorknob, but was halted by Xiaojing's urgent warning, Do not move. Xiaojing turned her attention to the window, listening intently, and gestured for silence. Listen. Outside, the sound of a watchman echoed. It's the fourth watch of the night. Close the doors and windows to prevent theft. The tall girl realized it was already 10 o'clock.
Sure.
Xiaojing placed a finger to her lips. Rule 4. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., it is rest time. There will be no staff knocking during this period. If someone knocks, do not open the door or make a sound for. It will hear you. Chapter 59. Astonishment. Is this a holographic game? In the lounge on the first floor, Zhai Bingyan had awakened, curled up on the sofa, weeping uncontrollably. Oh, I was terrified, truly terrified. I nearly died of fright. Her companions, bewildered, questioned her. You just entered. How frightening could it be? Others have yet to emerge. Indeed, did you even last 3 minutes inside? If you are so timid, you shouldn't venture into a haunted house. In response to their skepticism, Zhai Bingyan, animated and agitated, gestured emphatically. Do you know what I saw? Human heads, human heads. They were crushed, with brains splattered all over my face. Unable to continue, she buried her head in her arms, sobbing. She vowed never to return, resolutely declaring, If I come back, I shall be a dog. The curly-haired girl glanced around, ensuring no outsiders were present, before whispering, Shall we not find fault with it then? Zhai Bingyan was oblivious to such concerns. Merely surviving was a triumph. You all can go. I shan't.
No, no, no.
Her head shook vigorously. Realizing her determination, the group could only sigh in resignation. Truly, what a situation. To embark on a venture and perish before even beginning? Zhai Bingyan had been the most exuberant, urging them to explore another haunted house, donning matching hats, and vowing to critique the Fengdu haunted house. The result? She fainted within a minute of entering. It was utterly laughable. If this were shared, they would be the subject of ridicule. The curly-haired girl was a wealthy heiress, who had originally planned a family vacation, but cancelled it to support Li Yang, venturing alone to this little haunted house in Fengcheng. She intended to uncover flaws and leave a negative review, hoping to deter the haunted house from exploiting Li Yang's fame. However, upon arrival, the organizer had frightened her into unconsciousness. The curly-haired girl was at a loss for words. I do not wish to sit idly here. There is a Ruhua chapter on the 3rd floor. I wish to take a look. Who will accompany me? Tickets for the Ruhua chapter are priced at 160. The group hesitated. It wasn't a matter of affordability, but rather a question of value. Who knew if the Ruhua chapter would be enjoyable? What if it turned out to be a waste of 160? Money wasn't easily come by. They could purchase cosmetics worth 400 or 500, but would never invest in a 160 yuan ticket for a potentially dull experience. The ticket price is steep. What if it is unenjoyable? Someone voiced. Indeed. I fear it would be a waste. The curly-haired girl nodded. That is true. I shall enter first to scout. If it is enjoyable, I will inform you. If not, there is no need for you to enter. No reason to enrich the owner. Good. Good. The group approved of her plan. The curly-haired girl approached the cashier to purchase a ticket. After acquiring one, she read the introduction, which stated a 3-hour playtime limit. So long?
She gasped.
The Ruhua chapter allowed 3 hours, while the Huapia chapter had a 1-hour limit. Was it truly that terrifying within? The cashier explained, the Ruhua chapter is not horror-themed. It focuses on entertainment. While there are spirits, they possess gentle dispositions and are not frightening. But 3 hours? It is merely a haunted house. What is there to explore? The curly-haired girl murmured. The cashier smiled, but remained silent. As she prepared to take the elevator to the 3rd floor, she discovered a throng of visitors heading to the Ruhua chapter, far exceeding those for the Huapia chapter. All 4 elevators were packed. After waiting 5 or 6 minutes without boarding, a beautiful guide approached her. Do you wish to ascend, dear guest? The curly-haired girl nodded. I wish to go to the 3rd floor, but there are too many people. The guide gestured. Please queue here. The next elevator will arrive shortly. The curly-haired girl nodded, then curiously inquired, are all these people going to the Ruhua chapter? I see at least 200 or 300 have entered. She gasped in disbelief. Is there no limit on the number of guests? Could it accommodate 1,000 or even 10,000? The guide smiled. Are you familiar with supermalls? Daily foot traffic can reach 100,000. While the Ruhua chapter cannot accommodate 10,000 at once, it can hold 1,000. The curly-haired girl nearly stumbled. 10,000. Would that not mean a crush of bodies? She detested crowds. The heat, noise, and closeness, all mingling with the odor of sweat. There are too many people. I do not wish to go. Is it possible to refund the ticket? Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, the elevator arrived, and the crowd pushed her forward. Before she could react, she was swept into the elevator and taken to the 3rd floor. The curly-haired girl was exasperated. It was merely a small haunted house in a 2nd-tier city, yet it felt like riding the subway in a 1st-tier city, so overcrowded. There were far too many people. Earlier, it had not seemed so busy, but after 8:15, throngs poured in. Glancing at her ticket, she thought, well, since I am here, I might as well enter. Following the flow of people into the Ruhua chapter, she had expected a crowd inside, but upon entry, she was astonished by the expansive space. It was immense, far larger than a bustling commercial street. The curly-haired girl gazed in disbelief at her surroundings. Was this truly a haunted house? It resembled a port city.
No, wait.
She shook her head. It was not a modern port city, but one from the 1930s. Curiously, she strolled deeper, flanked by shops selling a myriad of goods, and rickshaws traversed the streets, allowing weary travelers to ride for a fee. The curly-haired girl was increasingly intrigued and captivated. This place was delightful, truly enjoyable. She quickly took out her phone and messaged her group in WeChat. Hurry, hurry. The Ruhua chapter is incredibly fun. You must come. After typing, she hit send, but the signal was slow, the little circle indicating transmission spinning for an eternity before the message finally dispatched. Why is the signal so poor? She muttered, shaking her phone vigorously. A spirit nearby, observing her attempts to connect, advised, Dear guest, the signal here is indeed weak. If you wish to make a call or send a message, venture further in. The signal near the brothel is stronger. Though the Huapia chapter lacked signal and internet, the Ruhua chapter did not. There were restaurants here, and many patrons utilized online payment methods. Without internet, they could not settle their bills. Miao had procured a small mobile base station located within the ghost house, positioned in the brothel area. The Ruhua chapter was so vast that a single base station could hardly cover the entire area, managing only to service the street. However, it was adequate. As long as the Ruhua chapter kept its doors open, signals could be transmitted in and out. Upon learning of the poor signal, the curly-haired girl ceased to concern herself with messages in the group, stowing her phone in her pocket to focus on the adventure.
Wow.
The cheap how I'm wearing is exquisite. Goodness, why does that person look so pale and emaciated? Are they real? Oh, what does the sign say? Strange disease ointment. Is it selling plasters? She marveled at the sight of a quaint little Western-style building, a magnificent 3-story, white structure with guards at the entrance. The curly-haired girl approached tentatively and inquired of the guard, May I enter? The guard remained silent, yet opened the gate. Does this imply permission to enter? She cautiously stepped inside, and upon noticing the guard's lack of reaction, she proceeded further. The exterior of the villa was imposing, but the interior was even more lavishly decorated, with both the sofas and the wall clocks exuding a distinctly vintage charm. The girl felt as though her eyes were insufficient to take in the splendor before her. Ascending the staircase to the third floor, she casually pushed open a door. Just as she did, a white figure darted past her. The girl widened her eyes in astonishment. Wasn't that a popular sound from Douyin? It seemed someone had been waiting behind the door, ready to dash out the moment a visitor entered. If she hadn't stepped into this villa and opened the door, would that NPC have remained hidden inside indefinitely? As she entered the room, it was evidently a young girl's bedroom, adorned with a princess-style bed, a wardrobe filled with beautiful dresses, and a vanity laden with cosmetics, all reminiscent of a bygone era. Approaching the vanity, she casually opened a drawer. Suddenly, a chime echoed in her ear. Ding! Congratulations! Player 523 has discovered Miss Peixon's greeting card. The girl froze. What did it mean to find Miss Peixon's greeting card? And where did that voice come from? How did it suddenly appear by her ear? Was there surveillance in the room? She scanned her surroundings but found no evidence of any monitoring devices. The sound seemed to materialize from thin air, reminiscent of game notifications when rewards are found. The immersive experience was palpable, as though she had traversed into a game world. She picked up the greeting card from the drawer, which depicted a white villa on its back, and the front bore the following inscription: Dear player, congratulations on discovering Miss Peixon's greeting card. This card possesses congratulatory properties that may uplift Miss Ruhua's spirits. A cheerful Miss Ruhua may provide you with additional clues. The girl understood. The Miss Peixon's greeting card was an in-game item, and when she encountered Ruhua, she would receive more hints. How fascinating! The design of this quest was remarkably intricate. As she tucked the greeting card away, the chime sounded again. Ding! Player 523 has obtained Miss Peixon's greeting card. Would you like to announce it to the world? What did a world announcement entail? Was it akin to a global chat in a game, where messages could be seen by all? The girl looked around. There was no one nearby, no equipment to facilitate such an announcement. Moreover, with the vastness of the Ruhua quest area, how could she possibly broadcast a message? Out of curiosity, she nodded and spoke. Announce. Upon her words, a loudspeaker outside blared. Player 523 has found Miss Peixon's greeting card. It repeated this 3 times. Tilting her head, the girl pondered. Would anyone actually hear such a brief announcement? Just as she was lost in thought, the chime sounded again. Ding. Player 3 wishes to purchase the greeting card you possess. If you agree to sell, please proceed to the Shitangju number 3 restaurant for the transaction. The girl covered her mouth in astonishment. Goodness, this was astonishingly advanced. It felt akin to the holographic projection games depicted in novels, even surpassing them, as she was physically present rather than merely a projection. Confounded, she couldn't comprehend how there was no surveillance or communication devices, and yet others could communicate with her. Driven by curiosity, the girl decided to visit the Shitangju number 3 restaurant. She descended and inquired of the guard at the entrance about the location of the restaurant. The guard pointed to a rickshaw a short distance away. Miss, you may take the rickshaw there. Could it truly be so? The girl noticed others riding in rickshaws. Yet she felt hesitant. After all, it was a human-powered vehicle, which seemed rather peculiar. Cautiously, she approached the rickshaw driver and asked, Hello, how much to Shitangju number 3 restaurant? The driver, clad in a tank top, a straw hat, and a white cloth around his neck, produced a QR code. 30. Thank you. The girl was taken aback. It felt so mismatched, like a person from the Republic of China using a mobile phone to make a call. After paying, she boarded the rickshaw. About 5 minutes later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the Shitangju number 3 restaurant. Miss, we have arrived, the driver said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his towel. Stepping inside the restaurant, she found player 3 seated on a sofa by the window. Hello, she approached. Are you the one interested in buying Miss Peixon's greeting card? Player 3 was a young man, strikingly handsome, dressed in high-end attire. A quick glance revealed he hailed from a privileged background. He looked up at her and stated directly, Yes, I wish to purchase the card. The market price is 1,000 yuan, cash on delivery.
What?
The girl nearly choked on her own saliva. Was he serious? Spending 1,000 yuan on a greeting card? The ticket to the Ruhua quest was merely 160 yuan. Surely, he couldn't be in his right mind. Not wishing to deceive him, she quickly replied, "It's just an ordinary greeting card. Are you really interested in buying it?" Player 3. Assuming she was attempting to raise the price, frowned and reiterated, 5,000. That's my final offer. The girl was left speechless. Was he mad or was she? Perhaps this entire world was deranged? 10,000. Player 3 raised a finger, indicating his firm stance. He loathed those who tried to inflate prices arbitrarily. If it weren't for his girlfriend's stern orders to locate the 12th young master and obtain the rewards from Ruhua, he wouldn't have subjected himself to such an ordeal. The rewards from the Ruhua quest had become increasingly elusive. Once, 2 players could achieve them in a single day. Yet now it had been nearly a week without a single success. No one could find the elusive 12th young master. He was utterly untraceable. Player 3 had been playing for a week straight and was nearing his wit's end. It's just makeup, for heaven's sake. Why is it so difficult? Frustrated yet concealing his dissatisfaction, he remained determined to help his girlfriend secure the reward. He had already spent a considerable sum and assembled a team of 7. They had managed to narrow down the potential hiding places of the 12th young master, and with another clue from Ruhua, they would pinpoint his exact location. The girl realized the misunderstanding and shook her head repeatedly. "That's not what I meant. The greeting card is a gift for you. I don't want any money." She extended the card towards him. Player 3 was taken aback. "You're giving it to me for free?" The girl nodded in affirmation. "Yes, no charge. I don't particularly enjoy playing games, and having the card serves no purpose for me."
Please take it.
At this moment, the curly-haired girl remained oblivious to the opportunities she would soon forfeit. In gratitude, they successfully located the elusive 12 Xiao just before the final clue. "How wonderful! My dear, I adore you. You are simply amazing." Player 3's girlfriend, Nie, exclaimed with exuberance as she embraced him, twirling in delight. The curly-haired girl, having ventured into the brothel, chanced upon this jubilant scene and felt utterly perplexed. Was it merely a game? Was such elation truly warranted? Miss Ruhua, Nie could hardly contain her excitement. Her voice quivering slightly, "We've found 12 Xiao. May I receive your reward?" "Of course," Ruhua replied with a smile, ushering Nie into the room to apply her makeup. Nie's hands trembled with anticipation. After her previous experience with Ruhua's artistry, she realized that not only did Ruhua's makeup enhance her beauty, but it also seemed to possess transformative qualities. Though Nie recognized the implausibility of such a phenomenon, the results were undeniably real. She was indeed beautiful, albeit with a slightly broad jaw, giving her a rounder, square face. However, after Ruhua's skillful application, her jaw appeared to narrow ever so slightly. The change was subtle, nearly imperceptible. Had she not been so attentive to her appearance, she might have overlooked it entirely. Truth be told, Nie harbored some uncertainty regarding the extent of Ruhua's makeup abilities and whether they could indeed reshape her features. Thus, she yearned for another application to ascertain the results. "Miss Ruhua," Nie hesitated before speaking, "could you narrow my jawline just a tad?" Ruhua gently shook her head, her tone tender. "Your jaw cannot be made any narrower without disrupting the harmony of your features. However, we can refine the tip of your nose further. Shall we focus on that for this session?" Ruhua's voice was so soothing, it seemed to possess an enchanting quality, prompting Nie to nod obediently. "Very well." Chapter 60. A seafood feast in the grand hall of the brothel. The curly-haired girl finally grasped, through conversation with others, the reason for their fervent desire for the rewards from Ruhua. It turned out that Ruhua possessed exceptional makeup skills, capable of transforming individuals into stunning beauties. Indeed, the transformation was so remarkable that one could scarcely recognize the person. Absolutely, a girl beside her concurred. Not only does it enhance beauty, but it also aligns perfectly with one's unique traits, elevating their appearance several notches. When she descended from the upper floor, I was utterly taken aback and hardly dared to recognize her. Regrettably, The curly-haired girl, Cheng Nuan, had never experienced Ruhua's makeup herself. Acquiring the reward felt increasingly elusive, especially with the elusive 12 young master. Listening to the admiration surrounding her, Cheng Nuan remained indifferent. It was merely makeup after all. She doubted that Ruhua's skills could surpass those of professional makeup artists. Cheng Nuan, a rich heiress with a father whose wealth exceeded $1 billion, was accustomed to receiving allowances in the hundreds of thousands. Whatever she desired was readily fulfilled by her parents. Fond of beauty, her parents had once invited renowned stylists to create bespoke looks for her. She had also engaged numerous celebrity makeup artists, each more skilled than the last, providing her with exquisite and lightweight makeup that felt virtually imperceptible. To be candid, Cheng Nuan held little interest in the reward offered by Ruhua. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Lan Yasi emerged from the door. Cheng Nuan lifted her gaze, and upon a single glance, she was left spellbound.
Wow.
Is this the same woman who just went in? Previously, she had regarded Lan Yasi as merely a pretty young lady, but now she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, deserving of the title of a stunning beauty. With an effortless grace, she sparkled amidst the crowd. Cheng Nuan, knowledgeable in makeup, scrutinized Lan Yasi's face, searching for any signs of makeup, yet found none. It seemed as though she had not been made up at all, merely transformed into a more beautiful version of herself. No wonder everyone yearned for Ruhua's makeup. Her skills were indeed formidable. It became apparent that true mastery could be found among the common folk. In such a second-tier city, a master-level makeup artist was hidden away. However, no matter how exquisite the makeup, it was still just that makeup. Once washed off, would it not all disappear? Cheng Nuan felt a twinge of regret for not obtaining the reward, yet she was not particularly disappointed. After all, it was merely a makeup reward, devoid of true significance. After Lan Yasi exited, she clung tightly to her boyfriend, nearly overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Yet, she restrained herself, fearing it would ruin her makeup. This tearful expression tugged at the heartstrings of player 3, who found it endearing. Don't cry, silly girl. It's just makeup, is it really worth it? The frustration of a week spent searching for the 12 young master dissipated upon witnessing his girlfriend's happiness, making it all worthwhile. If you enjoy it, I'll take you to H country sometime. Their makeup is superb, player 3 whispered soothingly to his girlfriend. Lan Yasi shook her head. It's different, truly different. Ruhua's makeup possesses a certain magic. Player 3 chuckled. Magic, you say? It's just makeup. Can it really make you stunning? It truly can. Lan Yasi attempted to nod in agreement, but found herself unable to do so or articulate her thoughts. Instinctively, she glanced towards the second floor. Ruhua stood there, leaning against the railing with a casual tilt of her head, offering a serene smile. Her charm was captivating, enchanting beyond compare. Suddenly, a thought surged within Lan Yasi. This matter must remain undisclosed, never to be revealed. Burying her head in her boyfriend's embrace, she ceased to speak. Cheng Nuan, having spent some time in the brothel, soon found it lacking in interest and decided to continue her exploration. Upon stepping outside, she was greeted by an enticing aroma wafting from a nearby restaurant. How delightful! Cheng Nuan, having skipped breakfast, felt her stomach rumble at the delightful scent. She contemplated entering for a meal, yet hesitated, concerned about the time. The gameplay duration for the Ruhua scenario was 3 hours, and she had already spent over 2. She had little time left to enjoy. However, an idea struck her. She could dine first and purchase another ticket to re-enter afterward. With this plan in mind, she swiftly turned into the restaurant, only to be awestruck by the scene before her. Goodness gracious! Is this really a restaurant? How can it be this grand? At a glance, there were easily hundreds of tables, stretching endlessly before her. Not only were there numerous tables, but they were also filled with patrons. At one table, a customer was fervently arguing with the restaurant owner. Owner, why is there no roast goose? I only desire your roast goose. Ruhua was in a state of distress. Ever since his last visit, where he savored the roast goose, he could not shake the craving, dreaming about it night after night. Unfortunately, he had to go on a business trip and could not return for another meal. Please, dear guest, do not fret, Chi Hongwei replied with a warm smile. While we have temporarily removed the roast goose from our menu, we have introduced a plethora of seafood dishes that are even more delectable, even more tasty than roast goose. Ruhua was skeptical. However, having come this far, he couldn't leave without sampling something. Given that the restaurant's dishes, including the roast goose and pineapple bun, were delightful, he assumed the seafood would not disappoint either. Very well, Ruhua nodded. Do you have a menu? Pointing to the QR code on the table, Ruhua remarked. Please scan to order. Our kitchen prepares meals rapidly, and a server will deliver them shortly. Ruhua pulled out his phone to place his order. Cheng Nuan found a table for herself, and after observing Ruhua's dispute with the owner, she felt reassured. It seemed the restaurant's dishes were excellent. So she decided to indulge as well. With no concern for her finances, Cheng Nuan eagerly ordered lavish items, including lobsters and crabs. Once she completed her order, another group arrived at the adjacent table, a family of 6, comprising a young couple accompanied by their in-laws. Curious to see elderly individuals venturing into a haunted house, Cheng Nuan couldn't help but steal a few glances. The mother-in-law, worried about expenses, insisted, "Let us not eat here. The restaurant in the scenario is too pricey. I see a supermarket nearby. We can buy instant noodles instead." The young wife was speechless. "Mom, we specifically brought you here to enjoy the seafood. It's delicious and reasonably priced." Reasonably priced? Seafood at the market is cheaper and fresher. If you want to eat, I can prepare it for you. Why dine out? Which is exorbitantly expensive. Your son works hard for his money. As your wife, you should. Enough. The mother-in-law interjected, unable to tolerate it any longer. What do you mean? Is my daughter not earning money? Eating seafood shouldn't warrant your nagging. If you don't want to eat, then don't, daughter. Order whatever you like. I'll treat you all. The mother-in-law's declaration rendered the mother-in-law speechless, while the son felt awkward. He quietly urged his mother, "Mom, please say less. We can afford a meal. I've received a raise, you know." After speaking, he turned to his mother-in-law. "No, we can't let you treat us. Lin, and I will take care of this." Lin, hurry and order. Wife Lin quickly used her phone to scan and place an order. Once Cheng Nuan's dishes arrived, she paid no further attention to the table next door, focusing instead on her meal. Starved, she eagerly took a spoonful of the abalone rice, intending merely to satiate her hunger, but upon tasting it, she was utterly astonished. Her eyes widened in delight. It was delicious. The rice was tender and sweet, exuding a rich aroma, perfectly complemented by the exquisite broth from the abalone, so delectable that she almost swallowed her tongue. She took another bite of the abalone, the tender, succulent morsel bursting with flavor on her tongue, enveloping her entire palate. It left her utterly enchanted. Oh my goodness! What divine establishment is this, to be so extraordinarily delicious? She devoured the abalone rice with remarkable speed and then peeled a shrimp. It was equally delectable. It was so delightful that it needed no dipping sauce. Fresh, springy, exquisite, the shrimp was the epitome of flavor. Consumed as is, its taste was sweet and savory, dipped in soy sauce. It offered a slightly salty sensation that harmonized beautifully with its freshness. Dipped in sweet and sour sauce, or mustard sauce, each variant was delightful. As a wealthy young lady, Cheng Nuan had tasted her fair share of seafood, but never had she encountered such exquisite flavors. This place was nothing short of incredible. The dishes were superior to those served in grand restaurants. As she prepared to indulge in a lobster, her phone rang. Wiping her hands, she opened the message from her younger brother. "Stinky sister, do you know what I'm doing? Eating your favorite lobster." He sent a picture of the lobster, describing its taste as super delicious, enough to make you drool. Had she not been to this restaurant, Cheng Nuan might have felt envious of her brother's display, but now she was unimpressed. She sent back a photo of her own lobster. "Sorry, I'm eating right now, and it tastes 1,000 times better than yours." "Impossible," her brother retorted, accusing her of lying. "How could a shabby place like that have lobster, especially one so large? You must have found that picture online." Cheng Nuan snorted, sending a selfie of herself with the lobster. Her reply was simple. "The seafood is too delicious. I have no time for you." With that, she dismissed her brother and focused on her lobster. Meanwhile, her brother, feeling frustrated, bombarded her with messages, claiming she was deceiving him, questioning the flavor of her lobster. and suggesting she was just putting on a brave face, probably crying in a corner. He even asked if she regretted not traveling with the family.
Chengnuan ignored him.
After a while, her phone fell silent, making her think her brother had calmed down. However, her mother called, exasperation evident in her voice. Your brother is crying because of you. Chengnuan scrolled back through her brother's messages, filled with his frantic outpourings. Realizing he had worked himself into a tizzy, she sighed, thinking, this brat truly deserves a spanking. Her mother scolded her. You have no idea how much your brother was looking forward to this trip. He wanted to spend time with you and has been thinking about it for a month. Now he's feeling quite wronged. Her brother, 12 years her junior and only 8 years old, adored clinging to Chengnuan, but she often found him bothersome and wasn't very attentive to him. She hadn't realized how much he had anticipated traveling together. Chengnuan felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry. Her brother snatched the phone, his voice trembling. Are you lying to me? There's no lobster where you are. Chengnuan silently activated the video, panning around the restaurant to show the scene.
See?
There really is lobster. Her brother cried out again, lamenting, You're eating lobster. Does that mean you won't come to find us? He had hoped to entice his sister with the sight of the lobster. Chengnuan sighed, finally understanding his feelings. She assured him, I'll come to see you tonight. All right? I'll bring you a gift. The food here is so delicious. Her brother, still sobbing, asked, Really? Chengnuan nodded. Lying is for little dogs. Then I'll come find you, he declared, hanging up and pestering their parents to take him to his sister. Their parents, feeling helpless, were caught between the two children, one silently breaking promises and the other crying and insisting on finding the elder. They were busy themselves, having finally carved out these few days for a family getaway. Ultimately, they decided that as long as the family was together, the location was inconsequential. After all, they had visited abroad many times. Nothing felt particularly novel. As Chengnuan enjoyed her meal, a family of 6 at a nearby table was served their seafood. The grandmother lamented, You really can waste money. Why order so much? I don't eat seafood. The husband in the couple remained silent, merely feeding his mother a peeled shrimp. The grandmother's eyes brightened like light bulbs. Indeed, good food was worth the price. It was delicious. Although she had eaten seafood before, she had never felt tempted by it, even finding it somewhat fishy. But this shrimp was entirely different, exceptionally fresh and delightful. Remembering her previous words, the grandmother felt a bit embarrassed, hesitating to reach out for more. The grandfather, aware of his wife's nature, scoffed and handed her a crab. She chided him. What are you giving me? Save it for the kids. Yet, her hands were not idle as she devoured 5 or 6 crabs, still wanting more. In contrast, the mother-in-law sat untouched, casting a sidelong glance at the grandmother, internally scoffing at her duplicity. Mother, you should eat. The wife of the couple began peeling shrimp for her mother. I'm done. You should eat less. The mother-in-law fretted about her daughter's stomach, concerned that if she ate something unclean, it might lead to an upset stomach or worse, a fever. Her daughter had inherited this sensitivity. Even slightly unclean food could wreak havoc on her digestive system. It's fine, the wife said, dipping the shrimp in sauce and offering it to her mother. The seafood here is not only delicious, but also incredibly fresh. I've eaten here before and had no issues. Really? The mother-in-law asked, skeptical, before taking a bite. It's good. She nodded, initially reluctant. She found the shrimp's flavor irresistible. To hell with it. I'll eat. If I get sick, then so be it. The mother-in-law began to indulge as well. The 6 of them devoured the table of seafood in no time. All the other patrons in the restaurant were similarly engrossed in their meals. With no one engaging in conversation, their focus was solely on eating. Nothing could distract them from their feast. Were it not for their limited stomachs, they would have sampled every dish on the menu. Boss, where do you source your seafood? It's incredibly fresh. An esteemed gourmet inquired. I've eaten all over Fengcheng, but I've never tasted anything so exquisite. Delicious. The gourmet exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Other patrons echoed his sentiments. So good. In response to the praise, Qi Hongwei's smile broadened. Of course, it's delicious. We change our spiritual charms every 3 days. Our water quality and feed are top-notch, something you simply won't find outside. Chengnuan, having eaten her fill, deemed it time to leave and strolled leisurely toward the exit. Just as she reached the door, she spotted a group of girls in white duckbill hats, ravenously devouring their meal at a large table. This is so delicious. One exclaimed. Wow, is this too good to be true? Save me a crab. Add some more, I need more. In their usual self-proclaimed identities as beautiful maidens, a group of individuals who place great emphasis on their appearances now finds themselves unconcerned about what to eat. Chengnuan approached and sat beside them. A girl currently indulging in shrimp mistakenly thought Chengnuan intended to seize her food and promptly pressed down on her plate, exclaiming, "Don't touch my shrimp." Chengnuan replied, "It's me, Chengnuan. I've finished eating." The girl raised her eyes, noticing Chengnuan's curly hair, and sighed with relief. "Oh, it's you. I thought someone was trying to steal my shrimp." Chengnuan addressed the group, stating, "My time is up, I must head out. I wanted to ask if we're still critiquing the haunted house?" Upon her words, a profound silence enveloped the group. After a brief moment, a chubby girl raised her hand. "Let's not nitpick. What if the haunted house closes down? Where else can we find such delicious seafood?" Others chimed in, "Indeed. Let's stop complaining. I haven't eaten enough yet. I truly wish I could live here and dine on seafood every day. The seafood is delightful. And the scenario is incredibly entertaining. So much fun. Alas, I have succumbed. I owe an apology to Lord Liang. It's not your fault, nor the haunted house's. Blame those malicious individuals who deliberately sought to provoke Liang."
Yes.
The haunted house is innocent. Poor haunted house, it has been wronged. Chengnuan thought to herself. This unreliable bunch has fallen for a mere meal. She considers herself a rational fan, although the floral scenario is indeed enjoyable and the seafood delectable. It does not imply that the painted skin scenario is equally engaging. She intends to investigate the painted skin scenario shortly. Good is good, and bad is bad. She aims to provide a fair and objective evaluation. Li Miao remained oblivious to the happenings downstairs and was unaware of the Li Yang fan club's affairs. At this moment, she was on the 4th floor deliberating over the Xiaoqian scenario. She possessed both money and employees, lacking nothing, yet the Xiaoqian scenario had yet to be constructed. Nie Xiaoqian approached and tugged on Li Miao's sleeve. "Sister Master, have I caused you any trouble? If it burdens you, we need not proceed with the construction. I would prefer to remain by your side every day." As she spoke, she shook Li Miao's sleeve. "Humph, you insufferable green tea." Dream Demon internally mocked Xiaoqian. It longed for its own scenario and wished to distance itself from Li Miao, but alas, there was no opportunity. It had no territory and continued to wander aimlessly. Previously, it roamed between the 4th and 16th floors, but now the top floor was occupied by employees, with the 4th floor soon to be claimed by Xiaoqian. How pitiful for it, a devoted follower of Meng, as its domain grew ever smaller. Li Miao beckoned to Dream Demon, signaling it to enlarge itself. Once Dream Demon grew larger, Li Miao climbed onto its back. Dream Demon lamented internally. "Oh, I must endure being ridden. How tragic for this extraordinary beast to be reduced to such a fate. Does no one recognize my value? Does no one offer me adoration and worship?" It was utterly heartbroken, feeling as though its heart were being pierced by a knife. Meng, what troubles you? Are you crying?" Li Miao noticed Dream Demon's peculiar expression and inquired with concern. "Oh no, the master has discovered my secret. I mustn't let her know I'm criticizing her." Dream Demon shook its large nose and replied with innocence. Meng feels guilty for being unable to assist the master. Boo-hoo, Meng is so useless." Li Miao gently stroked Dream Demon's forehead, attempting to soothe it. "Do not be sad. Tonight, I shall grant you my dream."
Wow.
Dream Demon exclaimed in delight. The Master's dream is the most delectable, surpassing all others combined. In truth, the Master is rather wonderful. Dream Demon wiggled its large nose, nuzzling Li Miao's calf in a sycophantic manner. "Master, let me soften my back a bit more for your comfort." "Thank you, Dream Demon," Li Miao replied as she patted it. With its nose held high, Dream Demon felt a surge of joy within. The Master had expressed gratitude. The Master is truly kind. Dream Demon adjusted its back to be soft and wide, allowing Li Miao to sit comfortably. Noticing ample space beside her, she decided to lie down on it. With one hand propping up her chin, she sighed. "I wish to enhance the Xiaoqian scenario. I once watched a television series called A Chinese Ghost Story in my youth. Its world building was vast, featuring the Yin dynasty and a dashing holy king. I aspire to create a scenario for Xiaoqian that is equally grand, but the fourth floor is too cramped for such ambition. The second and third floor scenarios had already exceeded normal specifications, which could be somewhat justified. Yet the large-scale fantasy scenario of Xiaoqian was challenging to explain externally. Just as she was troubled by this, the haunted house app suddenly chimed. Congratulations! The Fengdu haunted house has reached 10,000 visitors. The Yangqi room has upgraded to the solar cycle rest hall. Congratulations! The floral scenario has reached 10,000 visitors. The scene has upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Congratulations! The haunted house owner, Miao, has acquired her first advanced scenario. The main quest has progressed, and she has earned the Yin-Yang Magic Cube. Haunted House Map Module activated. It's upgraded. Chapter 61. The Haunted House Upgrades upgraded? Miao quickly sat up and opened her phone to check. The ritual rest hall was an enhanced version of the Yangqi cabin, retaining the same efficacy in dispelling the guests' negative energy, alleviating their underlying fears, and invigorating them with vitality. However, its area had expanded by more than 100-fold, resembling a vast hall akin to a train station. It could entirely envelop the entire first-floor lobby, leaving ample space to spare. Miao then glanced at the Ruhua instance, which had been marked as a high-level dungeon. She pondered the differences between high-level and intermediate instances and realized she needed to consult Ruhua, who was currently engaged within the instance, making communication inconvenient. Thus, she set aside the matter of the high-level dungeon for the moment and turned her attention to the newly acquired reward, the Yin-Yang Cube. Upon tapping on the Yin-Yang Cube for more information, she was taken aback to find that it bore no description whatsoever, not a single word. Furrowing her brow, Miao wondered what this cube was. Why was there no introduction? Curiosity piqued, she clicked to claim the reward. In her hand appeared a perfectly square cube, indistinguishable from an ordinary 3x3 Rubik's Cube, consisting of 6 faces and 26 blocks surrounding a central axis. Yet, all the faces were uniformly transparent white. Wait, something was amiss. Upon flipping the cube, she noticed that the small block in the center of the first row displayed color, green and white on its 2 exposed faces. Interesting, she mused, recalling a somewhat similar image found by the yellow cat. The cube she held was transparent white. What was peculiar was that only this small block exhibited color. What made it special? Miao extended her index finger and curiously poked it. As her fingertip made contact, the small block suddenly magnified, transforming into a transparent space. Inside this space were a vast ocean, retro Hong Kong-style architecture, bustling crowds, and even Ruhua. Heavens! Miao gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. This cube was, in fact, the Ruhua instance. Could it be that upon upgrading to a high-level instance, it became part of the cube? The scene before her filled her with both shock and intrigue. It felt as though she were in another realm, standing outside the Ruhua instance while clearly observing everything within, much like viewing Earth from outer space. Softly, she called out to Ruhua inside the brothel. Ruhua? Ruhua immediately lifted her gaze, seemingly searching, tilting her head to look around, silently questioning, Miao Miao, are you calling me? To her amazement, she could actually hear her. How wondrous! Ruhua nodded and then smiled broadly, silently conveying, Master, I can sense that the instance has upgraded. Miao couldn't help but smile as well. Indeed, it had upgraded. She had skillfully managed the haunted house, leading it to a swift advancement. However, with so many people inside at the moment, she decided to conduct a thorough investigation later that evening after the visitors had departed to discover what made the high-level instance so unique. Storing the Yin-Yang Cube within the app, Miao began to explore the haunted house map. Under the haunted house management section, a new menu haunted house map had appeared. Upon clicking it, she entered a mapping interface encompassing the entire haunted house territory. Much like a construction simulation game, she could freely modify and plan the buildings. There was a grand entrance, along with her current building. Clicking on the structure allowed her to view its internal layout. First floor, second floor, third floor, and fourth floor were all visible. Miao leaped down from the dream taper's back and walked a couple of circles on the ground. The avatar representing her on the map mimicked her movements. How delightful. It was far more intelligent than traditional mapping apps, offering a three-dimensional perspective. Nodding in approval, she realized that with this map, she could continuously monitor the state of the haunted house. As she attempted to close the map, her fingertip inadvertently brushed against the entrance. Miao froze. What did this mean? Could she move everything within the haunted house on the map? The haunted house was currently in operation, and she couldn't just shift things around at will. Miao opened the fourth floor interface and clicked on the icon representing the dream taper. Curious to see if it could be moved, a prompt appeared: living entities cannot be moved. Well, it seemed that living creatures were off-limits for relocation. Searching the map, Miao discovered a small creek situated far from the building. She clicked on the creek and selected Move, relocating it 10 kilometers eastward. After moving it, she hurried outside and hopped onto her electric scooter to investigate the creek's new location. The haunted house was too vast to traverse on foot, so she had purchased a scooter to explore more conveniently. Riding her electric scooter at high speed, she soon arrived at the creek's original position. Indeed, nothing remained. She then proceeded to the creek's new site. Gazing at the crystal-clear water, her excitement bubbled over. Did this signify that she could reconfigure the layout of the haunted house? Could she also relocate the Ruhua instance? She had long wished to move the Ruhua instance. The space on the third floor was too restrictive, and she hesitated to allow too many guests inside for fear of exposing any issues. It wasn't a matter of capacity. Rather, she feared the visitor scrutiny. From the outside, the building appeared modest, and how could the third floor accommodate so many people? With so many structures, would the weight exceed safety limits? Guests were indeed observant. If she could relocate the Ruhua instance outside, she could openly welcome an unlimited number of visitors. Not just 1,000, but even 20,000 would be manageable. Within the haunted house, only a handful of buildings felt appropriate. Ideally, she would prefer to place it outdoors rather than inside a structure. But the Ruhua instance was composed of spirits, and they could not withstand sunlight. Boss. Someone greeted her. To her surprise, it was a familiar face, the internet celebrity Xiaoqian. Miao halted her electric scooter, warmly welcoming. Ah, the big internet star has arrived. Please come in, please come in. Thanks to your promotion, our haunted house has attracted quite a few visitors. Xiaoqian shook his head with a smile. What credit is that? It's your haunted house that's exceptional. The Huapai instance is thrilling and fun. I've been eager to return for a second visit, but alas, I could never find the time. I heard you opened a second instance? The Ruhua-themed one? Many of my fans have come to play and highly recommend it, saying the scenery is beautiful, the storyline engaging, and the culinary offerings delightful. I simply had to come today. By the way, allow me to introduce a friend, Xiaoqian said, gesturing to a young man beside him dressed in a gray suit, his expression gloomy. This is my good friend from my studies abroad. His surname is Qi. You can call him Qi. Master Qi, Miao extended her hand. The man before her was clad in designer attire. His watch was extravagantly expensive, clearly a scion of wealth. Coupled with his troubled demeanor, he appeared rather displeased. Given the circumstances, Miao felt hesitant to address him as Qi. Xiaoqian called him that due to their close relationship. For her to do so would seem lacking in perception. Miao consistently maintained a gentle demeanor toward customers who could generate revenue for her. Qi coldly shook Miao's hand, casually nodding as a form of greeting. He then turned to Xiaoqian, saying, "Weren't we supposed to go to the dungeon? Let's go." Xiaoqian offered Miao an apologetic smile and explained, "He's been feeling down lately, so I brought him here to lift his spirits." With that, he purchased 2 tickets and led Qi into the dungeon. "Why were you so aloof just now?" Xiaoqian inquired. "The owner of this haunted house is quite talented. The painted skin dungeon is truly terrifying. Even I, an experienced player who has visited countless haunted houses, was left utterly shaken." "Even you were frightened?" Qi expressed his astonishment. Xiaoqian was notorious for his bravery and curiosity. Previously, he had even spent a night in a desolate graveyard as part of a bet with friends. Everyone expected him to be terrified, yet he ended up enjoying himself, complaining upon his return that the graveyard was hardly frightening at all. Since then, Xiaoqian believed nothing could frighten him. He began to explore various terrifying locations across the globe, from haunted houses and escape rooms to ancient castles and abandoned asylums. with no place deemed too daunting for him. Now you can understand why I insisted on bringing you here. This haunted house is indeed exceptional, Nyogu praised, extolling the superb scenery, narrative, props, and the staff, all of which contributed to an unparalleled atmosphere of terror. Curious, Chi-Er asked, then why didn't you take me to the painted skin dungeon instead of the newly opened like a flower dungeon? Nyogu shot him a glance. Aren't you feeling down? Taking you to a horror-themed dungeon would likely frighten you to the point of losing control. Instead, I thought we could enjoy a fun dungeon to help you forget your troubles and lift your spirits. Chi-Er shook his head. His worries could not be resolved through mere amusement. His family and work were entangled in chaos, a web of troubles that could not be easily unraveled. Unless he confronted his father. Since his father, Chi Hongwei, passed away 3 years ago, the company's fortunes had plummeted. Their family had built its foundation on a sauce business, with his father's exquisite recipes gaining considerable acclaim. All varieties, from stews to stir-fry and barbecue sauces, were beloved in the industry. The public held a strong allegiance to their well-established brand. His father's sudden demise left many matters unresolved, yet thankfully, his elder brother had been with the company for years and was well-versed in the operational processes. After an initial period of disarray, the business quickly returned to its previous rhythm, adhering to the strategies crafted by their father, and sales remained respectable. However, trouble arose last year. An essential ingredient, the local green Sichuan pepper, became a point of contention. Previously, their father had secured contracts with local counties for a unified procurement of this pepper. Yet when it came time to renew these contracts, they discovered other businesses vying for the same resources, competing with his brother for the peppers. Seeing the high demand, local farmers sought to raise their prices. His brother firmly opposed this. The family's sauce prices were already modest, and any increase in raw material costs would necessitate a rise in retail prices, which consumers were particularly sensitive to. Even a minor increase would be met with dissatisfaction. His brother recognized this as a strategic ploy by competitors to force him into purchasing the peppers at inflated prices, thereby compelling him to raise the sauce prices. Unable to tolerate this affront and feeling betrayed by the locals whom they had collaborated with for years, his brother, in a fit of rage, turned to procure green Sichuan pepper from a neighboring province. This decision proved disastrous. While it was still green Sichuan pepper, the flavor did not match the quality of the local variety and was incompatible with their sauces. The change in ingredients drastically altered the taste of their sauces, leading to a swift decline in their reputation. Consumers began to voice their dissatisfaction, lamenting that the meats cooked with their sauces no longer tasted as delectable. Competitors seized the opportunity to capture the market, introducing similar sauces that further undermined their business. To make matters worse, his brother, at such a critical juncture, was still wary of him. He insisted that, as the eldest son, he would inherit the family business and all assets, leaving Chi-Er with nothing. No matter what, he would not allow Chi-Er to enter the company, fearing he would attempt to seize control. Chi-Er felt desperate, his frustration boiling over. He had no desire for power, only to prevent the destruction of a company that their father had worked so hard to build. Despite his explanations, his brother remained unconvinced and resolute in his stance. If Chi-Er insisted on entering the company, his brother threatened to take action against him. In this critical moment, as the family business teetered on the brink of collapse, his brother still chose to engage in an internal struggle. Chi-Er felt utterly overwhelmed, unable to eat, consumed by a tumultuous storm of emotions, which eventually led to his illness. He spent half a month in the hospital and required an additional 2 months to recuperate. Nyogu, understanding his friend's temperament, his tendency to brood, his impatience, and his strong sense of family, recognized the immense burden his friend bore amid such turmoil. Fearing that Chi-Er might succumb to illness once more, Nyogu sought to draw him out for a distraction. The Like a Flower Dungeon is highly entertaining. Numerous fans have recommended it to me, and everyone who has played it speaks highly of it, Nyogu enthused, attempting to uplift the atmosphere. Let us have a friendly competition to see who can find the 12 young masters first. Chi-Er scoffed. What era are we in? Searching for the 12 young masters? Who even plays such an outdated storyline anymore? Do not underestimate it. Nyogu raised an eyebrow. You sound just like I did last time. convinced of your own bravery and dismissive of the painted skin dungeon, only to end up terrified. How embarrassing. You now look down upon the like a flower dungeon, yet I assure you, once we enter, you will be proven wrong.
Kie remained silent.
I am not a child. No matter how entertaining a game may be, it cannot alleviate my current predicament. What about food? I hear their seafood is particularly delightful. You must not have tried it. Chi-Er was disinclined to engage further. He was no child. Even the most delectable dishes could not resolve his present challenges. Seeing Chi-Er's lack of enthusiasm, Niu, feeling exasperated, asked, "What would it take for you to feel happy?" Chi-Er's gaze flickered, his eyes glistening. "Unless I can see my father." Niu exclaimed, "No." Chapter 62. A reunion between father and son. Niu ceased to speak. Uncle Chi had passed away 3 years prior, and in this lifetime, they would never meet again. Niu understood that his friend had been haunted by guilt for not having seen his father one last time. This was his emotional knot. Niu gently patted his friend's back, urging, "Do not dwell on it. Your uncle would not wish for you to remain trapped in sorrow. Come, let us enter. Today we shall cast aside all worries and revel in joy." Having previously ventured into the painted skin dungeon, Niu was somewhat prepared. However, upon entering the like flower dungeon, he was still taken aback by the breathtaking scenery. Was this truly a haunted house? It felt as though they had been transported to the port city of the 1930s. The streets were alive with NPCs dressed in attire of that era, each engrossed in their own affairs. The like flower dungeon was bustling with visitors, many clad in modern clothing, creating a striking juxtaposition between two distinct temporal realities, which was profoundly shocking. Even Chi-Er was left speechless. What lay before them seemed not to exist in reality, but rather in a fantastical realm. Is this merely a dungeon? Chi-Er stuttered. This must be a film set. No. It is a journey through time. Indeed, it was just a dungeon. Niu surveyed his surroundings, uncertain where to direct his gaze. The proprietor's prowess was beyond impressive. The painted skin dungeon had already exceeded his expectations, but the like flower dungeon was a league above. The two friends wandered about as if they were Lu Lao Lao exploring the grand view garden, captivated by their surroundings. Unable to satiate their curiosity, they had forgotten all about playing games. After 3 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of the brothel where Ruhua resided. Just as Niu was about to enter, he was halted by a bouncer at the door. "Guests, your time is up. The exit is over there. Please scan to renew your ticket." The bouncer stepped aside, revealing a large payment QR code. Niu and Chi-Er exchanged glances. Only this QR code reminded them that they still lived in the modern world. Otherwise, one might think they had time-traveled. Niu took out his phone and scanned 320 yuan, then, curious, inquired, "How did you know our time was up?" The bouncer, embodying the nonchalant demeanor of a bygone brothel keeper, glanced at Niu and replied with a smirk, "I have sharp eyesight. Now stop asking and go inside." Once inside the brothel, they took a brief tour before glancing at the beautiful Ruhua and leaving. The two were not in the mood to play games. They were drawn to the adjacent eatery instead. The aroma was irresistibly tantalizing, lingering in the air and distracting them from all else. As they walked, Niu swallowed hard. "I've heard this restaurant has the most delicious seafood, incredibly fresh. The shrimp, tender and succulent, burst with flavor upon biting, elevating one's spirit. My fans can't get enough. Many buy tickets just to savor the seafood. There's a food enthusiast who nearly eats here 3 times a day, pestering the haunted house owner to offer takeout. That sounds a bit exaggerated." Chi-Er was skeptical. He had tasted seafood before. While some was indeed of high quality, it was just seafood. "Let us go in," he said. Niu stepped forward but noticed his friend had not followed. He turned back to see Chi-Er staring blankly, his eyes reddened and his lips quivering, like a child who had suffered an injustice. "What is wrong? Are you unwell?" Niu approached with concern. "Chi-Er, you..." Tears streamed down Chi-Er's face, his voice thick with emotion. "You were right. The seafood here is indeed exceptional." Niu was taken aback. How had his friend's demeanor shifted so swiftly? "You haven't even tasted it yet." Niu thought, "Oh no, this boy has gone mad." He suggested abandoning dinner and heading to the hospital instead. However, Chi-Er shrugged him off, oblivious to everything around him. and walked straight to the restaurant manager.
Calling out foolishly, Dad.
Niu was stunned. Who calls someone dad like that? Can such a term be used lightly? Fearing his friend might get into trouble, he hurriedly attempted to pull him away. To his surprise, the plump restaurant manager responded, "Oh, you actually recognize me?" He had met Chi-er's father before. But in his eyes, this was not the image he had of Uncle Chi. The sight of this unfamiliar, portly man left him puzzled as to why Chi-er would address him as father and why he would respond. As he pondered, the manager turned to Chi-er, cheerfully stating, "Please sit down and have a drink. I have a few words to discuss with this guest." With that, he led Chi-er away. Miao was on the first floor contemplating where to place the flower dungeon when she received a call from Chi Hongwei, informing her he had been recognized. Recognized? Miao exclaimed in surprise. The new batch of ghost employees had mostly died recently and were buried in nearby cemeteries, with their relatives living in the city. Fearing they might be recognized, she had instructed Ruhua and the painted skin to obscure their features, ensuring only those with a strong obsession would identify them. Otherwise, even spouses and children would not recognize them. Upon learning Chi Hongwei had been recognized, Miao felt no urgency. Instead, she was pleased. This signified someone remembered and missed him. Miao was not a kind-hearted person. Despite her youth at 20, her past had been fraught with suffering, surviving amidst countless malice. Her perseverance was fueled by memories and love for her parents. Thus, she harbored a small selfish desire, hoping that loved ones could disregard the barriers between life and death and reunite at will. She lacked the grand love or righteousness to save the world or become a superhero. She merely wished to create small opportunities within her capacity, allowing those tormented by longing across the realms of existence a chance to reunite with their loved ones. Miao had anticipated the recognition of the ghosts in the haunted house, yet she had not expected it to occur so soon. She entered Chi Hongwei's office within the flower dungeon and found Chi-er sobbing uncontrollably, clinging to Chi Hongwei's hand, his face smeared with tears and snot.
Dad.
"I miss you so much. I really want to see you." Chi Hongwei looked at his son with disdain. "You are celebrating too soon. Your old man has long since passed." "What?" Chi-er exclaimed in shock, lifting his gaze. "What do you mean?" "Dad is right in front of me. Long since passed." Chapter 63. The supplier appears. What does deathly still mean? Is the figure before me not my true father, but rather an illusion? Chi-er felt his emotions nearly unraveling. He suppressed his feelings and cautiously raised his hand, yearning to touch his father's face to confirm his existence. Yet, before his hand could make contact, Chi Hongwei sprang up with a yelp, retreating to a distance, his agility completely at odds with the image of his father, who constantly lamented about back pain. "Don't touch me." Chi Hongwei grimaced, expressing disdain. "Look at your hands. Just wiped your nose, and now you want to rub them on my face? How unsanitary. At your age, still acting like a child." Then he scrutinized his father closely. The more he looked, the more he sensed something was amiss. The father he remembered was always complaining about various aches, particularly his lumbar spine. Not to mention jumping around, he could hardly sit comfortably. He had to lie down instead. Yet the man before him moved with the agility of a cat, his once gray hair now darkened, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes softened, as if he had regained a decade of youth. The most significant difference lay not merely in appearance, but in demeanor. The former father was a worrywart, fretting over his children, the company, and his employees, especially as traditional businesses, particularly in the food industry, faced increasing competition. His hair had turned white in clumps, his brow perpetually furrowed in deep thought over new paths to take. Now, however, the father appeared lively and mischievous, clever and joyful, unburdened by heavy thoughts, as though he had shed all his weighty responsibilities. Chi-er blurted out, "Dad, you've changed." "Changed how? Am I a corpse now?" Chi-er was momentarily speechless. Observing his son's foolish expression, Chi Hongwei burst into hearty laughter and turned to introduce his son to Miao, who had just entered. "Boss, let me introduce you. This is my youngest son, Chi Zhongping. You can call him Chi-er. He's a bit simple-minded." Upon seeing Chi-er's face, Miao thought it was quite the coincidence. Was this not the young master brought by Niu? Astonished, she greeted him. "Hello, young Master Chi-er, we meet again." "Dad," he tentatively called out. You really are my father? Qi Hongwei playfully flicked his son's forehead. If I'm not your father, could I possibly be your son?
Kia was bewilderd.
How had his father become so wild? Hadn't he always been serious? Rubbing his forehead where his father had struck him, Qi expressed his confusion. Dad, you've truly changed. So much so.
Of course I have changed.
Once dead, one is no longer the same as in life, devoid of desires, emotions, and responsibilities. If it weren't for your filial piety allowing you to recognize me, I wouldn't have even cared to acknowledge you. Though Qi Hongwei retained memories and emotions from his previous life, they had dulled considerably. Matters that once held significance, his company, his family, now seemed trivial. He only cared for himself. Having been deceased for merely 3 years, he was still a novice spirit, lacking any supernatural abilities. Without the existence of the ghost house, he would struggle to maintain his sanity, let alone experience human emotions. Such feelings, desires, and obsessions were traits of more advanced spirits. Qi Hongwei was merely an ordinary ghost. Qi struggled to comprehend his father's words. He only grasped a fragment. His father claimed he was dead, and that he was not the same person he once was. Unable to suppress his fear, Qi instinctively took a step back, despite his longing for his father. The realization that he was now a ghost sent shivers down his spine. Yet, after scrutinizing his father for a while, he found that there was little difference from when he was alive. The same face, devoid of any terrifying aura or ghastly features. In truth, his father resembled a living person rather than a ghost. Shaking his head, Qi dismissed the notion that his father was merely playing a prank. He decided that his father could not possibly be dead. Qi Hongwei, well acquainted with his younger son, could discern his inner thoughts. This kid is undoubtedly questioning my authenticity. Determined to give his son a fright, Qi Hongwei enlarged his head in an instant and lunged forward, sticking out his tongue at Qi. Without hesitation, Qi fainted. Qi Hongwei, he truly is not resilient to scares. Li Miao, is he really your biological son? Qi Hongwei chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had gone too far and inadvertently frightened his son into unconsciousness. Li Miao produced a calming talisman and affixed it to Qi body. Shortly thereafter, he revived. Li Miao signaled Qi Hongwei to explain things properly to Qi, advising against teasing him too much. His father was indeed deceased. It was only within the ghost house that he could move like a normal person. As for the ghost house owner, Li Miao, she was a concealed master of metaphysics. Possessing great abilities and a kind heart, having established the Fengdu ghost house to shelter the lonely and vulnerable spirits. During Qi Hongwei's torment under the control of an evil sorcerer, it was Li Miao who descended like a deity to save him, providing him refuge within the ghost house, ensuring he had a place to stay and sustenance to absorb, shielding him from the bullying of malevolent spirits.
San Li Miao's praises.
Elevating her to celestial heights with a torrent of admiration. Li Miao felt her face flush with embarrassment. Had it not been for her mask, she would have wished to vanish into the earth. How awkward! He only needed to pay her a slight compliment, and yet he exaggerated so. Moved by Li Miao's noble character, Qi looked at her with teary eyes. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Thank you for saving my father and providing him a haven. Thank you for allowing us to reunite. As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly choked until he could hardly articulate his gratitude. He had no idea of the suffering his father endured in silence, tormented by evil spirits and manipulated by wicked sorcerers. Thankfully, there was the ghost house owner. Observing Qi's emotional outburst, Li Miao feigned a sigh, subtly hinting at him. Helping others is my wish. It's merely a small deed within my capabilities. Unfortunately, my powers are limited. If only. Having dropped such hints, she hoped Qi would understand. Qi, indeed a perceptive young man, quickly grasped her intent and earnestly replied, Boss, I also wish to contribute. I know I am just an ordinary person without the profound abilities you possess, but ordinary people have their own strengths. As long as you need me, I am willing to go through fire and water. Seeing Qi's earnestness, Li Miao nodded in satisfaction. The reason she hadn't concealed the faces of the ghostly employees entirely was the hope that one day they would be recognized by their loved ones who missed and cherished them. This would not only reunite families, but also expand the ghost house's connections, benefiting its development across the realms of yin and yang. Since Qi Er had taken the initiative, Li Miao addressed him directly. In truth, there is something I need your assistance with. As you have seen, the ghost house is bustling, particularly the restaurant, which is overwhelmed with patrons. We are currently unable to meet the demand for seafood. However, I am the only one managing the ghost house, and my energy is limited. I hope you can supply goods to the ghost house. Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Prices will be based on market rates. Qi Er quickly replied, "What is the boss talking about? Even if it were at market price, I would gladly offer it, even at a loss. You saved my father. You are my benefactor." Li Miao waved her hand, stating, "Business is business." With that, she stood up and left, allowing the father and son to reminisce. As Li Miao walked out, a smile graced her face. How fortunate she was! Just when she was troubled by the lack of external staff for the haunted house, Qi Er had presented himself. She could now delegate the mundane tasks outside, allowing her to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to the planning of the haunted house's construction. At last, she felt liberated. Just as Li Miao was reveling in her joy, her expression suddenly shifted.
Oh.
Did I forget something?
Ah.
That malevolent Taoist. Recently, truly. Chapter 64. The token of the enigmatic city. Recently, I have been exceedingly preoccupied. Li Miao has completely forgotten about the malevolent sorcerer, to the extent that even the crimson-clad specter and the 3 student phantoms have slipped from her mind. It has been over 10 days. Could it be that the sorcerer has perished from hunger? In the subterranean level 2, the old man Zhou is bound tightly, resembling a zongzi, lying in a corner with vacant eyes, gazing listlessly into the void. In truth, there is nothing to behold, just an expanse of darkness, rendering the distinction between open and closed eyes moot. Yet Zhou prefers to keep his eyes open, for the darkness he perceives resembles black sesame, providing a slight respite from his gnawing hunger. Indeed, he is starving, on the brink of death, lacking even the strength to speak. Upon his arrival in the basement, Zhou was engulfed in shock and trepidation. The young girl, appearing so ordinary, possessed such formidable power. Who is she? Why has she captured him? Is there some sinister plot at play? On the first day, Zhou was filled with dread, fearing that Li Miao might end his life. By the second and third days, witnessing her absence, he began to feel less apprehensive, sensing a semblance of security. He speculated that Li Miao was deliberately leaving him to languish. Since she had not killed him but merely confined him, she must have some ulterior motive. What could she desire? His magical artifacts and talismans, or perhaps information regarding the enigmatic city. Regardless of her intentions, as long as she sought something from him, Zhou believed he could find a way to escape. He steadied his nerves, no longer fearful, and patiently awaited Li Miao's return. On the 4th day, she still did not appear. Zhou inwardly scoffed, recognizing that the young girl was intentionally toying with him, attempting to unsettle him. He dismissed her tactics, confident that he was not so easily rattled. The 5th day came, and still, Li Miao was absent. Zhou maintained his composure unhurried. Days 6, 7, and 8 passed without her appearance. Zhou began to feel restless, struggling to find a way to free himself from his bindings. By the 9th and 10th days, panic surged within him. Had she truly forgotten him? Days 11 through 15 brought him to utter despair. That wretched girl had indeed left him to his fate. On the 16th day, Zhou was on the verge of starvation. Were it not for his residual magical energy, he would not have endured this long. At this point, he could scarcely think of anything but food. If only Li Miao would come, he would relinquish anything she desired, just to procure a morsel to eat. When Li Miao finally descended into the basement and switched on the light, she was greeted by the sight of Zhou, his face stained with tears, as he looked upon her as one would a long-lost mother. "Oh, you have finally come. Do you know how much I have missed you?" he sobbed. Li Miao remained nonplussed. Their relationship hardly warranted such affection. "Please, just give me a bun. I will tell you anything you wish to know." Zhou resembled a large insect wriggling on the ground, gazing up at her with beseeching eyes. "I have clues about the enigmatic city. I will trade them for food. Where is my bag?" Zhou searched frantically, only to discover it strapped to his back. Open my bag. Inside there is a wooden box containing the entry token for the enigmatic city. I will give you the token in exchange for something to eat.
No.
Take everything in the bag. I only want a bun. What is this enigmatic city? A city of riddles, or a city shrouded in mist. Li Miao had never heard of it, but judging by Zhou's demeanor, it must be something extraordinary. She calmly took Zhou's bag, locating the small wooden box within. Upon opening it, she found a black wooden token, adorned with a peculiar design, resembling a nail poised to pierce a balloon. As though it were on the verge of bursting, Li Miao furrowed her brow, unsettled by the odd imagery. As she grasped the token, she prepared to discard the box, only to sense an unusual weight. Setting the token aside, she weighed the box in her hands and grew increasingly suspicious. Running her fingers across the surface, she accidentally triggered a hidden mechanism. With a soft click, the bottom of the box opened to reveal a secret compartment containing an identical token, yet of superior quality. Li Miao shot a glance at Zhou, realizing that this old man possessed considerable cunning, having devised a clever ruse with a decoy token atop. Noticing her scrutiny, Zhou chuckled foolishly. You are indeed astute, discovering it so quickly. Li Miao chose to ignore him, instead focusing on the newly acquired token. Weighing it in her hands, she still sensed something amiss. She resumed her examination of the wooden box, ultimately shattering the lid, and amidst the debris, she uncovered yet another token. Zhou, exasperated, felt utterly despondent. This wretched girl must be the reincarnation of a treasure-seeking rodent. Despite his meticulous concealment and the two-layer deception, she had managed to unearth the truth. He was defeated. Ordinary individuals would have rejoiced upon discovering the hidden compartment beneath the box, convinced they had found the true token, and would cease further search. Even if they did look, they would not uncover anything unusual, for there were no hidden mechanisms in the lid. Yet this girl, with her peculiar intellect, had shattered the lid as if she had foreseen the token's concealment within. Of course, Li Miao was unaware of the token's existence. She was no oracle. She had merely employed a subtle incantation to bestow upon Zhou a debuff that diminished his intellect. At his peak, when Zhou was brimming with vitality and vigor, Li Miao would not have been able to cast such a debuff upon him. However, in his current state, barely hanging on, with only a fraction of his strength and mental acuity remaining, if Li Miao failed to cast a debuff now, it would be truly inept. After applying the debuff, Zhou stared dumbfoundedly at the wooden box in her hands, his expression a mix of fear and longing as he feared she might take it away. If Li Miao could not deduce that the box held some trickery, that would be sheer folly. The debuff's effect lasted only a minute, and soon Zhou regained his composure. Grinning at Li Miao, praising her intelligence, and claiming he was about to reveal that the true token lay within the lid, only for her to discover it herself. Li Miao let out a soft huff, choosing not to respond. In truth, she was quite troubled about how to deal with Zhou. Should she release him? That was out of the question. This man was malevolent, having harmed many. What if he were to wreak havoc upon his release? To eliminate him? That was also unthinkable. For now, it would be best to keep him confined until she could devise a more suitable solution. Li Miao was too busy to constantly check on Zhou, and she easily forgot when preoccupied. If she were to neglect him for a month or two, would he not starve to death? She needed someone to keep watch over him. Who could she enlist for this task? After a moment of contemplation, a light bulb went off in her mind. She had almost forgotten about the crimson-clad specter she was also holding captive. Li Miao. Chapter 65. The self-destructive old man Zhou. Li Miao retrieved a black blind box from her collection in the Ghost House app. As soon as she held it in her hands, the seemingly lifeless old man Zhou, who had been lying on the ground, gasping for breath, suddenly sprang to life. His eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Soul-nurturing wood? A rare treasure indeed. He fixated on the black blind box in Li Miao's hands, his eyes brimming with greed. Soul-nurturing wood is a precious artifact, exceedingly rare. It not only nurtures injured spirits but, when worn over time, can gradually strengthen the soul. For practitioners of metaphysics like them, it is an invaluable asset. Once the soul is fortified, the power of talismans and spells becomes immensely potent. Little fairy, where did you obtain this soul-nurturing wood? Old man Zhou inquired eagerly. Li Miao ignored him and opened the black blind box, releasing a red-clad, vengeful spirit. The spirit was pierced with peachwood nails and adorned with several exorcism talismans on its forehead, sealed tightly. Upon witnessing this, Old Man Zhou was momentarily stunned, stuttering. What do you intend to do? Li Miao shot him a glance and remarked, "Let the red-clad, vengeful spirit observe you. I cannot afford to keep checking on you."
What?
Let the red-clad, vengeful spirit observe him? Old Man Zhou was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. Ha ha ha, this is his vengeful spirit, the one he raised. Was this girl out of her mind, using the very spirit she had conjured against him? Did she not fear it would escape? Old Man Zhou surmised that Li Miao could not be so foolish and must have a backup plan, yet he could not contain his excitement. What if? What if she let her guard down? Even the mighty Guan Yu lost Jingzhou due to carelessness, let alone this naive young girl. Although she appeared formidable, raising 3 vengeful spirits, not all of them were particularly strong. For instance, Chu Renmei could only be controlled through water. She must first drink it to be manipulated. The same applied to Sadako, who had to be viewed through her cursed videotape. However, the red-clad, vengeful spirit Old Man Zhou had raised had no such restrictions. It was genuinely powerful. Furthermore, the 3 vengeful spirits were not present in the vicinity. Old Man Zhou scanned the surroundings and glanced towards the large door behind Li Miao several times, feeling a surge of opportunity. He held his breath, waiting patiently for the moment Li Miao would unseal the red-clad, vengeful spirit. Just a moment of time would suffice for him to act. Finally, Li Miao tore off the exorcism talisman from the vengeful spirit's forehead. Old Man Zhou immediately recited an incantation, attempting to control the spirit. Instinctively, the red-clad, vengeful spirit turned its gaze towards him. Seeing this, Old Man Zhou's heart raced with elation, commanding it to subdue Li Miao. The vengeful spirit glanced at Li Miao, then suddenly knelt down, saying, "Master." Old Man Zhou. The red-clad, vengeful spirit pointed at Old Man Zhou, reporting to Li Miao, "Master, he instructed me to ambush you." Old Man Zhou, he spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. The vengeful spirit was actually reporting him. Hearing this, Li Miao frowned and turned to Old Man Zhou, scoffing, "I knew you were untrustworthy. I initially intended to untie you so you could eat and use the restroom. Now it seems unnecessary. Let us keep you bound." With that, Li Miao turned her attention back to the red-clad, vengeful spirit. She noticed something was amiss. Other spirits regained their wits upon entering the ghost house, resembling normal humans. Although the red-clad, vengeful spirit had regained some semblance of consciousness, it still seemed dull and somewhat foolish. "Get up, do not call me master. Call me Miao Miao or boss. By the way, what is your name?" Li Miao instructed, not allowing the spirit to remain kneeling. The red-clad, vengeful spirit obeyed and stood up, tilting its head in confusion. "What is my name? You don't remember?" Li Miao inquired in surprise. "You have no memories of your past life?" The spirit shook its head vacantly. "And what about him? Do you know who he is?" Li Miao pointed at Old Man Zhou. Upon seeing Old Man Zhou, a flicker of malice flashed in the red-clad, vengeful spirit's eyes. "Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy." Li Miao understood. It appeared the red-clad, vengeful spirit harbored a poor impression of Old Man Zhou. The villain had certainly tormented and bullied her. It was said that ghost-raising Taoists often tortured vengeful spirits to instill fear. "Since you don't remember your name, I shall call you Hong Hong for now. When you recall it, we can discuss it further. From now on, you shall watch over Old Man Zhou, ensuring he is fed and taken to the restroom. Remember, he must not leave this place." Hong Hong nodded robotically. "Understood."
Good.
"Now that Old Man Zhou's matter is settled, I shall take my leave. Hong Hong, you need not be overly constrained. Just do not harm the customers who visit. You may do as you please otherwise." "Anything I please?" Hong Hong echoed, suddenly asking, "Boss, may I hit him?" Li Miao. "Isn't it inappropriate to mistreat a captive?" Li Miao hesitated. "Hong Hong, why do you wish to hit him?" Understanding dawned on her. This was about revenge. "Revenge is acceptable," Li Miao nodded. "You may strike him, but do not kill him. I am not favoring him. This is for your own good. Previously, you were manipulated into causing harm, so you bear no karmic repercussions. However, if you inflict harm of your own volition, it will lead to consequences, which would be detrimental to you. Just give him a light beating to vent your frustration, but ensure you do not kill him." Hong Hong nodded. All right, I won't kill him. Seeing the red-clad, vengeful spirit so obedient, Li Miao left contentedly. As soon as she departed and the door closed behind her, Hong Hong immediately launched a kick. Thud! Old Man Zhou was sent flying, spinning 360 degrees in midair before crashing down heavily.
Cough.
Old Man Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood. Hong Hong approached, checking his pulse, discovering his breath was faint, as if he might cease to exist at any moment. Remembering her master's orders, she realized she could not let him die. Hong Hong promptly infused a bit of her power into Old Man Zhou, reviving him. With a clang, Hong Hong stepped onto Old Man Zhou's groin.
Ah!
A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Old Man Zhou's face contorted in agony, wishing for nothing more than to escape his suffering. Thus, Hong Hong continued to strike him while simultaneously channeling power to ensure he remained alive. Old Man Zhou. What had he been thinking to believe that being watched over by the red-clad, vengeful spirit was a good thing? Let him die, let him die. Please, let him perish. After leaving the second floor, Li Miao examined the ghost house map, intending to set up her own nest. Previously, she had been resting in the lounge on the first floor, lacking a proper room. Now, however, with the ghost house map and the ghost house mall opened, and a bit more money in hand, she could finally indulge herself. After perusing the ghost house map extensively, she concluded that the current building was the most suitable. It was closest to the entrance, making it convenient to exit. The spaciousness and multiple floors allowed for ample arrangement. She decided on the top floor, the 16th, to convert into a bedroom in the evening, allowing the ghost employees to relocate to a different floor. After all, she planned to move the Hua flower and painted skin scenarios, as there was ample space available. Finally, the clock struck 6 p.m., marking the end of business hours. Time to close the doors. She was ready to showcase her talents. The customers were coming. Chapter 66. Is the Yingyang magic cube the gateway to other realms? Once the guests had departed, Li Miao promptly secured the door with utmost diligence. She intended to explore the Ruhua instance to discern what made the advanced dungeons so distinct. During the upgrade to the intermediate dungeon, no visitors had reported any noticeable changes, suggesting that the differences were likely subtle, thus eluding the guest's perception. Upon entering the instance, Li Miao surveyed her surroundings, glancing left and right, only to find everything appeared as it had before, unchanged. How could this be? The dungeon had been upgraded to an advanced level, yet there seemed to be no alterations. At that moment, Ruhua approached, standing beside Li Miao, and began to speak softly. Indeed, while the scenery of the upgraded dungeon remains unchanged, I can sense that my control over it has significantly strengthened. Ruhua provided 2 examples. Firstly, regarding the control over the unconscious NPCs, which had previously functioned as rudimentary automatons requiring Ruhua's direct intervention for every action. Now, these NPCs had been enhanced. Although they still lacked consciousness, they resembled intelligent robots capable of recognizing commands. With merely a thought, Ruhua could instruct these NPCs to perform tasks. Along the seaside, Brother Prawn was struggling to manage the newly delivered seafood. Observing this, Ruhua raised her hand, and instantly, dozens of NPCs rushed over to assist. Some helped carry items, while others dispersed feed, even collaborating in their efforts. Secondly, her dominion over the entire dungeon had reached an almost supernatural level, akin to calling forth the elements. By the way, Miao Miao, Ruhua suddenly recalled, it seems I might be able to step outside. What do you mean? Li Miao inquired, momentarily taken aback. Ruhua gently adjusted a curl of hair by her ear and smiled warmly at Li Miao. Miao Miao can give it a try. It's not just I who can step outside. The dungeon might permit it as well. Li Miao felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that she could bring Ruhua outside? With that thought, she hurried out of the haunted house, seeking a secluded spot to call for Ruhua in her mind. With just a single thought, Ruhua appeared before her.
Wow!
Li Miao exclaimed in delight. Seeing Li Miao's joy, Ruhua felt a wave of happiness wash over her too. Miao Miao, how did you summon me earlier today? Li Miao produced the Yingyang magic cube and pointed to the small green module. Touching this section allows one to see the entirety of the Ruhua instance. Ruhua leaned in for a closer look before taking Li Miao's hand, and together they approached the magic cube. As their bodies passed through a transparent barrier, They found themselves directly within the Ruhua instance. Li Miao was astonished, quickly realizing, I understand now. The Yin-Yang magic cube is the gateway to the dungeon. It is because of this gateway that I can summon Ruhua outside the haunted house and enter the Ruhua instance at will. Could she, then, allow others to enter the dungeon? Night had fallen, and the area surrounding the haunted house was desolate and devoid of people. Li Miao instructed the ghost Hong Hong to bring old Zhou over. At that moment, old Zhou had fainted, utterly weak and unaware of his surroundings. Hong Hong unceremoniously dropped him on the ground, and Li Miao placed her hand on his back, giving him a firm push, sending him into the Ruhua instance. It truly worked. Li Miao could hardly contain her excitement. This was astonishing. In this light, the Yin-Yang magic cube was akin to a portable gateway to other realms. Provided she upgraded all instances to advanced levels, she could traverse dimensions at her leisure through the magic cube. Why bother with purchasing a small dwelling when she could have Ruhua designate a parcel of land for her within the dungeon? Wow, I've saved on travel expenses. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, resolving to head to the 16th floor to plan her territory immediately. Consequently, her room had to be exceedingly comfortable. To arrange the 16th floor, she first needed the ghostly employees to vacate the area, moving all office supplies to the 15th floor. Once the space was cleared, Li Miao began her planning. First, her bedroom would be on the sunny side, near the window, spacious and warm. Next was the study, which needed to be large, open,
and bright.
Additionally, she envisioned a walk-in closet and a gym. Not to forget, a living room, dining area, kitchen, and bathroom were all essential. Nie Xiaoqian obediently followed Li Miao, observing her outline's several room functions without considering her own, and felt a twinge of anxiety. Sister Master, what about my room? Li Miao paused, quickly regaining her composure. You'll reside in the instance. Don't worry, I'll build your space soon. And then you'll have a place to stay. Nie Xiaoqian pouted, visibly displeased. But I want to live with Sister Master. That's also possible. Li Miao waved her hand. I'll reserve a room for you. The top floor is quite large, with many vacant rooms. Ruhua gently interjected. Miao Miao. Please reserve a room for me as well. Li Miao was taken aback. Do you wish to live together? She noted that Ruhua seemed to enjoy the instance, often lingering within it. Ruhua shook her head. I'll stay in the instance. This area will merely serve as a temporary retreat. She intended to come over to cook for Li Miao, for otherwise, Li Miao would have to resort to instant noodles again.
Instant de laquelle nutrition?
And consuming them regularly was not advisable. Being youthful, Li Miao evoked a maternal instinct in Ruhua, who yearned to care for her. All right, Li Miao nodded. Then I'll ensure rooms for you, Xiaoqian, Hualian, and Meng. Upon hearing this, Meng's eyes sparkled with joy.
What?
Meng will have her own room. Tears began to flow from Meng's large eyes. Finally, I can have my domain, no longer having to wander like a vagabond. After arranging the rooms, it was time to purchase beds and furniture. The haunted house's shop offered these items, but they came with unique effects and were pricier. For instance, the beds had sleep-enhancing properties, making it easier to drift off. The cheapest one cost 8,000 points. Li Miao hesitated, ultimately deciding against the purchase. Never mind. I'll save my points for building purposes. She opened the Taobao shop and ordered a solid wood bed. As for furniture, cabinets, bathrooms, and appliances, she would need to visit the furniture and bathroom stores to have them measure for custom orders. After a day filled with anticipation, she found that by evening, she had only managed to secure a few empty rooms, leaving everything else unacquired. Li Miao felt a slight disappointment. Nie Xiaoqian, observing her distress, felt a pang of sympathy. Sister Master, it's perfectly all right to spend a little of your points. Go ahead and buy more. Once my instance is built, I'll work hard to earn a great deal of money for you, so you can spend freely. Ah, Xiaoqian is so thoughtful. Li Miao felt touched. Chapter 67. Is it really that fun? Li Miao was touched, yet hesitated to indulge herself with new acquisitions. A little hardship was acceptable. Her priority was to complete the haunted house. In truth, she possessed a considerable amount of points, amounting to several million. The visitor count for the haunted house had already reached 10,000, 000, with ticket prices for the Ruhua and Huapiao scenarios set at 160 and 88 respectively. After deducting commissions from group buying websites, her earnings exceeded 2 million. Additionally, the seafood revenue from the bustling restaurants during peak season brought her total to approximately 5 million. However, Miao remained cautious about spending. The structure within the haunted house was scant, and she would undoubtedly need to purchase more buildings later on. Previously, she had discreetly researched, discovering that even a modest building would cost tens of thousands, which was exceedingly expensive. Hence, she refrained from frivolous expenditures. After arranging her own living quarters, Miao ventured downstairs to explore the vicinity near the main entrance, envisioning a ticketing hall in this location. Both the entry and exit would be situated here, allowing her to place the upgraded Rihin Rest Hall in this area. Without further ado, she took measurements and promptly searched within the haunted house's marketplace. The results were astonishing. The prices for buildings were exorbitantly high. One particular hall, spanning 7,000 square meters, was priced at an astounding 700,000, nearly rivaling the cost of the treasured Ruhua cottage, which is a portable space and thus justifiably expensive. But what warranted such pricing for an ordinary building? Upon scrutinizing the product descriptions, Miao discovered that the structures sold in the haunted house marketplace possessed unique functionalities. Firstly, they were exceptionally sturdy, resistant to collapse, fire, water, and wind, and provided sound insulation. Furthermore, these buildings were intelligent. They could be freely moved within the haunted house's domain, and their shapes and appearances could be altered at will, along with the internal layout. Most importantly, Miao had control over the buildings. In the event of an intruder, she could swiftly lock the doors, trapping the assailant. This prospect was indeed appealing. She made the purchase. Instantly, a grand edifice materialized before her, roughly the size of a football field, expansive, imposing, and remarkably beautiful. Once the hall was installed, Miao situated the Rihin Rest Hall within. This arrangement ensured that visitors would pass through this area upon entry, invigorating them with positive energy for a more enjoyable experience. On the Huapiao scenario side, there was no need to worry about visitors fainting from fright, as she could fully unleash her creativity in terrifying them. Upon exiting, they would once again traverse through this hall, purging any lingering negative energy, leaving them eager to return for another visit. Perfection. Miao intended to divide the space into several zones: a resting area, a ticketing counter, an exit, and a display area, among others. Meanwhile, as Miao meticulously planned the entrance hall, fans of Li Yang were fervently engaged in animated discussions. A group of 100 visitors, captivated by the Fengdu haunted house, showered it with rave reviews. Even the most vocal critic, Zhai Bingyan, was silenced. Although she had fainted upon entering the Huapiao scenario and refrained from visiting Ruhua, she savored the seafood brought out by others, finding it delectable, so much so that she nearly licked her fingers. How could such a delightful experience exist? Ah! She was utterly enamored. Had the haunted house not been closing soon, she would have certainly ventured into the Ruhua scenario. Many among the group had traveled from afar, originally intending to arrive early and return in the afternoon. However, everyone remained there for the entire day, collectively deciding to return for another visit the following day. Having made the trip to Fengcheng, they were determined to make the most of it. Witnessing the unity and enthusiasm of the group, surpassing even that of Chun Xiaoyi and her companions during their last visit, left other fans bewildered. Could the Fengdu haunted house truly be that enjoyable? If it weren't, why were all who had experienced it so eager to return? Indeed, it was fantastically entertaining, and not attending would surely lead to regret. A fan with a bobbed hairstyle fervently recommended it, stating that she had first played the Huapiao scenario, avoiding the most terrifying main storyline, opting instead for the intriguing auxiliary tale of rule-based horror, which was immensely enjoyable. Oh my, it was so much fun. I had always read rule-based horror novels, but nothing could compare to the immersive experience. Someone scoffed, "Isn't that just a script-killing game role-playing?" As if no one has played that before. It's not like the typical role-playing games. It's entirely different. The bobbed-haired fan insisted, describing the experience as incredibly realistic, akin to reality itself. If you don't follow the rules, real ghosts will appear. At one point, We were all in a room with the doors and windows tightly shut, having searched every nook and cranny for hiding spots. Then, someone intentionally broke a rule, and suddenly, a ghostly hand emerged, dragging her toward the window. If we hadn't held on tightly, she would have been pulled down. How frightening could it be? Do real ghosts exist? Questioned a fan from Haicheng, who had grown up in a large city and was accustomed to haunted houses. No matter how realistic or entertaining, they were ultimately fabricated, with traces of props. The bobbed-haired fan, exasperated, pleaded, "Why don't you believe me? What I'm saying is the truth." Before visiting, I shared your skepticism, thinking, how terrifying or enjoyable could it really be? It's all nonsense. But once I experienced it for myself, I realized I was merely a frog in a well, having seen so little of the world. To persuade her fellow fans, the bobbed-haired fan swore an oath and even posted a video. I am but a frog in a well. It was only after visiting the Fengdu haunted house that I realized such an extraordinary place existed. I swear on my character that the Fengdu haunted house is incredibly entertaining, far exceeding expectations. If I lie, let me gain 100 pounds. Such a bold declaration. Other girls in the group, inspired by the bobbed-haired fan's fervor, began posting videos too, claiming to be ignorant frogs until they visited the haunted house, where they had disparaged it prior, only to discover the vastness of the world and the delight of the haunted house, alongside the exquisite seafood. As the majority of the group shared their experiences on social media, others grew restless. Could the Fengdu haunted house truly be that enjoyable? One girl posted, "Sisters in the group who have visited the Fengdu haunted house are all swayed, claiming to be frogs in a well, stating the haunted house is super fun. I'm going to check it out tomorrow to see just how enjoyable it is and determine whether I'm truly a frog in a well," mocking frog face. JPG. This post resonated with fans who had yet to experience the haunted house. They believed the bobbed-haired fan and her companions must have been bribed, finding it highly amusing that they would self-deprecate as ignorant frogs. Was it merely a trivial haunted house? They were eager to visit and discover its true allure, questioning whether they were indeed ignorant frogs. Cheng Nuan was not. Chapter 68. The traveling frog Cheng Nuan refrained from engaging in the quarrels of Li Yang's fan group. Instead, she was presently at the hotel, enjoying time with her family. The moment her younger brother spotted her, he rushed over, embracing her tightly. "Stinky sister, bad sister. You promised to take me out to play, but you ran off by yourself.
I dislike you."
As he spoke, tears began to stream down his cheeks. Cheng Nuan comforted her chubby brother. All right, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you behind. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the haunted house. It's going to be super fun." Upon hearing this, their mother expressed concern. "Isn't the haunted house a bit frightening? Your brother is still young. We must ensure he isn't scared. The painted skin dungeon is indeed terrifying, but we won't go there. We'll visit the flower dungeon instead, which is quite enjoyable." Her brother gazed up at her, nodding in agreement. "Wherever you go, I will follow. I'm not afraid." Cheng Nuan felt a surge of emotion and playfully pinched her brother's chubby cheeks. When he was obedient, he was truly endearing. However, when he threw tantrums, he could be quite exasperating. Meanwhile, their father was on the balcony, tending to work calls. Once he finished, he approached to inquire about their plans for tomorrow. "We're going to the haunted house." Cheng Nuan raised her hand. "Dad, we'll spend the entire day there. Is it an amusement park?" Cheng Nuan's father paused, puzzled. What kind of haunted house can one enjoy for an entire day? Is it that large? Cheng Nuan shook her head. "It's South Knot, and amusement park. Well, how should I put it? It resembles a commercial street, with a hint of a holographic online game. It's incredibly fun. I can't quite describe it, Dad. You'll understand once you see it tomorrow." Her father nodded, curiosity piqued. "I heard you mention the flower dungeon and the painted skin dungeon. Are there any other themes? Are they all from strange stories from a Chinese studio?" Cheng Nuan replied, "Currently, there are only these two dungeons. Tomorrow, we will visit the flower dungeon and skip the painted skin." Her father mused. What kind of haunted house is this? It seems rather rudimentary. Can one really spend a whole day at just one dungeon? Should we select another venue, perhaps visit the haunted house in the morning and another attraction in the afternoon? Cheng Nuan, aware of her father's concerns, cutely pleaded, "Dad, just trust me. It's really enjoyable, and I promise we can spend the entire day there. Perhaps even more. Tomorrow, we'll have more people. I want to participate in the main storyline of the Flower Dungeon and search for the 12 young masters. Hearing this, both Chengnuan's parents exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of resignation. It seemed this haunted house was a place primarily for the young, and they, being older,
Might not adapt well.
they decided to consider it an outing with the children. As long as the kids were happy, that was what mattered most. The couple resolved to fully charge their phones for the next day and to bring along a power bank to ensure they were prepared for a day of fun. Meanwhile, Zhai Bingyan's fans on Douyin were eagerly urging her to share whether the Fengdu haunted house was enjoyable. Zhai Bingyan glanced through the comments, reclining back on her bed. She hadn't actually experienced it. She had fainted shortly after entering. How could she provide a review? To lie would weigh on her conscience, but to tell the truth would be embarrassing. After all, she was the only one who fainted. How humiliating. Before visiting the haunted house, she had promised her fans a live broadcast at 8 p.m. Now it was already 8:30, and many fans were messaging her, urging her to go live. Zhai Bingyan sighed, placing her phone on a stand and initiating the broadcast. The host has arrived. The host is live. Host, I've been waiting for you all day. Was the haunted house fun? Did you give it a bad review? I'm dying of curiosity. Please share your experience with us. Why didn't you post a video today? Were you unable to finish editing? Zhai Bingyan sighed. It's a bit hard to explain. What is hard to explain? Did the host encounter trouble? Is there some sort of backing behind that Fengdu haunted house? Were you threatened? Zhai Bingyan shook her head. No one threatened me. It's my own issue. I just don't know how to tell everyone. Start from the beginning. We'll analyze it for you. Zhai Bingyan nodded. Well, most of us stayed behind today, wanting to try again tomorrow. Wow. Does this mean the haunted house is really enjoyable? Zhai Bingyan felt a bit embarrassed. I'm not sure if it's fun. It's a bit embarrassing to admit, but I fainted just a few minutes after entering.
Don't laugh at me.
It was truly terrifying. There was a head that got crushed by a stone mill, with blood and flesh everywhere. At this point, Zhai Bingyan paused. However, after exiting the haunted house, she found herself less frightened and could now describe the experience from an outsider's perspective. Host, you have such a small heart. You're not suited for haunted houses. Host, why are you still in Fengdu? Do you want to faint again?
Ha ha ha.
You're cracking me up, host. You're not getting addicted to being scared, are you? Zhai Bingyan was speechless. There's another dungeon called the Flower Dungeon. I've heard it's quite interesting and not scary at all. I plan to visit it tomorrow. More importantly, I want to eat seafood. Honestly, their seafood is incredibly delicious. I've never had such tasty seafood in my life. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. It seems the host is not only timid but also hasn't had good food. Fengdu isn't a coastal city. How good can the seafood be? Come to Coconut Island. I'll treat you to giant crabs. I've never heard of Fengdu's seafood being famous. Host, you must not have eaten good seafood. Even slightly fresh seafood could have you enchanted. Conclusion. The host is undoubtedly a timid foodie. Zhai Bingyan was nearly amused to the point of exasperation by the netizens. Am I that gluttonous in your eyes? The seafood is genuinely delicious. It's not just me. Everyone who has tasted it finds it delightful. People even go specifically for the seafood. Is that true? The host has stirred my interest. I just happen to be from Fengdu. I'll go check it out tomorrow. I'm also from Fengdu. I'll be going too. Perhaps I might run into the host. Seeing many fans expressing their intention to visit, Zhai Bingyan felt a surge of excitement and decided to dress up nicely. Perhaps some fans would want to take a picture with her. She giggled, wanting to experience the treatment of a star. Host, I just searched for the Fengdu haunted house on Douyin and found many people posting videos, claiming they were like frogs at the bottom of a well, realizing how enjoyable the haunted house is. Some even sarcastically suggested that the Fengdu haunted house is paying for marketing. They want to see if they transform into frogs at the bottom of the well themselves. Zhai Bingyan nodded. Yes, it was fans from our Liyang group who shared that. Those who have visited the haunted house say it's great, while those who haven't don't believe it and want to check it out. Hearing Zhai Bingyan say this, the viewers in the live stream found it quite amusing and eagerly joined in, labeling themselves as traveling frogs, planning to visit the Fengdu haunted house to see if they truly were frogs at the bottom of a well, and to determine if the Fengdu haunted house was indeed as fun as rumored. Many thrill-seekers even posted on Douyin, sharing an image of a traveling frog with a backpack. Captioned, "Off to the Fengdu haunted house to see if I'm a frog at the bottom of the well or a well-informed frog." Chapter 69. The astonishing gate. Thanks to the promotional efforts of the 100-person group, a multitude of individuals made plans to visit the Fengdu ghost house the following day, eager to discover the allure it promised. Zheng Duo, a social butterfly, had watched Xi Bingyan's live stream the previous night, where she recounted her experience of fainting from fright upon entering. Zheng found it quite amusing, thinking the girl's courage was remarkably feeble, akin to that of a sesame seed. With a free schedule on this day, Zheng Duo invited several friends to join her for the outing. "Since when did a haunted house open here?" her friend Tomie inquired, recalling that the area was once barren land. "It seems to have opened this year, not long ago," Zheng Duo replied. "I saw Xiaozhai Tuisha mention that this haunted house is quite expansive and desolate, with dilapidated structures that haven't been renovated." Xi Bingyan's Douyin account was named Xiaozhai Tuishu. Although she had fainted shortly after entering the skin-shedding dungeon, she had arrived early and wandered around outside for several rounds, providing a detailed description in her live stream. First, she described the entrance, a decrepit wooden door, small and worn, creaking ominously as it opened, as if on the verge of collapse. Upon passing through the door, one would find a barren expanse, dotted with a few buildings, resembling an abandoned theme park. Her friends nodded in agreement, their curiosity piqued.
Duo.
"This ghost house appears to be in ruins. Why do you insist on visiting it? Why not explore them all in the city?" Zheng Duo explained, "It's all my fault for being impulsive yesterday and participating in the frog at the bottom of the well event. You know Xiaozhai Tuisha, right? She's a fan of Li Yang and, suspecting the haunted house was exploiting him, decided to investigate herself. As a result, 2 groups of people came, each swearing to give the ghost house a bad review, yet upon arrival, they all defected, claiming to be frogs at the bottom of a well. Fans of Li Yang who hadn't visited grew indignant, mocking those who claimed to be frogs for their ignorance, asserting that if they came, they wouldn't be so easily astonished by the ghost house. I also think those who have visited are exaggerating. If it's fun, it's fun. Claiming to be a frog at the bottom of the well seems excessive. With the internet being so advanced, even if one hasn't been there personally, they can still view images and videos online. How could anyone truly be a frog at the bottom of the well?
Now,
everyone is divided into 2 factions, those who have visited the ghost house proclaiming themselves frogs at the bottom of the well, and those who haven't, claiming to be well-informed frogs.
Ha!
I'm just joining in the fun, participating in this event to see if I am indeed a frog at the bottom of the well, or a well-informed frog." Tomie sighed in disbelief. "You are utterly ridiculous." Zheng Duo playfully clung to Tomie's arm. "Just consider it a favor for me, okay? Pretty please?" Her friends, unable to resist her charm, shook their heads and proceeded to walk towards the Fengdu ghost house after exiting the subway. After a mere few minutes of walking, they encountered an extraordinarily grand entrance. It was immense and spectacular, flanked by several coiled dragon columns, adorned with iron chains as thick as arms, lending a particularly eerie ambience.
Wow, wow, wow.
Tomie exclaimed, nearly losing her composure, pointing at the entrance and questioning Zheng Duo. "Is this the dilapidated door you spoke of? On the verge of collapse? Are you being sarcastic?" Zheng Duo was also taken aback, gazing up at the entrance. It was far more magnificent than any place she had ever visited. "Could we have gone to the wrong location?" she murmured. Indeed. Another friend, Mimi, raised her hand to point at the plaque above the entrance, inscribed with the words Fengdu Ghost House. "This is the place." "My heavens!" Tomie exclaimed excitedly. "This entrance feels so ominous, like the gate of hell." Mimi attempted to embrace one of the dragon columns, but realized it was far too thick for her to wrap her arms around. "Quick, take a picture of me," she insisted, wanting to pose with the grand entrance. Mimi pulled out her phone, assessed the situation, and shook her head. "This won't work. The entrance is too large. You need to step back and distance yourself from it." The group descended the steps, moving quite a distance away to finally capture a shared photograph. Gazing at the imposing entrance in the picture, Tomie exclaimed, "Bestie, you are incredible. Were you just teasing us earlier? Did you already know the haunted house would be so entertaining and pretended it wouldn't be just to surprise us?" Zheng Duoduo replied, "You can believe what you want." She felt utterly bewildered, wondering if she was truly becoming a frog at the bottom of the well. Upon entering the grand entrance, they were greeted by a vast and splendid hall, resplendent and imposing, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace. "How beautiful!" Tomie exclaimed. "The skin-shedding dungeon and the flower-like dungeon must be within here." Zheng Duoduo nodded in agreement. "It should be, but this place is nothing like Xiaozhai Tuishu described. She mentioned seeing a crumbling building first, yet I see none of that." Mimi calmly remarked, "She is a fan of Li Yong. She must have intentionally disparaged it." Zheng Duoduo furrowed her brow at this statement, muttering, "What poor character." As they entered the hall, a woman approached them, adorned with a lovely blue-gray hat and dressed in a white shirt and black skirt suit. "Welcome to the Fengdu Ghost House. Do you have a preferred dungeon?" The attendant, Xiaoqian, wore an outfit purchased from the Ghost House's merchandise store, which allowed her to walk in sunlight. Zheng Duoduo and her friends were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Their thoughts aligned. The staff at the Ghost House were dressed so formally. Tomie was the first to speak. "We wish to experience the skin-shedding dungeon. Where can we buy tickets?" Xiaoqian pointed to a massive QR code sign in front of them, stating, "Guests can scan the code to purchase tickets online or go to the ticket window over there." Tomie turned to her companions. "Let us scan the code to buy our tickets." The others nodded in agreement. After purchasing their tickets, the group looked around, eager to inquire about the location of the skin-shedding dungeon. Xiaoqian pointed towards the exit ahead, saying, "Guests may walk this way, enter the building, and take the elevator to the second floor." "In another building?" Zheng Duoduo exclaimed in shock, pointing to the grand hall before them. "Then what is this place for?" Xiaoqian smiled. "This serves as the entrance and resting hall. The second floor has private rooms for guests to sit and enjoy tea." "My goodness." Zheng Duoduo could hardly believe it. Such a vast area was merely a resting hall. "This is utterly extravagant." As they marveled, they proceeded towards the skin-shedding dungeon. After walking for a while, Mimi suddenly furrowed her brow. "Do you all feel an unexpected surge of energy and vitality?" Chapter 70. Master Peiqing's Candy. What does spirit and vitality mean? Zheng Duoduo did not quite grasp her friend's intention. Mimi tilted her head, unable to articulate her thoughts. But she felt an undeniable surge of energy within herself. After staying up late the previous night, she awoke feeling drowsy and unwell, forcing herself to stay alert during the journey. However, upon entering the grand hall, she suddenly felt a release in her body. Her once heavy footsteps became light, her mind clear, and she felt invigorated, as if she had just savored a rich cup of tea or a refreshing iced coffee.
No.
That was an understatement. This sensation surpassed the effects of both tea and coffee, offering a profound sense of comfort. It was akin to waking from a long, sweet slumber under the warm sun, filled with clarity and vitality. Although the others did not experience such a pronounced feeling as Mimi, they too sensed a surge of energy and strength. Zheng Duoduo speculated that it must be the imposing entrance of the haunted house that had jolted them awake. "You're just talking nonsense," the group laughed, playfully teasing Zheng Duoduo as they hurried toward the painted skin dungeon. After leaving the hall, Li Miao approached Xiaoqing to inquire about the customers' impressions and whether they liked the new entrance. Xiaoqing nodded. "They seemed to enjoy it. I saw them gathering around the entrance to take pictures." "That's good to hear," Li Miao replied, feeling reassured. After planning the hall the night before, she found the haunted house's entrance particularly shabby in comparison, small and dilapidated. Li Miao could not bear to look at it any longer. She wanted to replace the entrance and spent a considerable time searching the haunted house marketplace until she found an impressive one. She adored the grandiose entrance, but worried that customers might find it too eerie. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to test it for a few days and observe customer feedback. If they liked it, it would stay. If not, it would be replaced. As it turned out, customers did seem to appreciate it, showing no signs of discomfort. Suddenly, Li Miao remembered something. Had the notice been posted? Although she was eager to renovate the haunted house and relocate the painted skin and flower-like dungeons, she was cautious not to make any drastic changes that might alarm regular customers. She resolved to post a notice informing them that the flower-like and painted skin dungeons were undergoing renovations and would be relocated once the new premises were ready. preparing them for the changes. Otherwise, an overnight transformation of the haunted house would surely startle them. The sudden appearance of the hall and the newly replaced entrance was already surprising enough. Li Miao did not wish to challenge her customers' capacity for acceptance. One must take small bites of food, and similarly, the haunted house should be gradually transformed. Li Miao nodded, expressing her satisfaction with Xiaoqian and Xiao Huang's work ethic. Indeed, having more staff was advantageous, making everything easier. It was already 8 o'clock, and people were beginning to arrive. Cheng Nuan's family also arrived early, eager to set off. Nuan, it's only 6:30. Cheng's mother yawned, feeling exasperated with her eldest daughter. Mom, if we leave early, we can gather clues sooner. I heard the reward in the flower-like dungeon is a makeover. I want to get that reward for you. Upon hearing her daughter's intention to gift her the reward, Cheng's mother couldn't help but smile broadly, her heart filled with sweetness. Truly, her little darling was so well-behaved and adorable. Unable to resist, she embraced her daughter and planted a kiss on her cheek. Cheng's father, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy. Ever since their daughter grew up, she had not been this affectionate towards him. Sensing her father's envy, Chengnuan leaned over and kissed him on the cheek, saying, "One for each of you. No favoritism." Cheng's father instantly brightened up, grinning widely. Their younger brother, seeing this, cried out for a kiss as well, only to be scolded by Cheng's mother. "You little rascal. Did you brush your teeth? You smell. No kisses until you do." The family laughed and chatted merrily, the atmosphere joyful. After tidying up, they headed to the hotel's buffet for a light breakfast before departing for Fengdu Haunted House. On the way, Cheng Nuan worried that her parents might find the haunted house shabby, so she kept giving them a heads up. "Mom, Dad, the entrance looks a bit worn, but the interior of the dungeons is exquisitely decorated, truly remarkable, as if stepping into another world. Please don't judge it by its appearance." "We understand," Cheng's mother chuckled. "You've been repeating that all the way. Your father and I want to dislike it. As long as you like it, we will too." Cheng Nuan playfully insisted. "I want you both to like it too." Cheng's father replied cheerfully, "Of course, we all like it." Seeing her parents relaxed and eager, Cheng Nuan felt reassured. She recounted her experiences from the previous day. "Yesterday, we arrived early, and everyone thought the haunted house was quite run down. The lounge had only a single sofa, with the rest being plastic chairs so shabby, and the entrance was wooden, dark, and unappealing." While speaking, she noticed Cheng's father staring intently out of the window. Cheng's mother gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness." Cheng's younger brother shouted, "What a grand entrance! How beautiful!" Cheng Nuan, focused on her parents, turned to look outside, only to behold an incredibly imposing entrance adorned with 4 large characters. Fengdu Haunted House. Cheng Nuan. "What is this? This is actually the haunted house entrance. Have I lost my mind, or have I arrived at the wrong place? It's only been one night. How could the haunted house change so dramatically? Where did the old entrance go?" Cheng Nuan was utterly bewildered, stepping out of the car in disbelief as she gazed at the entrance before her. "Nuan, are your expectations too high? This entrance is not shabby at all. It's magnificent," Cheng's mother commented. Cheng Nuan was at a loss for words, merely chuckling awkwardly. The family entered through the entrance and found themselves in an incredibly spacious and beautiful hall. "This is lovely, so stunning," Cheng's mother nodded approvingly, then playfully scolded Cheng Nuan, "You little rascal, how could you deceive your parents? There are no plastic stools here. These are all chairs, and the second floor even has private rooms." Cheng Nuan could only protest. "It wasn't like this yesterday." At that moment, Cheng Nuan noticed a notice board stating that the haunted house was undergoing renovations and that both the flower-like and painted skin dungeons were being relocated to the newly constructed premises. "So that's it." Cheng Nuan sighed in relief, realizing that the haunted house was indeed under renovation. She had been wondering how the entrance could have changed overnight. However, the owner's efficiency was remarkable. In just one night, such a grand hall had been erected. Xiaoqian smiled and explained, "The haunted house uses the most advanced building materials that are also movable. This hall was built previously and was just relocated last night." Cheng Nuan gave a thumbs up, impressed. "That's amazing." After purchasing their tickets, Cheng Nuan led the way. She noticed that aside from the hall and the building housing the flower-like dungeon, all other areas were cordoned off with tall barriers, indicating ongoing construction. Mom and Dad, look. The haunted house is being renovated. When I came yesterday, there was no hall. It was built last night. Father Cheng nodded, acknowledging the substantial investment in this haunted house. The sheer scale of transforming such a large hall overnight was no small feat, not to mention the technical complexities involved. The family of four engaged in conversation as they made their way to the Ruhua instance. Upon entering, Cheng's parents and younger brother were utterly astonished. Even Father Cheng, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, stuttered in disbelief. Is this the instance? It's simply incredible. Seeing her father's astonishment, Cheng Nuan felt a sense of pride swell within her. I told you all along, this place is fascinating. We could spend the entire day here. With a confident stride, Cheng Nuan approached the rickshaw driver, instructing him to take their family to the brothel. Cheng's mother stood still, reluctant to move, captivated by the sights before her. Why do humans only have two eyes? If we had four, we could see in every direction, she mused. Upon entering the brothel, Cheng's mother was once again taken aback. So many beauties. They are all so lovely, she exclaimed, grasping her daughter's arm. Nuan Nuan. The owner of this haunted house can't possibly be running a talent agency, can they? These girls could easily be stars. Noting her mother's shock, Cheng Nuan felt a twinge of pride. Ruhua was indeed more beautiful, exuding an indescribable charm. However, Ruhua would not appear continuously. She only graced the audience twice in the morning, at 9 and 11 o'clock. Arriving early, they aimed for the 9 o'clock performance. Mom, please be quiet. Ruhua is about to come out. As soon as she finished speaking, petals began to rain down from above, followed by long white silk drapes cascading from the ceiling, enveloping the center of the hall and obscuring the view within, revealing only the silhouette of a graceful figure. The figure descended slowly, while a group of women appeared on the second-floor platform, performing a song and dance. As the performance concluded, the graceful figure landed gently in the hall. The veil parted, and Ruhua emerged at the center of the crowd. Cheng's mother held her breath. Her daughter had been correct. Ruhua was indeed stunning, not in a conventionally beautiful way, but with an enchanting aura that conveyed a sense of melancholy, making one yearn to ease her burdens. Ruhua began to provide clues for locating the elusive 12 young masters. Cheng Nuan quickly took out a pen, jotting down each clue while instructing her parents. Mom and Dad, listen closely and help me analyze. Finding the 12 young masters is no easy task. I heard the last person who succeeded took an entire week. Father Cheng was uninterested in the hunt. At his age, he found little allure in games, preferring instead to wander through the intricately designed scenery of the instance. Cheng's mother echoed his sentiments. Nuan Nuan, how about we explore a bit before we search? It's so vast here. Finding someone is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Cheng Nuan had brought her parents primarily for enjoyment, so if they were disinterested in the search, she was willing to forego it. All right, she agreed. We'll play and look for clues along the way. If we come across any, we'll collect them. If not, that's fine too. Suddenly, Cheng Nuan recalled an important detail. We need to visit the White Villa. I found Miss Peixon's postcard there yesterday. Let us hurry and retrieve it. Fearing someone else might seize the opportunity, she immediately took her brother's hand and dashed out, with Father and Mother Cheng following closely behind. Upon reaching the White Villa, Cheng Nuan rushed to the second-floor bedroom but searched through every drawer only to find no trace of Miss Peixon's postcard. How could this be? Has someone taken it? Just then, her younger brother nodded in response to something unknown. Suddenly, the room transformed. What was once bright became enveloped in darkness, and the outside world was shrouded in black. A mechanical voice echoed in their ears. Congratulations, player 80 has triggered a mini-game, hide and seek. Game introduction. With parents preoccupied with work and an older sister absorbed in romance, young Master Peiqing feels lonely, yearning for companionship in play. Congratulations to player 80's family for being chosen by young Master Peiqing to join in the game of hide and seek. Upon starting the game, the villa will switch to night mode. Players may wear night vision goggles to navigate, while young Master Peiqing's eyes will become green searchlights. Please remember, if you are caught in the beam of young Master Peiqing's green light, The game will be deemed a failure, with a time limit of 10 minutes. All 4 players. Please prepare. 10, 9, 8. What is happening? What is going on? As a pampered lady, Cheng's mother had never encountered such a mini-game and was instantly bewildered. Cheng Nuan reacted swiftly, locating 4 pairs of night vision goggles on the vanity, distributing them to her parents and brother. Quickly put these on. My brother triggered the game. Dad, you take Mom, and I'll take my brother. We need to hide separately. Although slightly flustered, Father Cheng remained more composed than Mother Cheng. After donning the goggles, he grabbed his wife and ran downstairs. Upon entering, he had noticed the villa was quite spacious, even featuring a basement, which they decided to use as their hiding spot. After Father Cheng and Mother Cheng departed, Cheng Nuan urged her brother to follow suit. Expecting him to be frightened, she was surprised to find him quite exhilarated. Sister, this is so much fun. The siblings found an empty room to hide in, and just as they settled in, the countdown concluded. A child's voice resonated. Are you all hidden? I'm coming to find you. Footsteps echoed in the hallway, accompanied by the sound of someone bounding down the stairs. Pei Cheng first sought out Father Cheng and Mother Cheng, making eerie sounds as he searched. I'm coming. I know where you are. Found you. Mother Cheng's heart raced in terror. Now, the white villa was entirely sealed, leaving them unable to escape as Father Cheng led Mother Cheng in frantic search of refuge from the green light. After searching thoroughly, without locating them, Pei Cheng left the basement to ascend the stairs in pursuit of Cheng Nuan and her brother. Concern etched on Mother Cheng's face. She fretted. I hope Nuan and my little brother aren't too frightened. That child's voice sounds so strange. Father Cheng, though worried, masked it with reassurance. It's all right. Nuan is here. She has plenty of experience with games. As they conversed, Pei Cheng had already reached the upper floor. Once there, he abandoned his menacing tone from the basement, adopting a cheerful demeanor. Chubby little brother, where are you? Come out and play. He sang merrily as he hopped about, exuding joy rather than fear. Cheng's younger brother stifled his laughter, but his eyes sparkled with delight, clearly enjoying the game. The 10 minutes passed swiftly, and as the game concluded, the room illuminated suddenly. The mechanical voice announced, Congratulations, Player 80's family successfully evaded Pei Cheng, and as a reward, you receive Young Master Pei Cheng's candy. Dear player, congratulations on receiving Young Master Pei Cheng's candy, a cherished gift meant for his mother, sweet and imbued with the young master's sincere affection. Presenting this candy to Ruhua will yield a new clue.
Wow!
Cheng Nuan exclaimed, joyfully kissing her younger brother's cheeks. We've acquired an item.
Ding!
Player 80 has obtained Young Master Pei Cheng's candy. Would you like to broadcast this to the world? Upon hearing this, Cheng Nuan promptly selected no. This time, she had no intention of sharing the item. The family reconvened on the first floor, and finally, Father and Mother Cheng began to appreciate the charm of the Ruhua instance. This is delightful. Mother Cheng marveled. And it even triggers mini-games. I did not see it yesterday, and it startled me, Cheng Nuan remarked. Cheng's father approached the wall, running his fingers over its surface, speculating, it must be well concealed. This scenario is remarkably intelligent. Constructing such a replica must have cost a fortune, truly high-tech. Incredible. Despite the absence of cameras and speakers, the game commenced instantly, complete with announcements. How astonishing. Cheng's father's eyes sparkled with increasing curiosity. Everything here surpassed his imagination, igniting his desire to explore further and discover what other surprises awaited in different areas. Cheng Nuan exclaimed. Chapter 71. Receiving rewards after Cheng Nuan's family ventured out. They accomplished several side quests. Cheng's father was the wise strategist, while Cheng's mother embodied fashion. Then there was Cheng Xiaoqi, the fortunate and plump little brother, who together gathered numerous clues. Especially Cheng's father, who resolved a significant issue for the fishermen at sea, earning the heartfelt gratitude of the 12th young master's father. This was indeed a major lead. Upon acquiring this clue, they swiftly located the 12th young master. Cheng Nuan was overjoyed and immediately pulled her mother to find Ruhua for makeup. Mom, Ruhua's makeup skills are exceptional. She'll surely make you look stunning. Cheng Nuan gently caressed a faint scar on her mother's face, her heart aching as she said, Mommy, could Ruhua paint a plum blossom here? Of course. Let us go with the plum blossom, Cheng's mother replied, her eyes crinkling in a smile. Noticing her daughter's subdued mood, she tenderly stroked the scar and reassured, "It's all right,
dear."
the scar has faded significantly. Just a bit of foundation will conceal it entirely." With tears welling in her eyes, Chengnuan embraced her mother from behind. It was all her fault. Had she not been mischievous as a child, running around and getting kidnapped by a villain, her mother wouldn't have been injured while trying to rescue her, leaving behind that scar. Her mother cherished beauty, always adorning herself splendidly and frequenting beauty salons. Yet that scar remained, a permanent reminder of the past. Foolish girl, Cheng's mother wiped away her daughter's tears. "It's merely a small scar, a little cover-up will suffice. There's no need to cry. As long as you and your brother are healthy, that brings me more joy than anything." Chengnuan nodded, wiping her tears and leading her mother upstairs. Ruhua assessed Cheng's mother for a moment and asked what makeup style she desired. Chengnuan eagerly interjected, "Let us have a faint plum blossom painted over the scar." Ruhua nodded, "Very well. And what else?" Chengnuan turned to her mother, "Mom, what look do you prefer? Softer or more striking?" Cheng's mother smiled, pursing her lips. "At my age, striking is a bit much, don't you think?" She then turned to Ruhua, politely stating, "You may decide, just a light makeup will do." "Understood," Ruhua replied, retrieving her makeup tools while instructing Chengnuan to sit nearby and wait. Chengnuan settled onto a chair, resting her chin in her hands as she watched Ruhua work. She felt as though Ruhua possessed an enchanting aura. Every movement was graceful, akin to a landscape painting, embodying the elegance of Jiangnan's waterways. Watching her apply makeup was truly a delightful experience. Before long, the makeup was complete. Cheng's mother gazed into the mirror, increasingly captivated by her reflection. Initially, she worried that the light makeup would clash with the plum blossom design, but it harmonized beautifully, enhancing her overall poise with a touch of ethereal grace. "How lovely," Cheng's mother mused, admiring the woman in the mirror, who appeared even more beautiful than she had in her youth. Her skin had been flawless then, free of wrinkles, yet lacked the refined charm that only time could bestow. Chengnuan gasped in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, Mom, you look absolutely stunning." She pulled her mother downstairs, positioning her behind so that Cheng's father could not see.
"Dad,
"Close your eyes, the fairy is coming." "We're old married folks now," Cheng's father replied, feeling slightly embarrassed as onlookers watched. As the boss, he still bore a hint of pride. "Hurry and close your eyes," Chengnuan insisted, stamping her foot. Cheng Xiaodi chimed in, "Close your eyes." With no recourse against his children, Cheng's father complied, slowly closing his eyes under the gaze of the crowd. Chengnuan then guided her mother to stand before her father, urging them to hold hands as they counted down, 3, 2, 1, "Open your eyes." Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a radiant smile, breathtakingly beautiful. He was momentarily spellbound, instinctively calling out, "Huilan?" Cheng's mother blushed, lowering her head in shyness. Chengnuan and Cheng Xiaodi stifled their laughter behind their hands. "Let us take a picture," Chengnuan exclaimed, pulling out her phone. "Sorry," a staff member interrupted. "Photography is prohibited inside the venue." Chengnuan paused, asking, "Is it to prevent the leak of trade secrets?" "I won't photograph anyone else, just our family." The staff member led Chengnuan's family to a beautiful ancient-style red wall, saying, "You may take photos here, but I apologize. Staff members and buildings within the venue cannot be captured." Chengnuan understood. After all, it was a matter of commercial confidentiality, and they wished to prevent competitors from copying their design. She gathered her father, mother, and brother to pose by the red wall, requesting the staff to take their picture. With a click, a lovely and warm photograph was captured. Afterwards, the family of four ventured to a bustling restaurant to enjoy seafood. Cheng Xiaodi feasted to the point of bursting, exclaiming, "Delicious. So delicious. Ah, this is heavenly." The little chubby boy nearly rolled on the floor in happiness. Cheng's parents echoed their delight. Indeed, the flavors are remarkable, and the Cantonese cuisine is authentically prepared. Who would have thought that a haunted house could serve such excellent food? With 50 pounds of crabs, 20 signature dishes, and assorted seafood, their meal nearly totaled 100 pounds. The restaurant did not offer takeout due to staffing shortages, prioritizing the needs of diners within the venue. Chi Hongwei shook his head. I'm sorry. The kitchen is simply overwhelmed. I can eat a lot. I'm a big eater. And my family is large, the customer argued, insisting on taking food home. Chi Hongwei, exasperated, replied, with so many crabs, any leftovers will spoil. Cheng Nuan watched in disbelief. Her eyes widening. 100 pounds? Consuming all that? How wasteful. Cheng Nuan frowned. Chapter 72. The scar disappeared. The customer had purchased an excessive quantity, and Chi Hongwei resolutely refused to sell anything more. He even drafted several rules to display. 1. The restaurant does not offer takeout during peak seasons. 2. Customers may pack to-go orders from the restaurant, but there is a limit. 3. The restaurant does not sell raw food during peak seasons. In total, there were 8 rules. Once these regulations were posted, the customer's enthusiasm was abruptly extinguished. With a cold huff, he inquired, "Is it permissible for me to buy 10 pounds of crab? My family can consume it, along with honey-glazed char siu, lobster baked in broth, and steamed grouper. Let us have one of each." "Very well, please hold on." Chi Hongwei nodded. The customer found a place to wait, and another patron approached, wishing to pack up some food. "Manager, I also wish to take some food home. What is the maximum I can pack? I'd like to buy a bit more." Feeling slightly embarrassed due to the previous customer's large order, this new patron explained, "I'm not here to cause trouble. It's for my mother. She has difficulty walking and cannot come herself. She adores your seafood, claiming it brings her immense comfort. Her stomach is sensitive, and she often experiences bloating, but your seafood causes her no discomfort. After dining, she feels warm and at ease, even alleviating her chronic insomnia." Cheng Nuan found this amusing, thinking, "This person is quite the character, nearly elevating seafood to a miraculous remedy. The food here is indeed delicious, but it cannot be that extraordinary." Cheng Nuan's parents shared her sentiment, finding the patron's praise a bit excessive. After enjoying their meal, they spent the afternoon exploring the virtual realm until the haunted house attraction was about to close, reluctantly departing. On the way home, Cheng's father expressed his lingering excitement. "We must return to experience that painted skin dungeon. It surely holds more intrigue." Cheng's mother shook her head, her face pale. "I've heard it's terrifying. I'm quite afraid." With a sigh, she lamented, "There are too few dungeons. Why doesn't the owner create more? As long as they aren't horror-themed, I would love to try them." "How naive," Cheng's father replied. "Have you seen the exquisite painted skin dungeon? Just the architecture alone is a significant investment, not to mention the high-tech elements, resembling a holographic online game. There's only one like it in the country. I doubt the owner will open another dungeon. The investment is too great. It's simply stunning. I wish I could wear this makeup for a lifetime." Cheng's mother took out her phone, capturing dozens of selfies from various angles and poses. Afterward, she reluctantly reached for the makeup remover, wiping away her glamorous appearance. Just as she was about to wash her face, she suddenly screamed, "What's wrong?" Cheng Nuan rushed to the bathroom, fearing her mother had fallen, only to find her staring into the mirror, shrieking, "Mom, what's the matter?" Cheng's mother trembled with excitement, her words stumbling as she slowly raised her hand to point at the spot on her cheek where a scar once resided. "My face." Cheng Nuan, momentarily stunned, instinctively asked, "What happened to your face?" Upon realizing the absence of her mother's scar, she felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Tentatively, she reached out to touch her mother's now smooth and delicate skin. The scar had truly vanished. The two women jumped with joy, taking a while to calm down. Cheng Nuan still found it hard to believe, gently touching her mother's face again. Cheng's mother, continually checking her reflection, worried it was merely an illusion. "How could this happen? Where did the scar go?" she murmured. At noon, when Ruhua had applied her makeup, the scar was still present. "Wait, Ruhua." The two exchanged glances, recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Particularly for Cheng Nuan, thoughts of the third player's girlfriend, Lan Yasi, surfaced. After being made up by Ruhua, Lan Yasi had obsessively sought to obtain the reward, dragging her boyfriend to play for 7 consecutive days, spending a fortune on clues. Initially, Cheng Nuan had thought Lan Yasi was being overly dramatic, lacking worldly experience. Was it really just makeup? With that time, energy, and money, One could easily travel to country H. Now, Chengwan finally understood why Lan Yasi was so desperate for the reward. It turned out Ruhua's makeup possessed a magical quality. She realized it was she who had been sheltered from the world. My goodness. Chengwan could hardly believe it, her lips moving as she sought words, yet found herself at a loss. Cheng's mother was equally taken aback. Ruhua must possess a miraculous scar-removing potion, she speculated. Chengwan shook her head. Yesterday, a girl named Lan Yasi desperately sought Ruhua's reward, and she bore no scars. If Ruhua's makeup merely removed scars, why did Lan Yasi crave the reward? Cheng's mother paused, pondering, then hesitantly suggested, could she be a sorceress? Chengwan had been raised with a scientific education, skeptical of supernatural phenomena and disbelieving in magic. However, her parents held different beliefs, particularly her father, who always consulted a feng shui master before embarking on significant projects. It must be admitted, some feng shui masters possess remarkable insights. Chengwan rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Could it be that the world truly harbored the supernatural? Ask your father. He knows many masters, Cheng's mother suggested, stepping out to find Cheng's father, eager to share this revelation and consult a master. Yet, as she approached him, she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Chengwan, joining her, found herself equally tongue-tied. They were unable to convey the extraordinary capabilities of Ruhua's transformative makeup. In resignation, Cheng's mother merely pointed at her face. Cheng's father, initially thinking his wife had sustained an injury, leaned in to inspect, only to discover her complexion was flawless and smooth. If you're not injured, why point at your face? He wondered. Then it struck him. Wait! He exclaimed, suddenly realizing that the scar on his wife's cheek had vanished. What on earth? Chapter 73. How did I become an internet sensation? Did you use a special ointment? Cheng's father inquired hastily. Cheng's mother shook her head. Chengwan added, it was still there before the makeup. Cheng's father comprehended. It was the exquisite makeup that could conceal scars. How could that be? Such a phenomenon was unfathomable. Dad. Chengwan expressed concern. Should we consult someone? Cheng's father nodded, not daring to delay for a moment, and immediately took out his phone to call a familiar metaphysics master. Master Zhang, I have encountered something peculiar and would like your guidance. The metaphysics master Cheng found was Zhang Xiaoqian, a descendant of the Zhang family from Longhu Mountain, possessing profound knowledge. In his 40s, clad in a Taoist robe, he exuded an ethereal aura. When he received Cheng's video call, he was at home drawing talismans. He set down his brush and looked into the phone's camera. What matter has brought you to me, Mr. Cheng? There is a woman with exceptional makeup skills. After she finished applying makeup on my wife, the scars on her face vanished. Upon finishing, he handed the phone to Cheng's mother. She leaned closer to the camera, allowing Master Zhang to scrutinize her face more closely. After a moment of careful observation, Zhang Xiaoqian calculated the omens with a flick of his fingers and then addressed Cheng's mother. A tapestry of beauty. Good fortune has arrived. It is auspicious. Do not worry, the individual is benevolent. Cheng's mother gasped, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks. She handed the phone back to Cheng's father, embracing their daughter and weeping with joy. What a stroke of luck. They never anticipated that a mere visit to a haunted house would yield such incredible fortune. Cheng's father expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhang Xiaoqian, and after ending the call, he stepped forward and embraced his wife tightly. Chengwan took her younger brother outside, leaving the space for their parents. Although Cheng Xiaodi had exited the haunted house, his heart remained within, excitedly recounting the thrilling experiences of the Ruhua scenario and yearning to return, eager to meet young Master Pei Cheng again. After a while, sensing his sister's indifference, he took out his smartwatch to share the news with his friends. Today, I visited an incredibly fun place, even better than an amusement park. I played hide and seek, tossed a handkerchief, and swung so high on the swing that I almost touched the sky. Other children were skeptical. I've been on a plane. I actually flew in the sky. Not an airplane, but a swing. You know, it goes really high. Cheng Xiaodi insisted. I was in Fengcheng, having fun at the haunted house with my parents and sister. It was amazing. Wait, weren't you abroad? One curious child asked. Fengcheng? I've never been there. Is it fun? The children were all intrigued. Cheng Xiaoqi nodded. Of course, it's fun. I went to the Ruhua scenario inside the Fengdu haunted house, and it was super cool. I loved it. I want to go again tomorrow. My whole family enjoyed it. Is it better than Disneyland? A sweet little girl asked, who adored Cinderella. Is there a Cinderella in the Ruhua scenario? Cheng Xiaoqi scratched his head. I think it's more fun than Disneyland, but I'm not sure if you girls will like it. However, my sister loves it. The little girl nodded. It sounds interesting. I want to go play too. Come on. Everyone should come. Cheng Xiaoqi eagerly encouraged. Meanwhile, Cheng Nuan was scrolling through Douyin. Before today, she indeed thought the haunted house was quite enjoyable and unique. But she wouldn't admit to being a frog at the bottom of the well. After all, she had traveled the world. However, after witnessing her mother's facial scars' miraculous restoration, she was utterly convinced. She truly was a frog at the bottom of the well. The Fengdu haunted house exceeded all expectations. She posted a Douyin video, referring to herself as a frog and expressing her astonishment at the Fengdu haunted house, declaring herself completely conquered by it. Not only Cheng Nuan but many others who visited that day also shared their experiences on Douyin. Particularly, Zheng Duo and others praised the Fengdu haunted house to the skies. The Ruhua scenario is so fun. Every part is amazing. I was utterly shocked the whole way. It truly exceeded all expectations. Not coming would be a regret. Due to the overwhelming number of Douyin posts, some even purchased promotions, and overnight, frog at the bottom of the well became a trending term, making its way onto the hot list. Though it only ranked 28th, it piqued the curiosity of many. Inquiries abounded. So boring. Netizens scoffed. It's just a haunted house. How good could it possibly be? That's quite exaggerated. Some believed it was a marketing ploy by the haunted house, speculating, with the May Day holiday approaching, this haunted house must be purposely marketing to attract visitors. Most netizens remained rational, commenting, let us see if it's marketing or not. I live in Fengcheng. I'll go check it out. See you there. Let me know if it's fun. If it's enjoyable. I'll take my family to Fengcheng for the May Day holiday. Unbeknownst to Miao, the haunted house had unwittingly become a minor internet sensation and a popular destination for the upcoming May Day holiday. Of course, its popularity was still quite low compared to other hot cities and internet-famous locations, yet it had attracted a considerable amount of attention. Miao was completely unaware of the online buzz. She was engrossed in designing the Nie Xiaoqian scenario. Chapter 74. Designing the Xiaoqian instance, Miao's initial concept was to create a scene reminiscent of the television drama A Chinese Ghost Story, featuring the Yinyu dynasty and the Xianxin sect, characterized by grandiosity and an overwhelming atmosphere of ghostly eeriness. However, after spending some time with Xiaoqian, Miao realized that the ghastly ambience did not align with Nie Xiaoqian's character. Although she was a ghost who had perished centuries ago, her personality was remarkably innocent, akin to that of a gossipy young girl, brimming with childlike wonder and charm. With an increasing number of ghostly employees in the haunted house, Xiaoqian no longer needed to assist in the instances. Instead, she spent her days wandering about, eavesdropping on others' conversations, particularly reveling in the astonished and horrified expressions of the visitors. She was, in essence, a mischievous little girl. Having died at the tender age of 18, when she was a privileged young lady seldom venturing beyond her home, she had subsequently been confined by her tree demon grandmother around the Ruhua temple. She had never traveled far, nor experienced exhilarating games, and was largely unacquainted with the world. Miao felt her preconceptions were too rigid. Just because Xiaoqian was a ghost did not necessitate a hauntingly sinister instance. It certainly did not have to mirror scenes from classic films and television dramas like Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio or A Chinese Ghost Story. She could design an entirely new setting based on Xiaoqian's personality and preferences. Miao inquired of Nie Xiaoqian, what kind of scene do you prefer? This instance will be your home. What would you like it to look like? Xiaoqian had no particular ideas and held no expectations for her instance. I just want to be with my master sister. Wherever she goes, I will go. Unable to extract further inspiration from her, Miao altered her approach, asking, what do you most wish to do right now? Where do you want to play? Xiaoqian tilted her head in contemplation, her eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. An amusement park. I want to go to an amusement park. Can you take me, master sister? Recently, Xiaoqian had blended in with the visitors, overhearing much gossip, particularly about amusement parks. Many remarked that the flower instance was far more entertaining than any amusement park, boasting better scenery, architecture, costumes, side quests, and game design, especially the myriad of delightful props. Yet, they lamented the lack of thrilling rides like roller coasters and pendulum swings. Curious about these attractions, Xiaoqian inquired, "You want to go to an amusement park?" In truth, Miao also yearned to visit one. Having never been to an amusement park herself, Xiaoqian initially nodded enthusiastically, but then shook her head. "I can't go out yet. Once I can, my master will take me." Currently, only the flower instance had been upgraded to a higher level, allowing excursions, while even the painted skin instance remained unenhanced. After all, it was a horror instance that only the brave young would dare to explore. Older individuals and children tended to avoid it, resulting in lesser traffic compared to the flower instance. Thus, Miao resolved to theme the instance around an amusement park. She envisioned a whimsical park, akin to a fairy tale, filled with fantastical adventures, vast forests, exotic flora, and an abundance of small animals. The park would embody the splendor of a primordial forest, with towering trees that blocked out the sun, showcasing countless unfamiliar plants and creatures. It would also feature the absurdity reminiscent of Alice in Wonderland, merging the realms of fantasy and reality. Naturally, it would be inhabited by charming animals and whimsical beings. Yet Miao was cautious not to render Xiaoqian's instance overly juvenile. She, too, craved enjoyment as an adult. Miao let her imagination run wild, worried that her creative capacity might be insufficient and that her solitary efforts might be too limited. She called upon the dream taper to conjure extraordinary visions from dreams. She aspired for everyone in the world to join her in designing the amusement park of their fantasies. Navigating through myriad dreamscapes, Miao wove together the dreams of others, ultimately crafting a vast, romantic, bizarre, and resplendent world. With the scene established, the next task was to set up the attractions. There would be a jungle leap, where visitors could soar through the canopy on the backs of eagles and bats, a roller coaster that traversed through real mountains, and a carousel that resembled a gigantic flower, adorned with various blossoms, where guests could sit within the petals and spin up and down. There would also be playful monkeys that would carry visitors as they leapt and climbed through the trees. Miao pondered for several days, generating numerous ideas for attractions. Ultimately, at the heart of the jungle would be a cluster of treehouses, with a grand, fantastical treehouse at the center. This treehouse would encompass a restaurant, a hotel, a lounge, and everything else imaginable. The largest treehouse would be Xiaoqian's domain, featuring a spacious concert hall where she could play the piano and sing. Miao shared her vision with Xiaoqian, who listened with wide, gleaming eyes, nodding fervently in excitement. "I like it. I like this instance." Relieved, Miao exhaled, satisfied that Xiaoqian was fond of the concept. The instance offered but one opportunity for visualization, and Miao was determined to leave no regrets. She was cautious about constructing the instance until every detail was perfected and nothing was overlooked. In the ensuing days, her thoughts about Xiaoqian's instance consumed her, leading to dreams filled with various imaginings concerning it. Miao instructed the dream taper to devour her dreams and release them during the day, integrating new ideas while discarding any unsafe concepts. Just as she finished refining a dream bubble, she received a call from Dr. Zheng. "Miao Miao," his voice was gentle. "Have there been any developments regarding the X-ray talisman you mentioned last time?" Dr. Zheng inquired. Visitors regarded her as an NPC in the instance, seeking clues rather than medical attention. It wasn't until a few days ago that a curious visitor requested a pulse diagnosis from her. This diagnosis turned out to be significant, as she unexpectedly discovered lung cancer. Initially skeptical, the visitor was soon alarmed when Dr. Zheng corroborated her findings with several symptoms, all of which the visitor exhibited. Terrified, the visitor lost the will to enjoy their day and promptly registered at a hospital. Following a CT scan, they discovered a mixed glassy nodule in the lungs, indicating a high likelihood of lung adenocarcinoma. The results of the biopsy were still pending, and the frightened visitor sought out Dr. Zheng for guidance. This visitor had not brought their CT images, prompting Dr. Zheng to call Miao regarding the X-ray talisman. Miao smacked her forehead, having completely forgotten about the talisman. She reassured Dr. Zheng. Please hold on for a moment. After hanging up, Li Miao retrieved the talisman paper and brush, drawing several X-ray talismans, which she then affixed to the wall for experimentation. After several trials, Li Miao discovered that the X-ray talisman had a limited range of visibility, approximately 20 centimeters, equivalent to the thickness of a wall. By placing the talisman on the outer wall, she could glimpse the scenes within. However, if the wall was thicker, visibility was obstructed. Looking down at her own physique, she estimated that the thickness from her abdomen to her lower back was around 10 centimeters, less than 20. If she affixed the X-ray talisman, it would effectively render her entire self visible, with no internal structure discernible. The X-ray talisman needed improvement. Chapter 75. The transformation of talismans. Li Miao gently tapped her forehead with the talisman brush, contemplating how to modify it. The dream beast approached out of curiosity. Master? What are you planning to do? It observed the prospective talisman and found it quite satisfactory. What else was there to scrutinize? The dream beast exclaimed, You must be joking. Is creating exquisite talismans not enough for you? Do you aspire to reach the heavens? The designs on the talismans are intricate, composed of runes, star maps, I Ching hexagrams, the 5 elements, and the heavenly stems and earthly branches. It is a complex art, not merely a matter of mastering runes to craft talismans. For instance, the perspective talisman typically allows one to see through walls, which belong to the element of earth. To perceive through a wall, one must first incorporate the element of wood, as wood conquers earth. However, possessing wood alone is insufficient. It must also harmonize with celestial star maps and runes, culminating in the creation of a perspective talisman. Humans are not walls. Achieving transparency of skin and flesh, along with internal organs, is extraordinarily challenging. The dream beast believed that Li Miao was wasting her efforts. She would be better off devising ways to earn money to purchase a CT machine. Alas! How pitiful it was for such a noble divine beast to be trapped in this place, recognizing such a foolish master. It sighed sadly, shaking its large nose, and lay down despondently. Just as it was wallowing in sorrow, a flash of spiritual light emanated from Li Miao's brush. Success. Li Miao gasped in delight. The dream beast encouraged her. Give it a try. Li Miao affixed a perspective talisman onto the dream beast, revealing the intricate internal structure of its body. Xiaoqian marveled. It truly works. Master, you are amazing. The dream beast, even more astonished than Xiaoqian, exclaimed dramatically, Master, you are indeed a genius. Only someone as extraordinary as Li Miao deserves to be the master of such a magnificent, divine beast. Li Miao crafted 2 types of talismans, one that revealed the human skeletal structure and another that unveiled the internal organs. Depending on where it was placed, on the chest to view the lungs or on the abdomen to see the digestive system, it provided a detailed glimpse, although not a complete transparency, showcasing the images of the lungs. Li Miao produced 100 of each talisman, placing them in a box and enlisting Xiaoqian's assistance to deliver them to Dr. Zheng. She instructed, make sure to charge for them. For observing the organs, charge according to enhanced CT rates, since we cannot provide imaging. Therefore, we shall charge half, beginning at 400, as enhanced CT typically starts at 800. For the skeletal view, charge according to MRI rates, starting at 200. Clarify the usage to Dr. Zheng, ensuring she communicates the fees to the patients. If they refuse, they can seek external CT or MRI services. Xiaoqian nodded, tucking the box into her sleeve before heading to find Dr. Zheng at the Ruhua clinic. At that moment, the clinic was bustling with patients, all eager to witness the spectacle. A lung cancer patient, upon seeing Dr. Zheng, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Dr. Zheng, you are my savior. If it weren't for your diagnosis revealing my lung issues, I might have delayed my checkup indefinitely, allowing my condition to worsen. The patient clung to Dr. Zheng, refusing to let go. Onlookers murmured among themselves, intrigued by the scene unfolding before them. Xiaoqian arrived just then, drawing everyone's attention as she entered. Dressed in a white silk gown embroidered with orchids, adorned with a vibrant hairband and flowers whimsically arranged in her hair, she appeared ethereal, reminiscent of a fairy, leaving the crowd in awe. Wow, how beautiful! Is she a celebrity? Someone exclaimed. I don't know, I don't recognize her. Let's take a picture and search online. Remembering Li Miao's advice about providing warm and gentle service to guests, Xiaoqian tilted her head and flashed a bright smile. Please don't be upset. It's true that photography is not allowed. The guest was taken aback. Is she really angry? She seems to be enchanting. Another exclaimed, this ancient-style maiden is utterly adorable. While others had encountered the likes of Hualian and Ruhua, they found the current girl's charm to be altogether different. Hualian exuded an air of eeriness, while Ruhua carried a hint of melancholy, but this girl radiated pure cuteness, like a sprite. I am not angry. No, not at all. The guest quickly shook their head, retracting their phone. Thank you. You are truly kind. Xiaoqian beamed with happiness. Dr. Zheng, this is for you. Xiaoqian presented the box to Dr. Zheng, then leaned closer to whisper about Li Miao's instructions. To shield her words from prying ears, she naturally extended her hands in a protective gesture, exuding an innocent charm. After absorbing Xiaoqian's message, Dr. Zheng nodded. I understand. Thank you. I will take my leave now. Xiaoqian waved goodbye to Dr. Zheng, not forgetting to address the other guests. Goodbye. I hope you enjoy your time here. Recalling that there was still a patient inside, Xiaoqian added, stay healthy. And you must also find joy. The crowd waved back at her. Once Xiaoqian departed, inquiries about her flooded in from curious guests.
Who is she?
How cute. Dr. Zheng chuckled. Her name is Xiaoqian. She is one of our staff. In a few days, the haunted house will unveil the Nie Xiaoqian storyline, and she will be the centerpiece.
Wow.
The crowd exclaimed with excitement. Such a delightful girl. The Nie Xiaoqian storyline will surely be entertaining. Dr. Zheng opened the box to examine the talismans, but chose not to use them on the lung cancer patient. Having served as a physician for decades, she had encountered all manner of patients. While those she healed expressed genuine gratitude, any suspicion of her profiting from kickbacks would lead them to turn against her. She had already passed on. It was unnecessary to endure such indignity. Setting her prices first, Dr. Zheng wrote a notice indicating that the clinic could offer skeletal and organ examinations, but would not provide imaging. She included a price list for various body parts and displayed it prominently in the clinic for all to see. Upon noticing this, the lung cancer patient immediately requested, Dr. Zheng, please let me see. Dr. Zheng shook her head. You have already undergone imaging. There is no need for another examination. In the future, there will be ample opportunities for expenses related to treatment. Additionally, your condition requires analysis of the biopsy results to determine whether surgery or chemotherapy is necessary. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I can only assist in managing your symptoms to slow disease progression. That alone is sufficient. The lung cancer patient gazed at her with immense gratitude. Very well, Dr. Zheng replied, I will prescribe you some medicine. Here in the clinic, we do not sell medication. We only charge for consultation and prescriptions. The consultation fee is 50, and the prescription fee is 100, totaling 150. If that is agreeable, please scan the QR code. As she spoke, Dr. Zheng pointed to the QR code on the table. All right, no problem. The lung cancer patient promptly scanned the code to make payment. Dr. Zheng then provided a prescription. Take these for now. If you require surgery or chemotherapy, cease the medication and consult your attending physician. Do not purchase excessive quantities. One course will suffice. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
The cancer patient received the prescription as if it were a treasure. Onlookers were astonished. Can she truly prescribe medication? Is she not an NPC? A curious young girl approached. Doctor, can you take a look at my leg? Dr. Zheng. Chapter 76. The Gospel of Spinal Patients. Dr. Zheng instructed her to take a seat and describe her symptoms. The young girl pointed to her right leg, exclaiming, this leg hurts tremendously, like nerve pain. I even walk with a slight limp now, and despite numerous examinations, no results have emerged. Is your back hurting? Doctor. Zheng asked, as he gently pressed on her lower back. The girl nodded. It hurts a bit. Is it a herniated disc? But my doctor mentioned that the symptoms of a herniated disc don't manifest like this. She was taken aback, surprised that this seasoned doctor had indeed discerned her plight. Doctor. Zheng gestured toward the QR code. The consultation fee is 50, and the spinal adjustment is 100. Would you like to proceed? Yes, yes, yes. The girl hastily scanned the code. However, she hesitated. Fear crept in. Yet, the gratitude expressed by the cancer patient towards Dr. Zheng felt genuine. It was merely an adjustment. It should be harmless. Perhaps she should give it a try. Doctor, please proceed with the adjustment. Her boyfriend, noticing her reluctance, quickly interjected to Dr. Zheng. Doctor, please be gentle. Don't hurt her. Her bones are delicate. Dr. Zheng disregarded the boyfriend's concern and instructed the girl to lie down on the bed against the wall. In a matter of moments, he completed the adjustment. All done, he announced, clapping his hands. The girl stood up and took a few steps, her eyes wide with astonishment. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. She clutched her boyfriend's arm, joyfully bouncing. It's completely pain-free. And your back? Dr. Zheng inquired. The girl touched her back and nodded. It still hurts. We should get an MRI. I can arrange it, but they won't produce images. Would you like to proceed for 260? Let us do it. Without waiting for the girl's approval, her boyfriend rushed to make the payment. Initially, he had withheld her from seeing the doctor out of concern for the doctor's competence, not because of financial hesitation. Now that he was convinced of the doctor's abilities, he eagerly took the initiative to pay. He wanted to make a good impression, not wanting his girlfriend to think he was stingy. Dr. Zheng, holding a talisman, led the girl to another room, applying the talisman to her back and instantly revealing her skeletal structure. The lumbar 5 and sacral 1 are protruding posteriorly to the right. Fortunately, it's not severe. The girl nodded. I've had an MRI before, and it confirmed a lumbar 5 and sacral 1 protrusion. Doctor, will I need medication?
What?
The girl thought she must have misheard. Was her hearing impaired? Is it treatable? Dr. Zheng inquired. For treatment, it would be 1,000 per session, requiring 2 to 3 sessions. The girl hesitated, unsure. May I step outside to discuss it with my boyfriend? Dr. Zheng nodded. Of course. Take your time. That's nonsense. Before her boyfriend could speak, a middle-aged man nearby interjected sharply. Treating the spine is no trivial matter. One wrong move could lead to paralysis. Young lady, a herniated disc is a self-limiting condition. It won't be fatal. With gradual exercise over time, you can alleviate the pain, and it may even resolve on its own. Do not seek unnecessary treatment. He then chastised Dr. Zheng. You, an employee of a haunted house, should stick to your proper duties and refrain from reckless treatments. Do you even possess a medical license? If you continue to act foolishly, I will file a complaint. In the face of the man's admonition, Dr. Zheng remained unperturbed, responding with a smile. Believe if you wish to be treated. If not, that is entirely your choice. No one is compelled. The girl wavered. She longed for treatment, but recognized the validity of the middle-aged man's concerns. This clinic was situated within a haunted house, lacking a business license or any medical credentials. What if her condition were to worsen? Her boyfriend advised, let us just go to a reputable hospital, or I can accompany you to exercise and strengthen your core. Tears welled in the girl's eyes. She understood that strengthening her core muscles would alleviate the pressure on her spine, but the pain was unbearable. With a full day of work, sitting for hours, followed by overtime, she had little time to exercise. Her slender physique made it difficult to build muscle. With no time and no natural aptitude, must she endure this suffering indefinitely? Doctor, the girl resolved, I wish to take a chance. Turning to Dr. Zheng, she declared, please treat me, but do be gentle. With that, she transferred 1,000 yuan. Her boyfriend was taken aback. The middle-aged man sighed. Ah, the youth today so naive, perhaps deceived. He kindly cautioned, Doctor, this girl is fragile. Please be gentle, don't cause her any harm. Rest assured, Dr. Zheng raised a hand. With decades of experience and my abilities, I would never harm anyone.
Who do you think I am?
I am Zheng Demon. In the past, you people could not even secure an appointment with me. He guided the girl into a treatment room, seeking a more discreet setting to avoid any prying eyes. Inside the treatment room, the girl lay on the bed, nervously glancing at Dr. Zheng. Doctor, please be gentle. You must be careful. As he placed one hand on her lower back, a surge of energy flowed from his palm into her body, enveloping the intervertebral disc and slowly applying pressure.
Doctor.
Zheng's spiritual power was limited. Having recently received a salary, he had absorbed some spiritual essence, allowing him to exert a modicum of power. Yet, adjusting a disc was manageable. After approximately 3 minutes, Dr. Zheng withdrew his hands, exclaiming, all done. The girl responded, wait, Isn't just beginning?
Indeed.
It is all set. Chapter 77. The TikTok craze, is that all? Was it so swift? The young girl had anticipated considerable pain, yet she felt nothing. Not even a hint of pressure. She did not wish to cast doubt on others, but she truly felt no sensation at all. Surely, the elderly doctor was not deceiving her. The girl pressed her hand firmly against her lower back.
Oh.
No pain, not a trace of it. Hearing the cries from within, her boyfriend assumed she had been injured and rushed in, his shoulders slumped, head extending like a rooster eager to peck at something. The middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head at the absurdity of it all. Surely, an accident had occurred. Onlookers craned their necks, eager to uncover the truth of the matter. Moments later, Dr. Zheng emerged, followed closely by the young girl and her boyfriend. The girl beamed with joy, her face lit up like a child's. I'm better. It doesn't hurt at all. She enthusiastically shook her boyfriend's arm, expressing her exhilaration. Really? He exclaimed, overjoyed. The young couple embraced, leaping with delight. After a while, the girl approached Dr. Zheng, exclaiming, "Thank you so much." She nodded fervently in gratitude. The middle-aged man, astonished, immediately inquired, "Are you truly better?" The girl nodded affirmatively. "It doesn't hurt, only with great force does it sting a little." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man swiftly transferred 310 yuan, exclaiming, "Doctor, that covers the registration fee, the X-ray fee, and the adjustment fee. Please see me as well." The crowd murmured in surprise at his speed. An elderly lady, more astute than the rest, rushed forward to scan the QR code, calling out, "Son, come here and help me register. I'm next in line." Others followed suit, eager to scan the code as well. Dr. Zheng quickly tucked the QR code away, pleading for patience. With her limited abilities, she could only treat 3 cases of herniated discs a day. More than that was impossible. "Please remain calm," she urged. "If anyone wishes to treat herniated discs, come tomorrow. Do not waste your money registering today." Upon learning that Dr. Zheng could only treat 3 patients with herniated discs daily, the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment. Many of them suffered as well. Not only were their lumbar discs bulging, but their cervical discs were also problematic. "Doctor, if I do not need treatment for my lumbar discs, can I still register?" a man inquired. Dr. Zheng nodded, affirming that it was possible, while mentally noting the need to post some announcements to clarify the limitations and avoid misunderstandings. After ascertaining the middle-aged man's condition was indeed a herniated disc, she led him to the treatment room, directing him to lie down on the bed and then applying a diagnostic technique. "Oh dear, this is quite serious. It has even prolapsed," she remarked, frowning. The man expressed concern. "Doctor, can this be treated?" "Yes," Dr. Zheng assured him, "though it may be a bit tedious. You will need to come 5 or 6 times." The middle-aged man nodded eagerly. Only 5 or 6 times. As long as he could be cured, he would gladly return 10 or 8 times. In his quest to treat this herniated disc, he had visited numerous hospitals, spending over 100,000 yuan. He was unperturbed by the prospect of a few more visits. After concluding the session, Dr. Zheng instructed, "You need not wait a month. Come next week. Remember, for this week, do not bend, lift heavy objects, or sit for prolonged periods. Rest as much as possible." "It's not at that stage yet," she cautioned. "Yours is quite severe. The lumbar vertebrae have undergone significant degenerative changes, and we first need to restore elasticity to the spaces between them." After this, it was the elderly lady's turn. She suffered from cervical issues, experiencing numbness in her hands, even trembling while playing mahjong. Her cervical condition was not severe. Yet due to her advanced age, her bones lacked calcium and nutrients, resulting in insufficient elasticity. She required 3 treatments. The initial treatment aimed to nourish her cervical spine and gradually reposition the protruding disc. The results were immediate. After the treatment, the elderly lady's hands ceased to feel numb, and her shoulders no longer ached. "A miraculous healer, truly a miraculous healer," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude, insisting on learning Dr. Zheng's full name to present her with a banner of appreciation. Dr. Zheng smiled and replied, "My surname is Zheng, and my name is..." She hesitated for a moment before concluding, "I have no name. Just call me Dr. Zheng." Not everyone was convinced of Dr. Zheng's abilities. Previously, Only a few had queued for registration. However, witnessing her successfully treat 3 individuals in succession, more began to believe and lined up for their own registrations. The once empty clinic suddenly swelled with a long queue, stretching from inside the building and out into the street, extending over 10 meters. Passers-by, intrigued, approached to inquire about the reason for the queue. Upon learning of the miraculous healer within, they were astonished.
Goodness.
A miraculous healer in a haunted house. This was beyond their imagination. The young girl who had been treated for her herniated disc excitedly promoted the haunted house to her friends, posting several enthusiastic videos on TikTok.
Ah.
You absolutely must visit the Fengdu haunted house. I promise you will leave as a transformed person. Before going, I was mentally prepared, knowing it would be entertaining. But I never anticipated that the haunted house would not only be fun but also cure my herniated disc. Haunted house, I adore you. Dr. Zheng, you are my savior.
What Taoist?
The online community was bewildered. They thought it absurd that a haunted house could encompass commerce, gaming, makeup, culinary delights, and even provide treatment for herniated discs. This was simply outrageous. Were they to believe such claims? The online community remained skeptical of the girl's assertions. Yet she insisted, you can see for yourselves. Many have already visited the haunted house, and not a single one has spoken ill of it. With a face full of astonishment. The experience at the haunted house was overwhelmingly impressive, far beyond their wildest imaginations regarding the excitement and wonder within. Every visitor emerged utterly astonished. In no time, the Fengdu haunted house ignited a frenzy on TikTok. The most attuned to trends were the myriad influencers, who quickly recognized the public's burgeoning curiosity about the Fengdu haunted house. Although many users praised it, this was merely a fraction of the audience. Most had yet to experience it. Curiosity bubbled among netizens. What was the Fengdu haunted house truly like? Was it genuinely enjoyable? Local influencers were the first to act. A food blogger known as Princess of Taste on TikTok, a renowned big eater, posted a video proclaiming, I'm headed to the Fengdu haunted house. They say the seafood in the wonderful setting is delectable. I must see if it lives up to the hype. Will I leave with a face of astonishment? Chapter 78. A reward lottery. The comment section of The Little Princess of the Tongue is bustling with activity. Haha. The Little Princess knows the frog meme. Just a couple of days ago, I thought I was quite the worldly frog, but after visiting, I felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Also, that shocked frog face is so expressive. I must admit, ever since I entered the Fengdu haunted house, my mouth has been agape in astonishment. Wow, the little princess is calling herself a frog too. I want to go. I want to go. This frog also wants to join. Recently, the shocked little frog has become quite the sensation, making me feel restless. Little princess, after your visit, please tell us if it's truly entertaining. Meanwhile, other local influencers in Fengcheng are also flocking to the haunted house. Daji, a comedic blogger, heard that the beautiful flower replica is on the 3rd floor. How expansive can the 3rd floor be? Fearing the crowd would limit the number of visitors, he arrived early. He even went live. Family, it's 6 a.m. and Daji is heading to the Fengdu haunted house. Upon witnessing this, the viewers in the live chat burst into laughter. Daji, aren't you a bit early? Doesn't it open at 8? Oh no, Daji has gone mad, going live at 6 a.m. Wow, Daji, your live stream is way too early. I just opened my eyes, thinking of scrolling through Douyin to wake up, and there you were, live streaming. Impressive. While others stream at midnight, you're doing the opposite. Streaming bright and early. Laughing to death here. Daji, there are just a dozen of us in your stream. The haunted house owner probably hasn't even woken up. Are you going to live stream the cold wind for us? Daji chuckled. Don't worry, family. I'm setting off now. I'll be there by around 7. And I'll live stream the surroundings of the haunted house for you. Upon arrival, Daji was surprised to find a considerable number of people at the entrance, all taking photos. Family, I've arrived, and there are quite a few people here. The number of viewers in the live stream gradually increased, urging him. Daji, take more pictures of the entrance for us. Yes, show us the entrance. I've seen many photos of it. It looks spectacular and eerie. Is it real? I suspect filters were used. Daji, let us see the authentic entrance. Daji nodded and pointed his camera towards the entrance. The moment the viewers saw it, The chat exploded with exclamations of surprise. Wow, this is even more shocking than the photos. It looks alright during the day, not too eerie. Wait, something's off. Why does it look different from the photos circulating online? I heard it was modified. A child got scared and cried, so the haunted house owner changed the entrance's appearance. I see. The entrance looks nice, but I still want to see the previous eerie version. After showcasing the entrance, Daji began live streaming the rest area at the entrance and exit. Family, this is the resting area where the entrance and exit are located, along with the ticket counter. Let me buy a ticket first. As the number of viewers continued to rise, curiosity about the haunted house spiked, especially since it had become a sensation on Douyin, with those who had visited praising it. Daji purchased 2 tickets, one for the beautiful flower replica and one for the painted skin replica. Family, I've got the tickets. Let me show you what they look like. This is the ticket for the painted skin replica. Pretty eerie, isn't it? It features a ghost bride in traditional attire, which must be the painted skin. The ticket for the beautiful flower replica has a design reminiscent of Hong Kong style. Which replica do you want to see first? Painted skin. Let's see painted skin. Beautiful flower. Let us check out beautiful flower. Painted skin, it's shorter. Maybe Daji will get so scared he wet his pants in just a few minutes. Seeing this comment, everyone burst into laughter, reaching a consensus to send Daji to the painted skin replica first. Alright, I'll head to the painted skin replica first. Daji smiled, however. I can't live stream inside the replica. Let me negotiate with the manager to see if I can arrange a limited live stream without revealing any commercial secrets. Daji spoke with the receptionist, Xiaoqian, and eventually found the manager, Bai Ling. The haunted house had no objections to filming or live streaming. Everything within was genuine. Inside the haunted house, ghosts acted just like regular people, capable of speaking, working, and using tools. Nothing was merely a shadow and could indeed be captured on camera. However, there were a few risks involved. Firstly, the haunted house contained fantastical elements that could not be explained by science. If widely disseminated, it might raise suspicions and pose risks to the haunted house. Secondly, the ghosts, such as Xiaoqian and the beautiful flower, were too stunning. If their photos were leaked online, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Nowadays, internet users are quite astute and curious. They would undoubtedly dig into the backgrounds of Xiaoqian and the beautiful flower. If they discovered that these were individuals without any records, it would spell trouble. Xiaoqian and the beautiful flower were ghosts, perhaps deceased for countless years, without any identification or family, essentially stateless entities that could not be exposed. Miao contemplated finding a way to connect with the higher-ups. She had heard of a national bureau dedicated to managing supernatural phenomena, which specialized in researching and regulating supernatural beings. Miao wanted to arrange identification for Xiaoqian and her companions. As the haunted house thrived and attracted more visitors, it would inevitably draw the attention of supernatural forces. Rather than facing scrutiny and being forced to close for renovations, it would be wiser to contact the bureau early and secure a formal registration. Miao had harbored this thought for a long time, but had yet to find a means to reach out to the bureau. For now, she could only develop cautiously. However, with the haunted house gaining popularity on Douyin, many influencers approached Miao, eager to take more photos and preferably live stream. With the May Day Golden Week approaching, the influx of visitors would be immense. Sharing more photos and videos could heighten the haunted house's allure. After considering their arguments, which were quite sound, and recognizing their expertise in marketing, she concluded that a strong foundation was essential for safeguarding the haunted house. Thus, she decided to permit photography and live streaming. However, there would be restrictions. The painted skin, beautiful flower, and Xiaoqian must not be filmed. Wide shots of mountains and oceans were also off-limits. And the ghost staff could only show half of their faces at most. These limitations would be managed by Bai Ling and the marketing department, as they understood the boundaries. Miao only needed to grant them privileges and prepare the necessary equipment. The painted skin replica lacked signal reception, making it impossible to live stream with regular phones. Miao had to search for equipment in the haunted house's marketplace. Just as she opened the haunted house's marketplace, a notification popped up, reminding her of a lottery opportunity. Spend 1,000,000 points in the mall to earn 1 lottery entry. Chapter 79. Reclaiming wisdom, Li Miao had consecutively purchased 2 grand structures in the marketplace, a reception hall and a haunted house entrance. Along with various other items she had previously acquired, her expenditures had long surpassed 1 million. Upon seeing the lottery prompt, Li Miao felt a surge of excitement, recalling her previous good fortune when she had drawn a golden blind box. Perhaps, this time, she might also procure a limited edition treasure. Dream Beast, her companion, floated over, its current squat and rotund form unable to reach her height. It began to inflate itself, drifting into the air. "Master, the lottery!" it exclaimed.
Li Miao nudda.
"You are the one chosen by the lottery." Upon hearing this, Dream Beast's eyes sparkled with joy. Even a unique creature such as itself could be selected, indicating that splendid items awaited within. If it could summon another extraordinary beast, it would not only gain a companion but also unite with this new ally to petition Li Miao for a dungeon of their own. It was envious of the beautiful Ruhua. With a dungeon, it could ascend to higher levels and freely enter the haunted house. How blissful! However, extraordinary beasts were hard to summon. Dream Beast understood its own kind's plight. Many had perished in the rivers of time, leaving few behind. It was uncertain if any other beasts existed besides itself. Even if they did, the likelihood of selection was slim. "Master, first establish the scene for Xiaoqian, then proceed with the lottery," Dream Beast advised. Despite its playful demeanor and self-proclaimed name of Fluffy Dream, it was a cunning creature, adept at navigating its circumstances. Aware of its dependency on Li Miao and recognizing her fondness for adorable beings, it feigned cuteness. If Li Miao were to lose control over it, it would be the first to turn its back and flee. Just as Li Miao was about to engage in the lottery, Dream Beast's words momentarily confused her. Why must she establish the scene before proceeding with the lottery? However, she quickly grasped the implication and raised her gaze to Dream Beast. It seemed her master had caught on. Dream Beast was elated. It cherished a clever master. A wise and capable master could protect it and provide benefits. If misfortune had led it to a fool, not only would it expend resources, but it might even risk its life. Dream Beast harbored a disdain for fools and the weak. Thus, upon realizing its dependence on Li Miao, it had felt discontent. Such a fragile master could hardly endure, potentially dragging it down. As a proud, extraordinary beast, it had fought tirelessly to survive, so why should it succumb to a stranger? Why should it acknowledge her as its master and obey her commands? "Master, after establishing Xiaoqian's dungeon, your fortunes will surely soar. With good luck, your chances of winning the grand prize will increase." Li Miao also recognized that a higher footfall in the haunted house would lead to greater profits and upgraded dungeons, thereby improving her own well-being. Dream, you are truly wise. Thank you for your reminder." Li Miao cupped Dream Beast's face in her hands and affectionately rubbed it before rushing off to set up Xiaoqian's dungeon. Dream Beast gleefully twirled in delight. Its master had praised it. Counting the recent accomplishments in its mind, Dream Beast noted that it had helped design Xiaoqian's dungeon and reminded Li Miao to enhance her fortunes before the lottery. 2 significant contributions warranted it asking for a dungeon of its own after assisting once more. It wanted, desired, needed a dungeon. Li Miao had already envisioned the location for Xiaoqian's dungeon, situated on the right side of the haunted house map. Exiting the reception hall, one would walk straight down the central path to reach the Ruhua dungeon. The Ruhua dungeon resembled a commercial street, conveniently located for tourists to explore, dine, and shop. Exiting the reception hall and turning right would lead to Xiaoqian's dungeon. The Huapi dungeon had yet to upgrade to a higher level and was temporarily located on the 2nd floor of the building. Once it upgraded, Li Miao planned to create a horror zone and relocate the Huapi dungeon there. The construction for Xiaoqian's dungeon required no additional purchases, as it utilized the existing structures. Li Miao summoned both Xiaoqian and Dream Beast to the building housing Xiaoqian's dungeon, allowing Dream Beast to extract the pre-designed dreamscape. As the vibrant and fantastical dream appeared, it filled the entire structure. After clicking Scene Visualization, these enchanting visions, which had only existed in fairy tales, instantaneously transformed into reality. Xiaoqian could not help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful. I love it here." Li Miao's app began to flash frantically, inundating her with messages. "You have new deliveries arriving, please sign for them." You have new deliveries arriving. Please sign for them. You have new deliveries arriving. Please sign for them. So many deliveries? Before Li Miao could investigate further, another message popped up. Congratulations, the owner of the haunted house now possesses 3 dungeons. The haunted house has gained a certain scale, advancing the main quest, and rewards the Sea of Wisdom. The Sea of Wisdom? Li Miao clicked to explore the description. Sea of Wisdom. Do you ever feel slow to react? Poor memory? Lack of comprehension? Limited imagination? Weak logical reasoning? Is everything lacking? While others can memorize a passage after 3 readings, you require an entire night. Others grasp the principles effortlessly, while you need a week of study to comprehend. While others write beautifully with swift wit, you struggle to pen a single word. Enough examples. I fear for your pride. In essence, you are simply dull. But fear not, the Sea of Wisdom can enhance your intelligence, enrich your perception, and unlock your mind. It will make you smarter, wiser, and a genius. Li Miao. Why does this app always speak in such a sarcastic tone? Who on earth created this? A true master of sarcasm. Feeling good today? She decided not to engage with the app's tone and clicked Sea of Wisdom to claim her reward. Simultaneously, the first round commenced, testing the participants' basic poetry memorization skills. The questions posed were relatively simple. Previously, one had been to write poetry describing chrysanthemums. Participants would compete round after round, with those unable to produce verses being eliminated. 20 individuals would be selected to continue the competition, eventually culminating in a challenger facing off against the previous season's champion. The most beautiful poetry contest had been held for several seasons, with the last champion being an esteemed professor from Peking University. Li Yang was invited to participate in this season's most beautiful poetry, and the announcement had garnered widespread attention online. She was not only beautiful, but also talented, a renowned writer and screenwriter, well-loved by the public. Today, she would challenge the previous season's champion to see who would emerge as the new title holder. Chapter 80. The proud Li Yang, both the challenger and the defender, enjoy immense popularity. Li Yang, a beautiful author, has been celebrated as a prodigy since childhood. Several of her works have been adapted into television dramas, garnering her a significant following among the youth. The defender, Professor Chen, a historian from Kyoto University, is a renowned online figure known for her captivating lectures on history, which many netizens eagerly attend. Professor Chen has maintained her title for 3 consecutive seasons, characterized by her gentle demeanor and humorous wit, appealing to audiences of all ages. Due to the high popularity of both contestants, Kyoto Television boldly opted for a live broadcast this season's final challenge. Prior to the live event, the host interviewed Li Yang, inquiring about her confidence. With a humble smile, Li Yang replied, I have a deep appreciation for classical poetry, having enjoyed it since childhood and explored various texts. However, my youth pales in comparison to Professor Chen's profound knowledge. The host praised her. Your humility is commendable. Professor Chen has been following your progress and has praised your extensive reading and quick wit, suggesting she may not even be your match. Li Yang tilted her head. Her smile sweet. Professor Chen is genuinely humble. As her junior, I wouldn't dare to claim superiority over her. Competing alongside her is already an honor.
Subsequently,
the host interviewed Professor Chen, who remarked, this young lady has a rich foundation. She may not easily retain her champion title.
Indeed.
Li Yang has exhibited remarkable prowess in the previous rounds, prompting many, including several judges, to predict her success in the challenge. In the backstage makeup room, the makeup artist was styling Li Yang, who was distractedly scrolling through her phone. Occasionally glancing at the mirror, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Do you even know how to apply makeup? If you don't, just leave. This makeup is far too heavy. What will my fans think if they see me like this? I want a very subtle look, so subtle that one might mistake it for a natural face. Although Li Yang has not entered the entertainment industry, she has engaged in considerable self-promotion. Dubbed the natural beauty goddess, she believes that if she were to join the entertainment world and apply makeup properly, she would surpass many heavily made-up stars in beauty. Li Yang's fierce demeanor intimidated the makeup artist, whose trembling hands resulted in a crooked eyeliner application. In a fit of frustration, Li Yang slapped her, exclaiming, What are you doing, you fool? Are you trying to blind me? The makeup artist, shocked and covering her face, was taken aback by Li Yang's aggression. Just then, someone entered the room. Hearing the door open, Li Yang immediately feigned distress. It hurts so much. My eyes are in pain. You poked me.
What's wrong, Yang?
Aunt Yi Tsueyun asked, concerned as she approached. Upon recognizing her mother's voice, Li Yang relaxed. Oh, it's you. I thought it was someone else. Impatiently waving her hand, she instructed the makeup artist, get out. Bring in a different makeup artist. And remember, know what to say and what not to. Keep it in mind, or I will make it impossible for you to survive in this industry. The makeup artist bowed her head, her eyes red, yet she dared not protest. Li Yang wielded significant influence and, while not entirely dominant in the entertainment industry, easily intimidated a mere makeup artist. What happened? Who upset you this time? Aunt Yi Tsueyun asked after the makeup artist left. Li Yang kicked the table in anger. Where is Li Miao? Haven't you found her yet?
Mom.
Li Yang tugged at her mother's sleeve, pressing her cheek close. Do you see? I've become ugly. Yi Tsueyun examined her daughter closely, puzzled. No. You look beautiful. Look closely. My eyelashes are shorter. My pores have enlarged. And I've even developed a pimple on my forehead, something that has never happened before. Li Yang fumed. Previously, Shizi Mo would affectionately touch her, saying she resembled a peeled egg, and he could never get enough of her. Now, her arms had developed goosebumps, and she was too embarrassed to wear short sleeves. It's all that wretched Li Miao's fault. Calm down, Aunt Yi Tsueyun soothed her daughter. Once we find Li Miao, you can draw all over her face and vent your frustrations. After some time, Li Yang's mood improved. Yi Tsueyun urged her to study and prepare for the challenge, advising her not to lose against Professor Chen, who had profound literary skills. What is there to fear? The poetry is all in my head, Li Yang replied confidently. Despite her disdain for Li Miao, she had to admit that Li Miao was intelligent and had a significant fate. Li Miao's remarkable memory and literary talent were in her grasp. Defeating an elderly woman would be a breeze. Seeing her daughter's confidence, Yi Tsueyun felt relieved and asked when she would write again, as it had been a long time since Li Yang penned a novel. This absence could tarnish her reputation as a beautiful author, leading others to suspect her creative well had run dry. I don't want to write anymore. Li Yang pouted. Writing is exhausting and doesn't pay much. I want to enter the entertainment industry. Moreover, she felt a persistent fog clouding her mind, hindering her creativity. Ridiculous.
Ye Juyun reprimanded.
You aim to marry into a wealthy family. How can you enter the entertainment world? To marry into a prestigious family, you must be pure and without blemish. Mom, you misunderstand. I don't want to act. I just want to participate in variety shows and secure some endorsements. Li Yang had a plan. Her participation in the most beautiful poetry was part of it. Although she had previously identified as a beautiful author, her work was confined solely to romance novels, limiting her exposure. She intended to use the most beautiful poetry to elevate her fame and subsequently become a spokesperson for the Shi family group. With those two titles, she could easily earn money through advertisements and variety shows, far surpassing the struggles of writing novels. Seeing that her daughter had a clear plan, Yi Tsueyun felt pleased and complimented her. My daughter is so smart. But remember, don't lose sight of your primary goal. Shizi Mo is the one you should pursue. The Shi family is a top-tier aristocracy. Once Li Yang marries into the Shi family and becomes Mrs. Shi, her status would elevate significantly, bringing the entire Li family into the upper echelons of society. Understood. Li Yang clapped her hands. Mom, you can go now. Let the makeup artist back in to finish my look. The live challenge is about to start. Go for it. Yi Tsueyun cheered, clenching her fist. My daughter is the best. She will undoubtedly succeed. Of course, Li Yang replied, raising an eyebrow confidently. She was a genius beauty. A mere challenger was no match for her. The live broadcast was about to begin. Chapter 81. Li Yang faints. The live stream begins. As Li Yang took the stage, a chorus of cheers erupted from both the audience present and the viewers online. The on-site spectators, in particular, gaped in astonishment. Li Yang is so beautiful. I always thought her photos were edited, but in reality, she is 100 times more stunning than her pictures. Li Yang is truly both beautiful and talented. I adore her and dream of becoming someone like her. On stage, Li Yang exuded poise and confidence, embodying the grace of a well-bred young lady. She waved to the audience, greeted the host, and acknowledged the judges present. The host chuckled. Our contestant Li Yang has garnered immense popularity. Her entrance has set off continuous applause. Li Yang, today marks your challenge. Do you feel confident? Li Yang gently lifted her gaze, radiating elegance and confidence, while adding a touch of humor. Dear host, if I say I am confident, everyone will think I am arrogant and disrespectful to my seniors. If I say I lack confidence, I would only demoralize myself. Truly, there is no right way to answer this. The host laughed. It seems I have erred in my questioning. Please share your thoughts on this competition and what you'd like to say to your audience and supporters. Li Yang took the microphone, looked ahead with a serene expression, and confidently stated, I am fond of a line from Li Sa: the road is long and arduous. I shall seek and explore, regardless of the outcome of this challenge. My steps forward cannot be halted. At this moment, I do not wish to dwell on victory or defeat, but rather to share the beauty of classical poetry with everyone.
Wow.
The entire internet gasped in unison, captivated by Li Yang's charm. She is indeed immensely talented, both beautiful and intellectually refined. Professor Chen awaited her on the stage, separated by 5 steps, symbolizing 5 rounds of competition. The host began the questioning with the first topic, the Flying Flowers Command, originally a drinking game in ancient times. It was simplified in this context to 2 participants reciting verses with a specific theme in succession. The first theme word was spring. Li Yang began by reciting a poem containing the word spring. Following her, Professor Chen matched her verse for verse, and they exchanged countless lines, ultimately reciting over 100 poems related to spring. Many obscure works, unfamiliar even to the host and some judges, were mentioned. Li Yang's quick wit shone through, her confidence unwavering as she spoke without hesitation. The viewers in the live stream erupted in applause, flooding the screen with comments. Wow, Li Yang is incredible. Her mind operates like a computer, articulating her thoughts effortlessly. Li Yang is truly talented. How many books must she have read? Li Yang continued to excel, winning 3 consecutive rounds. The host posed the next question. Which city is described by the phrase, in all 4 seasons, there is neither cold nor heat, and with a single rain, autumn takes form? This was too simple. Li Yang pressed the buzzer. Just as she was about to reveal the city, a sudden, blinding pain struck her head, as if something was escaping her mind. She faltered, her thoughts blank. Her face paled as her hands clenched into fists. How could this happen? She knew the answer. She had studied this with Li Miao. That foolish girl, despite her talents being overshadowed, still studied tirelessly every day, clutching her books. Little did she know that all the knowledge she absorbed ultimately resided in Li Yang's mind.
What city was it?
What city? It came to her. But as she began to speak, silence enveloped the room. Everyone was stunned. How could the usually quick-witted Li Yang falter on such a simple question? The initial questions in these competitions are typically straightforward. Spring City clearly referred to Kunming. Even those with limited knowledge of classical poetry recognized it. Viewers online were in uproar. Oh my goodness, how could Li Yang make a mistake on such a simple question? Could she be doing it on purpose? The second question followed, slightly more challenging. In the line, the gates of heaven are opened and all nations pay tribute. What does gates refer to? The host, glancing at Li Yang, continued. The final question will once again be the Flying Flowers Command. If our challenger cannot turn the tide, this challenge will end in defeat. The command began, flying words with the character for moon. Li Yang was in a daze, instinctively reciting, the bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. Professor Chen replied, the spring river's tide merges with the sea's horizon. The bright moon rises with the tide. Li Yang stammered. I raised my head to gaze at the moon, bowing my head to think of my hometown. At that moment, everyone was bewildered. Had Li Yang lost her mind? Was she being foolish? The lines she recited were from a single poem. How embarrassing. Zimo furrowed his brow, observing Li Yang on stage with a scrutinizing gaze. For reasons unknown, the radiant Li Yang he had admired now seemed dim. He pressed his fingers against his temples, suspecting he was merely imagining things due to his recent busyness. While everyone was criticizing Li Yang, her fans jumped to her defense, saying, "So, what if it's one poem? The rules only stipulate no repetition. They never said it couldn't be a single poem." Others retorted, "The rules permit it, but isn't that a loophole? Isn't your Li Yang a genius beauty? How could she resort to such a lowly tactic?" The fans felt embarrassed for Li Yang and struggled to justify her actions. There were countless poems with a character for Moon. Why not simply recite one of them instead of resorting to a single poem? On stage, the host looked to the judges. After deliberation, the judges concluded that Li Yang had not violated any rules, and the competition continued. Professor Chen recited, "In the world of April, the blossoms fade. In the mountain temple, the peach blossoms begin to bloom." It was Li Yang's turn again. "Moon, moon," she stammered, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Her mind a complete blank as she struggled to recall a single line. She had never truly studied. The knowledge in her mind had come directly from Li Miao, and she had grown accustomed to reaping the rewards without effort. Thus, when the wisdom that was never hers was taken away, her mind was left void. Her knowledge so barren that she could barely compare to an elementary student. The more anxious she became, the more elusive the answer seemed, and her head throbbed painfully. In the end, Li Yang, unable to withstand the pressure, fainted on the spot.
Ah!
A collective gasp filled the venue. The live stream erupted with frantic comments. Chapter 82. Regaining all talents. What is happening? Has Li Yang fainted from the difficulty? This is hardly challenging. Even my son in kindergarten can recite several poems. The comments above are excessive. The poor girl has fainted, yet they continue to make sarcastic remarks. Li Yang has overcome far more difficult challenges. She must be unwell.
Indeed.
I concur that Li Yang is ill. Her condition has been off from the start. Her complexion is far too pale. What a way to salvage one's reputation. Even the most arduous task should not lead one to mistake the bright moonlight before my bed for two distinct poems. There are all sorts of opinions circulating online. Some deem her foolish, claiming she has been pretending all along. Others defend her, suggesting she is genuinely unwell, suffering from a sudden illness. Regardless, Li Yang's plans are now in ruins. She cannot proceed as intended to claim the champion title and gain fame through the most beautiful poetry, ultimately becoming the spokesperson for the She group. Li Yang was rushed for emergency care, and the doctor assured that she was not in serious danger. She merely fainted from the shock and would awaken shortly. The members of the Li family gathered anxiously outside the hospital room, and Shi Zimo arrived as well. Uncle Li urged Shi Zimo to leave, saying, "Zimo, you should go attend to other matters. There will be much gossip outside. We must suppress any negative rumors." Shi Zimo nodded, responding, "Uncle, do not worry. I have already arranged for someone to manage the public opinion. I will stay here to wait for Yang Yang. You need not fret about Li Yang. She is in good hands with us. Please return once she regains consciousness." Uncle Li continued to insist that Shi Zimo depart. Aunt Yi Tsueyin frowned, confused by her husband's insistence to send Shi Zimo away. Shouldn't he stay with Yang Yang in her time of need? As Yang Yang lay unconscious, shouldn't he, as her fiancé, be by her side? Yi Tsueyin moved forward, about to speak, when her eldest son suddenly embraced her shoulders, stopping her. Yi Tsueyin was taken aback, glancing at her son, but remained silent. Once Shi Zimo left, Yi Tsueyin immediately questioned, "What on earth happened? Why are you stopping me?" Her eldest son, Li De, wore a grim expression, as if he could squeeze ink from his face. He looked at his mother and whispered, "Mom, it's not just Yang Yang who is in trouble. We are in trouble too." "What do you mean?" Yi Tsueyin was bewildered. Li Si, the fourth son, furrowed his brow, recounting, "At the moment Yang Yang fainted, both my elder brother and I suddenly experienced severe headaches, as if something had been forcibly taken from our minds. Moreover, just now, the family steward called, saying our second brother, who is busy composing songs, suddenly collapsed and has been rushed for emergency treatment. The steward claimed it was due to him overexerting himself while writing. That is utter nonsense." Li Si's expression darkened. "My second brother has often stayed up late writing songs. He is renowned for his productivity. How could he faint from simply writing a song? This must be the doing of Li Miao. That wretched woman is undoubtedly scheming." Knowing that Li Yang was live-streaming at a critical moment, stealing her talents and causing Li Yang to embarrass herself, Such malice. Uncle Li nodded in agreement with the fourth son's assessment, having also felt the sudden pain in his head. Yi Xueyan stared blankly at the others. She had no blood relation to Li Miao and had not inherited any of her fate, so she was unaware of the deeper implications. Hearing their words now made her realize something was amiss. Panic-stricken, Yi Xueyan grasped Uncle Li's sleeve, urging him to contact the third son. Quickly, contact the third son.
No.
Uncle Li firmly refused. Father. Li Si protested, his face darkening. What are you hiding from the third brother at a time like this? He is your biological son. Are we merely pretend sons? I understand your reluctance to involve him in these morally questionable matters, but given the circumstances, feigning innocence is futile. No matter how pure he appears, he has blood on his hands that cannot be washed away.
Li Si.
Uncle Li's fury ignited. His gaze towards Li Si icy and fearsome. Do not involve your third brother. Seeing his father enraged, Li Si, though dissatisfied, dared not confront him further, and could only lower his head in resentment. Li stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his younger brother's shoulder to calm him. Then turned to his father. Father, I recall that the third brother left behind a talisman. Could it not be used? Uncle Li shook his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. That talisman is a life-saving measure. It cannot be utilized unless in dire circumstances. Additionally, the third brother warned that the methods contained within are not righteous, but rather sinister. If we use it, there will be consequences. Our family is not at that point yet. What shall we do then? Yi Xueyan was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "This is unacceptable. We cannot simply wait idly by while Li Miao bullies us." Do not worry, Uncle Li reassured his wife. As long as we locate Li Miao and bind her to us, the fortune that flows from her will continuously nourish our family. But how are we to find her? Yi Xueyan glanced at her husband, unable to suppress her frustration. You always prioritize appearances, unwilling to search boldly. The world is vast. If she hides anywhere, we will never find her. Uncle Li nodded, acknowledging, I have been overly sentimental, always considering her as my brother's daughter and unable to be ruthless. Now it seems there is no need. A bad seed is a bad seed. She has already brought ruin to her parents and now seeks to harm us. Truly, she is a star of calamity that should not exist in this world. This time, I shall not show mercy. Uncle Li's gaze turned steely. Once the second son awakens, I will leverage his prominent status to circulate a message online seeking Li Miao, publicly sharing her photograph. I refuse to believe that under the nationwide manhunt, we cannot locate her. Seeing Uncle Li finally resolute, Yi Xueyan breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, this should have been done long ago. If we had found her sooner, Yang would not have suffered so terribly. Just then, Li Yang awoke. Yang. Yi Xueyan rushed forward, her eyes red with tears. My poor daughter. Having just regained consciousness, Li Yang was momentarily disoriented, staring blankly at her parents and brother before asking, what happened to me? Why am I here? Upon finishing her question, she suddenly realized, oh no, my live-streaming competition. Li Yang's face went pale, her body trembling as her eyes filled with tears. Mother, what are they saying online?
What are they discussing about me?
Are they criticizing me? Li Yang's emotions spiraled out of control. She has always valued her reputation. Throughout her life, she has been the epitome of beauty and talent, a focal point of admiration, never having experienced such humiliation. Recalling her blunder during the live broadcast, where she mistakenly divided the bright moonlight before my bed into two distinct poems, Li Yang felt a wave of shame and fury. Even kindergarten children could recite several poems featuring the moon, and here she was having. Unable to contain herself any longer, Li Yang burst into tears, lamenting her fate. It was over for her. She had disgraced herself before the entire nation. Watching her daughter cry uncontrollably, Yi Xueyan's heart shattered, wishing to seize Li Miao and force her to kneel in repentance.
Uncle Li da, and Li Si also wore grim expressions.
They silently vowed to utilize all their resources and spare no effort to find Li Miao. Li Yang wept bitterly. Chapter 83. A nationwide search for Li Miao. Li Yang wept uncontrollably, her body trembling, unable to utter a single word. Yi Xueyan held her tightly, choking back tears as she softly reassured, do not cry, my dear. Mother is here. It is all right. It is merely a competition. Losing is inconsequential. Li Yang shook her head, her expression filled with despair. It is not like that. It is not. Mother, I am so very sad. So very sad. Her sobs interrupted her speech. Since childhood, I have been deemed unattractive, bullied and ridiculed, called a hideous creature. My academic performance has never been stellar. My mind is dull. And teachers disdain me. My classmates mock me, always putting me in embarrassing situations. During class, they would sneakily move my chair while I stood, causing me to fall. During nap time, they would tie my shoelaces together. They even tore my homework to shreds, preventing me from submitting it. Li Yang faltered, her emotions overwhelming her. I detest being humiliated. I loathe being laughed at. I have worked so hard to become beautiful, to become intelligent, to be the object of admiration and envy. Yet, I have struggled to reach this point, only to make such a fool of myself in front of the entire nation.
Why?
Why must fate treat her so cruelly? She merely wished to become beautiful, to be liked, so why was she subjected to such humiliation? Enough, enough, Nie Xiaoqian said, her heart aching for her daughter. Uncle Li's eyes reddened, his fists clenched, resolutely telling himself that he must not show any mercy towards Li Miao. Li Si turned away, delivering a powerful punch to the wall, his gaze filled with resentment. Li Miao, what a piece of work! The eldest, Li Da, remained silent, but the darkness in his eyes foretold impending turmoil. Eventually, Li Yang cried herself into exhaustion, lying on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yi Xiaoqian, fearing her daughter's distress, hurriedly comforted her. It is fine, it is fine. Li Miao cannot escape our grasp. Once we capture her, we will restore your talents. Then we shall participate in the most beautiful poetry again and claim the title. Li Yang shook her head. No, I do not want to go. Yi Xiaoqian nodded. Very well. We shall not go. I will have your father and brothers issue a statement online, claiming you fainted due to illness, not because you could not answer. This way, no one would mock her. Uncle Li approached, explaining, it is not just you. Your brothers are the same. It seems Li Miao has stolen your talents. Because you were on stage thinking your reaction was severe. Your second brother was composing music at the time, and he also reacted strongly, fainting directly. Your eldest brother and fourth brother were fine, only feeling a slight headache. At this, tears streamed down Li Yang's face, once more. Uncle Li quickly reassured his daughter. Do not worry, your talents are yours and cannot be taken by Li Miao. Once we find her, I will show no mercy, and will deal with her decisively. No more of her troublesome antics. The mere thought of Li Miao's mischief stirred a flicker of annoyance in Uncle Li's eyes. This insolent girl could not remain still. Initially, out of respect for his brother, he had considered letting her fade away naturally, but her incessant disruptions had changed his mind. He would never again show her mercy. Before Li Yang had even been discharged from the hospital, Uncle Li began disseminating information online, stating that Li Yang had fainted on stage due to emotional distress. He mentioned that she had a cousin named Li Miao, who had been missing for quite some time, and that Li Yang had been worried about her. On the day of the competition, the Li family received false news of Li Miao's death in a car accident. Simultaneously, the popular star Li N also posted on Weibo seeking Li Miao, postponing the release of his new album. The news sent shockwaves across the internet. Everyone speculated about the identity of Li Miao, whose mere presence could cause Li Yang to faint publicly and compel Li N to delay his album release. Such a person must be extraordinary. Uncle Li invested heavily in promotional articles, flooding the internet with Li Miao's photos. He magnified her image, marked by a large black spot, and disseminated it widely across social media platforms, Weibo, Douyin, Zhihu, Xiaohongshu, Kuaishou. Everywhere was her unflattering visage. Before the photos were released, netizens speculated whether Li Miao was, in fact, beautiful and talented, which would explain the Li family's affection and concern for her. But once the picture surfaced, Li Miao was instantly transformed into a figure of ridicule. Furthermore, numerous insiders began to leak information. Li Miao is my classmate. She attends an expensive private school, yet her grades are atrocious, as foolish as a pig. Compared to her cousin Li Yang, she is worlds apart. Li Miao used to work in my store. She was clumsy and always breaking things. Li Miao's character is abysmal. She envies her cousin. Though Uncle Li's family has taken her in and treated her well, she shows no gratitude and constantly speaks ill of them. It's laughable. If they were truly unkind, would they have allowed her to attend such an expensive private school and buy her luxury items? She is nothing but an ingrate. As the number of detractors grew, Li Miao was painted as a villainous figure devoid of gratitude and integrity. Netizens lamented that such a wretched person did not deserve to live. They wished the car accident news were true. The reactions from Li Yang and Li Yan's fans were particularly vehement. Li Yang's fans vehemently condemned Li Miao, labeling her a harbinger of misfortune. A disgraceful person who ran away from home. Had it not been for her, Li Yang would not have fainted. It was all her fault that Li Yang had failed to succeed in the challenge. Li Yan's fans were equally furious with Li Miao. What is she even? An ugly creature, delaying my brother's album release. They had waited a year for his new album, only for it to be postponed due to this unattractive nuisance.
Ah, Li Miao, goody.
The entire internet fumed with disdain for Li Miao. People frantically circulated her photos while searching for her, manipulating her image into terrifying edits. Some resembling obituaries, others of a pornographic nature, even transforming her into a monster. Li Yan posted on Weibo, urging everyone to remain rational. Although Li Miao had acted thoughtlessly, she was still his cousin, the only child of his deceased uncle, and he did not wish for her to come to harm. Upon seeing Li Yan's post, his fans flooded the comments. Brother is too kind. Why bother with such a person? Brother, please release your album. We want to hear your songs. Brother's talent is unparalleled. Please hurry and release your album.
Ah.
I hate Li Miao. She should just die. What a wretch. Please, everyone, do not curse her on Brother's Weibo. He is too kind-hearted, and seeing his fans despise his cousin would surely sadden him. Yes, let us refrain from irrelevant comments on Brother's Weibo. Let us unite in searching for Li Miao. Together, let us find Li Miao. As everyone spontaneously mobilized to search for Li Miao, Li En smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Let us see where you think you can hide. Now, the whole internet was filled with Li Miao's photographs, all desperately seeking her. Her distinctive appearance, marked by that prominent black spot on her face, made her easily recognizable. Even if she attempted to disguise herself with a mask or a veil, it would be impossible to wear them at all times. She would need to eat, work, and interact with others. Inevitably, her true self would be revealed. The Li family. Chapter 84. Winning the lottery. The commotion surrounding the Li family was at its peak, yet Li Miao remained blissfully unaware. She was immersed in the Xiaoqian instance, experiencing the transformative effects brought forth by the Sea of Wisdom. It felt as though, in an instant, she had achieved enlightenment. Once, her mind had been like a sieve. With countless verses and classical texts slipping away, her imagination had been stifled, requiring immense effort and extensive research to conjure even a hint of creativity. Her responses had been sluggish, taking considerable time to untangle logical threads. However, those were mere memories. Now, Li Miao felt an unprecedented clarity in her mind. As she surveyed her surroundings, gazing at the Xiaoqian instance, she sensed that it was still not flawless. It could indeed be better. Master, the dream demon interjected. Unable to contain its excitement. Let us draw, let us draw. Hurry up and draw. It could hardly wait.
Ah, yes, the draw.
Rather than selecting immediately, Li Miao closed her eyes and made a wish. She hoped to win equipment related to signals or live broadcasting, or perhaps a discount card, or even a rare mystery box. After making her wish, she clicked to draw. The large wheel spun with a whoosh, and 10 seconds later, the draw page erupted in fireworks. The master of the haunted house, Li Miao, strikes it lucky, winning an SSS-grade item. The master of the haunted house, Li Miao, is blessed with fortune, unveiling the SSS-grade multiverse broadcasting device. Li Miao was elated. Did the haunted house system know something? Just as her astonishment peaked, a watch suddenly materialized in her palm. Was this the multiverse broadcasting device? It resembled a sports watch, strikingly similar to certain well-known brands. Upon further examination, she discovered that its operation was quite straightforward. By donning the multiverse broadcasting device and marking a specific world, she could record its coordinates for live streaming. Moreover, The broadcast could be viewed through the device itself or connected to smartphones, computers, televisions, and other devices. The multiverse broadcasting device transcended dimensional boundaries, allowing connections across various realms and an array of display devices. As Li Miao recalled Bai Ling's earlier mention of live broadcasting, she thought to herself that the multiverse broadcasting device had arrived at the perfect moment. She promptly made her way to the lounge to find Bai Ling. At that moment, Bai Ling was conversing with the internet celebrity Dachuan, explaining that the signal in the painting skin instance was currently poor, making live broadcasting impossible, though the flower-like instance was viable. As their conversation unfolded, Li Miao interjected unexpectedly. The painting skin instance can work too. Bai Ling was taken aback. Boss? Dachuan turned to see a woman adorned with a peculiar mask. This must be the owner of the haunted house. He stood up and extended his right hand, introducing himself. Hello, I am Dachuan. Hello, Li Miao responded, shaking his hand. Bai Ling approached, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Wasn't it said that the painting skin instance had no signal? How was it now suddenly available for live broadcasting? Did the boss acquire something extraordinary? As this thought struck her, Bai Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Li Miao winked playfully. Indeed, I have something special. It was only 7:30, and the haunted house had not yet opened for business. Li Miao led Dachuan to the painting skin instance. My apologies, Li Miao explained. Because the instances of the haunted house involve commercial secrets, we cannot use your mobile device for broadcasting. We must use our broadcasting equipment to log into your account and connect to your live stream. Dachuan nodded in understanding. Most haunted houses and escape rooms on the market prohibited live broadcasting. Only Fengdu Haunted House was so popular that curious netizens urged him to come over, which is why he had approached with a bit of hesitation. He had not anticipated that the owner of this haunted house would be so generous as to allow live broadcasting. Dachuan glanced at Li Miao and noticed her enigmatic smiling mask. After staring at it for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Why do you always wear a mask?" Li Miao smiled, to maintain an air of mystery. Dachuan didn't dwell on it, casually nodding, "Your thoughts are quite intricate, boss." This mask complements the haunted house's atmosphere beautifully. As they conversed, the group arrived at the painting skin instance. Li Miao first used the multiverse broadcasting system to locate the instance, and then connected to Dachuan's live stream. After setting a few restrictions, she prepared to leave. Dachuan was perplexed. "You're just leaving like this?" Li Miao glanced at him and replied, "Our manager, Bai, will accompany you throughout." Dachuan shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I'm asking about your broadcasting equipment. Where's the camera?" "Oh, you meant that?"
Li Miao realiza.
Raising her hand to indicate the sky and the surroundings, there are many hidden cameras in this vicinity. Dachuan scanned the area, but he couldn't see a single camera. How discreet. He had doubts about the effectiveness of the haunted house's broadcasting equipment. Just moments ago, they had mentioned poor signal. Now, it seemed there were cameras everywhere. The whole situation felt unreliable. Dachuan sighed, "Boss, live streaming is a form of promotion. If this broadcast doesn't go well, it could adversely affect your business. If we don't have proper broadcasting equipment, the stream may end up blank, with unclear visuals. If the haunted house disregards promotional outcomes, I certainly don't want to tarnish my reputation. I have 1 million followers after all." Li Miao paused, sharing his concern about the broadcast quality. The multiverse broadcasting device had a grand name, but its actual performance remained uncertain. Being the first use, any mishap would be unfortunate. She decided to observe for a while. She smiled at Dachuan. "I understand your worries. This is my first live broadcast as well. Let us see how it goes. If it's not satisfactory, we can switch devices." Dachuan nodded before inquiring, "When do we start?" "Let us begin." Li Miao pressed the start button. Dachuan's fans were eagerly awaiting. Previously, there had been only a handful of viewers, but now, the count had surged to over 1,000, all curious about Fengdu Haunted House. Uncertain of what the live broadcast would look like, Dachuan opened his smartphone to watch the stream. He was pleasantly surprised by the clarity of the broadcast. With the camera perfectly focused on him. "Ah, this is quite interesting." Dachuan waved his hand, and the viewers in his live stream mirrored his gesture. His fans were bewildered by his odd behavior. "Dachuan, what are you doing? Have you had too much to drink?" Dachuan is amazing. He is actually live streaming the painting skin instance. You're the first one on the internet. Upon reading that comment, De Chuan suddenly remembered he still needed to showcase the painting skin instance, almost forgetting his purpose. Hello, everyone, De Chuan began. I've spoken with the haunted house owner, and we're allowed to live stream the painting skin instance. Let us go in and take a look. As he spoke, De Chuan wanted to capture a panoramic shot but was unsure how to do so since he didn't possess the equipment. He could only turn to Li Miao for assistance. The broadcasting equipment is voice-activated. Just say what you want to capture, Li Miao replied. De Chuan was astonished. It's that smart? Voice-activated? He hesitated, then cautiously commanded, Camera, surround me and capture a 360-degree view.
Dashua.
Chapter 85. The eighth pawnshop. As Dazong's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, with no cameras in sight. Dazong was at a loss for words. Was this the intelligent voice-controlled camera the haunted house owner had mentioned? It seemed as unreliable as the Xiaoqian assistant. Just as he was about to speak, his gaze drifted to the phone in his hand. He noticed the live stream footage rotating 360 degrees, drawing closer until it was nearly pressed against his face, as if a camera were spinning around his head. Strangely, he could see nothing before him, as though a pair of invisible eyes were watching him from the shadows. A chill ran down his spine. Boss? He could no longer contain his emotions and exclaimed suddenly. Bai Ling, wearing a mask, approached to calm him. Our cameras are of exceptionally high definition, with outstanding pixel quality. Even from a distance, they capture images clearly. Dazhong regained his composure, recalling how some smartphones could photograph the moon with clarity, let alone professional streaming equipment. He realized he had overreacted and hastily explained to his fans in the live stream, Apologies, everyone. I was startled just now. I couldn't see the cameras in the painted skin dungeon, but the live stream had my image, so close up it felt a bit creepy. Truly, this is a terrifying dungeon. Upon hearing Dazhong's words, the online viewers erupted in laughter, teasing him. Did Dazhong just scare himself silly? Ha ha ha, Dazhong turned pale. Seriously? With a haunted house manager by your side, how could you be so frightened? How embarrassing. The viewers' playful banter significantly eased Dazhong's tense demeanor. He began to introduce the painted skin dungeon to the audience. Look at these ancient and exquisite buildings. The scene is meticulously crafted. Standing in the street, he indicated for the camera to widen its angle, capturing the bustling street on both sides. The viewers in the live stream gasped in awe.
Wow.
This set design is incredible. It must have cost hundreds of thousands. I see a 3-story building in the distance. What is the haunted house owner planning? Is this a film studio? Truly magnificent. It feels like a tourist destination. The film studio I visited last time felt so shabby compared to this painted skin dungeon. Dazhong, their essay shop on your right. Go check it out. Upon seeing the viewer's comment, Dazhong turned and entered the shop on his right. It was a rouge shop, adorned with a distinctly ancient charm. Upon entering, a grand screen embroidered with images of ancient women applying makeup welcomed him, exquisitely crafted. Just as Dazhong was about to walk past the screen, the live stream exploded with comments. Wait. Dazhong, don't go. Check the screen out. Get closer. Noticing the comments, Dazhong paused and approached the screen, signaling for the camera to capture the details. As he spoke, the live stream showcased the screen in its entirety, as if it were right before their eyes. Wow. How beautiful. Oh my goodness. Is this Sioux embroidery? Do you know what that is? A piece this large must be worth a fortune. What kind of haunted house would be so extravagant to display such a precious Sioux embroidery screen as a mere prop? Aren't they afraid it will get damaged? One viewer became almost frantic, lamenting over the screen. Hey, do you realize that the screen is made of redwood? Upon hearing this, the other viewers finally focused, scrutinizing the screen in astonishment. Although they could not identify the embroidery or the wood, they could tell that this screen was exceptionally beautiful, exquisite, and undoubtedly expensive. Dazhong was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected the screen to be Sioux embroidery and made of redwood. Manager, this Bai Ling explained, my boss is a perfectionist. This rouge shop is high-end, and naturally, the furnishings must be of the finest quality. Li Miao beside her gave Bai Ling a thumbs up, praising her words. Dazhong thought to himself, the finest? This might be a bit excessive. He turned to the viewers in the live stream, saying, without mentioning anything else, Just this screen alone makes the 88 yuan admission fee worthwhile. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to grow, with many curious individuals eager to experience the haunted house flooding in. Before long, the viewer count surpassed 10,000. Dazhong continued deeper into the rouge shop, introducing it to everyone. This shop was indeed upscale, with porcelain containers for the rouge, each beautifully shaped and captivating to behold. Dazhong spent more than half an hour exploring the shop. As he prepared to leave, some viewers expressed their desire to see more, urging him to stay longer and check out the backyard. Dazhong sighed. Dear friends, this street has at least dozens of shops. If we keep exploring, I'll have to spend the night here. Let us not focus on the shops for now. I encourage you all to visit in person later. Let us delve into the storyline. I've heard that the Painted Skin Dungeon has some intriguing rules and tales. Let us go explore. With that, Dazhong exited the rouge shop. As he stepped outside, a small black card floated towards him. A sharp-eyed viewer exclaimed, Dazhong, wait. There's a black card. See what it is. Dazhong picked up the card, which was entirely black, with only 5 bold characters inscribed, the 8th pawn shop. Oh my goodness! The viewers in the live stream went wild, excited about the existence of the 8th pawn shop. They all fantasized about what they would pawn if such a place existed in reality. Dazhong, hurry, go in. I'm curious about what the 8th pawn shop looks like. Is it like in the dramas? Dazhong felt intrigued. This Painted Skin Dungeon was fascinating. But where was the 8th pawn shop? He glanced at manager Bai Ling, who shook her head, indicating she didn't know. He then looked at Miao, who remained silent. Dazhong had no choice but to search for it himself, wandering the streets for a couple of rounds without a trace. Was it not on this commercial street, but rather on another? Just as he was about to venture further, the live stream viewers began to comment frantically.
Ah, Dazhong.
Look behind you. Turn around. Dazhong turned and spotted a pitch-black shop with the words the 8th pawn shop emblazoned above. He was elated, ready to enter, when a shimmering transparent screen appeared before him, inscribed with a large warning, involving privacy. Best to enter alone. Seeing this, the viewers found it amusing. Interesting. Is that wavy screen a special effect? How fascinating. Dazhong, what does it feel like to see this in person? Is it real? Dazhong shook his head. It feels very real. As he reached out to touch it, the wavy screen dissolved like flowing water at his fingertip. Dazhong wiggled his fingers, describing his sensation. It's very bouncy, like jelly.
Go on in.
As soon as his words fell, a transparent screen appeared ahead. Would you like to go live? Do you mind others watching? Please take this matter seriously as it pertains to privacy. Brother Dachuan chuckled nonchalantly, thinking that this setup was rather overly solemn for what was merely a haunted house scenario. Was it truly akin to the infamous number 8 pawn shop? He paid it no mind and boldly replied, It's fine, I don't care about privacy. With that, he stepped into the pawn shop.
No. 8 pawn shop.
Chapter 86. The pawn shop. The interior of pawn shop number 8 was shrouded in darkness, starkly contrasting with the decor depicted in television dramas, resembling instead an ancient pawn shop. Upon entering, one was greeted by a towering counter, taller than an average person, completely obscuring the proprietor from the view of patrons outside. There were no chairs or any semblance of comfort. The atmosphere was stark and eerie, devoid of any visible human presence. Brother Dachuan instructed the camera to pan around, striving to provide the audience in the live stream with a clear view. Where is everyone? Where are the people?
I want to see Dachuan pawn something.
Perhaps the NPCs are off duty. As they chatted, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps emanated from behind the counter, echoing like massive stones thudding against the floor. Brother Dachuan raised his gaze, and the camera followed suit. A large, hat-clad head unexpectedly appeared above the counter, featuring only eyes and a mouth, devoid of any other features. The sight of such a head startled everyone. What a fright! My heart skipped a beat. What on earth is that? Brother Dachuan was equally taken aback, inhaling deeply before asking, Are you the pawn shop proprietor? The head emitted a series of unsettling, cackling laughs. Its sound reminiscent of something from the netherworld, grating on the ears like chalk scraping against a blackboard or the shrill noise of a chair being dragged. What do you wish to pawn? What would you like to exchange? The head inquired. At this, the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. This is so intriguing. Dachuan, hurry and pawn your love for a career. Yes, yes. Exchange love for wealth. Friendship could be sold too, along with conscience and loyalty. Why not pawn your sense of smell as well? The comments varied wildly. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Brother Dachuan declared, I wish to exchange my love for TikTok followers. I currently have 2 million followers and desire 5 million. Is that possible? The head blinked and asked, Are you certain you wish to pawn your love? Brother Dachuan nodded affirmatively, yes. If I could truly exchange love for followers, that would be splendid. Having been in a relationship with his girlfriend for 7 years, he had grown weary. She had stood by him since his days as a penniless youth, supporting his career both financially and emotionally, even caring for his mother. It would be utterly inhumane not to marry her. Despite his underlying fatigue, Brother Dachuan never mentioned breaking up. Instead, secretly hoping she would recognize his indifference and initiate the split. If only he could truly pawn his love for a thriving career. With wealth, a man could have everything. What kind of woman would he not be able to attract? Yes. With a resounding thud, a wooden stamp fell, and Brother Dachuan suddenly felt a tugging sensation. Instinctively retreating a step, he witnessed a phantom hand pulling something away from him. What is this? Just then, the viewers flooded the chat with frenzied comments. Dachuan, look, you're trending. You're the first influencer to live stream from Fengdu Ghost City. Many have come to your stream. Oh my, Dachuan, you're amazing. The viewer count has exceeded 100,000. Wow, your followers have surged by 500,000. Ha ha ha, this is quite amusing. Dachuan wouldn't actually pawn his love, would he? At that moment, Brother Dachuan's phone rang. It was his girlfriend calling. He instinctively pressed the accept button, and her voice, strained and subdued, came through. Dachuan, let's break up. Taken aback, he stuttered. Why, you're joking, right? She scoffed coldly. Haven't you always wanted to break up with me?
I've noticed for a while.
On my birthday, you forgot, but spent it with another woman, and you even went on blind dates without telling me. I used to be reluctant to let go of our 7 years together, but now I've come to terms with it. A man who wants to leave cannot be retained. You're now a big internet star, with followers and money. You've outgrown me. I understand. With that, she hung up. Brother Dachuan felt as if a heavy stone had struck him, leaving him in a daze of shock and fear. He had always imagined the day she would bring up breaking up, yet when it actually happened, he felt no joy but rather as though he had been cast into a frigid abyss, trembling uncontrollably. No, I don't want to break up. I was wrong. Please don't leave me, he pleaded. Her voice was icily indifferent. Are you annoying? Don't contact me again. Please, don't hang up. Brother Dachuan's voice choked with emotion. Darling, don't speak to me like that. It hurts. It hurts? Go see a doctor. What good is talking to me? And stop calling me darling. There was no trace of compassion in her tone. If anything, there was a hint of irritation. She had truly moved on from him. Realizing the shift in her attitude, Brother Dachuan completely broke down, disregarding everything else as he turned and dashed outside. Don't go. Don't go. He was determined to win her back. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock at the unfolding scene. This has me bewildered. Is this real or fake? Did Dachuan truly pawn his love? Dachuan, don't run outside. Go to the pawn shop and reclaim your love. Yes, reclaim it. Brother Dachuan, coming to his senses, quickly turned back. Before him stood an unfamiliar herbal medicine shop. At this sight, both Brother Dachuan and the viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement. Oh my! The chat began to flood with comments. Where's the pawn shop? It was just here. Did Dachuan take a wrong turn? No way. I remember clearly. The pawn shop was next to the fabric store. This is definitely pawn shop number 8. How could it vanish? The viewers were astounded. It had been there just moments ago. Brother Dachuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could swear he had just been there to pawn something.
Where had the pawn shop gone?
Pawn shop number 8 had vanished, completely disappeared. Brother Dachuan's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, the live stream abruptly ending. In that instant, Chapter 87, the top 3 trending searches, the abruptly interrupted live stream sparked a tremendous uproar online, igniting the curiosity of netizens. One after another, they fervently commented on the account of Dachuan Ge. The comment section was filled with clamorous voices, and some even discovered the account of Fengdu Ghost House, which had been registered merely a few days prior by the marketing department, featuring only a short video of its entrance, with fewer than 10,000 followers. Suddenly, a surge of over 100,000 followers flooded in, all inquiring about the 8th pawn shop and Dechuanga. Live stream. Please resume the live stream. Don't make me kneel down and beg you. If the live stream doesn't start soon, I'll cause a scene. The matter of Dechuanga pawning love at the 8th pawn shop in the Huapi replica swiftly became a hot topic on Douyin. Many who stumbled upon the news were bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is this? Can someone knowledgeable step forward and explain what has transpired? Right? I'm utterly confused. I woke up this morning intending to scroll through Douyin, and all I see is pawning love. What does it even mean? Who has pawned love? It's the weekend, and it's still chaotic. I just woke up, my eyes are barely open, and Douyin's trending list has jolted me awake. I know Dechuanga. ISN Tihia comedic influencer? What happened? Why is everyone urging him to go live? I checked his account, and good heavens, that pinned video has amassed 100,000 comments, more than some major celebrities. I'm dying to know what happened to Dechuanga. The internet is never devoid of quick-witted netizens, and soon, someone posted a short video explaining the backstory. They revealed that the internet celebrity Dechuanga had gone live from the Fengdu Ghost House's Huapi replica and encountered the 8th pawn shop. Mistakenly believing it to be a ruse, he jokingly pawned his love, only to receive a breakup call from his girlfriend. Dechuanga, overwhelmed, abruptly ended the live stream. I finally understand the backstory. It was about pawning love. I thought it was genuine. There's nothing particularly special about it. It's just a ghost house gimmick. How dull. Seriously? This is what trends. Trending searches have lost their value. It's clearly a marketing ploy by Fengdu Ghost House. With the May Day holiday approaching, this ghost house is frantically marketing, hoping to capture the holiday traffic. It's not that simple. You didn't see the live stream. It was incredibly authentic. Dechuan's face went pale, and he was utterly dazed. However, in that very moment, I, too, was profoundly moved. It was heart-wrenchingly sorrowful. A netizen shared a screenshot, revealing Dechuan's trembling lips and reddened eyes, as though he had suddenly lost his soul. This is intriguing. I've studied micro-expressions, and Dechuanga is undoubtedly heartbroken. If he were acting, his mouth and cheeks would wrinkle, but his gaze is unmistakably sorrowful. A series of screenshots followed, further shocking everyone. Some netizens inquired if a recording existed, eager to see it. Indeed, there was. The video was far more impactful than the images. Observing Dechuan's demeanor in the video, even the most critical viewers could not dismiss him as insincere. Particularly after he pawned his love, his body flinched slightly, as if something had been forcefully taken from him. Dechuanga did not deliberately exaggerate. It was merely an involuntary response. It was nearly imperceptible upon close inspection. Oh my, could it be that Dechuan's love was truly snatched away? Can someone please clarify whether this is real or not? My curiosity is killing me. Someone save the child. Reveal the truth. Miao was that curious child. His inquisitiveness was overwhelming. Ever since he saw the recorded video, he began frantically commenting on Dechuan's and Fengdu Ghost House's accounts. Tell me, quick, tell me, is it real or fake? Don't make me kneel down and beg you. His fingers flew across the screen, and in no time, he had posted hundreds of comments. Just as he was engrossed in commenting, the dormitory door swung open, revealing his roommate, Zhang Qi.
Nie.
Come quickly. Miao recalled that Zhang Qi was particularly fond of feng shui, I Ching, and gossip. He even practiced divination. Previously, Miao found him somewhat eccentric, but today, he seemed particularly appealing. He waved Zhang Qi over. Have you seen the trending list on Douyin? Someone pawned love at the 8th pawn shop. Zhang Qi seemed unperturbed. Are you talking about a TV show? No. Miao shook his head. It's real. Do you know about the recently popular Fengdu Ghost House? Zhang Qi shook his head. Miao was at a loss for words. How can you not know anything? Forget it, I want to explain. Just watch for yourself. He beckoned Zhang Qi over to watch the video. What am I watching? Zhang Qi was still confused as Miao dragged him over, and he soon found himself staring at a video. In it, De Chuango was pawning love. Zhang Qi's frown deepened with every passing moment until his entire face was scrunched up. Miao urged, "So, what do you think? Is the 8th pawnshop real or fake?" Zhang Qi shook his head. "I don't know." Miao. "Then, why do you look so serious with that frown? Can you share the video with me?" "I'd like to examine it closely," Zhang Qi inquired. He had not perceived anything amiss in the video. It felt entirely natural. However, he sensed a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, as if something had been forcibly taken from De Chuange. Zhang Qi hailed from a family of celestial masters. His uncle was the current celestial master, Zhang Xiaoqian. Despite his lineage, Zhang Qi lacked the innate talent to cultivate the celestial path. His parents, like many in their clan, lived ordinary lives, studying and working. Few possessed the aptitude for celestial mastery, making them rare gems. Although Zhang Qi lacked innate talent, he had absorbed knowledge from his surroundings, understanding aspects of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and I Ching. While he could not catch ghosts, he could certainly observe feng shui and anomalies. After sharing the video, Zhang Qi watched it again, still failing to notice anything unusual. Even the previous spiritual fluctuation had dissipated, as if it had been merely a figment of his imagination. "It should be fine," Zhang Qi concluded, closing the video. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to show it to his uncle. Second uncle. Chapter 88. The Bureau of Supernatural Events. Uncle, are you busy? Please take a look at this video. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Zhang Qi sent the video to his uncle, Zhang Xiaoqian. Recently, Zhang Xiaoqian had been exceedingly occupied, as the birthday of the deity Zhao Gonyuan was approaching, with various Taoist temples holding events and several sending him invitations to attend. Currently, he was in Kyoto, juggling his responsibilities at the Bureau of Supernatural Events, leaving him with little time to spare. The Bureau of Supernatural Events, established to dispel the superstitions of the common folk, was formed during a time when technology was not as advanced and superstition was rampant. Numerous reports of supernatural occurrences flooded in from across the country, prompting the government to create the Bureau to investigate and provide scientific explanations to the public. Most of the leaders within the Bureau were ordinary individuals with little understanding of metaphysical practices. Practitioners like Zhang Xiaoqian were considered external associates, providing assistance when needed while enjoying their freedom at other times. Naturally, the Bureau compensated them for their services. However, in recent years, the Bureau had undergone significant changes. With the increasing frequency of supernatural events, these external practitioners gradually transitioned into formal positions within the Bureau. A decade ago, the vast majority of reported supernatural events were false. Stemming from misunderstandings due to superstition, it was rare to find more than one genuine occurrence among 100 reports. However, in the present day, astonishingly, 7 out of every 10 reported supernatural incidents were indeed true. It was as if the barrier separating the realm of reality from the supernatural had been breached, or more accurately, had developed a flaw, allowing strange occurrences and entities to emerge. With the surge in supernatural events, the state had become increasingly attentive, leading to a rise in the number of metaphysical practitioners within the Bureau. For instance, while Zhang Xiaoqian officially held a part-time role, he effectively managed the entire investigation department. The head of the department was an ordinary individual nearing retirement, in poor health, who largely abstained from involvement in supernatural cases, delegating them to Zhang Xiaoqian. Many reported incidents were investigated under Zhang Xiaoqian's leadership. The head of the Bureau had consistently encouraged him to join formally, promising him the directorship of the investigation department upon the retirement of its current head. Zhang Xiaoqian found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, he did not wish to betray the trust the state had placed in him, while on the other, as a descendant of Zhang Tianshi, he held considerable prestige within the realm of folk metaphysics. Joining a state organization could lead to estrangement from fellow practitioners. Additionally, he had personal motives. He could still accept private commissions, such as when Cheng Nuan's father contacted him regarding a scar on his wife's face. Just a phone call and a few words of guidance would earn him a substantial reward. If he were to join the Bureau formally, would he still be able to take on such work? As he pondered this, his nephew sent the video. Zhang Shuyuan opened it and cast a casual glance, only for his expression to shift dramatically. He could not afford to delay. He immediately called his nephew Zhang Qi. Where did you get this video? Sensing the gravity in his uncle's tone, Zhang Qi swiftly explained the context. The more Zhang Shuyuan listened, the more his expression darkened. Fengcheng? It seemed that Cheng and his wife had encountered a supernatural event in Fengcheng. To his astonishment, a vast ghost town had emerged there. This was far more serious than a mere supernatural occurrence. The buildings in the video bore no malevolent aura. However, Zhang Shuyuan, with his profound understanding of the metaphysical, discerned instantly that the structures were not of the physical world, but rather manifestations of the supernatural. This situation was far too significant to overlook. It needed to be reported. Meanwhile, at the Fengdu ghost house, after abruptly terminating the live broadcast, Dachuan sat on the ground, dazed and despondent, staring at the place where the number 8 pawnshop had vanished, engulfed in a profound sorrow that rendered him speechless. Miao stood nearby, feeling somewhat guilty. Had their ghost house frightened him too severely? She couldn't recall the number 8 pawnshop being part of the painted skin scenario. Reflecting on it, she remembered that a few days ago, the manager of the development department had indeed sent her a proposal. However, she had only skimmed through it and had not examined the details closely. The proposal's essence was to introduce additional horror elements into the painted skin scenario. Encouraging the content development team to unleash their creativity, she had approved it without scrutinizing the specific elements that would be added. Bai Ling nodded. The number 8 pawnshop is one of the new elements. A brilliant concept. Li Miao agreed but was somewhat puzzled. Can love truly be pawned? If so, I might be tempted to try it myself. Can this cancer be pawned? Bai Ling hastily shook her head. That's impossible. The 3 of them from painted skin can do it. It's far too difficult. Li Miao pointed at Dachuan. Bai Ling clarified. It's all an illusion. In the painted skin scenario, there's an employee who absorbed the incense you provided and evolved, gaining the ability to read minds. Li Miao understood. This was specifically designed based on the thoughts and feelings of the customers. In other words, Dachuan had genuinely contemplated pawning his love, having grown weary of his girlfriend. He believed he no longer loved her, even feeling a sense of aversion, but it was only upon losing her that he realized he could not live without her. Truly, a callous man, only appreciating what he had once it was gone. Li Miao approached Dachuan and gently patted his shoulder. Dachuan? Startled, Dachuan instinctively looked up, and upon seeing Li Miao, his eyes lit up as he reached out to grab her. How audacious! How dare he attempt to seize her employer? Bai Ling reacted swiftly. Stepping in front of Li Miao, she suppressed her cold demeanor, adopting a soothing smile as she gently reassured Dachuan, calm down. This is a game scenario. It's all fictional. You, a wretched man, if not for your own disdain for your girlfriend, would you even consider pawning love? Attempting to grab my boss? You must be out of your mind. If it weren't for the ghost house's employee code prohibiting harm to customers, she would have relished the opportunity to slap him across the face. Bai Ling held great admiration for her boss. Thanks to Li Miao, she had found a home after her death, a place to stay, sustenance to feed on, and the ability to cultivate her spirit. She felt her essence growing stronger than it had ever been in life. Bai Ling had been born into a family that valued sons over daughters. Her parents merely drained her vitality without a trace of affection. Upon learning of her leukemia, they feared the costs of treatment would deplete their resources. In her final moments before death, Bai Ling had been engulfed in despair. After becoming a ghost, she wandered aimlessly, devoid of consciousness, until meeting Li Miao, which felt like a rebirth. Thus, Bai Ling fiercely protected Li Miao, as did all the ghosts within the house. Chapter 89. The beloved Li Miao. What? Is it fake? Brother Dachuan was somewhat bewildered, his emotions still in turmoil. But she just called me and said she wanted to break up? As he spoke, Brother Dachuan pulled out his phone, intending to call his girlfriend, only to discover that there was no signal. How could there suddenly be no signal? He shook his phone vigorously. Bai Ling explained, the signal in the painted skin dungeon is quite poor, nearly non-existent. It only works at the entrance or when broadcasting live. The person who called you earlier wasn't your girlfriend, but one of our staff members. If you don't believe me, you can check it. Upon checking his call history, Brother De Chuan found that the call was marked as wife, but the phone number was not his girlfriend's. It was an unfamiliar number. His girlfriend hadn't called him at all. He stared at his phone for a moment, then suddenly covered his face, laughing and crying, lost in a frenzy. The feeling of regaining something previously lost was truly exhilarating. How wonderful it was. It was all fake. His girlfriend had not broken up with him. At this moment, Brother De Chuan could no longer focus on the live stream. He rushed outside to call his girlfriend. Miao watched his retreating figure, thinking, if this incident could lead him to reform and treat his girlfriend better, that would indeed be commendable. By the way, where is that employee who awakened the mind-reading ability? Just as Miao's thoughts concluded, a large-headed ghost rushed over from a distance. The same large-headed shopkeeper from the previous 8-number pawn shop. Approaching Miao, he transformed back to his original appearance, revealing a simple-looking young man in his 20s.
Boss.
It's me. I have awakened the mind-reading ability. The young man exclaimed, his tone brimming with pride. Miao was curious. She hadn't expected that a ghost employee could awaken such an ability. Can you hear what I'm thinking? The large-headed ghost shook his head. No, I can't. He seemed a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. My mind-reading ability is somewhat unreliable. Not every customer who enters can be read. Those with strong yang energy and powerful minds remain unreadable. Even for those with weaker energy, I can only occasionally catch a word or two. For that Brother De Chuan, I was merely guessing and couldn't capture his thoughts entirely. Miao understood. The awakened mind-reading ability was still quite nascent. She patted the young man on the shoulder, encouraging him. That's great. Just work hard on it, and improve your mind-reading skills each month. The large-headed ghost's eyes lit up, nodding excitedly. I will strive to meet your expectations, boss. Good luck. Miao clenched her fist. Now go to work. After the young man left, Miao opened the Ghost House app to check the young man's profile. After recruiting this batch of ghost employees, the Ghost House app had automatically generated their profiles. They were all 1-star ghosts, with only the red-clad fierce ghost, Hong Hong, being a 2-star ghost. Given their low star ratings and magical prowess, Miao had not paid much attention, never expecting they could actually level up. Upon checking the app, indeed, the young man's star rating had risen from 1 star to 2 stars, with a note stating he had high potential. Moreover, another individual had also leveled up to 2 stars, Dr. Zheng Demon. Zheng Demon, 2 stars, special ability, healing, how impressive. An ordinary ghost could actually level up and gain a special ability. Just as Miao was about to delve deeper into the details of the healing ability, the app pinged with a message. Congratulations, Ghost House owner. Your little oil vegetables, employees, are thriving and awakening special abilities, contributing to the construction of the Ghost House. Please continue to feed them nourishment, incense, to help them grow into the pillars of the Ghost House. Miao. This app feels rather informal, almost chaotic. She had expected the Ghost House app to offer rewards, but after that message, it fell silent. Not rewards? Miao was astonished. Previously, rewards had been frequent, but now they seemed to have dwindled, as if the app sensed her murmurs. It suddenly popped up with another message. Reward, a warm reminder. The Ghost House belongs to the owner, and the abilities of the ghost employees are the owner's abilities. Please explore and understand them gradually. Miao. How stingy. Now warm reminders count as rewards? It feels like the Ghost House app is running low on resources. However, it did remind her that the skills possessed by her ghost employees were also hers to wield, albeit she was currently unaware of how to utilize them. Previously, when trapped by the red-clad fierce ghost, she had instinctively realized the skill, rapid disrobing, which was derived from painted skin. If she wished to utilize the special skills of the large-headed ghost and Dr. Zheng, would she also need to awaken those skills? After pondering for a while without any clarity, Miao decided to set it aside for now. Whenever she needed, she could simply summon the large-headed ghost and Dr. Zheng. Outside the Ghost House, she could employ their abilities at will, just as if they were by her side. The Ruhua dungeon had already been upgraded to a high-level dungeon. She could let them pass through the Ruhua dungeon and emerge from the gate of the Yin-Yang magic cube. Though it seemed Miao was alone, she carried the weight of countless forces wherever she went. The thought of it felt quite exhilarating. With nothing pressing at the moment, Li Miao decided to return to her bedroom on the 16th floor to unwrap the 3 newly arrived mystery boxes and see what treasures awaited her. She and Bai Ling exited the painted skin dungeon together, and as soon as they emerged, Bai Ling received a call from the receptionist, Xiaoqian. A certain internet celebrity known as Princess of the Tip of the Tongue wished to meet the manager for a seafood eating broadcast. Li Miao waved her hand, signaling Bai Ling, "You go ahead. There's no need to follow me." Bai Ling nodded, about to leave, but after a moment of thought, she turned back to Li Miao, her eyes sparkling. "Boss, I used to work in High City, where the cuisine is exquisite. How about I prepare some High City dishes for you tonight?" "Sure." Li Miao nodded. She had a fondness for good food. Seeing Li Miao agree, Bai Ling was overjoyed. The group of ghostly women often chatted after work, lamenting that Li Miao appeared too thin, which tugged at their hearts. They wanted to help her gain some weight, believing that with daily delicious meals, her appetite would surely improve. Additionally, they wanted to help beautify Li Miao. Currently, she needed to cover the dark spots on her face with a mask, preventing her from showing her face. At such a young age, it was disheartening that she couldn't reveal her true self. Bai Ling felt a pang of sympathy. They had inquired with Ruhua about Li Miao's dark spots, which differed from ordinary blemishes. They were ghostly pockmarks that Ruhua could not remove. It was something Li Miao had to overcome gradually, little by little, to restore her original appearance. The group of ghostly women decided that once Li Miao's ghostly pockmarks faded and she no longer needed to wear a mask, they would surely dress her up beautifully, transforming her into the happiest little princess in the world. Though Li Miao had no family, it mattered not. In the future, they would be her family. Li Miao is here. Chapter 90. Unboxing again. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Li Miao called Xiaoqian and Meng, inquiring if they wished to witness the unboxing of blind boxes. The duo was engrossed in Xiaoqian's instance, captivated by the novelty of their surroundings and thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon receiving Li Miao's call, Meng eagerly bounced with excitement, exclaiming, let us see, I want to see." Mengmo's phone hung around its neck, complemented by a charming pouch crafted by a ghostly seamstress sister, allowing it to carry its device wherever it went. Xiaoqian and Meng promptly rushed from Xiaoqian's instance to the 16th floor of the building. Li Miao was engrossed in examining 3 newly arrived blind boxes, which she had neatly arranged on the coffee table. Among them, 2 were black, reminiscent of the ones from which she had previously unboxed Xiaoqian, Hua, and Hualian. The third was a sparkling crystal box, glistening invitingly. As Xiaoqian approached and noticed the distinctive crystal box, she gasped in excitement. "This one is so special." Meng, even more thrilled, eagerly wagged its nose. "Is it a mythical creature? Let us open the black ones first." Li Miao picked up a black blind box and opened it, releasing a wisp of azure smoke, a sign of a 3-star ghost. She focused her gaze, and to her surprise, a woman clad in a white dress, her hair obscuring her face, emerged in a darkly twisted manner from the box. Stunned, Li Miao instinctively spoke, "Sadako?" The woman's seemingly slow movements transformed into an instant appearance right before Li Miao, startling her. Noticing the woman so close to Li Miao, Xiaoqian disapproved and pulled the white-clad figure away. "How rude. You scared my sister." The white-clad woman was taken aback, never expecting that this oddly dressed girl could physically move her despite her supernatural abilities, which were magnified after her death. "What do you mean?" Xiaoqian tilted her head in confusion. Li Miao realized the situation had become complicated. The woman spoke Japanese. Fortunately, Li Miao was undeterred, possessing a proficiency in several languages due to her diligent studies. Although she had once been slow to learn, her eagerness to escape her uncle's family had motivated her to prepare for a future abroad by mastering various languages. She inquired of the woman her name. The woman lifted her gaze and regarded Li Miao for a moment, sensing an unusual constraining force compelling her to submit to the girl before her. Attempting to resist, she quickly felt the force within her intensify, as if warning, "Submit or perish." Defeated, the woman bowed her head and introduced herself. "I am Sadako Yamamura." Li Miao nodded, confirming her suspicion. This was indeed Sadako. As a foreign ghost, communication might prove problematic with Xiaoqian and the others. It seemed likely that other ghosts from various countries would appear, each speaking their own language, creating a chaotic scenario. Let us all learn Chinese, Li Miao commanded Sadako, procuring a tablet and enrolling her in a Chinese online course. She thrust the tablet into Sadako's arms. Go study. Sadako was taken aback. After decades as a ghost, it was her first encounter with the arduousness of ghostly existence. She was dead, yet still required to learn. She glanced at the tablet where the instructor recited a lengthy string of Chinese phrases. Chinese is so difficult. Having dealt with Sadako, Li Miao proceeded to the second black blind box. This time, it was not the azure smoke of a 3-star ghost, nor the green light of a 4-star spirit, but rather a magnificent purple glow. As the light dissipated, an elderly woman appeared, bent over, and stirring a large pot of soup. Little girl, the old woman said, offering a bowl of soup with a tempting tone. Would you like to drink some? It's delicious. You are Meng. Li Miao exclaimed in surprise. The old woman chuckled softly. That's what everyone calls me. But that's not my name. I am called. What was my name again? Squinting up at the sky, she sighed. Oh well, I can't remember. Just call me Meng. Would you like some soup? Seeing the soup offered to her, Li Miao took a step back. Is this the Meng soup? Meng nodded. Drinking my soup allows one to forget all worries, memories, loves, and grievances, bringing joy and freedom. Will you drink? Li Miao shook her head decisively. No, no, no. She added sternly, you must not offer this soup to just anyone. If you wipe away their memories, that would be disastrous. After hearing Li Miao's words, Meng smiled amiably. Oh, you don't like the soup? I have other varieties: sweet soup, bitter soup, savory soup, lovesick soup, and even custom soup to help you forget anyone you wish. Li Miao was astonished. Is Meng soup of such high quality? She quickly opened the Ghost House app to check Meng Po's details. The soup Meng brewed was far superior to the legendary concoction. It not only allowed one to forget past troubles, but could also be customized to forget love, kinship, worries, and all forms of suffering. Contemplating her childhood hardships and the abuse inflicted by her uncle's family, Li Miao pondered whether she should have a bowl of Meng soup to erase those painful memories. After a moment's hesitation, she decided against it. She did not wish to forget. Remember, old lady, do not offer this soup carelessly, Li Miao reiterated. Meng nodded kindly. All right. I will heed your words and refrain from offering it. Then her gaze fell upon Sadako, and she extended the bowl. Would you like some soup? It will help you forget your pain. Li Miao interjected. Old lady, ghosts cannot drink soup. Realizing the potential disaster, Li Miao rushed to prevent Meng from serving soup to Meng Mo. Beasts cannot drink either. No soup shall be given to any living or non-living entity unless I consent. Upon hearing this, Meng appeared somewhat disappointed, retracting the soup. Her eyes scanned Sadako, and she remarked, actually, this ghost girl seems quite suited for the soup. Forgetting pain would bring joy to her ghostly existence. Sadako, unable to comprehend Meng Po's words, gazed at her in confusion. Meng Po was surprised for a moment, but then nodded in understanding, realizing that Sadako was a foreign ghost. She then engaged Sadako in fluent Japanese. Li Miao was taken aback. You can speak Japanese too? Meng Po smiled and shook her head. Not really. Li Miao pressed on. Then? Meng Po replied, I can converse with all ghosts, regardless of whether they were Chinese or foreign, or even mute, as long as Meng Po wished. She could communicate with them. After all, without communication, how could she promote her soup? She had brewed thousands of pots, her storage space nearly overflowing. It had been years since a ghost had partaken of her soup. If no one drank it, she would have to consume it herself. Alas, it seemed she needed to amend her habit of incessantly brewing soup. Li Miao realized. Chapter 91. The Crystal Blind Box. Li Miao regarded Meng Po, the cunning ghostly matron, with a sense of wariness, realizing that she must tread carefully in their conversations. Otherwise, Meng Po would take advantage of her naivety with a sly grin. After unboxing 2 black blind boxes, one containing a foreign spirit and the other a soup-loving old lady, she found both replicas rather challenging to manage. Setting them aside for the time being, she turned her attention to the final crystal blind box, filled with curiosity about its contents. Crouching beside the crystal blind box, Li Miao peered closely, noticing that despite its crystalline exterior, it was completely opaque. With eager anticipation, she decided to open it. As the box sprang open, a charming white rabbit leaped out. "How adorable!" exclaimed Nie Xiaoqian. The white rabbit hopped down from the coffee table, bounded over to Li Miao, and called out, "Master." Li Miao extended her hands, and the rabbit hopped into her palms, nuzzling its fluffy head against her, evoking a sense of delight. "What is your name?"
Li Miao inquirat.
Intrigued, the rabbit, fluttering its three-part mouth, replied, "I am the Jade Rabbit." "The Jade Rabbit?" Li Miao gasped. "Is it the one from Chang'e's embrace?" The rabbit nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, from the Moon Palace." "How wondrous!" Li Miao marveled at the fact that the blind box yielded the Jade Rabbit. She had assumed that only spirits could be retrieved, akin to the rare Dream Eater. The little rabbit seemed concerned that being cradled in Li Miao's hands might be tiring for her, thus it hopped down to the floor. Li Miao quickly pulled out her Ghost House app to examine the Jade Rabbit's information. Jade Rabbit, 4 stars, a lively and adorable little rabbit. Innate skill, moon gazing and breeding, produces offspring from its mouth. What does this innate skill entail? Li Miao asked with curiosity, glancing at the Jade Rabbit. The rabbit explained, during a full moon, gazing at the moon can inspire breeding, allowing me to produce little rabbits. As it spoke, the Jade Rabbit expelled a fluffy little bunny. Li Miao was astonished, but it's daytime. Can you still breed under the moon? The Jade Rabbit blushed slightly. This is from my past breedings. I've produced many and stored them away. Master, could you help me find a place for them? There are too many. My space is nearly full. All right, Li Miao nodded, thinking a few little rabbits could easily be placed in the lounge to accompany the guests. Unlike cat cafes and other places, hers would be a rabbit cafe. However, she hesitated, but these rabbits won't make a mess, will they? The Jade Rabbit shook its head. Rest assured, they are all 2-star little spirits. They have intelligence and magic, even simple transformations, though they cannot take on human form. Upon hearing the words human form, Li Miao felt a sense of connection and asked the Jade Rabbit, "Can you transform into a human?" "I can, but I prefer my rabbit form." "Would you like to see me transform?" Li Miao shook her head. She wouldn't compel the rabbit to do anything. If she liked its original form, then let it remain as such. "Please, release the little rabbits," she requested. Hearing Li Miao's willingness to assist with the little rabbits, the Jade Rabbit was overjoyed and began to release them one by one. Li Miao initially thought there would be only a few dozen, but to her surprise, the Jade Rabbit kept producing them endlessly, filling the entire living room. The rabbits stacked up to the second layer, all huddled together while chattering. "Ouch. You stepped on my head. Hey, you black furball. Your tail just brushed against my forehead. Ah, I'm going to be squished." Li Miao was overwhelmed. With rabbits hopping all over her, she held 4 in her arms while several others clung to her clothing, swinging in midair. To make space for the little rabbits, Meng, Xiaoqian, and others had already flown up to the ceiling. Unable to move, with rabbits perched on her feet, Li Miao called out, "Xiaoqian, quickly go and open all the doors to the other rooms, let the little rabbits in." After opening all the rooms on the 16th floor, the living room finally had some space. Li Miao plopped down on the sofa and asked the Jade Rabbit, "How many little rabbits do you have, really?" The Jade Rabbit felt a bit embarrassed. "Is it too many?" Li Miao shook her head. "If there are still many, we can go to the 15th floor. The 16th floor can't accommodate them." The Jade Rabbit replied, "There aren't many left. I still have 2,000 to produce. In total, there are 20,000 little rabbits. Master, I will exercise restraint and refrain from gazing at the moon to breed." 20,000? Li Miao felt faint at the thought. Such a multitude of rabbits would surely not fit in the lounge. "Let us send them to Xiaoqian's replica." Contemplating, she picked up a little rabbit that was nibbling on her clothing and asked, "Can you transform into a watch?" The little rabbit tilted its head. Its bright, ruby eyes filled with confusion. "What is a watch?
Can it be eaten?"
Li Miao pointed to the multidimensional broadcasting device on her wrist, like this. "Sure." The little rabbit performed a backflip and instantly transformed into a watch clasped around Li Miao's wrist, though the transformation was incomplete, leaving 2 ears protruding. "Oh dear. I can't change my ears." The little rabbit was distressed, on the verge of tears. Li Miao quickly comforted it. It's all right. This is quite adorable. Adorable? The rabbit wiggled its ears, shaking its watch-like form and nuzzling against Li Miao. Seeing the little creature's cuteness sparked a new idea within Li Miao. Yet, before embarking on her experimentation, she needed to train these little rabbits. They were far too lively and mischievous, and each seemed quite bewildered, lacking understanding of modern society. Li Miao summoned Bai Ling and shared her overarching thoughts, asking her to organize training for the little rabbits. She herself would head to Xiaoqian's replica. The theme of Xiaoqian's replica was an amusement park, and since it was an amusement park, there had to be various rides. Some ordinary rides could be materialized through scene visualization, but many special attractions could only be acquired through purchases in the Ghost House marketplace. As Li Miao was purchasing the equipment, an urgent meeting was being convened at the Super Bureau. Nie Xiaoqian had reported on the Fengdu Ghost House, prompting the information department to immediately gather data online, analyze everything they found, and then hold an urgent meeting. The meeting was organized by the director of the Super Bureau. Today's gathering is due to an urgent matter, the director announced. Nie Xiaoqian has reported a significant supernatural location. According to the analysis from the information department, this so-called Fengdu Ghost House is extraordinarily vast, surpassing all previous supernatural sites. How vast? Inquired Hu Di, the head of the Serious Crimes Department. Though his name might suggest delicacy, he was a burly middle-aged man with a scruffy beard. He had been embroiled in a case involving a vengeful ghost in red that had harmed several individuals, posing a high level of danger. The longer it took to capture her, the greater the risk to the public. Thus, he had been tirelessly working day and night to apprehend the red-dressed ghost. To his dismay, just as he was deeply engrossed in his work, he was summoned for a meeting by the director. Hu Di felt quite vexed. Thinking that this troublesome ghost house could be handled by someone else, why must he be dragged into a meeting? Was this ghost house more pressing than the red-dressed ghost incident? The director cast a glance at Hu Di and spoke, according to the information currently gathered. This haunted house occupies no less than 1,500 acres, which is equivalent to 1,000,000 square meters.
What?
Hu Di nearly toppled from his chair.
What?
Chapter 92. The Super Bureau meeting. What on earth? The director exclaimed, leaving Hu Di in disbelief. 1,500 acres? Such an extensive expanse of land. Are we aiming for the heavens? Previously discovered paranormal sites were typically confined to a single room or a building. Reminiscent